Chapter 21-25. The more casual Lin Fei's words were, the more pressure the two felt. The black-robed brat, whom they thought was easy to bully, turned into a senior in a blink of an eye. He was completely fine under the barrage of attacks. This was enough to provoke anyone. In the eyes of these two powerhouses, this was simply an impossible matter. Yet, the black-robed brat blocked it. He didn't even use any treasures to defend himself. This was something the two of them were clear about. This person was too terrifying. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to block a casual strike from this senior. As for how this senior killed the Emperor Beast and displayed the strength of a 4th or 5th Revolution God Emperor, they thought that this senior was practicing his saber technique. Previously, they felt that the saber technique was perfect. They thought that the other party had some dog's hit luck. But now, it seemed that the other party was a senior. It wasn't impossible for him to create such a saber technique. Now, they realized how terrifying this saber technique was. If this senior used this saber technique to kill them, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence to block it. A perfect saber technique that left no trace was the scariest. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These two weren't easy to deal with. If they really fought, who knew how many destiny points he would have to spend? It was completely unnecessary. Senior, let's leave now. Be it Dark Knight Battle Emperor or Dream Talisman, both of them were fearful. They didn't want the mutated Blood Lotus anymore. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch it from this senior. They had no confidence at all. It was purely sending themselves to death. The two of them turned and left, disappearing into the night. I'm still quite good at acting like a senior. This was also Lin Fei's only advantage, which was his invincible defense. Although he spent some destiny points, he successfully scared them away. Lin Fei was satisfied. I hope he won't come again. Dream Talisman, do you know this senior? Dark Knight Battle Emperor still couldn't figure out why there was such an expert in Mountain God Emperor. If it wasn't for this senior's good temper, they might have lost their lives in Tianyuan mountain range. I don't know. I don't have any impression of such a person. Fortunately, he didn't attack. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Battle Empress Meng too heaved a sigh of relief. Don't forget, even I can't find any flaws in that senior's saber techniques. The two of them fell silent. If this senior comes out of seclusion, our God Emperor Mountain's spatial structure might have a huge change, Knight Battle Emperor said solemnly. Let's go back and prepare first. Lin Fei had been monitoring the two of them until they left. Only then did he relax. Invincible defense isn't bad for fooling people. Although Lin Fei hadn't fought with the two of them before, he knew how terrifying they were just from their attacks alone. The current him definitely wouldn't be able to block them. I only need to increase my power output to about 1.3 to 1.4 billion, and with my perfect energy basic saber technique, I'll be able to severely injure them. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had a plan in his heart. Zhongxian scanned the mutated Blood Lotus with his spiritual sense. From the looks of it, it would not take long before it fully bloomed and matured. Kill. Without the two of them by his side, Lin Fei charged at the immortal beasts and monarch beasts again. He executed the elementary energy saber technique, turning it into waves of saber light. As the saber light flew out, heads flew into the air. Blood flowed like a river in the swamp again. Refinement +1. Refinement +1. At the higher level, the improvement speed wasn't slow either. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the slow improvement of the elementary energy shield. After all, he had the invincible defense. He didn't have to worry about it for now. On the other hand, the elementary energy saber technique's power increased after reaching the higher level, becoming more profound. Every time he executed it, Lin Fei would have a deeper understanding of it. Lin Fei was now looking forward to the new scene after he met the experts. Right now, he had to complete the mission first. 2 battle emperors appeared first. There would definitely be other battle emperors coming. If even monarch beasts could be attracted, then those mutated monarch beasts would definitely come as well. After witnessing the battle emperor's power output of 2 billion, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the other monarch beasts. Time ticked by. The monarch beasts that appeared were getting stronger and stronger. There were even mutated monarch beasts. Lin Fei used the elementary energy saber technique to slaughter them. Although he couldn't kill them, he left deep wounds on them. He blocked them. Several monarch beasts attacked consecutively, but Lin Fei blocked them all. On one hand, he had the invincible defense, and on the other hand, he used the elementary energy saber technique to block the attacks of the monarch beasts. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. A mountain-like figure appeared. Following the appearance of this huge figure, the surrounding monarch beasts all retreated, their bodies tensed up. Mutated monarch beast. The only thing Lin Fei was glad about was that he was in the intermediate zone, not the advanced zone. There would be fewer attacks from the monarch beasts. In fact, within the range of the system's surveillance, the number of powerful monarch beasts was gradually decreasing. This was good news. It was enough to prove that the mutant blood lotus's area of influence wasn't that big. This might have something to do with the quality. Lin Fei felt that the latter was more likely. The system's surveillance did not detect any powerful intruders. Lin Fei was relieved. As for the battle emperors, he felt that they must have known about the existence of the mutant blood lotus in advance. A massive figure quickly appeared, followed by a storm of evil qi, sweeping towards Lin Fei's location. The fallen bodies were all sucked into the storm, turning into a bloody mess. Wherever the storm swept past, there was nothing left. Human brat, I want the mutant blood lotus. This was an existence made purely of stone. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a stone man. The strength of a level 2 mutant. It had a power output of 900 million. Open. Although the storm was powerful, Lin Fei rushed in and split the storm with a perfect slash. At the advanced level, any weak spot could be broken. Although the storm was powerful, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. If you don't want to die, you better scram, Lin Fei said coldly. The stone man laughed. Humans are incomparably arrogant. Then you shall receive my punishment. Swish, swish, swish. The stone man's huge body swung, and a sky full of stones came crashing down. The power of the stones was extremely heavy, and it was extremely difficult to block. Good timing. Lin Fei wielded his blade and met the attack with his invincible defense. Bang! Chapter 21-26. Energy-based saber art. Lin Fei's basic saber technique was at an advanced level, and his saber technique was perfect. Coupled with Lin Fei's spatial movement, it was definitely the best combination attack. Bam! 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 As soon as Lin Fei unleashed this attack, the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's weaknesses were exposed to him. Even though the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's power was frightening, Lin Fei's attacks quickly caused a river of blood to flow. Bam! The Golem Emperor Beast's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Ding! Killed Mutant Emperor Beast. Kill count +1. Ding! Activated Mutant Emperor Beast Hunting Mission. Kill 10 successfully. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Current mission, 10-1. Lin Fei was taken aback. Damn, this works. After killing the beast, Lin Fei felt less pressure. Thanks to the energy-based saber art, he was able to unleash the full power of his saber art. Although killing an emperor beast cost him a lot of destiny points, Lin Fei still felt relaxed. Here comes another one. After killing the first mutant emperor beast, Lin Fei's movements became much smoother. Lin Fei pounced in a certain direction. Everywhere he passed, immortal beasts fell. In the depths of the lair, the mutant blood lotus gradually bloomed, releasing a fragrance. The immortal beasts and emperor beasts became even more frenzied. Lin Fei killed even more ferociously. As the saber light flashed, heads flew. Lin Fei felt as though he was bathed in a river of blood. At the same time, he exuded a boundless baleful aura. This was the bonus attribute of killing immortal beasts and emperor beasts. Kill. Lin Fei took the initiative to defend against the powerful existences outside. Although some managed to barge in, Lin Fei's clones were not to be trifled with. The 18 clones worked together and killed all the immortal beasts. Not a single immortal beast could break in, not even emperor beasts. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, 1,000 points. Lin Fei had no idea how many immortal beasts and emperor beasts he had killed. Corpses littered the ground around his feet. They had all been killed in one move. Space movement. Lin Fei returned to his lair and kept a mutated snow lotus with a wave of his hand. A fragrant scent. He disappeared without a trace. The frenzied immortal beasts and sovereign beasts regained their composure and turned to leave. Soon, the swamp returned to normal. However, the thick stench of blood filled the air. 1,000 points. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was very clear that if it wasn't for the fact that his basic energy saber art had reached an advanced level, it wouldn't have been that easy to kill the sovereign beast. Furthermore, he had relied on his invincible defense to scare away the two combat emperors. After collecting the mutated snow lotus, Lin Fei didn't leave. Instead, he went up to collect the corpses, especially the sovereign beasts' corpses. These were good stuff. Lin Fei collected them one by one. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to collect the remaining immortal beast corpses. On the other hand, Primordial 13 happily collected them. Ding! Congratulations! Quest complete. Reward, 500 guild points. The next day, a piece of good news came. Hairball let out a long roar, and a vicious aura spread out. It was the aura of a sovereign beast. At this moment, Hairball had successfully advanced to become a sovereign beast, and it was even more vicious than before. Here you go. Lin Fei took out the corpses. They piled up like a mountain. Ha ha ha, I happen to be hungry. After advancing to a sovereign beast, Hairball basically didn't change much. After returning to its original body, there was a significant change, especially on its back. Rows of spikes grew out, making Hairball look even more vicious. If a stranger saw it, they would be frightened by Hairball's vicious aura, and their combat power would be affected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hairball's original body expanded. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the sovereign beast's corpses. Lin Fei, who was at the side, could see that Hairball had changed a lot. At the very least, it swallowed the corpses much faster. Hairball, are there any changes after you advanced to the sovereign beast realm? Lin Fei wanted to know the changes of Hairball. This was the one and only primordial evil dragon in the world, and it had advanced to the sovereign beast realm. Hairball said proudly, "This is all thanks to Master. I have now grasped two more innate mystiques. The first is space derivation." Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Hairball's huge body turned into nothingness. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't see any traces of Hairball with his divine sense. This works too. Lin Fei couldn't see it with his divine sense. He only found traces of Hairball with the system later. "Master, what do you think of this?" Lin Fei gave a thumbs up, a very impressive innate mystique. It can actually transform into space. Then, can it trap people without them knowing? This was much more impressive than devouring everything in the past. Even divine sense couldn't detect it. It was definitely a killing weapon. In the end, Lin Fei still tossed out a test. He wanted to know exactly how strong of an attack the evolved space could withstand. Space derivation, innate mystique. It can withstand 1 billion attacks. Lin Fei almost gave a thumbs up. If it could withstand 1 billion attacks, Lin Fei didn't doubt that ordinary sovereign beasts could escape. What else? This was the first innate mystique. Lin Fei was looking forward to the next innate mystique. The other one is the Dragonman General. Whoosh, whoosh. Hairball disappeared again. When it reappeared, a boundless evil aura surged. A tall, black-armored Dragonman General appeared in front of Lin Fei. Hairball's entire face was covered by the armor. "Master, take this." Hairball, who had transformed into the Dragonman General, punched with a thunderous roar. Lin Fei met it with a punch. Fist against fist, a terrifying force exploded. Lin Fei retreated subconsciously. The violent vibration force actually shook him away. Wow! The force of this punch is more than 1 billion. Hairball didn't really attack. It easily withdrew the force. "Master, the force of my punch is not bad. This is the innate mystique that we primordial evil dragons have when we become sovereign beasts. In the past, Hairball could only display a certain level of strength when she was in her original form. Now that she had transformed into a Dragonman general, her combat strength had reached more than 1 billion. This was definitely a big breakthrough. It was equivalent to having a capable assistant by his side. Can you maintain your Dragonman general state? Yes, I can. I just need to consume a little bit of energy. Our primordial evil dragon bloodline will basically maintain this state after reaching the sovereign beast realm. Only in this state can we maintain our powerful combat strength, Hairball said proudly. With the innate mystique, the force output was 1 billion. Lin Fei wanted to know how much his strength would increase after consuming the mutated blood lotus. At the same time, Lin Fei had to admit that the bloodline of the primordial evil dragons was powerful. The Rock, who had previously thought that he was the #1 battle pet, was now convinced. The force of that punch was enough to overwhelm his strength. Do you have this in your inherited memories? Chapter 21-27. Thank you, Master. Hairball's eyes lit up the moment she saw the mutated blood lotus. It was as if she had seen a woman. How many chances do I have to mutate? Lin Fei asked. 50-50. Furball said, our ancestors' inheritance is related to mutation. Due to our primordial evil dragon race's outstanding talents, it isn't easy to mutate, but once we mutate, our strength will increase by several times. Lin Fei didn't care about the mutated blood lotus. As long as Hairball could increase her strength, it was fine. Then eat the mutated blood lotus. Hairball grabbed the mutated blood lotus and swallowed it without hesitation. The Rock was envious. It was really following the right master. There were so many benefits. After eating the mutated blood lotus, Hairball sat cross-legged as if she had sunk into a deep level of evolution. At the same time, black mist burst out from her body to protect her. Lin Fei kept Hairball with a wave of his hand. Only in the system space was the safest. As for the outside world, it was better to save it. Lin Fei first went to check the system. He discovered that his points had unknowingly reached 2,300. He still needed 700 points to level up again. Continue with the Crusade mission. The intermediate area was huge. Although the mutated blood lotus had attracted a large number of immortal beasts and sovereign beasts, it was only a portion of them. There were still countless of them. Lin Fei killed the sovereign beasts while practicing the fundamental energy saber art. After reaching the advanced level, the speed of improvement slowed down. According to his calculations, it wouldn't be long before he reached the expert level. This time, the sovereign beasts in the intermediate area were unlucky. They were all killed by Lin Fei with one strike. No sovereign beast could withstand his attacks. The advanced fundamental energy saber art was a nightmare for the sovereign beasts. Ding. Completed Crusade mission. Reward, 30 points. Ding. Points reached 3,000. Upgrade. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Upgrade immediately. Ding. Successfully used 3,000 points. Upgrade initiated. The whole process didn't take long. Lin Fei was looking forward to the limit after the upgrade. His power output would increase exponentially, so he wouldn't be any weaker than Hairball, right? Lin Fei calculated in his heart. Ding. Upgrade complete. Lin Fei immediately went to check. When he saw the change in the numbers, he immediately smiled. Ha ha ha. That's great. Previously, it was 500 million. This time, it's doubled to 1 billion. Not bad. Although it was a little worse than expected, it was still an increase of 2 times. This was definitely something to be happy about. With the increase in his power output, coupled with the basic energy saber technique, Lin Fei's combat prowess increased by a large margin. It was enough for him to enter the advanced zone. Hunting powerful emperor beasts. Another upgrade requires 10,000 points. Lin Fei didn't feel too much pressure when he saw the number of leveling up again. At worst, he could just continue with the Crusade mission. 5 days later, Lin Fei came to the high-level area to hunt. A message from Hairball appeared in the system space. Lin Fei had killed the sovereign beast and found a safe place to release Hairball. Master, I've mutated successfully. Hairball said excitedly as soon as she came out. Lin Fei squinted and looked at her. Hairball, who was in Dragonman warrior mode, had an even stronger evil aura. At the same time, black dragons formed from evil aura swam back and forth in the surroundings. If anyone underestimated these black dragons, they would definitely be in big trouble. That's great. Lin Fei was very happy. The 50-50 chance seemed great, but no one could guarantee that the mutation would succeed. Lin Fei checked again with the system space. Hairball, Ancient Evil Dragon, Mutated Emperor Beast Power Output 1, 5 billion. Seeing this result, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. Hairball, who had mutated once. Her combat power had increased to 1, 5 billion, which was close to a combat emperor expert. With Hairball's innate divine ability, she could even fight against a combat emperor expert. Thanks to Master's mutated Blood Lotus, our Ancient Evil Dragon clan has not had a mutated Ancient Evil Dragon for a long time. Hairball was also very excited. With Hairball's successful mutation, Lin Fei had a capable warrior. He could move unhindered in this high-level area. Lin Fei and Hairball began to sweep the high-level area. The mission had also changed to hunting sovereign beasts and mutated emperor beasts. If it was Lin Fei alone, he would have to think twice. But with Hairball, everything was easy. Lin Fei gave the Purple Moon Sacred Saber to Hairball. With the Energy Saber, although the Purple Moon Sacred Saber could increase its power, it was not as smooth as the Energy Saber. With the help of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, Hairball was like adding wings to a tiger. Bang! Deep in the high-level area, a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast was sent flying by Hairball. Lin Fei rushed up and gave a final blow, chopping off the opponent's head with 1 billion strength. Let's go somewhere else, we still need 3 more. This was not Lin Fei's first time killing a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast. Although their combat power was also 1 billion, with the cooperation of the two, they obviously could not resist. During this period, they also killed a few mutated emperor beasts. At the same time, deep in Tianyuan mountain range, there were 5 combat emperor beasts here. They were Scorpion Combat Emperor Beast, Poison Demon Combat Emperor Beast, Flaming Insect Combat Emperor Beast, Celestial Eye Combat Emperor Beast, and Crimson Tiger Combat Emperor Beast. No matter which one, they were all peak existences in the Mountain God Emperor space. In the depths of a valley, black fog lingered outside. Teams of emperor beasts patrolled. Everywhere was filled with a strict aura. In the innermost area, there was a huge palace. The palace looked like the most commonly seen scorpion. Although it was a building, it gave off a very dangerous aura. At the same time, there was a kind of fear in the depths of the soul. This was the venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor Beast's palace. Every Battle Emperor Beast had a palace like this. Sir, we can't let that dragon man continue to wreak havoc. Otherwise, our subordinates will all be eaten up. Below the huge throne, a few emperor beasts knelt, complaining bitterly. Recently, a dragonman general appeared in the high-level area, hunting down emperor beasts everywhere. In just half a month, the emperor beasts suffered heavy casualties. And these emperor beasts were under the jurisdiction of the venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor Beast. Who is so daring to kill this old man's subordinates? The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor squinted, his eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. You trash, can't you go kill that dragon man? How could they dare to say that? That dragon man general was too powerful. Going up would be suicide. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Since you don't dare to make a move, what's the use of keeping you? Shoo. The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous arrow that landed on the emperor beasts. In an instant, the emperor beasts turned into a pool of blood. They did not even have a chance to struggle. Chapter 21-29. Lin Fei didn't know that he had offended a combat emperor beast in the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range when he was wiping out the monarch beasts. Hairball's battle prowess soared after transforming into the dragonoid warrior state. She didn't need any weapons and could beat up the monarch beasts with just her iron fists. Even mutated monarch beasts wouldn't be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows. With the cooperation of the two, the monarch beasts in the high-level area were completely out of luck. No matter where they were, Lin Fei could easily find them. At the same time, he released his 18 doppelgangers to obstruct them. Basically, none of the monarch beasts could escape alive. Boom! Another monarch beast was slain. Half a month had passed since the end of the mutated blood lotus. The entire high-level area was almost completely wiped out. Ding! Congratulations player on upgrading Energy Fundamental Saber Art to the expert level. Hua! Lin Fei casually slashed, and the profundity of the saber art increased once again. It was hard to imagine that it was at the expert level. Hairball, try attacking me. Lin Fei called out to Hairball. He wanted to test out the power of the expert level saber art. Here it comes. Hairball, in the dragonoid warrior state, maintained her peak battle prowess. With a loud roar, she threw a punch. The primordial evil dragon Hairball had inherited the power of her ancestor. With a punch, an explosive sound could be heard, and a torrent of energy turned into a ferocious beast. Lin Fei didn't move, but his clothes started to move. The primordial evil dragon is indeed a domineering existence in the past. A casual punch can split the energy into 3 parts, each stronger than the previous. Those who don't know will definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei's mind was blank as he saw through the profundity of Hairball's attack. This is the benefit of the expert saber art. Lin Fei smiled. Then, he sent out 3 energy sabers in a row, and the ferocious attacks automatically dispersed. Ha ha ha. It's really awesome. Breaking the opponent's attack with the least energy consumption. Lin Fei slashed at Hairball again. Be careful. Hairball turned into a Dragonman general, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Right now, he had recreated his ancestor's glory, so he didn't move. The energy blade landed on his body and cut open a wound. Master, what kind of saber technique is that? Hairball didn't even see any trace of the blade being drawn. She had been slashed through thin air, and it was the weakest spot. Shoo. Hairball moved back and forth. It tried to pounce on Lin Fei. After all, it was an ancient evil dragon and was used to close combat. However, this time, Hairball was disappointed. No matter how it tried to attack, it could not get close to Lin Fei. Its master's blade was right in front of it, constantly preventing it from moving forward. No more fighting, no more fighting. Master's saber technique is too powerful. After a while, Hairball shook her head like a rattledrum and chose to admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Shameless humans, and you traitor. In the depths of Tianyuan mountain range, the twin-headed abyss dragon roared and spewed out huge energy balls. Its furious eyes shot out cold light as it stared at the human and beast. As a twin-headed abyss dragon in the depths of the dangerous zone, it had been a long time since anyone came to disturb it in its own territory. However, it was attacked by a human just now, and the most hateful thing was that the human had a powerful emperor beast with him. Bang! Hairball in Dragonman General state launched a sudden attack. She punched one of its heads, turning it into a bloody mess. How dare you call yourself a twin-headed abyss dragon? Bah! As an ancient evil dragon, Hairball hated dragons the most. It was the same even if it had the word dragon in it. Swoosh! One of the twin-headed abyss dragon's heads was injured. Suddenly, it slashed in the void. At the same time, a human figure appeared. One of its heads was chopped off, spurting out a large amount of blood. It was severely injured immediately. Hairball took the opportunity to grab the other head of the twin-headed abyss dragon and flung it backward. Its huge body flew backward and smashed into a forest. That's what you get for being arrogant. Are you still pretending or not? Hairball turned into her main body and pressed down heavily like a mountain. Don't fight, I surrender, I surrender. With the two of them working together, even a rank 8 God Emperor twin-headed abyss dragon had to lower its head and choose survival first. That's more like it. From today onwards, you are my underling. Hairball spat out a spatial imprint and sent it into the twin-headed abyss dragon's head. From today onwards, the twin-headed abyss dragon was Hairball's underling. After taking in the underling, Lin Fei used his destiny points to heal the twin-headed abyss dragon's injuries. You said that there is a mine in this mountain range, and it was opened by your battle emperor? The twin-headed abyss dragon chose to be an underling in order to survive. After becoming an underling, it immediately realized something and told Hairball an important matter. I didn't expect to encounter a mine here. Lin Fei was very concerned about the Heaven Essence crystal wall. As the Battle Emperor was too powerful, Lin Fei didn't have time to deal with the Heaven Essence crystal wall. He didn't expect to find it here. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, including the layout of the mine and its strength. It's not just the humans who need the Heaven Essence crystal wall, it's the same for the Battle Emperor beasts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. With his current specialist blade skill, although he wasn't invincible, it shouldn't be hard to take down a mine. For safety's sake, I should capture some more Emperor beasts. It's not bad to be cannon fodder. The twin-headed abyss dragon took the initiative to betray and brought Lin Fei to sweep the Emperor beasts. In 3 days, Lin Fei caught a total of 25 Emperor beasts. They were all rank 8 and rank 9 God Emperors. Their strength was around 900 million, and a few of them had decent innate attributes. After capturing 25, they all became Hairball's underlings. They were very suitable for attacking the mine. As for this being the Scorpion Battle Emperor's territory, Lin Fei chose to ignore it. He would first sweep the mine. The mine wasn't far. Even before arriving, Lin Fei scanned the area with the system and obtained the specific data. The overall strength of this mine was quite strong. Just the periphery alone had a group of rank 3 or rank 4 Emperor beasts. At the same time, the Emperor beast personally overseeing it was a mutated Emperor beast. Its strength was around 1.5 billion. It was very powerful. The subordinates of this Scorpion Battle Emperor are quite strong. A single mine actually has a mutated Emperor beast overseeing it. That's not easy. Lin Fei became spirited. However, even with a mutated Emperor beast overseeing it, I will still attack the mine. Lin Fei waved his hand, and more than 20 Emperor beasts attacked. Hairy Ball was the first to charge forward. With a single charge, he sent a 3rd Revolution God Emperor beast flying. It exploded in mid-air, causing flesh and blood to splatter all over. At the Emperor beast realm, Hairball's control over her strength was even more perfect. She had infused her strength into that attack. The other Emperor beasts also attacked. One of them even spat out a huge black net, covering several Emperor beasts. In an instant, they turned into pools of blood. Chapter 2130. This time, Lin Fei's side put in a lot of effort. 20-odd Emperor beasts attacked. The ordinary Emperor beasts guarding outside were killed one after another. After all, they were not on the same level. Most of them were killed in an instant. In order to make things go smoothly this time, Lin Fei had spent 3 days capturing the strongest sovereign beasts in this area, also that he could kill his way over with the strongest of his forces. Not good. The Emperor beasts are ready. We can't hold them off anymore. The Emperor beasts guarding the mine collapsed when they saw this scene. If there was only one, they might not care. But when 20 of them came together, they were like a black flood. After a few exchanges, a few of them ran back, their faces filled with shock. They had no choice. They really could not hold them off. They could not understand. Weren't these guys usually well behaved? Why would they attack the mine now? It was completely illogical. Who did not know who was in control of the mine? After the guards outside were dealt with, the core force of the mine arrived. They rushed out with surging killing intent. Seeing the scene before them, their expressions changed. They recognized the people who had charged in. One of the leaders, an Emperor beast, had transformed into a human form. He said sinisterly, "What are you doing? Surrender immediately. Don't you know this is the territory of the Scorpion War Emperor?" They really could not understand why they were doing this. However, the reply they got was a ferocious attack. Hairball was the first to charge over. Her huge body rammed into them. They were all sent flying, smashing into the mine. Too weak. After mutating once, Hairball's combat power was unimaginable in her Dragonman warrior state. Who was this guy? They were all Emperor beasts around the 8th Revolution God Emperor realm. Yet, they could not even withstand a single attack from the other party. Their blood and energy were in turmoil. Looking again, they found that they did not recognize this guy. Their minds were filled with doubt. Could he be the subordinate of another war emperor? Kill. Hairball pounced on the most classic flying beast, stomping down. The ground cracked, and a huge crater formed in the surroundings. The bird-type emperor beast had lost most of its life. Rip. Hairball reached out and grabbed, lifting the bird-type emperor beast. With a tug, this powerful flying monarch beast was torn in half, and it died on the spot. Seeing that their boss was so powerful, no one dared to be careless. With 2 or 3 monarch beasts ganging up on one, they were instantly at a disadvantage. At this time, the mining area was already in a mess. Lin Fei did not care about this. With Hairball leading the team, these sovereign beasts were more than enough to take care of them. After advancing from energy basic saber technique to expert. After fighting with Hairball and the others, Lin Fei realized how terrifying his swordsmanship was. Even if there was a difference in strength, he could still severely injure his opponent. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. Furthermore, he had the basic energy shield, so he didn't need to worry about defense. He only needed to focus on offense. Boom. Suddenly, the rocks in the distance exploded and shot in all directions. A guy in a grey robe rushed out of the ground. This was none other than the mutated emperor beast that was overseeing the battle. It controlled a massive power output of 1.5 billion. It's actually you guys. How dare you? The grey-robed guy swept his cold eyes over. A murderous aura swept over. Other than Lin Fei and Hairball, the rest of the emperor beasts felt suffocated. Their movements became sluggish as they were affected by the opponent's aura. A power output of 1.5 billion. How terrifying was that? Cold murderous aura. It was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. This was also the strength of the mutated emperor beast. The Scorpion War Emperor had arranged for this subordinate to oversee this place. No one had ever been able to break through. This was also because he valued the strength of the mutated emperor beast. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed. The Slit-Claw Emperor beast was furious. Someone had attacked the mining area right under its nose. This was simply not putting it in their eyes. Releasing its terrifying murderous aura, it couldn't help but sneer. Trash will always be trash. No matter why you attacked the mining area, you will all die here today. Slit-Claw. The Slit-Claw Emperor beast was a flying beast. After transforming into human form, its most powerful weapon was its pair of indestructible hands. No matter how strong the defense was, it was like tofu in front of it. Bang! An unbelievably fast claw landed on the nearest 8 Revolution God Emperor beast. It let out a miserable shriek and its huge body fell to the ground. Its entire head had been crushed. The Slit-Claw Emperor beast licked the blood on its hand. Its bloodthirsty eyes revealed a cold smile, can't even withstand a single blow. Shoo! Another claw was sent towards the nearest Emperor beast. Only I can kill my people, not you. Because you are not qualified. A person appeared in front of the Slit-Claw Emperor beast and slashed at its hands with an ordinary saber. Human race. This slash made the Slit-Claw Emperor beast feel a trace of danger. It forcefully retracted its hand. Lin Fei didn't stop. This guy was quite powerful. If he didn't stop it, Lin Fei believed that most of the Emperor beasts he brought would die. The opponent's powerful energy output was the best proof. At the same time, the opponent also controlled the power of wind. This made it even more terrifying. Among everyone present, only Lin Fei could stop this guy. Shoo! 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 Lin Fei executed the basic energy saber technique. The most ordinary straight slash, horizontal slash, etc. At this moment, it unleashed an unbelievably terrifying attack. The Slit-Claw Emperor beast kept retreating. Streaks of saber light flashed in front of it. Traces of blood appeared on its body. Those were left behind by the saber light. Hateful human, you injured me. I will eat you, skin and bones. Being injured by a human, even if it was a small injury, was something the Slit-Claw Emperor beast couldn't forgive. Shadowless. The Slit-Claw Emperor beast roared. A sky full of claw shadows appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was hard to tell which were real and which were fake. It was extremely terrifying. Open. The energy saber in Lin Fei's hand slashed in one direction. Everything returned to normal. The opponent retreated rapidly. There was a wound on its hands. Blood dripped down. Your attack style isn't bad. But in my eyes, it's full of flaws. It's useless. Lin Fei laughed out loud. With an instant movement, he appeared in front of the opponent and slashed upwards. The slit-claw Emperor Beast didn't dodge. One of its claws slapped at the energy saber, while the other claw aimed at Lin Fei's chest. It was extremely vicious. Chapter 2131. Swish, swish, swish. The battle continued in the mine. In a short period of time, the situation was completely one-sided. The guards of the mine could not stop Lin Fei's invasion. Furball maintained his draconian general state, looking like a god of war. His immense strength was ferocious, and he was able to take on 3 Emperor Beasts by himself. The other Emperor Beasts were attacking in a frenzy, and the guards of the mine were quickly beaten down. The remaining Emperor Beasts were no longer a threat, and those who were afraid of death chose to surrender. On the other side, Lin Fei's saber art was unpredictable. Coupled with his movement, he was a perfect attack. Although the split claw the Archbeast was incredibly strong, and its strength surpassed Lin Fei's, there was a gap in speed and other aspects. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, its body was covered in wounds. Boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Fei had already figured out his opponent's attack style. He could see its weaknesses clearly. With an untraceable slash, the slit claw the Archbeast's arms were chopped off. Blood splattered. With another slash, the slit claw the Archbeast's head flew into the sky. Its huge body smashed into the ground like an earthquake. His attack power is higher than mine. Unfortunately, his attack style is too ordinary. Even if I don't attack, he can forget about breaking my elementary energy shield. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. His opponent was not as strong as he had imagined. With the death of the slit claw the Archbeast, the rest of the Archbeasts started to crumble. They were soon all killed. Apart from the mutated the Archbeast's corpse, the rest were distributed to Hairball. Corpses were very useful to humans and the Archbeasts. If they continued to devour them, they could raise their cultivation level. The prerequisite was that they needed a large number of corpses. Normally, they would not have the courage to hunt the Archbeasts. After all, this place was divided into different zones. If they really started killing, they would be surrounded and killed by a group of the Archbeasts in a few days. Today, they had a good time. They had never tried killing before, so there was nothing to fear. They looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. Lin Fei naturally did not notice their expressions. He ordered Hairball to guard the slaves in the mine to prevent the news from leaking. He turned and went to an underground cave abode. Boom. Boom. There were restrictions in the cave abode. Lin Fei threw a few punches, violently breaking the cave. They were here to plunder treasures. The cave abode was not small. Lin Fei went straight into the depths of the cave. Good heavens, they must have been digging for quite some time. In the depths, there was a stone house. Lin Fei saw the heavenly yuan crystal wall. Boxes of heavenly yuan crystal wall were neatly arranged. My luck is not bad. There are actually 800,000 pieces of heavenly yuan crystal wall. After counting the heaven essence crystal wall, Lin Fei smiled. This trip's harvest was pretty good. Lin Fei did not hesitate to keep the heaven crystal wall. It was safest to put it in the system space. As for why the Tianyuan crystal wall was not sent over, Lin Fei was not interested in knowing. Anyway, it belonged to him now. Lin Fei searched every nook and cranny of the cave. Apart from the Tianyuan crystal wall, there was nothing else. Lin Fei was not disappointed. 800,000 pieces of Tianyuan crystal wall was definitely a great harvest. After conquering the mine and taking away the Tianyuan crystal wall, Lin Fei returned to the surface. Hairball did as instructed. She kept all the slaves and miners in the small space in her body. Lin Fei was not so kind to keep them. These people would be of great use in the future. Go to the next mine. For the time being. Lin Fei did not intend to guard a mine. It was meaningless. Even if he wanted to mine the mine, he had to go outside. It was too dangerous in the Qianyuan Mountains. The second mine also belonged to the Scorpion War Emperor. The distance was about 30 million kilometers. It was no problem for them. After confirming the strength of the mine, Lin Fei led his men to attack, while Hairball and the others dealt with the subordinates. At the same time, there was also a batch of emperor beasts that surrendered from the previous mine. They were used as cannon fodder. Lin Fei faced the strongest mutated emperor beast. Its strength was about the same as the slit-claw emperor beast. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei killed it. The others were no longer a threat. As for the threat before his death, Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If he was afraid of threats, Lin Fei would not have come to attack the mine. The harvest this time was not bad. There were about 400,000 pieces of Qianyuan crystal wool. After attacking the two mines, Lin Fei obtained 1.2 million pieces of Qianyuan crystal wool. Trash, you are all trash. The two mines were attacked and the Qianyuan crystal wool was ransacked. At the same time, there were slave workers in the mines. This made the Scorpion War Emperor very angry. You all deserve to die. The Scorpion War Emperor stood in the air above the mine. Below him were the guards that had escaped. They were crawling on the ground, their bodies trembling. The black flood rolled over them, and they immediately screamed. Not even their bones were left. The subordinates standing on his left and right were expressionless. They were used to this scene. This was also the Scorpion War Emperor's temper. If he was dissatisfied, he would start a massacre. He was also the most narrow-minded of the 5 war emperors. Ma Yen, you dog, get out here. Immediately, a guy rolled out like a rubber ball. Coming. Use your time reversal to find the enemy for me. If you can't find him, I will eat you immediately, the Scorpion War Emperor said sternly. I will do it immediately. Ma Yen was a special emperor beast. His strength was very ordinary, and ordinary emperor beasts could even kill him. However, he had an innate mystique, time reversal. Time reversal. Ma Yen closed his eyes. On his forehead, the third eye opened. This third eye had a name, Eye of the Past. It was the most sacred existence of his race. Ma Yen was also the only existence of this race that had opened the Eye of the Past. The third eye shot out a beam of light, and then a miraculous scene appeared. A shadow appeared on the mining area, and time began to reverse. Then, it was the scene of Lin Fei attacking the mining area. Despicable humans, how dare you come to this emperor's territory to steal things? As soon as he saw Lin Fei, the Scorpion War Emperor's eyes burst with killing intent. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a war emperor. Chase him. The Scorpion War Emperor didn't care about anything, but the mining area was different. If he didn't kill this human brat today, he would be laughed at by those old guys when the news spread tomorrow. I don't care which combat emperor you're from. This time, I'll make you pay the price. Seems like they are prepared. There were a total of 3 mining areas in the Scorpion War Emperor's territory that produced Heaven Crystal Wall. When Lin Fei prepared to attack the third mining area, he found that the third mining area was already prepared. There were 4 powerful emperor beasts that could withstand his attack. I can only wait. Lin Fei prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a long roar came from afar. Human brat, today I will make you die without a burial place. Chapter 2132. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the palm slammed down, before it could even reach Lin Fei, the surrounding trees began to sizzle and instantly lost their life force, turning into withered trees. At the same time, after the surrounding deadwood died, a rotten smell wafted out. Poison. Lin Fei could feel the surrounding toxins surging towards his body. What a powerful poison! This should be the Scorpion War Emperor. Rumor has it that the Scorpion War Emperor's original body is a poisonous scorpion, and after obtaining an opportunity, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and finally entered the War Emperor realm. His most terrifying thing is his poison, and he will definitely die if he touches it. With just a single palm, the opponent was able to see through the mysteries within. This is a very special type of poison. If one didn't know, They wouldn't even know how they were poisoned. Lin Fei immediately activated his elementary energy shield, and the poison struck it one after another, unable to penetrate Lin Fei's flesh and blood. At the same time, he activated his space movement and dodged the poison several times in a row. Hua hua hua. When Lin Fei dodged the power of his opponent's palm, his original position became devoid of life, and the intense poison instantly obliterated the life force that he had nurtured. Around Lin Fei, many tyrannical auras quickly appeared, surrounding Lin Fei. Brat, you have some ability. You actually mastered space movement and can even avoid my poison. No wonder you dare to touch this emperor's mine. The Scorpion War Emperor's eyes were cold. In the eyes of the Scorpion War Emperor, finding a person in the Tianyuan mountain range was not difficult at all. Surrounded by the Emperor Beast, Lin Fei was not worried at all. My god, the Scorpion War Emperor's strength is not bad. His power output is actually 1.8 billion, and he also controls poison. He is indeed a difficult opponent. Lin Fei used the system to check. Compared to the two war emperors from before, although this Scorpion War Emperor's fighting strength was slightly weaker, coupled with the poison, the two war emperors did not dare to underestimate him. The surrounding Emperor Beast. They should all be the other party's trusted aides, and their strengths were all extremely powerful. There were 12 of them with a power output of 1 billion, and 3 of them with a power output of 3 to 400 million. Such a powerful force. Even the battle emperors of the human race would have to be wary of them. Even with such a powerful force surrounding him, Lin Fei still appeared to be very relaxed. However, he did not expect the other party to be so fast. He found her so quickly. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei was not surprised. He did not clean up the mess, so it was normal for them to come looking for him. If I didn't have the ability, why would I come to the mining area? Lin Fei smiled. Facing a battle Emperor Beast, he was calm. The Scorpion War Emperor's cold aura flickered. You humans are just stubborn. You're not even a war emperor, yet you dare to touch this emperor's mine. Now that you're besieged by me, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Tianyuan crystal wall and tell me who's behind you. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. The human boy in front of him was abominable. Simply killing him was not enough to vent the anger of War Scorpion Emperor, no matter who was behind this. They will all pay the price. Lin Fei chuckled. I feel that you're a good person. It just so happens that I'm lacking a powerful subordinate by my side. Why don't you be my subordinate? I guarantee that you'll have a good life, far more comfortable than you are now. This is the only chance like this. How about it? Are you interested? Hairball cooperated. Big Scorpion, don't think about it. Working for my master is your lifetime's blessing. Don't come and be killed by my master on the spot. Then you'll regret it. The Scorpion War Emperor's face darkened. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Capture them for this emperor. Who's afraid of who? The Dragonman General Hairball shouted, took out the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, and slashed at the nearest sovereign beast. Space derivation. Hairball's innate divine ability was unleashed, trapping everyone in space. This space was transformed by Hairball, and it fixed everyone in place. Die. Lin Fei pounced at the nearest sovereign beast, and with a straight slash of the energy blade, a sovereign beast with 800 million damage output fell to the ground with a rumble, blood spurting several meters high. In these days, Lin Fei and Hairball had a tacit understanding. One fixed, and the other killed. The expert-level basic energy blade technique could burst out with super strong attack power, and at the same time, it could unleash a perfect attack with minimal consumption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of blade light pierced through the air, landing on the same sovereign beast. Stupid human brat, your attacks are like tickles. A sovereign beast with 1 billion damage output laughed wantonly, shaking its head. Bang! Another slash, and the sovereign beast's head flew off. Its eyes were wide open, as if it couldn't understand how it could be killed with a single slash. Bang! 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 The Scorpion War Emperor had brought along his trusted subordinates, and their strength was tyrannical. Even human battle emperors wouldn't dare to be surrounded. But at this time, the Scorpion War Emperor's eyes were bloodthirsty. Because his subordinates were falling one by one, almost all killed in a few slashes. Even the Scorpion War Emperor could see that the human brat's blade technique was very mysterious, and its power was astonishing. A sovereign beast with space attribute, and a human brat with mysterious blade techniques. The Scorpion War Emperor's expression flickered. This can't go on. These trusted subordinates, all dead, where could he find more? All of you, back off. The Scorpion War Emperor ordered his trusted subordinates to retreat. After beating the small one, the big one is ready to come out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Even if the Scorpion War Emperor had 7 billion damage output, and with the poison, Lin Fei wasn't worried about losing. His elementary energy shield could easily block it. Poison corrosion? There was no chance. This emperor has underestimated you. The Scorpion War Emperor didn't want to be a commander without an army, so he had to do it himself. If he could eat them and obtain their abilities, it would be a great help to improve his strength. These two guys were great tonics. The Scorpion War Emperor could reach this step because he had devoured a large number of sovereign beasts. At the same time, he had an ability to devour others to obtain their abilities. Poison world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The chilly wind whistled, and wherever it passed, the sky and earth were covered in the color of death. At the same time, the area within 10,000 li of the Scorpion War Emperor was filled with poison. In an instant, trees withered, birds and beasts died, and soon it became a land of death. The poison spread throughout the entire land of death. Hairball was a sovereign beast with space attribute. She opened up a vacuum around her, and naturally attacked with poison. Lin Fei was the same. You have the nerve to take out this poison. Hairball whistled, and the purple moon sacred blade slashed at the Scorpion War Emperor's head. The sharp blade intent cut the poison into pieces. Chapter 2133. Poison attack was just one of them. Today, Scorpion War Emperor had met his match. To stop the poison, he had to use another method. If he didn't kill them here, he didn't know where to put his face. If he couldn't even deal with the human race, he should just kill himself. This time, Scorpion War Emperor used his own weapon, a scimitar, shining with green light. Without looking, he knew it was extremely poisonous, and touching it would kill him. Swoosh. The scimitar in Scorpion War Emperor's hand was actually made of his own tail. This slash whistled through the air. He used the power of the War Emperor beast. A total of 7 billion power output. The attack was too overbearing. Lin Fei had experienced hundreds of battles. Even if he was stronger than me, so what? He laughed. Hairball, you attack the left, I attack the right. Swoosh. Spatial movement, ignoring everything. The energy scimitar slashed on Scorpion War Emperor's body, and blood flowed like a river. Lin Fei also took a blow, but with the invincible defense, he blocked it. I think your attack is just SOSO. Lin Fei released all 18 clones. Even if you are strong, I have 18 clones. I can still kill you. He blocked it. When the saber chopped down, the other party blocked it, as if there was a layer of power blocking it. This definitely surprised the poisonous scorpion battle monarch. However, before he could react, the 18 clones held the purple moon sacred saber and attacked. Swoosh. Hairball flashed out, biting off a large piece of Scorpion War Emperor's flesh. Then, she hid in the space, attacking back and forth, causing Scorpion War Emperor's attacks to repeatedly miss. The 18 clones weren't weak either. With the system, their attack output reached 1 billion power, leaving wounds on Scorpion War Emperor's body. Shameless guy. Scorpion War Emperor cursed, waving his scimitar. His heart was full of shock. Damn guy, how can they block my poison and my attack? When did the human race boy become so strong? Every attack was blocked by the invincible defense. After the top mode, all the skills could be used. As long as there were destiny points, the clones could also have the invincible defense. Ha ha ha. You're the shameless one. Relying on your strength, it looks like you're still suffering. Lin Fei laughed, the energy blade attacks constantly falling on the Scorpion War Emperor. Not long after, the Scorpion War Emperor was riddled with scars, and the Heaven's mandate in his body was severely consumed. He had to use the Heaven Crystal Wall several times in a row. On Lin Fei's side, he fought steadily, constantly depleting the Scorpion War Monarch's mandate power. My attack power is still a little lacking. Lin Fei shook his head. He wasn't very satisfied. But if news of this were to spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. This was a combat emperor, a terrifying existence with a strength of 1.7 billion. He could kill a 9th Revolution Divine Emperor expert with a single palm strike. But at this moment, the other party was helpless. Regardless of whether it was strength or poison, they were unable to display their might. The Scorpion War Emperor wanted to cry. How could this human brat be so powerful? The heavens' will energy was endless. There was simply no justice in this world. We can't fight anymore. Scorpion War Monarch tried several times to kill his opponent, but all of them were blocked. Scorpion War Monarch no longer had the confidence to kill his opponent, so he continued to waste time. He was the one who had lost. Want to leave? No way. Space evolution. Hairball shouted. Her eyes flashed as she transformed into a space, trapping the other party within. Kill. 18 clones and Lin Fei. 19 attacks of 1 billion caused Scorpion War Monarch to bleed profusely, instantly depleting a large amount of Heaven's will energy. Those who block me, die. Scorpion War Monarch's power surged, shattering space as he tried to rush out. More than a dozen attacks consumed a lot of his energy. More importantly, he was injured, and his wounds hadn't recovered yet, thus giving them a target to attack. Until now, Scorpion War Monarch still couldn't understand how his defense could be broken. The gap between them was so big. Naturally, Scorpion War Monarch wouldn't know that this was the advantage of an energy-based saber technique. No matter how strong his defense was, there would always be a flaw. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei attacked crazily, depleting his Heaven's will energy like flowing water. But the harvest was still great. Scorpion War Monarch's flesh exploded, revealing his white bones. The powerful attacks left Scorpion War Monarch with no time to recover. And this was Lin Fei's battle prowess. Otherwise, a dozen attacks would have been enough to kill him. In the past, Scorpion War Monarch didn't care about group attacks, but this time, he couldn't care less. A mere 18 clones all attacking the same. This was simply fatal. If possible, Scorpion War Monarch wouldn't fight with these clones. Who had ever heard of a clone having the same battle prowess as the main body? If anyone dared to say that in the future, he would be the first to kill them. Human brat, I'll be back. The venomous Scorpion War Monarch took out a large number of Heaven Crystal Walls, which were instantly consumed. Its massive body exploded, turning into a bloody shadow that shot out of Furball's evolved space and disappeared without a trace. Damn, he used a secret technique to instantly increase his power by 300 million, breaking through Hairball's space. Lin Fei was surprised. Hairball turned back into a dragonoid champion, her face a little pale. Master, it's all my fault. If I were a little stronger, he wouldn't be able to get out. Lin Fei didn't care about this. He patted Hairball's shoulder and took out the Heaven Crystal Wall for Hairball. Refine it immediately, and then attack the mine. The people in the mine were dumbfounded. Their king was actually dying. This was definitely something that no one had expected. The king is defeated. Everyone, run. That human brat is too powerful. We're no match for him at all. Some of the smarter ones immediately slipped away. Kill. Lin Fei didn't rest. He charged in with his 18 clones. In the past, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to use his 18 clones. He always felt that he needed to hide some of them. Now that he didn't need them, he could use them openly. Boom. 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 The 18 clones attacked a monarch beast in groups of 3 to 5. Their powerful offensive power didn't require defense. They could take the attacks head-on. It was like the reappearance of the god of death. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss this mine. Even the Scorpion War Monarch had escaped. Lin Fei would be a fool not to attack the mine. Without Scorpion War Monarch, the remaining people were nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, they had all lost their confidence and confidence. It was a one-sided battle. Don't kill us, we surrender. Soon, some monarch beasts prostrated themselves on the ground and surrendered. Damn, they're too useless. Lin Fei shook his head. He had planned to kill them all. Since they had surrendered, he would leave them as cannon fodder. Chapter 2134. Originally, Lin Fei did not intend to occupy the mining area. At most, he would just rob it and leave. But now, Lin Fei did not think that way. With the 18 clones and his mastery of the basic energy saber technique, he now had an advantage. Lin Fei changed his mind. He planned to occupy the mining area and make it his own place to produce the Heaven Crystal Wall. Master, they have all surrendered. Hairball locked up all the surrendered monarch beasts together and marked them one by one, making them her subordinates. As for the other immortal beasts, she did not care. Since the monarch beasts had surrendered, they were of no use. Let's take a break and go to the Scorpion War Emperor's lair later. Since the other party had run away, Lin Fei had to beat the other party into submission. At first, Lin Fei did not expect to kill the other party. The other party was too strong. Unless he broke through the limit again, he might have the confidence to kill the other party. The Rock and Primordial 13 were completely convinced. That was awesome. That was the Scorpion War Emperor, and he had been beaten away just like that. They could not believe it was true. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. 13, come here. Lin Fei called for Primordial 13 and left the rest of the matters to him, such as cleaning up the mines. After giving these instructions, Lin Fei rested for 2 hours. Then, he brought along a familiar the Archbeast and headed for the lair. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that I, Primordial 13, would follow the right person one day? Primordial 13 looked at the back with excitement. How could we have lost? The Scorpion War Emperor used a secret technique to break through the limits of the evolved space and returned to the lair. The consumption was still great. His combat strength had dropped by 20%. His output of 1.7 billion was now at most 1.3 billion. This secret technique had a great impact. If it was not a desperate situation, the Scorpion War Emperor would not have used it. This time, he had no choice. These two ant-like fellows were so difficult to deal with. It's all that human brat's fault. Back to the lair. The Scorpion War Emperor was still full of anger. That guy's combat strength is not high, and there is still a certain gap between us. But that saber technique is really terrifying. It can actually break through my defense. If not for the wound being unable to heal, it would not be so easy for him. The Battle Emperor's eyesight was still quite good. The opponent's saber technique was very domineering, and at the same time, it was very difficult to block. If there was some distance between them, they would still be able to defend themselves. However, after being attacked, there was basically no way they could defend themselves. At that time, he clearly remembered that out of 10 saber attacks, 9 would be unavoidable. The most helpless thing was that the other party only attacked fiercely and never defended. That was the most terrifying thing. That human brat. I don't know where he came from, but he's so terrifying. If I can get my hands on his saber technique, and that secret technique that ignores all attacks, the entire God Emperor Mountain will be under my control. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't stop himself. The Scorpion War Emperor's eyes flashed with greed. There was a way on this human boy. Perhaps, this was his chance. But for now, I need to heal my injuries first. That brat was not easy to deal with. If he really wanted to deal with him, he would have to think about it carefully. It's best to kill him in one strike and not give that kid any chance. Scorpion War Monarch took out a pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His face was a little ruddy. Rumble. Just as he was about to go into seclusion to heal his injuries, the huge palace shook violently. Then, a man and a beast descended from the sky. Appearing in front of Scorpion War Monarch, there were several corpses at the same time, all killed by one saber strike. It's you. Scorpion War Monarch shouted angrily. He didn't expect them to chase after him. Lin Fei could move through space. Following the aura, he was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Scorpion War Monarch's lair, locked onto the location, and rushed in. During this time, an Emperor Beast came out and was directly killed by Lin Fei's saber technique. Of course it's us. I think it's too dangerous to keep you alive. It's better to take advantage of your injuries and kill you. Lin Fei smiled and slashed straight at the Scorpion War Monarch's face. At the same time, the 18 doppelgangers also came out, and the whole palace was instantly destroyed. Just now, Lin Fei used the system to scan Scorpion War Monarch and discovered one thing. Scorpion War Monarch's battle power had dropped from 1.7 billion to about 1.3 billion. Lin Fei smiled. His original plan was to sweep the enemy's lair and scare them away. Now that he had discovered this, Lin Fei was wondering if he should kill them. Scorpion War Monarch felt a pang of fear. If he were at his peak, it would be fine. But now that his strength had dropped, and he had already experienced the terrifying strength of the other party, he might really be killed on the spot. At this time, Scorpion War Monarch regretted returning to his lair. Wouldn't it have been better to hide outside? Men, kill them for me. Scorpion War Monarch's eyes flashed. Since there is no door to hell, you came willingly. Here in my lair, you will die without a burial. The palace collapsed, and the Emperor Beast experts outside all rushed in. Scorpion War Monarch was smart. He knew that human brats were the most difficult to deal with. As long as he could exhaust the other party's Heaven's Mandate energy, they would still be meat in his hands. Bang! Bang! Lin Fei's energy blade brought out rays of blade light. As the blade light flashed, blood flowed, and heads were cut off. Defense. Lin Fei had long since given them invincible defense. Letting them attack, Lin Fei did not stop. In his eyes, these guys were full of openings, and it was very easy to kill them. Scorpion War Monarch kept hiding behind. Trying to exhaust my Heaven's Mandate energy? Lin Fei laughed shamelessly. Scorpion War Monarch's subordinates fell one by one into the river of blood. None could stop Lin Fei's advance. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei came in front of Scorpion War Monarch and slashed with his energy saber. Scorpion War Monarch slapped out with his palm, and the tyrannical force shook the energy saber away. At this time, he went all out. Space Evolution. In this exchange, Hairball came up to Space Evolution. Invisible spatial power wrapped around Scorpion War Monarch. At this time, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten the existence of this space-type Emperor Beast, and his movements slowed down. Damned ant! Scorpion War Monarch kept bursting with power, shattering the spatial restraints. In the next second, he was entangled again. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? His saber slashed repeatedly, tearing apart the opponent's defense. Lin Fei began to gain the upper hand, while the 18 doppelgangers were like a wall, blocking everyone's attacks. Great, the opponent's strength is dropping. His injuries worsened. Scorpion War Monarch returned to his body, but still could not stop his strength from dropping. 1.3 billion. 1.2 billion. 1 billion. Under the frenzied attacks, Scorpion War Monarch had no time to heal. The energy of the Heaven Crystal Wall was used to block the attacks. It was not enough. Die. Chapter 2135. Ding, killed War Emperor Beast, obtained strength bonus. As soon as the Scorpion War Emperor died, the system's cold voice sounded. However, this time, to Lin Fei, it was like winning a lottery. Ding, extracting strength, probability of 10% to 100%. Lin Fei blinked. Damn, this is also possible. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not think of killing the Scorpion War Emperor. After all, there was still a gap between him and the other party. Of course. As long as Lin Fei was given time, killing the Scorpion War Emperor would not be difficult. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. The Scorpion War Emperor used a secret technique to escape, but he did not go back. When he returned to his lair, his strength plummeted, and he was met by Lin Fei. Thus, the top-ranker Scorpion War Emperor was killed. Lin Fei was very excited about being able to extract the other party's strength. Even if it was 100 million. If the quantity was up, would he be afraid that his combat strength would not be enough? Little devil, why didn't you remind me before? If he had known earlier, Lin Fei would have already targeted the War Emperor ranker. You didn't ask again? The little devil said lazily. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Although the system was his, there were some aspects that were not as clear as the little devil. With the death of the Scorpion War Emperor, his subordinates were enraged. Their killing intent soared to the sky, wanting to avenge their king. The 18 clones and Hairball unleashed their killing intent, crushing them. Corpses fell one after another, and no one was able to dodge the killing move. This was an upright attack of strength. Ding, extraction complete. Ding, congratulations to player for obtaining 300 million strength bonus. Lin Fei opened the system. The original limit of 1 billion had now become 1.3 billion. Ha ha ha, great, it actually increased by 300 million. Don't look at this 300 million increase in strength, it increased Lin Fei's combat strength by a lot. Hua. In his excitement, Lin Fei slashed out with his blade. The blade light was like a wave. One by one, heads flew up. This slash killed a large number of emperor beasts. Master, mighty, mighty. The output of 1.3 billion power was quite terrifying. Lin Fei joined the battle. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, not a single one of them was left alive. They had either run away or turned into corpses. Hairball. Great rock, you guys split it up. Lin Fei put away the Scorpion War Emperor's corpse. Good stuff. After solving the problem, Lin Fei began to loot the nest. Not to mention, the Scorpion War Emperor really has a lot of good things, such as the Qianyuan crystal wall, a huge storage ring. According to the statistics, there were a total of 80 million Heaven Origin crystal walls. Lin Fei had no doubt that the other party had spent a long time collecting these Qianyuan crystal walls. Although it was not more than 100 million, it was all a bargain for him now. With part of the power restriction lifted and 80 million pieces of Heavenly Origin crystal wall obtained, Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. Lin Fei didn't know what the consequences of killing the Scorpion War Emperor would be, but there was one thing he valued more than anyone else: killing a War Emperor beast. When I fought with the Scorpion War Emperor, other than the saber art, I also had 18 clones. I spent a lot of destiny points, but the harvest was worth it. Lin Fei took out the energy crystals to refine. I can't go hunt another War Emperor beast now. I need to rest for a few days to recover my destiny point. Although it was a small battle, Lin Fei consumed a lot of destiny points. That was a bottomless pit, especially after gaining 300 million destiny points. The output was even crazier. Lin Fei couldn't help but take a good rest before the battle with the Scorpion War Emperor. He used almost 60% of his destiny points. How terrifying was that? And he had to thank the Energy Foundation saber art to reduce the consumption. While Lin Fei was resting in a certain place, the entire space of Mount God Emperor was covered in a blood rain, dyeing the whole place red. When Lin Fei was searching in the nest, he didn't notice the blood rain. When he came out, the rain stopped, so he naturally wouldn't pay attention to it. But to the experts in the space of Mount God Emperor, it caused an uproar. A War Emperor has fallen. One by one, the powerful beings looked at the blood rain with astonished expressions on their faces. Because the God Emperor Mountain was an independent existence, once a combat Emperor ranker fell, there would be a rain of blood. Once the blood rain appeared, everyone would know that a War Emperor had fallen. As for who it was, no one knew. On the human side, the 6 War Emperors were in a good mood. One less War Emperor meant one less pressure for those at their level, whether it was an enemy or a friend, and they would have an advantage in controlling the future. Mount God Emperor was rich in resources, and most importantly, it had the rare Heaven Crystal Wall. Everyone wanted to control Mount God Emperor and become the ruler of the world. Now that there was one less opponent, everyone was in a good mood. At the same time, they were guessing who had fallen. Soon, they found out that it was the Scorpion War Emperor of Mount Qianyuan. The news spread not from the human side, but from Mount Qianyuan. When the Scorpion War Emperor was killed, some of the monarch beasts escaped, and the news spread. The 5 War Emperor beasts rushed over after the battle, and they could sense that the Scorpion War Emperor's aura had disappeared. This time, the war beasts of Mount Qianyuan were furious. Especially when they found out that it was a human expert who killed the Scorpion War Emperor, they were furious. The human side was dumbfounded when they found out that it was a human expert who killed the Scorpion War Emperor. The human side was dumbfounded. Was there a mistake? Since when did the human race have such a powerful expert? Among the human war emperors, 2 war emperors thought of one person. Could it be that senior? When War Emperor Meng Tu heard the news, she immediately thought of a person, the young senior that she met at the mutated blood lotus. Apart from him, we don't have any other war emperors in the human race. How terrifying would it be to be able to kill a war emperor beast? Even War Emperor Meng Tu was not confident that she could do so. It would be good enough if she could maintain a draw. This was also why she asked Dark Knight War Emperor to go with her when they entered Mount Qianyuan, to have the strength to resist. Dark Knight War Emperor also thought of that senior, and his eyes were filled with caution. The appearance of this unknown human senior, I'm afraid that the space of Mount God Emperor has changed greatly. Dark Knight War Emperor sighed softly. He was not sure if this was a good or bad thing for the space of Mount God Emperor. Even Dark Knight War Emperor was not confident that he could tell. While the experts of Mount God Emperor were feeling uneasy, Lin Fei hid in a place and placed a large number of energy towers to absorb the heavens mandate energy to replenish his consumption. This rest lasted for 10 days. Of course, during these 10 days, Lin Fei did not stay in the space of Mount God Emperor. Instead, he went outside and took out the flesh of the War Emperor beasts for his wife and the Supreme Demon Emperor to replenish their consumed heavens mandate energy. Ever since Lin Fei sat on the divine throne, the heavens mandate energy in the world had completely disappeared. The heavens mandate energy in the bodies of the Supreme Demon Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others dissipated very quickly. Their strength was at most around the invincible God Emperor level. Chapter 2136. Deep within the void. Endless astral winds howled incessantly. At the same time, flames rose, forming a kingdom of fire. Although this black astral wind wasn't the usual astral wind, it was the most terrifying Heaven's Path astral wind that could kill anyone who came into contact with it. However, this kind of black astral wind could only be found at the edge of the void. You said that someone could break in? Save it. Even if a God Emperor expert came here, the heavenly law astral wind would take away half of the God Emperor's life. Other than that, the black flame was also a terrifying existence. It was called the heavenly law's wrath and it could burn everything. This was also the most mysterious place in the heavenly Tao. At this moment, at the end of the void, a huge palace floated, filled with a vast and ancient aura. It was something that had existed for eons. Sky Dragon, you're not bad. The inside of the palace was spacious. Apart from the pillars, there was nothing else. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was the strongest among the divine sons, the heavenly dragon. In the last battle, he had crushed the heavenly dragon, and now he was resurrected here. Apart from Sky Dragon, there was no one else in the palace. At this moment, Sky Dragon's body was flowing with a vast God Emperor aura. Unknowingly, he had already become an God Emperor. In his left eye, there was a Heaven Tao astral wind and in his right eye, there was a Heaven Tao raging flame. If possible, no one would be willing to fight with the Sky Dragon. Now that you've stepped into Emperor God Realm, you've obtained Heaven Law Gale and Heaven Law Fury. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. What you need to do now is to kill Di Tian. A cold voice came from the palace. It was so cold that no one could get used to it. There was no emotion in the voice. The Sky Dragon's eyes shot out the heavenly Tao's wrath, burning holes in the void. Di Tian. He was the strongest existence among the gods, but he had been killed time and time again after encountering Di Tian. Now, Di Tian had become a nail in his heart. Now that Di Tian is able to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain, it's impossible for him to do so. I want you to grasp Mount God Emperor in your hands, and at the same time, retrieve the supreme treasure of Mount God Emperor. Yes. The god's son took a step forward and a door of light appeared before him. Then, he arrived at the mountain of God Emperor's space. All of this should have been mine. Sky Dragon's eyes were like lightning. However, it's not too late now. These are all mine. Lin Fei once again returned to the mountain God Emperor space. Let's go. After finding Da Peng and Primordial 13, Lin Fei flew outside. After more than 10 days of recovery, not only did Lin Fei replenish 60% of the destiny points that he had used previously, but he also replenished it. At the same time, he had stored quite a few destiny points. "Master, aren't we going to mine?" Primordial 13 asked curiously. If it weren't for the unexpected harvest from the system, Lin Fei might have chosen to mine and obtain the Qianyuan crystal wall. But at this time, Lin Fei thought differently. Although the Qianyuan crystal wall was good, the 4 battle emperor beasts in the Qianyuan mountains were not so easy to deal with. Who knew what the Scorpion battle emperor's ranking was? This didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid and didn't need to waste his destiny points. It was not a good deal at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to go out and contact a few War Emperor rankers to kill the War Emperor beast together so that he could increase his strength. As long as he could increase his strength, Lin Fei could occupy the space of the God Emperor mountain. No one would know that he was killing the War Emperor beasts to increase his strength. According to Lin Fei's calculations, as long as he killed 2 more War Emperor beasts, his combat power would increase to about 1.8 billion. At that time, his 18 clones would also be War Emperor level existences. It would be a piece of cake to clean up. Find help. With Lin Fei's speed, he quickly left the Qianyuan mountains. The teleportation point was not set for nothing. "Master, where are we going now?" To meet the mysterious Battle Emperor Meng Tu. Although he had only met her once before, he had to admit that this Battle Emperor Meng Tu was very tempting. If it wasn't for his lack of strength back then, Lin Fei might have gone to first-grade fragrance. Now that he was out, Lin Fei decided to go to the city where Battle Emperor Meng Tu was. Primordial 13 quickly became the guide. He brought Lin Fei straight to Nightmare City. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw a huge city on the plains. This is the Nightmare City. The city was huge and had a large population. At the same time, it was very lively. Lin Fei put away Primordial 13 and the rock. Then, he brought Furball with him and entered Nightmare City. "Looks like I'm in luck. Battle Emperor Meng Tu is in the city." Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead, he used the system to quickly locate Battle Emperor Meng Tu. He chuckled and rushed over. In the center of the city was Nightmare Palace. Battle Emperor Meng Tu lived here. Since Battle Emperor Meng Tu was a woman, the entire Nightmare Palace was filled with women. In Battle Emperor Meng Tu's eyes, men were not good people. Who said that women could not be compared to men? Therefore, in Nightmare City, women had the highest status. No matter how strong you were, as long as you bullied a woman in Nightmare City, you would be in trouble. Therefore, men would behave themselves when they came to Nightmare City. Resentment. It was better to keep it. When Battle Emperor Meng Tu lost her temper, it would be a nightmare. No matter how many men came, they would all die. Lin Fei snuck in and concealed his aura. No one would be able to discover him. These women are quite good-looking. Along the way, it was as though Lin Fei had entered a place where there was no one around. He came across a bunch of brazen girls. One could not help but admit that this Battle Empress Meng Cai had a really good eye for women. Even if he were to just take a look at them, it was still a sight to behold. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at the deeper part of Nightmare Palace. Battle Emperor Meng Tu was inside. After passing through a forest, Lin Fei's ears twitched. He heard laughter. "Your Majesty, is there really such a powerful senior in our mountain god emperor?" Lin Fei stopped and turned on the system. Soon, an erotic scene appeared before him. At the end of the forest was a small valley. In front of the valley was a lake. At the moment, a few women were playing in the clear water. Their laughter could be heard from time to time. Battle Emperor Meng Tu, whom Lin Fei had seen before, was surrounded by a few women. No wonder Battle Emperor Meng Tu doesn't like men. She likes women. Lin Fei was surprised. He wasn't here to eavesdrop. The erotic scene in front of him was still very exciting, especially for a man. Battle Emperor Meng Tu's body is too hot. Combat Empress Meng Tu did not know that someone had snuck in. With her strength, no one would be able to sneak into the mountain god emperor. Furthermore, there were layers of formations set up outside. Even if a combat empress were to come, they would not be able to enter without causing a commotion. Unfortunately, she met Lin Fei this time. Lin Fei was someone with the system. Hence, It was a feast for the eyes. Lin Fei was never a gentleman. Chapter 2137. Lin Fei did not go up again. It was not appropriate. Who is it? The woman in the lake released a light shout. She was filled with anger. With a wave of her hand, the lake water that filled the sky erupted, forming a curtain of rain that covered her within. Lin Fei did not make a move. He activated his elementary energy shield and blocked the attack. Nightmare Kingdom. The woman attacked again. This time, her body was covered in black clothes that wrapped around her graceful figure. Lin Fei's mind was suddenly in a trance. An endless number of experts were charging towards him. It was as if he was in the middle of a battlefield. What a powerful secret offensive technique. The system reminded him. Lin Fei recovered and was surprised. He finally understood why the difference in strength between the two of them was not small, but they were both War Emperor realm. It should be this secret attack. Lin Fei had a taste of the secret technique attack just now. It was indeed very scary. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, he had no doubt that he would have fallen into it. Battle Emperor Dream Taper had never thought that someone would be able to break into the Dream Palace. Battle Empress Meng too was well aware of the arrangements that had been made, and she was extremely shocked. Could it be that another powerful expert had appeared? The scariest thing was that the other party did not leak any aura. If the other party had not spoken, she would not have known that someone had entered. How much did he see? Battle Empress Dream Taper's killing intent shot out. The lake water acted as a canopy, but it was merely a cover. The real attack was her Nightmare Kingdom. Once this secret art was unleashed, she did not believe that her opponent would be able to block it. In the beginning, Battle Empress Dream Taper had indeed sensed that her opponent had fallen into her trap. Once she had fallen into her trap, she had already secured her victory. No matter how powerful her opponent was, there was nothing she could do. But after a few breaths of time, the other party broke free from the Nightmare Kingdom. No matter how it changed, the Nightmare Kingdom could not harm the other party. Fellow Daoist Meng Ko, if I wanted to peek, I wouldn't have warned you. Lin Fei walked over. The Nightmare Kingdom shrouded them. At this point, there was no longer any threat to Lin Fei. Senior, it's you. Battle Empress Meng too let out a cry of surprise when she saw the black-robed man walking toward her. This person. It was the senior that they had stopped last time. The Scorpion War Emperor had fallen not long ago. Perhaps it was because of this senior. Battle Empress Meng Yi was also an intelligent woman. The matters between men and women had also become trivial. Senior, please have a seat. Somewhere in the valley, Battle Empress Meng too ordered her subordinates to retreat and sat across from Lin Fei. Actually, I'm not a senior. Lin Fei laughed. Pretending to be a senior sometimes worked, but sometimes it didn't. Lin Fei was well aware of this. He could only hide what had happened that day for a while, but not for long. You're very powerful, Scorpion War Monarch said. We only discovered some clues after we returned. Both of them were War Emperor rankers, and their reactions were first-rate. If it was a senior, he would be able to block their attacks. The sovereign beasts outside could not even withstand a single blow. A casual release of pressure was enough to suppress everything. There was no need for him to personally make a move. This was the biggest flaw. I'm Lin Fei. Actually, I'm here today to ask for Daoist Meng Ku's help, Lin Fei said generously. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry after being tricked by a young man. However, Battle Empress Meng too understood one thing. This Lin Fei probably did not have the strength of a war emperor. However, the other party was very capable. There were only a few people in the entire Mountain God Emperor who could block her secret technique. Do you think I'll help? Battle Empress Meng too said coldly. I think this is a good thing for Daoist Meng Yi, Lin Fei said with a smile. I was the one who killed Scorpion War Monarch not long ago. So it was you. Scorpion War Monarch was unlucky, so I killed him. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I'm willing to pay 10 million Heaven Origin Crystal Walls to invite Daoist Meng too to kill a War Emperor beast. After that, I don't even need the Heaven Origin Crystal Walls. Battle Empress Meng too was full of mysteriousness towards this Lin Fei. She had already guessed it before, but it was still shocking to hear that he killed Scorpion War Monarch. To kill a combat emperor, 10 million Tianyuan crystal wall stones, and not even a single reward, was indeed very tempting. Not only Battle Empress Meng Tu, I also want Daoist Meng Tu to introduce a few other war emperors. Lin Fei said again. If he was strong now, Lin Fei wouldn't mind taking the initiative to find him. However, he was neither strong nor weak at the moment. If he really fought, it would consume too much energy and it wouldn't be worth it. Daoist Lin, what a great idea. Battle Empress Meng Tu couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Nothing at all. Just to kill a war emperor. No matter how she looked at it, it was twisted. Even if Battle Empress Meng Tu was smart, she couldn't figure out that Lin Fei was relying on killing war emperors to increase his combat strength. This was simply too unimaginable. They weren't on the same level at all. This is called mutual benefit. Everyone will benefit. Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, you guys don't want them to continue to grow and affect your status in the future. From Primordial 13, Lin Fei found out a lot of things. Don't be fooled by the fact that the space of Mountain God Emperor was in a balanced state. This wasn't a long-term thing and it would be broken sooner or later. For example, if the few war emperors in Tianyuan mountain range broke through again and joined forces, they would be under great pressure. Most importantly, the 6 of them weren't that united. I believe Daoist Meng Tu won't miss out on such a great opportunity. I don't want anything as long as I can kill a war emperor. A smart woman was quick to make up her mind. Battle Empress Meng Tu couldn't think of any reason to reject. She agreed without hesitation. The only thing that didn't make Lin Fei happy was that Battle Empress Meng Tu only agreed to introduce Dark Battle Emperor. The other 4 war emperors probably wouldn't have the chance. 2 war emperors? Lin Fei pondered for a moment and felt that it was about right. He could take them down one by one. Moreover, he never thought of killing them all at once. That wasn't realistic. Battle Empress Meng Tu was a straightforward person. The next day, she introduced Dark Battle Emperor and told him about this. Dark Battle Emperor also came in person. As soon as this war emperor arrived, he couldn't help but fight. A part of the Dream Palace was shrouded in darkness. Dark Battle Emperor turned into the Night Emperor in the darkness, looking down on everything. The 2 of them fought. Daoist Lin's cultivation is indeed different. This saber technique is the most perfect I've ever seen. Dark Battle Emperor cupped his hands and said. Lin Fei indeed fought with Dark Battle Emperor. He used the fundamental energy saber technique. Coupled with his current combat strength, it became very terrifying. As for joining forces to kill a war emperor beast, I agree. Dark Battle Emperor agreed. Chapter 2138. Meanwhile, Sky Dragon also arrived at the Mountain of God Emperor. Di Tian, don't you want to control the God Emperor Mountain? It won't be that easy. Tianlong's lips curled upwards and he let out a cold laugh. I'll let your name spread across the Mountain God Emperor space. In the past, the God Emperors had caused a lot of trouble in the Mountain God Emperor space. Over the generations, they have accumulated an unimaginable amount of hatred. By then, I won't even need to do anything, they'll give you a headache. Sky Dragon turned around and left, heading in one direction, Tianyuan Mountains. You're saying that Di Tian from the Sealed World killed the Scorpion Battle Emperor? This generation's Emperor God expert? A roar came from a palace in the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range. I have no need to lie to you. Sky Dragon said indifferently. Damn it. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's killing intent flickered. Someone, inform Poison Demon, Firebug, and Scarlet Tiger to come here. Tell them I have something important to discuss with them. Immediately, someone retreated. Then what should I do with you? Battle Emperor Tianmu was the strongest expert in the Tianyuan Mountains. At the same time, he was also their big brother, at least in name. Sky Dragon was locked on by the murderous intent and he chuckled. Actually, there is no need for you to deal with me. I am not your enemy because we have a common enemy, Di Tian. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's eyes flickered. What can a mere God Emperor do? A God Emperor can't do anything here at Mount God Emperor. Sky Dragon shook his head. That might not be the case. Di Tian is not an ordinary emperor god. Until now, no one knows what cultivation technique he has cultivated, but he is very good at making breakthroughs. I think the poisonous scorpion battle emperor that you guys displayed in front of everyone is the best proof. If all of you have the same mentality, I think you guys are destined to be no match for Di Tian. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor fell silent. The 3 combat emperors soon arrived. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor sent a subordinate to deliver a message. The God Emperor of the Sealed World had arrived. This was no small matter. Every time, the Sealed World would enter the space of Mountain God Emperor. Big brother, did that person really come? The first to arrive was the Poison Demon Battle Monarch. His true form was a unique poisonous creature, devouring all kinds of poisons and cultivating a terrifying poison. This poison was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, he was also an expert in using poison. No one dared to underestimate him. Then, the Fiery Bug War Emperor arrived. The Crimson Tiger Battle Emperor had also arrived. As soon as they saw the Sky Dragons, in their hearts, the human race was their enemy. In the past, they were the supreme rulers of the Mountain of God Emperor. Later on, the appearance of the human race caused them to lose their ruling position. Until now, the balance had been maintained, but the situation was not in their favor. I am the representative of the Heavenly Tao, Sky Dragon. Be it the Fiery Bug Battle Monarch or the Poison Demon Battle Monarch, their eyes flickered with a hint of fear. They were peak-level existences of God Emperor Peak. Naturally, he knew some secrets that ordinary people did not know, and the Heavenly Axioms agent was one of them. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor briefly mentioned Di Tian so that they would know. Scorpion must have been killed by Di Tian. The Poison Demon Battle Emperor had a good relationship with the Poison Demon Battle Emperor. At this moment, he was the first to speak. Big brother, that fella dared to come to our Mountain God Emperor space. Let's go and find him now. Yes, none of the God Emperors who sealed the world are good people. Last time, that God Emperor came to our dimension and caused the death of 3 combat emperors. We must kill him. Sky Dragon did not speak again. This is Di Tian's appearance. As long as you can kill Di Tian and bring his head here, I don't mind telling you a piece of good news. Sky Dragon said calmly, as long as Di Tian dies in the space of Mountain God Emperor, I can bring you out of the space of Mountain God Emperor and you will no longer be confined to this place. The 4 of them were tempted. If it was someone else, they would not care. However, the person in front of them was different. He was the Heavenly Tao's representative. He represented the Heavenly Tao and no one had ever killed a Heavenly Tao's representative. Alright, it's up to you guys to decide what to do. Sky Dragon stood up and left. After Sky Dragon left, Big brother, do we really have a chance to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor? The Poison Demon Battle Monarch asked anxiously. If Sky Dragon left, it would undoubtedly be a heavy bomb in their hearts. They had no choice but to be moved. The thing they were most willing to do in their lives was to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor. The space of Mountain God Emperor was too small. However, it was different in the sealed world. They could definitely become an overlord or even rule over the outside world. It should be true. The Sky Eye Battle Monarch was also tempted. That person is indeed the Heavenly Tao's representative. However, your big brother is confused as to why the Heavenly Tao's representative could not suppress a God Emperor. It's not normal. Who cares if it's normal or not? Let's find that person first. The Red Tiger Battle Monarch had a bad temper and his mind was filled with murderous thoughts. Our space of Mountain God Emperor will not allow a God Emperor to do as he pleases. If that God Emperor continues to grow, our space of Mountain God Emperor will be ruled by someone else again. The 4 of them fell silent. Dream City. Lin Fei temporarily stayed here. Both Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Monarch agreed to cooperate. As for the other Battle Emperors, they would not have the chance for the time being. Lin Fei also learned some secrets from them. For example, the 6 Battle Emperors were divided into 3 mountains. The first mountain was also the strongest. It was led by the Radiance Battle Monarch. There were 2 Battle Emperors in total. The other one was the Sky Wolf Battle Monarch. They were the strongest. The second mountain was led by Battle Monarch Zhon Tian and Battle Monarch Liu Xing. The third mountain was led by Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Battle Monarch Dark Knight. If it wasn't divided into 3 mountains, the space of Mountain God Emperor would have undergone great changes. Lin Fei was glad that he did not blindly search for the God Emperor. Otherwise, he would be in a lot of trouble now. At the same time, according to the Dark Knight Battle Monarch, the Radiance Battle Monarch was the strongest among the 6 Battle Emperors. Rumor had it that the Radiance Battle Monarch was in the midst of a breakthrough. As long as he broke through again, his strength would greatly increase, and he would have a chance to unify the space of Mountain God Emperor. This was not good news for Lin Fei. According to Lin Fei's analysis of the Battle Emperors, he found out that Battle Monarch Dream Taper had the lowest combat power. Her combat power was only 1.7 billion, while the Dark Knight Battle Monarch's was 1.9 billion. As for the other 4, including the Radiance Battle Monarch, Lin Fei suspected that his combat power had reached 2.5 billion. As for the next breakthrough, his combat power might reach 3 billion. Even Lin Fei was surprised by this result. Chapter 2139. The peak experts of Mountain God Emperor's dimension all received a mysterious expert. After this mysterious expert left, God Emperor Mountain's spatial experts began to move, their subordinates began to search for information. Master, someone familiar appeared in Dream City. While Lin Fei was waiting for Nightmare and Nightfall, Little Devil sent him a message. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. A familiar aura. Apart from him, no one else could enter Mountain God Emperor. Why would someone familiar appear? Do I need to check? Of course. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the next second, a familiar figure appeared. It's him. Lin Fei was rather surprised to see this person, and a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Sky Dragon, the strongest among the gods. Although he killed him previously, he was saved by the heavenly law. Lin Fei had tried to find him and kill him, making him disappear from this world. Regretfully, the heavenly dragon never appeared again after that. It had completely disappeared without a trace. Find Sky Dragon's trail immediately. Although Lin Fei had been concealing his aura in Dream City, it wouldn't cost him many destiny points. He could use it as a killing move at the crucial moment. Think about it, there wasn't this person in his divine sense, but he appeared without any warning. He would definitely be able to catch him off guard. The scene in front of Lin Fei changed. It was a place he was familiar with. Dream Palace, the place Battle Empress Dream Taper used to receive guests. Battle Empress Dream Taper was receiving Sky Dragon. The two didn't know that someone was monitoring them. Daoist Dream Taper, I've already contacted Battle Empress to kill this God Emperor Di Tian together. Are you willing? Sky Dragon came up and revealed his identity. Lin Fei happened to hear this. Damn, I knew this guy wouldn't appear for no reason. It must be the damn heavenly law. One day, I'm going to get rid of the heavenly law. Lin Fei was furious. Scan God Sun Sky Dragon's strength immediately. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go out and kill Sky Dragon right now. It would be best if he could kill Sky Dragon and cut off one of Heavenly Law's helpers. A moment later, a message appeared in front of Lin Fei. Heavenly Dragon God, Agent of the Heavenly Dao, Output Power 1. 6 billion ~. Lin Fei had really underestimated the Sky Dragon. The Heavenly Law must have helped the Divine Son, Sky Dragon, to increase his strength. Now, he has contacted the top experts in the God Emperor Mountain. He wants to fight me to the death. Battle Empress Dream Taper was shocked. That Lin Fei is actually the God Emperor of this region of the sealed world. It hasn't been long since he advanced to the God Emperor realm, but his strength is indeed terrifying. Women are smart. If what the other party said was true, then this Lin Fei was extraordinarily terrifying. How long had it been, and he was already able to kill the Scorpion War Emperor? Did he really have to join hands with them? For a moment, Battle Empress Dream Taper hesitated. In her subconsciousness, there was a voice that kept telling her that Lin Fei was not someone she could afford to offend. Respected agent of the Heavenly Dao. As for dealing with God Emperor Di Tian, this is not a small matter. This little girl needs to discuss before making a decision. Battle Empress Dream Taper frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's impression of Battle Empress Dream Taper improved significantly. This was a smart woman. There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of God Sun Sky Dragon, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Battle Empress Dream Taper didn't notice it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's easy. I will stay in the God Emperor Mountain. After thinking it through, Dao friend Meng Taper can contact me. The Sky Dragon laughed. No matter who killed God Emperor Di Tian, I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. This condition is valid forever. The Sky Dragon didn't care if Battle Empress Dream Taper agreed or not. Since he said it, even if the other party didn't agree, the next time he came, it wouldn't be so simple. Di Tian. Let's see where you can hide in the God Emperor Mountain. The Sky Dragon paid a visit to all the experts in the God Emperor Mountain. No one dared to look down on the God Emperor Mountain's representative. Moreover, killing a God Emperor wasn't a difficult task at all. After leaving the dreamlike city, the Sky Dragon prepared to find a place to rest. At this moment, a person followed him. This person was naturally Lin Fei. Although the Sky Dragon's combat strength had skyrocketed, reaching a shocking 1.6 billion energy output, comparable to a battle emperor. Lin Fei didn't put the Sky Dragon in his eyes. The Sky Dragon's combat strength was at most on the same level as the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. Now, he was much stronger than when he killed the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. His energy output had increased by 300 million, reaching 1.3 billion. At the same time, he had mastered the fundamental energy saber art. Whoosh! In the sky above a forest far away from the dreamlike city, Sky Dragon was in high spirits. In his opinion, Di Tian, that bastard, would definitely be hunted down within a few days. Who? Without any warning, a saber radiance slashed over. The heavenly Dao intent around the Sky Dragon turned into heavenly lightning. As the heavenly lightning descended, the experts in the God Emperor Mountain felt uneasy. One after another, divine senses shot over. The heavenly Dao intent that the Sky Dragon had mastered was even more terrifying than before. He could turn into heavenly lightning. Although the power wasn't as strong as outside, it was still terrifying. It was a pity that he was still hit. There was a wound on his chest. Blood flowed from the wound and dyed his clothes red. The Sky Dragon frowned. You're really capable to be able to hurt me. Ever since his strength had skyrocketed, Sky Dragon was confident that he could kill Di Tian if he were to face him again. But now, he was actually injured. Sky Dragon, you're still the same as before. You haven't improved at all. Lin Fei came out from the void and swaggered in front of the Sky Dragon. It's you. God Sun Sky Dragon shot out 2 beams of power from his eyes, one from the front and one from the back. They brought with them a terrifying power. Just these 2 attacks alone could kill 700 to 800 million Emperor Gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He blew out a breath and the 2 attacks were blown away. In the eyes of the Sky Dragon, his greatest enemy was Di Tian. His glory was supposed to be his, but it ended up in Di Tian's hands. The Sky Dragon squinted his eyes. Good, good. You're indeed a God Emperor. You've improved greatly in such a short time. It would be fine if you didn't come out. But since you're here, I'll kill you personally. Boom. The Sky Dragon's aura rose. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. A boundless terrifying aura engulfed the entire God Emperor Mountain. The experts who were observing with their divine senses were shocked. Their divine senses were shattered by the heavenly lightning. Only then did they realize how terrifying the heavenly Dao's representative was. The Sky Dragon's aura rose to the peak. His strength reached 1.6 billion. In addition to the special battlefield formed by the heavenly lightning, his combat power soared to 1.9 billion. See that? This is my strength. The Sky Dragon pointed at Lin Fei, and you're an ant in my eyes. Chapter 2140. Boom boom boom. Bolts of heavenly lightning that contained profound mysteries formed a special field. The experts in the Mountain God Emperor space were shocked, and at the same time, fearful. On top of a tall mountain, the radiant Battle Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and profound, and a vast aura of light flowed from his body. What an agent of the heavens Tao! He's actually able to utilize the will of the heavens Tao to such an extent of perfection. This emperor is even more curious about exactly who forced this agent of the heavens Tao to make a move with his full strength. Wave after wave of the will of the heaven Tao assaulted him, yet they were evaporated by the light before they could even approach him. Your Majesty, could it be that Daoist God Emperor? A trusted aide at the side asked. The radiant Battle Emperor didn't say anything. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the area of heavenly lightning. What a powerful representative of the heavenly way. According to the rumors, every time a representative of the heavenly way appears, it's the representative of the heavenly way who walks in the human world. The rumors are true. Even that bastard Guang Guang doesn't dare to underestimate him. The black-armored War Sky Battle Monarch shattered the will of the heavenly path with his battle intent. In contrast to Light's pure and holy aura, War Sky Battle Emperor's body was filled with the aura of an endless army. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Who did it? In the sky above the Nightmare City, Battle Empress Meng Tu activated the formation to defend against the incoming will of the heavenly Tao. Due to its proximity, the Nightmare City bore the brunt of the attack. Some of the experts who were out hunting immortal beasts vomited blood when the will of the heavenly path swept past them. Those who were lucky were those who were closest to the will of the heavenly path. This was no ordinary heavenly lightning. It contained a terrifying heavenly Tao's profound meaning. In front of the heavenly Tao, they were all ants. Apart from those who were hiding inside the array formation, there were countless casualties on the outside. Could it be him? A figure appeared in Battle Empress Meng Yi's mind. This bastard. Can't he just find another place? Battle Master Dream Yi cursed inwardly. She wanted to go up and take a look, but the dense heavenly lightning materialized from the heavenly Taos left even her feeling pressured. All the top experts were paying close attention. At this moment, their divine senses couldn't penetrate it either, so they could only watch helplessly. They didn't want to offend the representative of the heavenly law. The God Emperor Mountain was a sealed world. Only the God Emperor and the heavenly law's representative could enter. The originally dense forest was now in a sorry state. The towering trees were all toppled over. They were all struck down by the heavenly thunder, and there were fragments of the trees everywhere. Daoist, do you still think that you are very powerful? The god's son, Tianlong, laughed instead of getting angry. Although that slash of yours was not bad, it was only because I wasn't prepared. Now that I'm prepared, you can forget about breaking my heavenly law armor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boundless will of the heavenly Tao landed on his body, turning into an armor that was filled with arcs of light. One look was enough to tell that this was an incredible armor. Heaven's Tao killing fist. Divine Sun Sky Dragon's punch was earth-shattering. The terrifying killing intent was almost tangible as it pierced towards the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows, followed by a fist. Lin Fei's fighting spirit surged, and with the energy saber in hand, he slashed at the heavenly law's killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After 3 consecutive slashes, the might of his killing intent had been reduced to the minimum. As for the Heaven Tao's killing intent that was charging over, it was completely blocked. Swish 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 swish. 18 clones walked out from behind and instantly surrounded the God Sun Sky Dragon. 18 attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon's body. The God Sun Sky Dragon's body shook, and streaks of will of the heavenly Tao were obliterated in the attacks. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. The powerful attacks of the 18 clones shocked the God Sun Sky Dragon. No one knew better than him that the combat strength of the 18 clones had been ordinary the previous time, and they were definitely not at their current level. This is the combat strength of each clone. Although they are not as strong as me, when the 18 clones work together, their might is unimaginable. Damn Daoist, how did he do that? The attacks of the 18 clones made the God Sun Sky Dragon understand why Daoist had said that. You are shameless. The God Sun Sky Dragon relied on the heavenly law armor. Once he used his fist technique, each punch carried boundless will of the heavenly law, which could suppress his opponent's combat strength. He killed Di Tian's clones first. It's not that easy to kill my clones. In a flash, Lin Fei used spatial movement. With a slash of the energy saber, he wanted the God Sun Sky Dragon to give up on attacking. The expert saber technique had become extremely terrifying. What kind of saber technique is this? The God Sun Sky Dragon wanted to go all out to kill the 18 clones. He did not care about Di Tian's attack at all. Previously, he had been unprepared. Now that he had the Heavenly Law armor, he would not be injured. Very soon, the God Sun Sky Dragon regretted it. A mark appeared on the Heavenly Law armor. Before the God Sun Sky Dragon could react, the second saber landed on the same spot. By the time the God Sun Sky Dragon came back to his senses, the originally tiny crack had become a huge hole. Left with no choice, the God Sun Sky Dragon could only give up on killing the clones and focus on attacking Di Tian. Wave after wave of fist techniques enveloped Di Tian. Your combat strength has increased, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough. Lin Fei was calm and composed. He used his Energy Foundation saber technique. These were the simplest moves, but he could block most of the attacks each time. The 18 clones did not stand by idly. They attacked 18 times at once, each with an attack power of 1.3 billion. 80% of the attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, does it feel good? Lin Fei swung his saber again and broke through the dense fist shadows as he laughed heartily. Although they were all minor injuries, they could not withstand a prolonged attack. However, Lin Fei was least worried about a prolonged battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows for an hour. The God Sun Sky Dragon felt very aggrieved. His body was covered in cracks, all caused by Lin Fei's saber techniques. The Heavenly Law armor, which had been in good condition, had also become tattered. The other party's saber techniques could not be blocked. Basically, the God Sun Sky Dragon could only block 3 out of 10 attacks. The remaining 7 attacks landed on his body. The God Sun Sky Dragon flew into a rage, but he could not withstand Di Tian's attacks. The 18 clones did not stand by idly either. The attacks they dealt were not small, either. At the same time, they continuously depleted the will of the Heavenly Law's energy. After an hour, the God Sun Sky Dragon's energy was mostly depleted. During this period, he replenished his Heavenly Law energy several times, but he could not suppress his opponent. Di Tian, don't be cocky. It's just a competition of numbers. You won't be so lucky next time. The sky filled with heavenly lightning as the God Sun Sky Dragon broke through. It's not that easy to leave. Lock onto the God Sun Sky Dragon. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones and gave chase. Chapter 2141. The heavenly lightning formed by the will of the heavenly way dissipated. Divine senses scanned the area and they could not believe what they were seeing. The representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down. What was going on? The top-notch experts were still in a daze. If the representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down, who was the person in the black robe? Sir, should we go and help him? Light Battle Emperor's confidant asked. Impressive. Light Battle Emperor had met Sky Dragon once. Sky Dragon's combat strength was extraordinary and he even gave off a dangerous aura that came from the heavenly way. No hurry. Light Battle Emperor knew who the other party was. If it's really you, then there's a surprise. Is that powerful? Battle Emperor Nightmare was in disbelief. Although she had never fought with Sky Dragon before, she could vaguely sense a terrifying aura from him. If they were to fight, she would not have a high chance of winning. At this moment, Battle Emperor Nightmare was secretly glad that she had not agreed to help him. Suddenly, a thought flashed across her mind. At this moment, all the top-notch experts were shocked and fearful at the same time. Everyone present was a smart person. Thinking back to what Sky Dragon had said, if they still couldn't guess who this person was, then they could forget about being top experts. Lin Fei did not care about what they were watching. There was no top-notch expert in the Mountain God Emperor who could kill him for the time being. Bang! 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 The saber radiance landed on Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, I wouldn't have been able to find you if you didn't come out. Since you dare to come out now, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei activated the power of space, and the space within a radius of a few 100,000 miles turned into mud. It delayed Sky Dragon's speed. Open. Sky Dragon could not figure out how he had lost. The will of the Heavenly Way turned into a long sword. The sword radiance split open a path, but it still affected his speed. Bang! 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 18 clones attacked continuously. All kinds of attacks engulfed Sky Dragon. Di Tian, if you have the ability, fight me alone. Sky Dragon regretted that he didn't find some helpers. He was crying now. You are the Divine Son, the representative of the Heavenly Way. How dare you say that? Lin Fei caught up. He slashed at Sky Dragon's face and laughed out loud. It was not easy for Sky Dragon to carve out a path. Before he could truly break free, he was trapped again. The 18 clones surrounded him. What made Sky Dragon the most uncomfortable was Di Tian's saber techniques. He was unable to block them and he could not see any traces of them. In just a short period of time, the Sky Dragon's body was covered in wounds. In particular, the Heavenly Dragon's mandate energy was severely depleted. Di Tian followed closely behind. Daoist Tian Mu, he is God Emperor Di Tian, the God Emperor of this generation who sealed the world. He is the one who killed the poison scorpion battle monarch. If you don't kill Di Tian now, what are you waiting for? The Heavenly Dragon's voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire mountain God Emperor. This fellow is really shameless. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he knew what Sky Dragon was planning. Hairball, create a space. Through the system, Lin Fei detected 4 powerful auras rushing towards him. He immediately confirmed that they were the 4 battle emperor beasts of the Qianyuan Mountains. Each of them was even stronger than the scorpion battle emperor. We must destroy the Heavenly Dragon today. Lin Fei was going to go all out. Once those people came up, he would definitely be in big trouble if he was delayed by them. Even if Lin Fei's heavenly mandate energy was extremely dense, he would still be defeated in the end. Hairball was released. With a loud yell, she transformed into a space. The Sky Dragon remembered that Hairball was an ancient evil dragon. Back when he was in the Divine Beast realm, he was already hard to deal with. Furthermore, he was now in the Emperor Beast realm. I can't be trapped. The Sky Dragon wasn't stupid. He could tell that Di Tian was going to go all out. The auras from afar were rushing towards him. Die. The Sky Dragon pointed 2 fingers at the void and tapped more than 10 times. Slow down time. Lin Fei's powerful attack slowed down time and enveloped the Sky Dragon in an instant. Although it could only last for 3 breaths of time, it was enough to stop the attack. Slash. Lin Fei moved along with the space. The energy saber turned into saber shadows that filled the sky. The sharp saber tip pierced the Sky Dragon's heavenly law armor in a perfect trajectory. Di Tian, you are dead today. The heavenly law armor blocked the energy saber. The Sky Dragon laughed heartily. Not far away, the Celestial Eye Battle Emperor appeared with 3 people. They would come to help in at most 4 breaths of time. That might not be the case. Lin Fei held the energy saber in his hand and smirked. The energy saber on the armor turned into a formless presence and rushed into the wound. The Sky Dragon was already prepared. The heavenly law will struck the energy. In the next moment, the Sky Dragon's expression changed drastically. That seemingly insignificant energy instantly turned into a black torrent. It was as ferocious as a tiger and shattered the energy that the Sky Dragon had activated. Block it. The Sky Dragon mobilized all the heavenly mandate energy in his body. This was Lin Fei's killer move. So what if your heavenly law armor's defense is strong? I didn't stop attacking just now because I wanted you to be injured. At that time, it would be a fatal attack. Lin Fei channeled the Heaven's Mandate energy to the maximum. Wave after wave of Heaven's Mandate energy entered Sky Dragon's body. The Sky Dragon was already severely exhausted. If he was at his peak, he would naturally be able to block it. However, at this moment, he couldn't block it at all. In less than a breath of time, the Heaven's Mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body was shattered. You are dead. An energy saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand. With a slight force, The saber tip pierced through Sky Dragon's body. The saber tip came out from his back and blood spurted out. Swish, swish, swish. This was just the beginning. Saber tips shot out from Sky Dragon's body. Sky Dragon was in despair. In a flash, Sky Dragon was riddled with holes by the densely packed energy sabers. His body was torn into pieces. Ding, ding. Congratulations. You have successfully killed Heavenly Dragon, extracting energy. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He kept his 18 clones and left the Mountain God Emperor space in the next second, leaving the people looking at each other in dismay. The amount of Heaven's Mandate energy he used was terrifying. Not only did he have to destroy the Heaven's Mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body, he also had to give the other party the strongest attack to kill Sky Dragon. Now, Lin Fei had to return immediately. The surrounding experts were eyeing him covetously. Lin Fei didn't have the confidence to stay in the Mountain God Emperor space. If he failed miserably, he would cry to death. From killing Sky Dragon to Lin Fei's departure, it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Fei had already left. The Heavenly Law's representative is dead. Chapter 2142. We finally killed the Heavenly Dragon, in a secret chamber deep within the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. Although he had spent a lot of destiny points, he had finally killed Sky Dragon. With such a good killing experience, it's best not to die so easily. Lin Fei did not think that he could kill Sky Dragon in one go. If he was so easy to kill, he would have killed Sky Dragon last time instead of waiting until now. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. I wonder how much strength I can gain from killing Sky Dragon this time. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and took out energy blocks. The mountainous pile of energy blocks evaporated and turned into numbers. Very quickly, he replenished a few destiny points. Little devil, I asked you to monitor Sky Dragon just now. Have you done so? It was not easy to kill him. You must find his lair. Ever since he became an emperor god, Lin Fei had been searching for Sky Dragon's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Sky Dragon had cleaned up his traces. Even with the help of the system, he could not find him in a short time. Lin Fei knew that this was the work of the heavenly axiom to cover up the clues. This time, Lin Fei would not let go of this opportunity easily. No matter what, he had to find Sky Dragon. It would be best if he could severely injure the heavenly axiom. Master, don't worry. Last time, he was covered up. This time, he won't be so lucky. Little Devil was very confident. At most 3 days, the system will get the results. Based on my analysis, it is not suitable for Master to go to his lair now. Your combat power is not enough. Lin Fei smiled. I did not say to go now. Now was the time to prepare for a rainy day. As long as he knew where Sky Dragon's lair was, Lin Fei planned to guard the corpse and kill Sky Dragon. And that heavenly axiom actually interfered with the Emperor God's matters. Ding. Power extraction successful. Master obtained 500 million additional strength. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, that's great. Last time, he increased his strength by 300 million. This time, he actually increased his strength by 500 million. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His original 1.3 billion combat power had become 1.8 billion combat power. This was a huge increase. If Sky Dragon knows about this. His death gave me 500 million power, increasing my combat power to 1.8 billion. I'm afraid I'll regret going to Mount God Emperor's dimension. Increasing his power by 500 million in one go could be said to be a huge boost to his combat power. He had thought that it would increase by 2 to 300 million yuan. Who would have thought that his strength would increase by 500 million? Lin Fei was extremely satisfied. He could start many things now, such as the killing of the Mountain of God Emperor's spatial experts. Lin Fei stayed in the Invincible Palace for a total of 5 days. In the past 5 days, he had obtained a large number of destiny points through the energy towers that he had secretly set up. Now, his combat power had reached 1.8 billion, and he also had 18 mouths. He would definitely have a headache. Moreover, with the battle with the Sky Dragon, The experts in the Mountain God Emperor's dimension would have seen it clearly, so they would have been prepared. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that no matter how much they were prepared, they would never have thought that he had killed the Sky Dragon and increased his strength by 500 million. His battle prowess was even higher than Battle Empress Meng Tu's. Lin Fei concealed his aura. He arrived at the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. At this moment, Lin Fei did not release his aura. Even if the top experts kept searching with their divine senses, they would not be able to find out that he had entered the Mountain God Emperor. He entered the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. After identifying the location, Lin Fei went to the Dream Realm City. Dream Realm City, Dream Realm Palace. The Light Emperor has already arranged for someone to pass the message. He is forcing us to take a stand. Battle Empress Meng Tu frowned slightly. After knowing Di Tian's battle prowess, Battle Empress Meng Tu became even more hesitant. Moreover, they had also seen Di Tian's powerful side, which was something that the Light Emperor and the others had never seen before. We definitely can't offend Di Tian. Dark Knight Battle Empress shook her head, her face was also solemn. Even the Heavenly Law's representative was not Di Tian's match and was killed on the spot. Moreover, he killed Di Tian in a weak state. We cannot afford to offend him. Everyone saw what happened that day clearly. 18 clones, each with the same strength. The scariest thing was that the clones and the main body's battle prowess were the same. This was equivalent to 19 battle emperors. Although the battle prowess that Di Tian displayed that day had not reached the battle emperor realm, even a battle emperor would need some time to combine their techniques. Now that Di Tian was so powerful, they did not dare to imagine what would happen once he stepped into the battle emperor realm. I will definitely not interfere in this matter, Battle Empress Meng Tu said. After you leave, I will announce that I will go into seclusion. Dark Knight Battle Empress nodded. Actually, I have the same idea. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from outside. Battle Empress Meng Tu threw out the Nightmare Palace decisively. Thousands of soldiers clashed, covering the place where the sound came from. Dark Knight Battle Empress Meng Tu's left and right blades whistled through the air. As a battle emperor, his reaction was still very fast. We are all old friends. Is there a need for this? Lin Fei walked out of the void and looked at the two of them with a smile. How dare you come back? Battle Empress Meng Tu said coldly as she withdrew the Nightmare Kingdom. Lin Fei sat down and said, Mountain God Emperor is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Why would I not dare to come back? The two of them were even more shocked. They once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Fei. They did not even know how he sneaked in. If he wanted to kill them, not many of them would be able to stop him. Dark Knight Battle Empress sheathed her blade and said with a complicated look, You are bolder than I have ever seen. Moreover, you are the strongest God Emperor of this generation. Back then, the God Emperors who came here were not very powerful. They had been accumulating their strength in secret. They had never seen a God Emperor as ridiculously powerful as Lin Fei. Moreover, we still need to cooperate. Could it be that you have changed your mind? Lin Fei said with a smile. Are you crazy? The battle emperors of Mountain God Emperor are already on guard. Do you still want to kill them? Battle Empress Meng Tu sneered. If it was before, sneaking around was still fine. But now, it was a completely suicidal action. On the other hand, Dark Knight Battle Empress admired Lin Fei. No wonder he could become a God Emperor and kill the representative of the Heavenly Law. I'm not crazy, Lin Fei said with a smile, I just want to ask everyone. If you don't know that I sneaked in, will they know? Lin Fei's words had a huge impact on them. If they didn't know that Lin Fei had come, then what about the others? They definitely wouldn't know. You only need to know one thing. You will never lose out when you cooperate with me, Lin Fei thought in his heart. He released his aura and quickly raised it to a very high level. You have reached the Battle Emperor level? Battle Empress Meng Tu was the most shocked. Chapter 2143. Lin Fei revealed a little of his strength and Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor immediately made a decision. At their realm, it was already very difficult to increase their strength. Without 1 to 200 years, it would be impossible for them to make a breakthrough. However, there was almost no one who could break through as fast as Lin Fei. In 5 days, his combat power had increased by a lot and he had successfully broken through to the combat emperor realm. If the opponent was alone, there might not be anything to be afraid of. Don't forget, the opponent had cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and had 18 clones, which was equivalent to 18 combat emperors. This was terrifying. In the Dark Night, Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor turned into a ray of light and headed towards the nearest city, Skywolf City. Lin Fei decided to catch them off guard in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Until now, no one knew that he had returned. This was Lin Fei's biggest advantage. As long as he killed 1 or 2 combat emperors, Lin Fei was confident that his combat power would increase to around 2.5 billion. At that time, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Even if Sky Dragon came again, he could only watch helplessly. As long as he dared to come again, it would be equivalent to sending food to him. This kind of transport leader liked it very much. They are here. Sky Wolf Battle Emperor naturally sensed Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor coming together. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In front of the general trend, you have no choice but to agree. Right now, all the peak experts in the entire Mountain God Emperor subconsciously formed an alliance to kill Emperor Di Tian, to prevent the Mountain God Emperor from falling into his hands. During the battle that day, everyone clearly saw a trace of regret in their hearts. Why didn't they join forces to deal with Emperor Di Tian, allowing him to escape from under their noses? That was the best time to attack. At the same time, Emperor Di Tian's cultivation technique. This made them very envious. Everyone knew that the combat power of a clone could only be 1/3 of the original body's combat power. Or 2/3, it would never be 100% combat power. However, Emperor Di Tian displayed extraordinary combat power. He wasn't in the combat emperor realm, he relied on his 18 clones. Coupled with his perfect saber technique, he managed to kill the agent of the heavenly law and staged a counterattack. Everyone wanted to obtain God Emperor Di Tian's cultivation art, especially the clone cultivation art. Whoever obtained it would definitely become the #1 expert in the Mountain God Emperor in the future. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor had personally come out to greet them. He had to give them some face, even though he was very unhappy with these two. Right now, they had to work together. Who asked the Di Tian God Emperor to be so difficult to deal with? The dense mandate energy forced them to work together. The final attack that killed the Sky Dragon made everyone tense up. If they were in Di Tian's shoes, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of that boundless energy. It also allowed them to witness how terrifying Di Tian's close combat strength was. They had to rely on numbers. Besieging them was the way to go. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor was unhappy with the two of them, but for the sake of cooperation, he could only suppress his displeasure. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor said with a smile. Battle Empress Meng Cai and Dark Knight Battle Empress flew over. Before they even got close, Battle Empress Meng Cai took out her nightmare decisively. The Celestial Wolf Battle Emperor was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. "Nightmare, what are you doing?" The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's combat prowess was extraordinary, but it was still difficult for him to face the Nightmare Kingdom. He shouted loudly, "Kill you!" Battle Emperor Meng too sneered. The Nightmare Kingdom continuously attacked the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor, suppressing his combat strength by 30%. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor took the opportunity to attack. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the Black Wolf Battle Emperor's body. "You too are courting death," the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor roared. His mandate energy surged outwards. He continuously shattered the black fog. "The one who will die is you." Suddenly, a cold laugh could be heard. 18 clones walked out, and 18 attacks landed on the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor vomited blood on the spot. His eyes widened. "You two actually cooperated with Di Tian. Damn it." The top-notch experts in the Mountain God Emperor's space were monitoring the Mountain God Emperor's every move. Who would have thought that the other party had secretly sneaked in and even cooperated with Battle Emperor Meng too? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He slashed out a saber light with his peak strength. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor screamed in pain, and his head flew into the air. Now that Lin Fei's power had reached 1.8 billion, his basic energy saber art could exert even greater power. Naturally, he could chop off the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's head. However, this was still not enough to kill the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch. Lin Fei swung his saber again, chopping the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's corpse into several pieces. His 18 clones followed suit and attacked, completely destroying the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's body and preventing him from regenerating. Alright, let's go next. The aura here was shielded. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about being exposed, but he still had to finish the battle quickly. Battle Emperor Meng II and the Dark Knight Battle Emperor sighed. A powerful Battle Emperor actually didn't last long before being killed. The three of them quickly swept through the Heavenly Wolf Palace's treasury. In the meantime, they killed some experts and left, heading straight for the next Battle Emperor. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Obtained 300 million power bonus. Halfway there, the system sent a notification. Lin Fei's face lit up. My luck isn't bad. My combat power has also broken through to 2.1 billion. This made him more confident about what would happen next. The next Battle Emperor had a combat power of 2.4 billion, Battle Emperor Zhongtian. Although there was a difference of 300 million combat power, it wasn't much. Lin Fei was very confident that he could kill Battle Emperor Zhongtian. War God Palace. At this time, the palace was in chaos. Battle Emperor Meng II, Dark Knight Battle Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Battle Emperor Zhongtian single-handedly resisted the attacks of two Battle Emperors. Both of his fists struck fiercely, forcing the two of them to retreat, displaying his terrifying strength. He was very angry. As expected of Battle Emperor Zhongtian, known as the War God. However, you still have to die today. Lin Fei flashed in. As he laughed, he released his 18 clones and surrounded Battle Emperor Zhongtian. The pressure on Battle Emperor Zhongtian doubled. In just a short 5 days, his clones' combat power had broken through to the Battle Emperor realm. They were even at the same level as the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. How can your clones have the combat power of a Battle Emperor? Battle Emperor Zhongtian realized that something was wrong. You'll know when I kill you. Lin Fei held the energy blade in his hand. His blade technique was ferocious and terrifying, forcing Battle Emperor Zhongtian to retreat and defend. Battle Emperor Meng II used the Nightmare Kingdom to suppress part of his opponent's strength, and so did Dark Knight Battle Emperor. After 30 moves, Battle Emperor Zhongtian's body was riddled with wounds. He was full of bitterness. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight against the 18 clones and Di Tian, who was even more dangerous. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. Facing the attacks of the 18 clones, each of them was not far from him. It was difficult to defend from the front and back. Battle Emperor Zhongtian's defeat was already decided, so he begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't think that way at all. He increased his attack speed. Chapter 2144. Killing Battle Emperor Warsky had consumed a lot of destiny points. Lin Fei had prepared a large number of energy blocks this time so that he could recover his destiny points immediately. Both Battle Empress Dream Taper and Battle Empress Dark Knight were completely convinced now. It might not be difficult to kill Battle Emperor Skywolf, but they were under a lot of pressure when fighting Battle Emperor Warsky. Both of their combat powers were less than 2 billion. Although Battle Empress Dream Taper could restrain Battle Emperor Warsky, Battle Emperor Skywolf's strength was 600 million more than theirs. If the two of them were to gang up on Battle Emperor Skywolf, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Lin Fei, the 18 doppelgangers' strength began to show. Moreover, their combat powers were quite far away from Battle Emperor Warsky, but they were still able to deal significant damage to Battle Emperor Skywolf. Coupled with Lin Fei's ability to restrain Battle Emperor Skywolf, killing Battle Emperor Skywolf became a matter of course. Battle Empress Dream Taper and Battle Empress Dark Knight could clearly feel that Lin Fei's strength had increased again. At this moment, they did not have the courage to say that they could defeat Lin Fei. Both of them felt that the increase in strength was unimaginable. If this continued, they might only be able to look up to him in the near future. At this moment, they were completely convinced. Fortunately, they had agreed to cooperate. They knew very well that although it was a cooperation, they would not be of much use. Especially when it came to killing Battle Emperor Skywolf, Lin Fei was basically the main force. Daoist Lin Fei, we are convinced. Even without our help, you can still kill Battle Emperor Skywolf, Battle Empress Dream Taper said seriously. Lin Fei thought to himself. I'm not going to tell you that I want you to help me kill the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. If not for the appearance of the Sky Dragon, Lin Fei would not have been able to kill Battle Emperor Skywolf so easily. After all, his strength had increased by 500 million, and his combat power had increased greatly. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. Very soon, the system responded. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Player has received 300 million additional strength. Lin Fei's strength increased again. It had increased to 2.4 billion. Speaking of which, his luck was not bad. Of the 6 combat emperors, 2 of them had been killed, including Nightmare and In the Night. Now, there were only 2 combat emperors left. As soon as the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor and War Sky Battle Emperor died, blood rained down from the God Emperor Mountain again. The top experts were all dumbfounded. For a moment, he could not figure out which 2 war emperors had fallen. However, everyone knew that something big had happened in the Mountain God Emperor. Go and investigate immediately. Find out who died. The expressions of the Light Battle Emperor and the Pop Battle Emperor changed. After sending their subordinates to investigate, the 4 combat emperor beasts in the Tianyuan mountain range had the same expression. They were extremely grim. Soon, the news came. The God Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor and War Sky Battle Emperor had fallen. This time, no one could remain calm. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. The Dream Taper Battle Emperor and the Dark Knight Battle Emperor had already cooperated with God Emperor Di Tian. The death of the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor was completely unexpected. Liu Xing, come over immediately. The Radiant Battle Emperor received the news. He took out a communication bracelet and sent a message to Battle Emperor Meteor. Big brother, there is no need for this. Battle Emperor Meteor's voice sounded. No matter how courageous God Emperor Di Tian is, he has already killed Heavenly Wolf and War Sky. His strength is greatly depleted. How would he dare to come over? The Radiant Battle Emperor was disappointed. You are really stupid. Let me ask you. Can God Emperor Di Tian be compared to the God Emperor of the past? Who could cultivate 18 doppelgangers of the same strength? Who could break through to this realm after becoming a God Emperor? Although Battle Emperor Meteor was arrogant, he was not someone who did not know the severity of the situation. Be it Heavenly Wolf or the latter's War Sky, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat them, let alone kill them. That bastard God Emperor Di Tian is too shameless. Battle Emperor Meteor felt a trace of fear in his heart. I will come over immediately. The Radiant Battle Emperor was indeed worried that God Emperor Di Tian would use the strategy of taking them down one by one. Hence, he had asked Battle Emperor Meteor to come to his place just in case something happened. I have to have a good talk with the Heaven Eye Battle Emperor. God Emperor Di Tian, you only know how to bully the few with numbers. In the night, Battle Emperor Meteor turned into a shooting star and fled desperately. At this moment, Battle Emperor Meteor was covered in wounds. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was even more fear. He did not expect that the other party would dare to surround and kill him. Swish, swish. Even though the Meteor Battle Monarch was very fast, he was completely suppressed by Lin Fei, who possessed the power of space and time. He was barely able to maintain a slight advantage, but soon, this advantage was no longer there. Time slow. Lin Fei once again used time slow, slowing down Battle Emperor Meteor's speed once again. So what if I bully you with numbers? Lin Fei used space teleportation and appeared beside Battle Emperor Meteor. With a single slash, Battle Emperor Meteor's arm was sent flying. Compared to the previous 2 Battle Emperors, Battle Emperor Meteor's combat power was only 2. 2 billion. However, his speed was very fast and was not inferior to experts who had the power of space. If he was alone, he would not be able to deal with him. Battle Emperor Meteor screamed and burned his mandate of heaven's energy. His speed increased again, and he looked at Di Tian with even more fear. In just 5 days, Di Tian's strength had risen like a rocket. It was simply unreasonable. I must hold on. Light will definitely come to save me. Battle Emperor Meteor gritted his teeth again. Bang! Bang! Battle Emperor Meteor was fast, but unfortunately, he could not last long. Lin Fei caught up and attacked fiercely. At the same time, he also had 18 doppelgangers. Battle Emperor Meteor was covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. Di Tian, how dare you? As Lin Fei continued to attack, an even more terrifying force turned into a giant finger and poked at Lin Fei's eyebrows. If he was poked, he would definitely be seriously injured. This was to force Lin Fei to stop attacking. Otherwise, he would be injured. As expected, he is the strongest. Lin Fei knew that the Light Battle Emperor's combat power was as strong as he had guessed. It seemed that it was true. His combat power had reached 2.8 billion. You want me to let Battle Emperor Meteor go? You don't have that ability. After killing 2 Battle Emperors in a row, in addition to the previous Sky Dragon, Lin Fei already had the confidence to resist. Die. Lin Fei brandished his energy saber and chopped down. At the same time, he blocked the other party's finger attack. The energy saber contained boundless might, cleaving the other party in half. The 18 clones surrounded him and attacked. While Lin Fei was down, he killed Battle Emperor Meteor in one fell swoop. Chapter 2145. Lin Fei was determined to kill Battle Emperor Liu Xing. Although Light Battle Emperor was powerful, it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. He had the invincible system, and his strength was constantly increasing. Plus, he had 18 clones. This was his greatest source of confidence. With the increase in strength, Lin Fei's combat strength increased by 10,000 miles every day. It was unbelievably monstrous. Light Battle Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He had already warned Di Tian, but Di Tian still killed Liu Xing. This was simply challenging his authority. If you kill Liu Xing, this emperor will kill you. Light Battle Emperor's aura rose to the peak, and a bright light erupted, looking incomparably holy. In such a short time, Di Tian's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Light Battle Emperor didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He slashed Liu Xing apart, which was enough to put him in a very high position. It's still uncertain who will kill who. Lin Fei laughed. He was like a leopard, pouncing towards Light Battle Emperor. He raised his hand and slashed towards Light Battle Emperor's face. Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Battle Emperor didn't intervene. The gap between the two was not small. Nobody could imagine that 3 out of the 6 Battle Emperors of the human race were killed in one night. Dark Battle Emperor sighed as if he was dreaming. Even if they didn't die now, it's hard to guarantee that they won't die in the hands of Qianmu in the future. Battle Emperor Dream Taper's beautiful eyes flashed. Dark Battle Emperor also sighed. If Lin Fei didn't kill them, then they would have ended up like this sooner or later. There would always be a winner and a loser. I wonder who will win. Lin Fei and Light Battle Emperor soon clashed. One saber art was ferocious and terrifying, and the other was Light Battle Emperor who had a combat strength of 3 billion. He wore light battle armor and condensed Light Kingdom. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei was the vanguard, and the 18 clones supported him. He launched a fierce attack. Light Battle Emperor, you will die today. Lin Fei slashed down with his saber. His strength instantly increased by a large amount, from the original 2.4 billion. From the original 2.4 billion, it increased to 3 billion. War Emperor Meteor contributed 600 million strength to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's battle power instantly reached 3 billion. The Radiant Battle Emperor's attack was immediately broken. More than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Without a proxy, how can your battle prowess increase? The Radiant's Battle Emperor's advantage was completely gone. Countless scars were left on his body. He could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Was he really going to lose? Explode. Lin Fei swung his saber again. A terrifying power instantly exploded out, turning into a massive shockwave that sent the radiant Battle Emperor flying back and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. When his strength reached 3 billion, the power of Lin Fei's saber became extremely terrifying. The 18 clones caught up and left more than a dozen wounds on the light Battle Emperor's body, some of which were serious. Almost half of its body was destroyed. Lin Fei took advantage of the situation and slashed out with a thunderous blade light. Sunlight illuminates. The radiant Battle Emperor gritted his teeth and released a bright light. His vision was filled with white light. Is he trying to escape? The white light seemed to have been smashed by a sledgehammer, scattering in all directions. If it was someone else, they could only watch as the radiant Battle Emperor left. It was a pity that such a move was useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei flashed in a direction. He blocked in front of a white light. With a slash, the white light was destroyed, and a figure fell out. It was the pale-faced radiant Battle Emperor. I didn't expect that I, the radiant Battle Emperor, would be defeated by you. The radiant Battle Emperor never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. God Emperor Di Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor Di Tian grew to such a level. God Emperor Di Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor Di Tian grew so much stronger. God Emperor Di Tian was even stronger than him. He had even executed the radiant escape technique, but he was still found by God Emperor Di Tian. From the moment you had the intention to attack me, you have already sent yourself to death. Lin Fei's energy blade slashed over, causing the radiant Battle Emperor's body to explode. Even with the output of 3 billion strength, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. To deal with the heavenly Dao, he still had to increase his strength. Captive. Lin Fei was determined not to accept it. With the death of the radiant Battle Emperor, Lin Fei was looking forward to how much strength he could gain. According to his observations during this period of time, the stronger the opponent's combat strength, the higher the chances of him gaining strength. Lin Fei was still looking forward to another 7 to 800 million strength. Your Majesty is mighty. The Night Battle Emperor and Dream Taper Battle Emperor welcomed him. Their attitudes were completely different. Who would dare to believe that Lin Fei, whose combat strength was inferior to theirs a few days ago, had killed 4 Battle Emperors in the blink of an eye? His strength had even soared to a level where they had to look up to him. They were all glad that they had made the right choice. The Radiant Battle Emperor and the others are all dead. I will leave their cities to you. Lin Fei planned to strike while the iron was hot. He would head to the depths of the Chenyuan mountain range and kill the last 4 Battle Emperor beasts, raising his strength to a new height. The two of them were overwhelmed by the favor. Lin Fei turned around and left, leaving behind the two of them who were still in a daze. The space of the God Emperor Mountain has changed. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Congratulations to player for gaining 800 million strength. When Lin Fei entered the high-level area of the Chenyuan mountain range, the long-awaited strength enhancement had finally arrived. A comfortable feeling engulfed his whole body. His combat strength had increased once again, reaching the level of 3.8 billion. Actually, Lin Fei could have taken a break. However, he had a feeling that the Sky Dragon would come out very soon. If he didn't get rid of the other Battle Emperors as soon as possible, it would be troublesome. The Heavenly Dao was a secret in Lin Fei's eyes. It was always good to increase his strength. Lin Fei even had a feeling that it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase his strength to 10 billion, as long as there were enough experts for him to kill. Could it be that God Emperor Di Tian has already grown to this level? The Heaven Eye Battle Emperor had a trace of worry on his face. Just now, another rain of blood fell from the sky. Tonight, this was the 4th round. The Heaven Eye Battle Emperor called the other 3 Battle Emperors over, preparing to gather their strength. Big brother, how is this possible? The Poison Demon Battle Emperor said in disdain. God Emperor Di Tian might have used some tricks. Yes, I think so too. The Fire Bug Battle Emperor said. They had seen the situation a few days ago. God Emperor Di Tian wasn't as strong as they had imagined. If they had joined forces and attacked him at that time, killing God Emperor Di Tian wouldn't have been a problem. Chapter 2146. After his strength had improved, Lin Fei could completely ignore the dangers of Qianyuan mountain range. In the forest, a huge bird swooped down, the wind howling. Lin Fei did not even look at it. He punched the huge bird's head, which exploded like a watermelon. With a wave of his hand, he put it away. 8 billion power output. That's really cool. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Using space movement and the system's designated location, Lin Fei arrived in the depths of Qianyuan mountain range and saw a huge hidden palace. This palace has a bit of history. From Lin Fei's point of view, this place was extremely dangerous. If Lin Fei had dared to come here before his strength had improved greatly, he would have died a terrible death. Through the system, he discovered that there were many powerful sovereign beasts hidden around the palace. At the same time, there were some mutated sovereign beasts with a power output of more than 1 billion. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and the rest had a power output of 7 to 800 million. No wonder the human race's combat emperors dare not come here. Even if they come, they will die. Lin Fei lamented. Compared to the human race's painstaking cultivation, the sovereign beasts cultivated much faster. They had an innate advantage. At the same level, human experts were no match for the sovereign beasts. It's a pity that these sovereign beasts do not give me any experience points. Lin Fei shook his head and appeared in front of the palace. The hidden sovereign beasts rushed out one after another, covering the sky with attacks. At this moment, there were hundreds of attacks, enough to drown any expert. Lin Fei took out his energy saber and swung it horizontally. With a swing of the saber light, all the attacks were broken. Their attacks were fierce, but they were not strong enough. Lin Fei could break them with his current strength. Lin Fei stepped forward, using basic attacks such as horizontal slashes, straight thrusts, and horizontal slashes. Dozens of sovereign beasts were killed, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Ding! Obtained 10 million power bonus. Lin Fei continued to slash, killing sovereign beasts with each slash. Something unexpected happened. The system actually gave him a notification. Even Lin Fei was surprised that he had gained power bonus. That works too. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. He must have killed some mutated emperor beasts with a strength of 1 billion in the previous few slashes. After understanding this, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Even if it was a bonus of 10 million strength, it was still a bonus strength, and it could be accumulated. Di Tian God Emperor. How dare you come here? Outside the palace, Lin Fei slaughtered everything. One sovereign beast after another fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, angry roars came from within the palace, and a black swarm of venomous bugs appeared in front of Lin Fei. No matter who looked at these poisonous insects, they would definitely die. Will feel the scalp numb. Explode. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed out with his saber. The saber radiance exploded with a huge impact, shattering a large number of poisonous insects. Let's see how many poisonous insects you have. Lin Fei continued to slash out with his saber, unleashing saber radiance after saber radiance, crushing the poisonous insects one after another, preventing them from getting close. The one controlling the poisonous insects was none other than the fiery bug war emperor. He was an existence that was hard to deal with. Di Tian God Emperor, you actually dare to come again, inside the palace. Another two voices rang out. The poison demon war emperor opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black fog. The black fog turned into a giant scorpion that rushed towards Lin Fei. Poison demon. Let's each take a direction and kill Di Tian God Emperor. The fiery bug war emperor had never treated Di Tian God Emperor as an opponent. Even now, when he measured Di Tian God Emperor's strength, they were about the same. There was nothing to worry about. The moment the poison demon war emperor appeared, the smile on the fiery bug war emperor's face widened. This time, Di Tian God Emperor still wants to make a comeback. Only the Heaven Eye War Emperor's eyes flickered. He felt that something was amiss. One with two. 6 billion points of strength, and the other with 7 billion points of strength. Truly powerful. What a pity, you guys are too full of yourselves. Lin Fei rejoiced that he didn't venture too deep back then. The Battle Emperor beasts in Tianyuan mountain range were indeed ridiculously powerful. They almost had the strength of a Radiance Battle Emperor. The two of them rushed over from the left and right respectively. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He was smiling very happily. More power. Die. As Lin Fei laughed, he slashed out with his energy saber. A saber strike with 8 billion points of strength. Even if it was the most ordinary saber strike, it would still be fatal. The Fiery Bug War Emperor and the Poison Demon War Emperor instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping their hearts. When Lin Fei's saber slashed over, the expressions of the two of them changed drastically. Great danger, great terror. Di Tian, you dare to plot against us? Their voices stopped abruptly. The two battle emperors fell from the sky and heavily smashed onto the ground. They truly died with everlasting regret. In front of Lin Fei's tyrannical saber strike, the two of them were indeed sent to their deaths as they were killed in a single slash. No wonder the representative of the heavenly law would treat you as a great enemy. We have all underestimated you, Battle Emperor Heaven Eye said indifferently. In fact, he was panicking in his heart. The might of that saber strike, be it in terms of strength or other aspects, was above his own. Even if it was him just now, it would be difficult for him to block the attack. The perfect trajectory was almost untraceable. Since you guys are working together with the Sky Dragon Emperor, you are my enemy. I have always been very ruthless towards my enemies. Lin Fei brandished his saber as 18 clones surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Fei had become an invincible existence. It would still be fine if there was only one clone. But now, there were 18 clones attacking at the same time. Their combat strength was exactly the same as the original body. Battle Emperor Heaven Eye still had the intention to deal with them. At the same time, why did he have a bad feeling just now? It turned out that it was because of the dangerous aura from Di Tian Divine Emperor. When the 18 clones surrounded him, Battle Emperor Heaven Eye coughed up blood. His body was riddled with thousands of bloody holes. One person wasn't scary, but when 18 of them attacked at the same time, it was unbelievably scary. In order to end the battle quickly, Lin Fei didn't give Battle Emperor Heaven Eye any chance to resist. This was a boost in strength. In less than 20 breaths, Battle Emperor Heaven Eye was killed. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, I should be able to break through to 5 billion strength. Lin Fei came to the palace and swept through the things they left behind. While sweeping through the things, Lin Fei also received a boost in strength. They were 500 million strength, 400 million strength, and the last 700 million strength. Lin Fei's combat strength increased from 8 billion to 4 billion. 4 billion strength. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. Soon, Lin Fei also had a headache. I can't use the 18 clones so easily in the future. The consumption was too great. Lin Fei himself couldn't bear the consumption. Fortunately, after finishing them off, he could use the space of God Emperor Mountain. Chapter 2147. After taking care of the Deva Eye Battle Emperor, Lin Fei killed the remaining monarch beasts easily. In less than half an hour, all the powerful monarch beasts had been killed. As for the weaker ones, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with them. On the other hand, Hairball and her little brother Da Peng continued to hunt the immortal beasts. It's all thanks to the Deva Eye Battle Emperor that I didn't have to run back and forth. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of his lair. After the battle, Lin Fei had expended a lot of energy. He took out one energy cube after another to recover his energy reserves. Soon enough, he used up all the energy he had on hand. At the same time, he also used the heavenly crystal wall. Lin Fei had also recovered about 80% of his strength. Even though it was only 80% of his strength, it was still terrifying enough to wipe out all the experts in the Mountain of God Emperors. Killing the Deva Eye Battle Emperor was equivalent to gaining control of the Mountain of God Emperors, such as the important Heaven Crystal Rampart. Master, I just found a good place. You should go and take a look. Lin Fei wasn't as worried anymore after recovering 80% of his strength. A good place. Lin Fei was intrigued. The Mountain of God Emperors was not as simple as it seemed to be to Lin Fei. Otherwise, the sacred leader of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't have sent his projection here. Even if Little Fiend didn't mention it, Lin Fei would have searched the entire Mountain of God Emperors. In the depths of his lair. Then, he set up a dense array of restrictive spells. At the same time, they were well hidden. Even Lin Fei was fooled. This is definitely a Grandmaster-level restrictive array. Lin Fei used brute force to break through the restrictive arrays. In the face of the power of 5.4 billion, Lin Fei had become the king of destruction. Along the way, who knew how many restrictive arrays he had destroyed? This made Lin Fei even more excited to find out what was behind the restrictive arrays. I'm about to show my true colors. When the last restrictive array was broken, a stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei. The stone door exuded an ancient aura and seemed to have existed for a long time. Open. Lin Fei punched the stone door, shattering it into pieces. After confirming that there was no danger, he dashed in head first. The other side of the cave was filled with dense heaven's will energy. At that moment, Lin Fei was in a huge cave. The cave was huge. It was man-made. This is. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the huge body not far away. Is this the heaven's origin lode in its materialized state? In front of Lin Fei was a gigantic dragon that crawled on the ground with heaven's will energy circling around its body. At the same time, it turned into flowers, birds, and beasts. A nation of its own. The most inconceivable thing was that the giant dragon's entire body was pierced by 3 huge purple gold chains. It was firmly locked to the ground and could barely move. How can there be such an existence in the God Emperor Mountain? Lin Fei didn't get close, but the immense pressure also made him feel a great sense of danger. He threw an appraisal over. Heaven's Origin Dragon, transformed from the Heaven's Origin Lode, combat power of 50 billion, extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Lin Fei's pupils contracted. Damn. I thought I was already very powerful, but I didn't expect to see something even more powerful here. It actually reached 50 billion. Luckily, it's trapped by the purple gold chains. If it could break free, it would be an invincible existence in the God Emperor Mountain. Roar. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have awakened. It looked at him coldly and breathed out dragon's breath. Lin Fei's body felt like it was shackled. He was shocked. At this moment, whether it was teleportation or anything else, it was completely useless. Invincible defense. Block it. The dragon's breath carried the might of thunder as it struck Lin Fei's body. Cough. 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 Lin Fei vomited blood. This is too scary. It actually used up 50% of my heaven's will points. Lin Fei felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, Lin Fei had no doubt that this dragon's breath could kill him, and it would be dozens of times. After taking the attack head-on, Lin Fei took the opportunity to retreat. After coming out from the stone door, he used teleportation and arrived outside. His heart was still filled with lingering fear. I was so close to being killed. This was the most dangerous moment for Lin Fei. After staying in the sky for a long time, Lin Fei was completely sent down. It seemed like the purple gold chains had trapped the Heaven's Origin Dragon. Lin Fei had killed a few combat emperors, and his combat power had skyrocketed. He was indeed a little arrogant. He never thought that the God Emperor Mountain would have such a terrifying hidden place. Thinking about the mysteriousness of the God Emperor Mountain, Lin Fei no longer underestimated it. Open the remote image. Lin Fei didn't dare to go in again. He had used up 50% of his energy to block the attack. He didn't want to go in and be tortured again. Who knew if there would be such a good opportunity next time? As soon as the image was opened, the image of the cave appeared. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber again. F***ck, it can't be. Could it be that the Heaven's Origin Dragon attacked me because I went in? Lin Fei pondered. Since Combat Emperor Tianmu and the others have set up layers of restrictions, There's no way they could block the Heaven's Origin Dragon's attack. Lin Fei didn't believe that Combat Emperor Tianmu could block the attack. One dragon's breath was enough to kill him. Lin Fei survived because of his invincible defense, but what about Combat Emperor Tianmu? I have to take a closer look. Although Lin Fei was wary of the Heaven's Origin Dragon, it didn't mean that he was afraid. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to make a new discovery. Especially when he saw that existence, his eyes lit up, and he instantly understood many things. On the left side of the cave, there was a stone trough. Perhaps it was natural or some other reason. The stone trough wasn't very big, only about a meter wide. The stone trough was very ordinary. A crystal clear, white liquid was flowing in the stone trough. There wasn't a lot of liquid in the entire trough, but Lin Fei could tell that it was good stuff at first glance. He used his appraisal art on it, and he became excited when he saw the result. I got it. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed that the leader of the sacred heaven in the world of the 33 sacred heavens cared so much about the Mount God Emperor. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, a drop of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish that contains immense energy. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, born of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, it has infinite uses. Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was something at the bottom of the stone trough. It was the extremely rare Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to tell. After taking a closer look, he realized that the Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish was very small. It was completely white, just like the color of spiritual liquid. This is really a great harvest. Chapter 2148. Mountain God Emperor's space changed. Following the fall of the 5 battle emperors in Tianyuan mountain range and the 4 human race battle emperors, everyone knew that Mountain God Emperor would be ruled by God Emperor Di Tian from now on. Battle Emperor Meng Tu and Dark Knight Battle Emperor quickly chose to submit to Lin Fei. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. In the face of death and life, it was normal to submit to someone stronger than oneself. Soon, they realized that the lord they submitted to was easier to get along with than they had imagined. For example, they built a huge palace named Invincible Palace according to his orders. Naturally, Lin Fei was too lazy to give it a name. Invincible Palace became the only force in Mountain God Emperor. Without the other battle emperors, Battle Emperor Meng Tu and Dark Knight Battle Emperor absorbed all the other forces and formed a huge force. Lin Fei became a hands-off boss. This made the two of them not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was interested in power, but their lord wasn't that passionate about power. For example, now. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Another failure. Ever since he discovered this place, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. He had to get the good stuff out no matter what. Since then, Lin Fei started testing. Each time he went there, he would consume 50% of his Heaven's Mandate energy. Lin Fei wouldn't take the risk. He couldn't afford to suffer such a loss. Spatial movement and time slowing were useless now. The Heavenly Essence Dragon was strong enough to break these elemental powers. The last one was to use the system space to enter. It seemed like a good idea, but Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Who knew if he would be attacked? What Lin Fei could do now was to accumulate Heaven's Mandate points. Although the good stuff was good, Lin Fei didn't want to take the risk to snatch it back. If he encountered an enemy, he might end up giving it to someone else. The enemy was naturally the Sky Dragon. Even until now, Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Dragon would be hiding. It might be recovering its strength. Who knew how strong it would be after it recovered? Unless Lin Fei had accumulated enough destiny energy 4 or 5 times, he wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Fei wasn't going to take any more risks. A terrifying existence with a power output of 50 billion was lucky to have been trapped. Without any restraints, it wasn't invincible. Lin Fei was even more curious. Who on earth had the ability to trap the Heavenly Yuan Dragon, especially when it was alive? The other party's combat power might be at least twice that of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon. Because of this, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. This was Lin Fei's 93rd recent experiment. Without any confidence, Lin Fei began to test the Tianyuan giant dragon, preparing to find out a pattern. who asked him to be so weak that he could not even withstand a single dragon breath from the other party. According to the system's analysis, if he wanted to block the heavenly dragon's attack, he would have to do so. It did not need to be too high, but it needed at least a power output of 30 billion, coupled with an invincible defense. Lin Fei could only laugh and cry as he shook his head. After all, the sealed world was a remote place with a large population but a limited number of experts. As for the mountain god emperor, the existences with a power output of 1 billion were all killed by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, there were no more. Lin Fei could only find a pattern now. Speaking of which, Lin Fei really did figure out the pattern. You should be able to analyze it now. After figuring out the pattern, Lin Fei naturally didn't need to worry. There was a little devil who would analyze it. As long as he did it enough times, the system would be able to find a solution. Lin Fei regretted killing the Celestial Eye Battle Emperor too early. That fellow must have entered and was quite lucky. Obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan, even if it was just 1 or 2 drops, was already very impressive. According to the analysis, Master still has hope of obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan. Under Lin Fei's expectant gaze, the analysis was completed. Lin Fei wasted a lot of his subordinates just to find a pattern. As long as there was hope, it was fine. Speak. The Heavenly Yuan Dragon is restricted. According to our analysis, it should fall into a deep slumber every once in a while. Although it's only for a short period of time, it's Master's only chance. According to our data analysis, the Heavenly Yuan Dragon's slumber is coming soon. Lin Fei let out a sigh. Finally, it didn't disappoint me. The hibernation was very short. No matter what, this was a good opportunity, wasn't it? Tell me the details. According to the system's analysis, the purple gold chains should have restricted the Heavenly Yuan Dragon's range of movement. It could be said that it couldn't move at all, and the dragon breath was its strongest and only attack method. If Lin Fei wanted to obtain the treasure in the stone trough, he had to enter while the Heavenly Yuan Dragon was asleep. Although the Heavenly Yuan Dragon would still attack at that time, its power would be greatly reduced, and this was his only chance. Lin Fei listened carefully. This was indeed an opportunity. As long as the attack wasn't at its peak, Lin Fei could still bear the cost of activating the invincible defense. Keep an eye on it and inform me when it's time. Lin Fei also felt that the Tianmu Battle Emperor should also take this opportunity. After confirming the method, Lin Fei focused on accumulating energy blocks. Apart from that, he gathered a group of people to mine the Heavenly Yuan Crystal Wall. For this, Lin Fei specially prepared a large number of mining tools. Now that he was dealing with the Senluo scythe trees, he could chop down a large area with a single slash of his blade. Naturally, it was very easy to make mining tools. The more destiny points he accumulated, the more confident Lin Fei was. Lin Fei did not hesitate to buy a large number of energy towers to absorb destiny energy. He worked on both sides to accumulate strength. Everything was developing in a good direction. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the Sky Dragon still hadn't appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei let the little devil monitor the mountain of God Emperor. As long as the Sky Dragon dared to enter, he would definitely die a horrible death. In the previous battle, Lin Fei found out one thing. In the mountain of God Emperor, the mysterious heavenly Dao could not affect this place. Otherwise, the Sky Dragon wouldn't have been killed by him. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the Sky Dragon's return. It would be even better if he could learn some secrets about the heavenly Dao from him. In Lin Fei's eyes, the heavenly Dao was high and mighty. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the heavenly Dao was a very promising job. Why did he have to stir up trouble inside? It was really not normal. Lin Fei believed that he would uncover this secret sooner or later. As long as the heavenly Dao dared to make a move again, Lin Fei would be able to determine its true strength. He was confident that he could eliminate the heavenly Dao. As Lin Fei waited patiently, a piece of good news came. Master, there was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperor. The God's Son, the Sky Dragon, is here. He even brought some helpers. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei knew that the Sky Dragon would return. The system shot out a sky screen. Lin Fei saw that the god's son, the Sky Dragon's aura was the same as before. In fact, it had improved quite a bit, reaching 2 billion battle power. At the same time, he brought more than 10 helpers with him. Each of them had over 1 billion battle power. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Chapter 2149. Sky Dragon was indeed here. Ever since he returned in a sorry state, Sky Dragon was furious and cursed the top experts of Mountain God Emperor over 100 times. At that time, if they attacked, they would definitely be able to kill Di Tian on the spot. Sky Dragon could tell that Di Tian was at the end of his rope. In the end, he still failed and even his physical body was destroyed. This time, I will not make the same mistake. Sky Dragon's eyes were cold. After suffering a loss, Sky Dragon brought a group of helpers this time. Even if Di Tian released his doppelganger, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Di Tian was definitely going to die this time. Sky Dragon came in a menacing manner, but that did not mean he was brainless. He was prepared to gather all the top experts. He still had that much confidence. With them as the vanguard, regardless of the outcome, he would definitely be the final victor. Sky Dragon was very confident about this. Where are they? Although Mountain God Emperor was not managed by Heaven Dao, with Sky Dragon's current strength, it was not difficult for him to find the top experts. Soon, Sky Dragon's expression changed. The auras of the experts that he had spoken to previously had disappeared without a trace. This gave Sky Dragon a bad feeling. Sky Dragon, there is no need to look. I have helped you get rid of your helpers. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. Then, a figure appeared from the void and appeared not far from Sky Dragon. Humph, you alone can get rid of them. Sky Dragon sneered, if you did not come out, it would be troublesome for me to look for you. Since you have come out, you will not be able to escape this time. Sky Dragon's hatred towards Di Tian grew stronger each time. After repeated failures, Sky Dragon kept telling himself that he must kill Di Tian and that he must kill Di Tian. Did you see that? Even without those people's help. With the people I brought with me, I can kill you here today. Although Sky Dragon did not know where those experts went, he did not think that Di Tian had the ability to get rid of them. Di Tian was just trying to scare him. Lin Fei shook his head, if it was the previous time, I might not be able to leave. Unfortunately you have no chance. Sky Dragon did not understand what he meant. In such a short time, no matter how powerful Di Tian was, how much could he improve his strength? Everyone, attack! More than 10 figures behind Sky Dragon surrounded him. Heavenly lightning strike. The Sky Dragon did not stay idle either. The heavenly Dao transformed into heavenly lightning and blasted towards the sky above Di Tian. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. His strength had also reached the level of 4 billion. Every single move he made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He was no longer someone who could be attacked by a measly 1 billion people. Die. Lin Fei did not take out his energy knife. That would be making a mountain out of a molehill. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. It was a very ordinary punch. More than a dozen figures felt a boundless terrifying aura crushing down on them. Their bodies were actually unable to move. The wind from the fist whistled past them, and their figures exploded one by one. He was no longer breathing. In front of Lin Fei's current strength, there was no one who couldn't block an ordinary punch. At this moment, the heavenly lightning above him crashed down. Lin Fei raised his head and blew at the heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning, which was attacking fiercely, shattered into pieces and stopped its attack. Sky Dragon's face was terrifyingly gloomy and his body was trembling slightly. It was a feeling of helplessness and unwillingness. So he has grown to such an extent. Sky Dragon immediately understood what Yi Futian meant. Sky Dragon, do you still think you can kill me now? Lin Fei stepped forward. Sky Dragon quickly recovered from the shock. I have to admit that you are indeed powerful. You have come this far in such a short time. If I had killed you last time, you would not be where you are now. However, do you really think I can't kill you? Sky Dragon had to use his trump card in advance. He did not believe that Di Tian could withstand his attack. The great master of heavenly law, please come out and kill the heretic Di Tian. Sky Dragon took out a black bead. As he chanted, the black bead glowed brightly. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot out and pierced through the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Di Tian, you are dead this time. At the huge gap, a huge emotionless eyeball appeared at the gap. Lin Fei was instantly locked by a dangerous and terrifying aura. Whoosh! The huge black eyeball shot out a beam of light. As soon as the beam of light shot out, the terrifying aura forced everyone on the God Emperor Mountain to crawl on the ground. Lin Fei's body was also locked in place. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. He burned his destiny points and broke free from the shackles. Then, he punched at the incoming beam of light. The power of this punch broke through the previous limit and reached a whole new level. More than a dozen experts were killed, contributing a total of 3 billion power to Lin Fei. In addition to the power from before, Lin Fei's strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching a shocking 7 billion power. Boom! The black beam of light was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Sky Dragon was not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei rushed toward the eyeball at the gap. Whoosh! 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 The black eyeball seemed to have sensed the heretic's provocation and shot out beams of light again. Lin Fei's strength improved greatly, and he moved forward bravely. Although the light beams were powerful, their power was only about 10 billion. Lin Fei could destroy the light beams one by one, and at the same time, shorten the distance between them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei took out the energy blade and pushed his power to the limit. He slashed at the black eyeball with a terrifying blade aura. All the light beams were destroyed, and the blade landed perfectly on the black eyeball. Boom! The black eyeball trembled violently when the blade landed on it, and it shot out another beam of light. Lin Fei dodged the black beam and charged at the black eyeball. Through the system, he sensed that the energy in the black eyeball was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Kill! More than a dozen blade auras instantly landed on the black eyeball. The 18 doppelgangers were quietly released and unleashed their most powerful attacks. About 20 attacks landed on the black eyeball. Heretic! The black eyeball spat out 2 words, and the entire eyeball exploded into pieces. Ding! Congratulations player for killing the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Ding! Special mission unlocked. Ding! Killing the Master of the Heavenly Law unlocked. Ding! Killed the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Received a bonus of 2 billion power. As soon as the black eyeball died, several notifications popped up from the system. This is awesome. A bonus of 2 billion power. Lin Fei ignored the previous notifications. Trying to run? Sky Dragon, who was watching from afar, felt his scalp tingle. That was the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law, and yet it was killed. Had Di Tian's strength reached such a level? Sky Dragon turned and walked into the void, ready to leave this damned place. When Lin Fei saw Sky Dragon enter the void, he knew that the other party was trying to escape. His eyes flashed, and a beam of light shot at Sky Dragon. Even though Lin Fei was not at his peak, the attack was not something that the Heavenly Law could withstand. Sky Dragon screamed in pain, and his whole body was torn into pieces. Not bad, another 300 million power. Chapter 2150. He had reached 13 billion. Lin Fei had never thought that he would reach 10 billion so quickly. He felt like he was flying, especially after killing the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar and obtaining a power boost of 2 billion. If Lin Fei were to kill the Battle Emperor now, he would be able to kill him in one strike. Luckily, I summoned all 18 of my avatars at the critical moment and killed the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar in one strike. Lin Fei had thought that his avatars were very powerful, but compared to the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar, he felt that he was still lacking. The Master of the Heavenly Dao didn't calculate my strength this time, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. Lin Fei would settle the score with the Master of the Heavenly Dao sooner or later. Lin Fei didn't feel that he had caused a huge problem by killing the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar today. After all, It was only a matter of time before he killed the master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar. If Lin Fei hadn't killed the master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar today, he might have been the one who died today. Lin Fei knew that if he didn't have the invincible system that allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in the shortest time possible, he might have suffered a huge setback today. The master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar was already so powerful. With a single strike of 10 billion, he could destroy anything he wanted. Lin Fei didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't capture the Sky Dragon alive. I still have to improve my strength. If the master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar is already so powerful, I'm afraid that his true body will be even more terrifying. The space of the God Emperor Mountain regained its peace. Everyone admired Celestial Emperor Di Tian even more now. Lin Fei's prestige in the God Emperor Mountain had reached its peak. Lin Fei didn't leave the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Who knew if the Heavenly Dao would make a move after killing the master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar? It was safer to stay in the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei brought his wife and daughter into the God Emperor Mountain. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was an independent space that wasn't affected by the Heavenly Dao. Lin Fei was relieved. At the same time, he brought in a group of subordinates, such as Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the others. This was the most suitable place for cultivation. As long as they were given time, everyone would be able to reach the Divine Lord realm. Lin Fei didn't care about one or two more God Emperors. Given his current strength, no matter how many God Emperors or Battle Emperors came, they could all be killed. The Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others were extremely grateful to Lin Fei. Generation after generation of Divine Lord, ever since they took control of the Divine Lord Mountain space, they had never brought anyone in because they were worried that there would be too many Divine Lords. At that time, he would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fei was different. In a short period of time, his strength had skyrocketed. He did not care about 10 or even 100 God Emperors at all. He could easily suppress them by himself. This was something that the previous God Emperors could not compare to. It was already difficult to break through to the God Emperor realm, and it would take a long time to break through to the Battle Emperor realm. Naturally, they would not bring anyone in. Lin Fei's safety was different. With the entire Closer's world in his hands, it was a pity that he had too few experts. Lin Fei had to nurture a batch of Divine Lords. Wu Shuang Devil Emperor and the others didn't disappoint Lin Fei. After setting up the time acceleration, they broke through to the God Emperor realm in a short time. Especially Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor, their strength increased rapidly. Now, they were both rank 5 and rank 6 God Emperors. Both of them were extremely talented, but they could not break through due to the lack of heavenly fate energy. It was different in the Divine Lord Mountain. The vast amount of heavenly fate energy was enough for them to break through easily. As for the difficulties in the God Emperor realm, Battle Emperor Meng Yi and Battle Emperor Meng Yi would solve them. It was not difficult for them to break through. Lin Fei was completely relieved. The Master of Heavenly Dao was still a big problem. Lin Fei had to take it seriously. Now, Lin Fei had to deal with the Heaven Essence Dragon. This was a powerful existence with a power of 50 billion. Through the system's careful analysis of the Divine Lord Mountain, Lin Fei received another piece of good news. In the entire Divine Lord Mountain, there were existences like the Heaven Essence Dragon. There were a total of 9 of them, and the one Lin Fei found was the weakest one. This made Lin Fei feel lucky that he did not encounter the strongest one. Even a Heaven Essence Dragon with a power of 50 billion could not handle it, let alone another one. This was good news for Lin Fei. At the same time, it was not a small piece of news. To be able to suppress 9 Tianyuan giant dragons in the space of the Divine Emperor Mountain, who was it? Why? That was the question. Lin Fei searched the entire Divine Lord Mountain but did not find any clues. The second was pain and happiness. If he could refine the 9 Heaven Essence Dragons, Lin Fei believed that his strength would reach a terrifying level. It would not be difficult for him to dominate the 33 Sage Heavens. Now, Lin Fei's headache was the Master of Heavenly Dao. That guy would definitely cause trouble. Even if he did not, the Heaven Essence Dragon would come out and cause trouble. That was the main problem. I hope I have more time. Lin Fei sighed softly, his gaze once again landing on the stone door not far away. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the Divine Lord Mountain. Whether it was the sealed world or the Divine Lord Mountain, it was peaceful. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. The only thing that made Lin Fei unhappy was that the lords of the Sage Heavens from the 33 Sage Heavens had started to test the Heaven Essence crystal wall after collecting it a few times. If it was before, Lin Fei might not have known that they were testing the Heaven Essence crystal wall. But now, he understood. Their focus was on the Heaven Essence myriad spirits and the Heaven Essence spiritual fish. Lin Fei was able to understand the hidden meaning behind his words. That was what they really wanted. The Heaven Essence crystal wall was not that important. There might be more outside, but the Heaven Essence myriad spirits and the Heaven Essence spiritual fish were the most important. Master, we're almost there. The little demon reminded. Lin Fei suppressed the frustration in his heart. The Heaven Essence dragon was going to rest soon. Lin Fei was ready to give it a try. His combat power had reached 13 billion. So it was not as difficult as before. At the same time, at the weakest point of the sealed world, the chaotic void, the strong winds had started to calm down. Those who did not know would think that something had happened. In the depths of the chaotic void, the strong winds were calmer, and the surrounding area had become flat. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, projections descended from the chaotic void. Welcome to the chaotic void. I am the representative of the Heavenly Tao, Heaven Essence Dragon. Greetings. A figure walked out from the chaotic void and introduced himself. This person was Heaven Essence Dragon. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize these figures. They were the lords of the Holy Heavens from the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Now, the lords of the 33 Sage Heavens were gathered together. Lin Fei would definitely say, I knew that the lords of the 33 Sage Heavens would not cooperate so easily. The lords of the 33 Sage Heavens were indifferent to Heaven Essence Dragon's appearance. Chapter 2152. No one knew what the conversation between Sky Dragon and the masters of the 33 Sacred Skies was. The entire process didn't take long. When they left, the masters of the 33 Sacred Skies all had joyful expressions. Sky Dragon also had a smile on his face. Di Tian, if I can't deal with you, then let the enemy deal with you. Every master of the 33 Sacred Skies is a genius. I don't believe you can keep breaking through. Sky Dragon turned and walked into the chaotic space, leaving behind a gloomy voice. Lin Fei was trying his best to get the Sky Origin All Spirits and Sky Origin Spirit Fish. The Sky Origin Dragon fell into a deep slumber. This is the moment. Lin Fei struck out with both hands. His left hand used the power of space, and his right hand used time deceleration. He appeared in front of the stone trough in a flash. As soon as he got close to the stone trough, an endless aura surged over. Lin Fei's pores opened up, and a vast amount of energy surged over. Such dense energy, it's going to make me explode. Lin Fei's body expanded uncontrollably. In the next moment, the invincible system was activated, and the energy was converted into destiny points. So dangerous. If it were an ordinary person, facing the endless stream of energy, they would definitely die 9 times out of 10. It would cause them to explode, and they would eventually explode and die. Come out. Lin Fei's right hand flew out with the power of time, forming a time hand. He scooped at the stone trough, and the Sky Origin Spirit Fish fell into his hand. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Wow, there are 8 of them in one go. 8 crystal clear Sky Origin Spirit Fish swam in his hand. As soon as the Sky Origin Spirit Fish left the stone trough, a vast aura spread out. Lin Fei cursed inwardly and used space shift to leave. In the void, a sharp claw tore through the air. It was the Sky Origin Dragon's palm. Damn, this reaction is too fast. Lin Fei cursed and activated the invincible defense immediately. A shield appeared around him, forming a 3-meter vacuum zone. At the same time, Lin Fei punched out. Full power, 13 billion energy. Lin Fei's fist landed on the Sky Origin Dragon's claw. The enormous force seemed to have collided with an iron plate and was shattered into pieces. However, it also slowed down the speed of the Heaven Origin Dragon's claws. Bang bang bang! Lin Fei couldn't care less. He had to block the claws of the Sky Origin Dragon. A Sky Origin Dragon with a power output of 50 billion was unbelievably terrifying. The claws of the Sky Origin Dragon were unstoppable. Along the way, Lin Fei's hair stood on end. Boom! The Sky Origin Dragon's claw landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's chest shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good chance. Teleportation was activated once again. At the same time, a fist aura burst out, shattering the void and taking advantage of the momentum. He emerged from the stone cave. Although Lin Fei seemed to be doing it easily, the danger he faced was unimaginably terrifying. If it wasn't for his power increasing to 13 billion, Lin Fei wouldn't even have had time to activate teleportation. The dragon's claw could severely injure him, but it also cost Lin Fei a lot of destiny points. Success. Outside the stone cave, in a mountain range. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth was stained with blood, but his face was full of smiles. What a terrifying Sky Origin Dragon. I really have to pay a huge price to snatch some food from his mouth. However, with the Sky Origin All Spirits and the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, everything is worth it. Although it was a huge consumption. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Lin Fei teleported back and forth a few times and arrived at the secret chamber of the Nightmare City. He took out a drop of Sky Origin Spirit and swallowed it. Hua! The Sky Origin Spirit was swallowed. Lin Fei's entire body expanded. The vast energy was about to burst his body. Convert. The system increased the conversion speed to the limit. The vast Sky Origin Spirit energy was being devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense consumption made Lin Fei's heart ache, but it instantly recovered. The process of devouring and conversion. It lasted for 100 breaths. Lin Fei's destiny points had recovered to 100%. There was still a large portion left in his body. Fortunately, it was transferred to his 18 clones in time. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei loved it. It was a good thing for continuous battles. With the efficiency of the invincible system, he could use it continuously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to use big moves. Lin Fei immediately counted how many Sky Origin Spirit he had. This was where his confidence came from. 153 drops. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this number. Although Lin Fei's grab was a trick, Sky Origin Spirit was a unique existence. If he used other things to grab it, it would have disappeared without a trace. Whether it was Sky Origin Spirit or Sky Origin Spirit Fish, they were afraid of the power of space and time. After keeping the Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei was looking forward to the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It seemed to be more precious than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei didn't know what its use was, but he was sure that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was definitely a treasure. Lin Fei wanted to catch dozens of Sky Origin Spirit Fish in one go, but he didn't expect to catch 7. They could pass through the power of time, which made Lin Fei feel that they were extraordinary. Eat. Lin Fei didn't think he was that extravagant. Master, this is good stuff. Little Devil ran out with a smile. How do you know? Lin Fei knew that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was born from heaven and earth. If consumed, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei cared about another use. If Master consumes the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, you can use it to break through the limit of strength. As for how much you improve, it will depend on Master's luck. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. No way, that works. Why not? Lin Fei fell in love with the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It could actually increase the limit of strength. Ever since his output broke through 10 billion, Lin Fei felt that the strength bonus he received from killing experts with 1 billion output was decreasing. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to 20 billion. The Sky Origin Spirit Fish came at the right time. Do you want to try eating one? With a thought, Lin Fei took out a Sky Origin Spirit Fish and swallowed it. An energy even more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was released. With the experience of the sky origin spirit fish, Lin Fei was already prepared. He mobilized the power of heaven's will to suppress it and took the opportunity to devour and convert it. After refining a sky origin spirit fish, Lin Fei found that it had 10 times the energy of the sky origin spirit fish. This wasn't what Lin Fei cared about the most. What he cared about the most was the increase in strength. A sky origin spirit fish actually increased my energy by 1 billion. I increased from 13 billion to 14 billion. This is too terrifying. Even Lin Fei was shocked. This was equivalent to killing an expert with 3 billion output. It seems normal for others to increase their energy by 1 billion after obtaining the fortune of heaven and earth. Chapter 2153. 1 Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. 2 Tianyuan Spiritual Fishes. The 7th Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. Lin Fei did not hold back at all. He was not worried about his body exploding. He used the system's ability to absorb and convert energy at a crazy rate. At the same time, his energy output increased rapidly. From 13 billion, it broke through to 14 billion, then to 15 billion, and finally to 21 billion. The 7 Tianyuan spiritual fishes provided Lin Fei with 8 billion energy. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. What a great thing created by heaven and earth. What a great thing. When his energy output reached 21 billion, Lin Fei felt the energy in his body surging. Now that he encountered the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon, Lin Fei believed that it would not be too difficult to defend against it. With the invincible defense, it should be much easier. I wonder how many more Tianyuan spiritual fishes are in that stone trough. If there are another 10 or 20, my power should reach 40 billion. After witnessing the power of the Emperor of War, Lin Fei knew very well how powerful the projection of the Lord of Heaven was. He had no doubt that the combat power of those powerful figures was at least over 100 billion, and this was just a low estimate. It was definitely more than that. Lin Fei had to increase his power now. And the heavenly Dao, that was also something that he had to kill. Others might not know, but Lin Fei knew very well. Just a small clone was able to unleash a power of 10 billion, nearly killing him. What more when it was the main body? Roar, roar, roar. Lin Fei entered the cave again. This time, the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon came. The output of 50 billion energy was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The most unbelievable thing was that this terrifying energy could not shatter the surrounding walls. Even so, the energy formed gusts of wind within the walls, whistling and cutting. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, but he also felt that it was very difficult. Even the remaining power was about 1 or 2 billion energy output. If it was before, Lin Fei would have left without saying a word. Break. At this time, the 21 billion energy output, wherever Lin Fei's blade pointed, the wind kept breaking. He continuously broke through the violent winds, and his greatly increased strength gave him the capital to fight back. With enough energy, Lin Fei was also very confident. He was not afraid of screwing up at the critical moment. Bang! The heavenly Yuan dragon scratched Lin Fei with its claws, consuming 40% of Lin Fei's power. Even though his strength had increased, Lin Fei was still very afraid of the Sky Origin Dragon. It was a genuine 50 billion power output. Especially when it grabbed, it seemed like whoever it grabbed would die. Lin Fei relied on his invincible defense and fundamental energy saber technique to find the flaws in the attacks. He rushed to the stone trough and used the power of space and time. The power and the time. He had obtained dozens of drops of heavenly origin myriad spirits. The Tianyuan spiritual Tianyuan fish was caught. The Tianyuan dragon's attack came again. Lin Fei slashed at the dragon's claw, reducing some of the force. He took the attack head-on and reached out to fish again. This time, his luck was good. There were 5 Tianyuan spirit fish. Come, come, come. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei caught it for the 3rd time. This time, there was no Tianyuan spirit fish. There were only a few drops of heavenly essence 10,000 spirits. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the heavenly essence 10,000 spirits and heavenly essence spirit fishes in the stone trough were all gone. Boom, boom, boom. No one knew if it was because Lin Fei had collected all the items, but the Qianyuan giant dragon transformed into countless Qianyuan giant dragons. They attacked in unison. Although Lin Fei's saber technique was exceptional, he still suffered more than a dozen attacks. The energy he consumed was like water, and anyone who saw it would feel heartache. Xiao Long Long, the next time you come, you're dead meat. 8 Qianyuan spirit fishes were harvested. Lin Fei was satisfied. He might even be able to increase his damage by 10 billion. At that time, Lin Fei did not believe that he could not kill the Sky Origin Dragon. Lin Fei hacked and slashed, and with his invincible defense, he rushed out of the cave. Luckily, I have my previous foundation. Otherwise, it's a bit too much. Lin Fei did not feel the pinch from the consumption of his destiny points. A single attack would consume 40%. Anyone would not be able to take it. Lin Fei's confidence grew. As the power output increased, the power of the basic energy saber technique also increased. However, this time, he encountered the Sky Origin Dragon, which had a power output of 50 billion, so the saber technique could not be used. Lin Fei rested for 2 days. He refined the Qianyuan spirit fish, and his power broke through to 34 billion. His luck was better this time. At the same time, he consumed a few drops of Qianyuan spirit fish. Today is the day to slay the dragon. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a little uneasy, as if some great danger was about to arrive. Lin Fei decided to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. That was a power output of 50 billion. If he was lucky, he might even gain a few billion more. Through this period of research, Lin Fei realized that the more powerful an existence was, the more power it could gain. A Sky Origin Dragon with 50 billion power was definitely a shortcut to increase his combat power. Kill. Coming to the cave again, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed with the energy saber. With a long and narrow saber gleam, he slashed at the Sky Origin Dragon. The Sky Origin Dragon did not have much intelligence. It instinctively attacked with its claws, as if trying to break the saber gleam. The long and narrow saber gleam shook and rippled, but it did not shatter. This was because Lin Fei's power had increased. Lin Fei's second and third slash had already arrived. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At such a close distance, Lin Fei gave it his all. One of the saber gleams landed on the Sky Origin Dragon, and the energy on its huge body evaporated. Lin Fei instantly sensed that the Sky Origin Dragon's attack power was weakening. So it consumes power. Great. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and released his 18 clones. The 18 attacks arrived instantly and landed on the Sky Origin Dragon. With their minds connected, they were practically invincible. Roar roar roar. The killer move landed on the Sky Origin Dragon and consumed a large amount of its power. Ha ha ha, let's see how strong you can be. Lin Fei had suffered quite a bit, and had even almost been killed. Whoosh. Lin Fei teleported and appeared next to the Sky Origin Dragon. He stabbed the saber into the dragon's body, and his destiny points surged. Boom. This was also one of Lin Fei's killer moves. Using destiny points to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. After all, the system's default was to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. Nothing else mattered. The explosion caused the Sky Origin Dragon's power to plummet. It roared, but it did not cause any damage to Lin Fei. Sky Origin Dragon, die. Lin Fei smiled. In such a short time, the Sky Origin Dragon did not have it easy. Moreover, it was made of pure energy. Once it was injured, it would consume its energy. As time went on, its combat power would naturally decline. While the Sky Origin Dragon was trapped by the 18 clones, Lin Fei once again performed the same overbearing attack and killed the Sky Origin Dragon. This time, Lin Fei was going all out. The huge recoil forced Lin Fei to the wall. Chapter 2154. Hihi, it's so cool to have so many doppelgangers. I can't help but kill you. It's just that it takes a lot of energy. Lin Fei loved this kind of siege. If one person couldn't do it, he would send a few more. Initially, Lin Fei thought that it would be a tough battle. However, after the battle, he realized that the Sky Yuan Dragon was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Instead, it was easy. As soon as the Sky Yuan Dragon died, Lin Fei's face bloomed into a smile. A Sky Yuan dragon with a power of 50 billion was an unreachable existence, but he killed it in the end. With a power of 34 billion, Lin Fei had the capital to fight against the Sky Yuan dragon. Now that he had slain the heavenly origin dragon, Lin Fei believed that his combat power might be able to break through to between 360 and 37 billion. Lin Fei believed that now that he had grasped the strength of this realm, he had a certain level of confidence. Even if the Master of Heavenly Law's doppelganger came to kill him, Lin Fei was confident that he could kill him easily. Someone's here. Lin Fei frowned suddenly. There was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperors. It's them. The invincible system covered it. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was wondering why I felt so uneasy. It's them. It must be the Sky Dragon. Other than him, how could the masters of the 33 holy heavens come in? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperors. Streams of aura appeared in the sky. It was the aura of a king that swept across the mountain of God Emperors. Oh my God, what's happening? This aura, it's terrifying. The experts of the mountain of God Emperors felt suffocated. Combat Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Combat Emperor's pupils contracted. It's them. The two of them could not stop sucking in a breath of cold air. At that moment, their strength seemed minuscule in front of those people. Could it be that they're here for Master? The two were hoping that Master could suppress them. The mountain of God Emperors. It's been so many years. I can't believe it's here again. I smell something I haven't seen in a long time. A total of 33 figures appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. They were in different positions, but all of them had smiles on their faces. It was a kind of greedy desire. 33 powerful divine intents swept across the space of Mount God Emperor. Everyone was in danger. In their eyes, they had turned into endless mountains, and at the same time, they were filled with boundless power. Di Tian. This king has found you. I found you too. Soon, a few of the auras laughed. The masters of the 33 holy heavens are all here. Lin Fei thought to himself, cursing the heavenly Tao for being so shameless. At this moment, Lin Fei was locked on by 33 divine senses, and the surrounding void was also sealed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. God Emperor Di Tian. Aren't you going to come out and meet an old friend? As soon as the 33 figures appeared, they surrounded Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked out of the cave and appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. I was wondering why the crows at the entrance cawed so early in the morning. So it's senior. After seeing them, Lin Fei covered them with the invincible system and began to analyze their combat power. Compared to the previous projection, the Lord of Sagely Heaven this time was much more powerful. They were far stronger than the last time, giving off an immense pressure. Lin Fei immediately knew that they were not projections, but clones. As for why the clones could come down, Lin Fei was not a fool. He had a vague guess in his mind, and it could not be wrong. How dare you? You are just a small god emperor. Why don't you kowtow to us when you see us? Boom. One of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes flashed. With a roar, a huge wave of pressure surged over. What a terrifying Lord of Sagely Heaven. Each of his clones has a combat power of more than 20 billion. Especially the 10 clones. His battle power has even reached 30 billion. He's trying to kill me. Lin Fei was furious. At the same time, he also bore a grudge against the Sky Dragon and the Master of Heavenly Law. Ha ha ha, you are just a small clone. How dare you show off to me? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei laughed. His voice was loud like a bell. Heaven and earth shook, and the wave of pressure collapsed. Before it could even get close to Lin Fei, it disappeared completely. You are just a small god emperor. How dare you resist? Another clone of the Lord of Sagely Heaven was enraged. Although the strength of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones was greatly suppressed, they were much stronger than before. They could defeat all the experts in the sealed world. Their hatred for God Emperor Di Tian was extremely great. Now that they had seen Emperor Di Tian, they had to teach him a lesson. The worse he was, the happier they were. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining 7 billion additional power. Lin Fei was overjoyed. This power came at the right time. My total power has finally reached 40 billion. With 40 billion points of power, Lin Fei was above them. The 33 lords of Sagely Heaven had all become power bonuses in Lin Fei's eyes. If they were all killed, it would be terrible. I really have to thank you, Sky Dragon. You sent me a large number of experience monsters. Lin Fei suddenly didn't hate Sky Dragon as much as he did before. If Sky Dragon could do this a few more times, Lin Fei wouldn't mind pretending to be a coward. Emperor Di Tian, you stole the spirit of Sky Yuan and the spirit of Sky Yuan fish. Suddenly, a lord of Sagely Heaven exclaimed. He immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to slap himself. How could he say something like this? It really is the spirit of Sky Yuan. There is still some aura here. It must be with Emperor Di Tian. The eyes of the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the sky lit up. Lin Fei brazenly attacked the master of the sacred sky closest to him, breaking through their encirclement. Die. Lin Fei used space movement and suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He punched the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the chest. You can kill me too. The Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes were full of disdain. He was the Lord of Sagely Heaven. Even a clone was invincible. Boom. Without any warning, the Lord of Sagely Heaven's 23 billion points of power was smashed into pieces by Lin Fei's punch. You are the second one. Lin Fei pounced on the second Lord of Sagely Heaven and also punched him. He used the power of space and time, not giving the Lord of Sagely Heaven any chance to fight back. Boom. The second Lord of Sagely Heaven was killed. At the same time, Lin Fei received an additional 2 billion points of power. 2 Lords of Sagely Heaven contributed 2 billion points of power to Lin Fei. The remaining Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones were silent. Sky Dragon, who was watching from the void, was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2155. Lin Fei killed 2 of the Lord of the Sacred Skies clones in an instant. His combat power had increased to 42 billion, almost reaching the level of the Heavenly Origin Dragon back then. Everyone, are you surprised? However, this is only the beginning. Lin Fei laughed and pounced towards the third Lord of the Sacred Skies clone. You have to die too. Lin Fei wasn't interested in knowing the ranking of the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone. As long as his power was weaker than his, he could kill them with one punch. With his 40 billion power, he could easily crush them. Sacred Sky Mark. The Lord of the Sacred Skies clone was enraged. He sent out a mysterious mark towards Lin Fei's fist. It's useless. Lin Fei's fist landed on the mark and crushed it with his invincible power. He arrived in front of the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone and smashed it with his palm. One of the Lord of the Sacred Skies clones was killed. Lin Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He punched out fiercely and killed one of the Lord of the Sacred Skies clones. The Lord of the Sacred Skies' 20 billion power was the first to be killed by Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei attacked directly. He didn't need to defend. What's going on? A god emperor who sealed the world. How can his combat power be so strong? He can even kill a clone. The remaining Lord of the Sacred Skies clones were extremely fearful. According to their agreement with the Heavenly Tao, they would have come to the Mountain of God Emperors and killed Di Tian. Then, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. At this moment, the Lord of the Sacred Skies clones encountered an invincible existence in their eyes. The little rabbit in their eyes turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the blink of an eye. Everyone, let's kill God Emperor Di Tian first. There's something strange about this guy. That terrifying power. Everyone was shocked. If it was their original bodies, it would be easy to kill a clone like this. However, it wouldn't be so easy for a clone to kill a clone. But God Emperor Di Tian had done it. They were greatly provoked. For the benefit of Mountain God Emperor Space, the remaining 20+ of them joined forces to attack. Bam bam bam! Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and took the attacks head-on. He dashed towards the 28 billion Master of the Sacred Sky and slashed at him. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was split in half. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber light instantly chopped down, and each saber took a life. Everything in Mount God Emperor belongs to me. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei held the energy blade in his hand. As the blade flashed, the Lord of the Sacred Sky's doppelgangers fell one by one. No matter how strong their defenses were, they were all sliced apart by the blade. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that this kind of fierce attack was easily executed by the other party. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of being attacked. All the attacks it sent out would be reflected back. In the blink of an eye, only 10 of the 33 Lords of Heaven were left. The other 23 Lords of Heaven's clones had all fallen. No one could block Lin Fei's attack. The 10 clones of the Sacred Sky Lord gathered their divine senses together. They were unable to adapt to God Emperor Di Tian's strength. Everyone, use your killer moves. If we don't use our killer moves, God Emperor Di Tian will kill us instead of us killing him. Seal. One of the Lord of the Sacred Sky shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and blasted it towards Lin Fei. The seal shone brightly. It shrouded Lin Fei in an instant. Lin Fei instantly felt that he couldn't move. The other 9 Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones didn't dare to hold back anymore. They used their strongest killer moves. Subconsciously, they didn't believe that the treasure could withstand their combined attack. This combined attack was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and circulated the energy in his body. The added energy was gathered together. The output of his energy reached a terrifying 67 billion points. Even if I join forces, you guys won't be able to do it. Lin Fei shook his head and released his energy. Boom. The seal's energy was shattered. The heavenly mandate energy turned into endless waves and swept towards the 9 incoming attacks. The attack that could kill everything in its path was crushed by this energy. The second wave of energy came, and the ultimate attack didn't exist anymore. But they were unlucky. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones were all sent flying. They all vomited blood, and their bodies were badly damaged. The second wave of energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones took out all kinds of treasures and blocked in front of them. God Emperor Di Tian, this is a misunderstanding. Stop now. We're not here to cause trouble for you. Stop now. The first wave of energy swept over and easily destroyed the attack. They realized how terrifying God Emperor Di Tian was. How could Di Tian, who sealed the world, cultivate to such a level of power? It was impossible. They cursed Sky Dragon more than 10,000 times in their hearts. This was an easy task. What kind of joke was this? Although they were clones of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, they were still invincible in this sealed world. Their hearts sank when they thought about how God Emperor Di Tian had so many clones. Lin Fei knew that the Lord of the Sacred Sky would attack him. No one would give up their benefits. Why should we stop? Lin Fei shook his head. The heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the terrifying power tore them into pieces. No matter what was said, Lin Fei would do it. Bastard, I'd be a fool if I believed you. Lin Fei looked in one direction. Sky Dragon, you're really shameless. Sky Dragon indeed came to see. Sky Dragon was filled with resentment after repeated failures. This time, he invited the Lord of the Sacred Sky to deal with God Emperor Di Tian. Even if it was just a clone, it could easily kill God Emperor Di Tian. Sky Dragon wanted to see God Emperor Di Tian's miserable state. Unfortunately, everything went in the opposite direction. The Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone became as good-tempered as a little white rabbit, and God Emperor Di Tian once again displayed unbelievable power and killed the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone. Sky Dragon felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. When he saw God Emperor Di Tian's gaze, he was so scared that he turned around and left the mountain of God Emperor. I'll let you live for a few more days. When I get used to the power in my hands, I'd like to see how powerful the Lord of the Heavenly Law is. With a power of 64 billion, Lin Fei was able to reign supreme in the mountain of God Emperor and even the sealed world. Even if the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone came, it would still die. It was that simple. Since he had offended the Lord of the Sacred Sky, killing one clone or two was the same. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei turned around and left. The experts in the Mountain of God Emperor looked at him with fear and admiration. Chapter 2156. The World of the 33 Sagely Heavens. Roars could be heard from the layers of worlds, shaking the heavens and the earth. The flames of anger turned into a black storm, covering the sky above the Lord of Sagely Sky's palace. All the experts turned their gazes over, unable to remain calm. Waves of anger came one after another. Anyone who was not an idiot could sense it. What happened? I haven't seen the anger of the Sagely Sky in a long time. I wonder who offended the Lord of Sagely Sky. That person is going to be unlucky, in a certain layer of world. In a secret room, it was dark everywhere. At the same time, it was quiet, except for the occasional sound of breathing. If not for the fact that there was no one in the secret room, people would have suspected that there was no one in the secret room. News is here. A voice could be heard from the silent secret room. The voice was low, but it was filled with excitement. Speak. Another hoarse voice could be heard. I really want to know why the Master of Holy Sky is so angry this time. I remember that he hasn't been angry for a long time. There was more than one person in the secret room. A few voices could be heard. I just found out some unbelievable news from a secret channel. This person was even more excited. In the secret room, everyone's breathing became rapid. Speak. Speak. That person continued, this is something that none of you can imagine. Our Lord of the Sacred Sky suffered a huge setback and lost a doppelganger in the sealed world. Haha, that's great. I didn't expect the Lord of Sagely Sky to lose too. But that can't be right. The strongest person in the sealed world is at most a peak God Emperor. How can he kill a doppelganger? Yes, I also heard that the God Emperor in the sealed world has only reached this level recently. Other than him, it seems like no one else can kill the Lord of Sagely Sky's doppelganger. After the excitement, there were all sorts of doubts. I'm not sure about that. That person was also very confused. Go and investigate. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to find out what happened. In another world of the Sagely Sky. In a forbidden ground with gusts of cold wind. Laughter could be heard. Who would have thought that one of your doppelgangers would be killed? No wonder you are so angry. The voice was sinister. I believe this news will spread. Many people will have their own thoughts. I have lost a doppelganger, and I don't know which big shot will take action. I'm really interested in getting to know him. A chilly wind blew over the forbidden area. Then another piece of news spread. World of the 33 Holy Heavens. Many of the sacred Sky Lords were enraged. The big and small forces were all shocked. Even more terrible news spread. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was angry because his doppelganger had been killed. As for the source of the news, there was no way of knowing. At this moment, those who had been hiding in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens emerged one by one. The world of the 33 Holy Heavens also began to experience some changes. Mountain God Emperor Space. Lin Fei came out of the secret chamber. After a few days of mastering, Lin Fei had completely mastered his current strength. It's time to go to the Heavenly Law's lair. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he arrived above the sealed world. How's the tracking going? As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt as though the entire world was within his grasp. It was a very, very powerful feeling, one that he had never felt before. Master, don't worry. That sky dragon has been causing trouble for you time and time again. This time, he won't be able to escape. Little Fiend said with a smile. Lead the way. Lin Fei entered the depths of the void. The howling astral winds were shattered before they could even get close. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became. Lin Fei did not care about these astral winds. That sky dragon really knows how to hide. Other than him, it was difficult for outsiders to enter this place. The astral winds were extremely terrifying. A single blow could turn flesh and blood into white bones. No matter how many people came, they would all die. That sky dragon is hiding in here. In the depths of the void, Little Fiend pointed at a location. Luckily, the system is tracking him. Lin Fei could tell. This was an independent space, hidden in the endless astral winds. Anyone would be dumbfounded if they came here. Open. Lin Fei's fist, which contained the power of mountains and rivers, landed on one of the spots, and a door appeared indistinctly. Bang! 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 Lin Fei punched continuously. After a total of 10 punches, the door appeared. In a flash, he entered the space. There was no life in this space, and there was a dusky aura everywhere. It was an extremely uncomfortable aura. At this moment, in the center of the space, there was a huge black altar. On the altar, there was a huge throne, and the sky dragon was sitting on it. Di Tian, how dare you come here? A trace of fear flashed in the sky dragon's eyes, and then he laughed crazily. Lin Fei came to a place not far from the altar. I thought that the Heavenly Law's representative would live in a good place. It seems like it's really disappointing. With such treatment, you might as well follow me. I guarantee that it'll be better than before. Wrong, you're wrong. Sky Dragon sneered. Follow you? What are you? You're just a lowly existence, an insignificant ant. I'm now the Heavenly Law's representative. Can you give it to me? Lin Fei shook his head. But, I can kill you. Sky Dragon's eyebrows twitched. A huge fist came in front of him, and the fist landed on his face. A violent force hit him, and he lost consciousness. Instant kill. At this moment, Sky Dragon's combat power had not reached 5 billion. There was no way he could block Lin Fei's full attack. I can't give you a position, but I can kill you. Lin Fei smiled. Di Tian, I'm going to kill you. On the altar not far away, Sky Dragon turned into a black fog, and then turned back into a human. With a roar, the entire dusky space turned into many huge eyes. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura covered the sky and earth. What tricks can you play in my territory? I admit that I've underestimated you. Sky Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed unscrupulously. But, you can't escape death. Today, I'm going to add all the old and new grudges together, and settle this old score with you. Lin Fei glanced at the terrifying destructive aura that covered the sky and earth, and could crush a person. Its power level was at most 20 to 30 billion. So, Lin Fei laughed. Sky Dragon suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Did you see that? As long as I give the order, you'll be killed on the spot. Even if you can regenerate your flesh, it won't work here. Although he did not understand why he felt that way, Sky Dragon thought that he was the Heavenly Law's representative. Even if he only had a small amount of authority, he could completely destroy Di Tian. Alright, I'm done playing with you. Chapter 2157. Lin Fei had completely lost interest in Sky Dragon. Lin Fei was already a great being. With tens of billions of energy output, he was invincible in the sealed world. Apart from Lin Fei, few could achieve such a level in such a short period of time. However, Lin Fei did it easily. Then again, Lin Fei had also taken a risk to reach his current level. Lin Fei wanted to kill Sky Dragon and force the Master of Heavenly Law out. That was the being he wanted to deal with. In the sealed world, the existence of the Master of Heavenly Law had already made Lin Fei very unhappy. This altar is a good thing, Lin Fei thought to himself. He completely ignored Sky Dragon's words. At the same time, he slashed out with his blade. It was an ordinary slash in everyone's eyes, but with the support of tens of billions of energy, it exploded with infinite power. The entire grey space was in a state of slow motion. The shining blade was like a wave between heaven and earth, heading towards one of the directions. Bang! Bang! Wherever the blade passed, the eyeballs exploded and were torn into pieces. None of the eyeballs could withstand Lin Fei's ordinary slash. Sky Dragon's smile froze on the altar. The blade crushed his body, and he fell into darkness again. Damn it, why is it the same move again? This was Sky Dragon's last thought before he fell into darkness again. Lin Fei came to the altar. At this time, the altar was surrounded by black fog, and a figure was faintly discernible. Di Tian, you can't kill me. The black fog revealed its face. It was Sky Dragon. In this space, I am invincible. You will never be able to kill me. Sky Dragon's figure appeared again. Lin Fei had long known that Sky Dragon had resurrected several times. There was definitely something that could bring him back to life. Now, he knew that this altar was a treasure. Little devil, help me check this altar. Lin Fei sneered. I don't believe that you can resurrect again and again. A palm. It fell from the sky and destroyed Sky Dragon's human form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the grey sky, many vertical eyes appeared again, and a dense barrage of destructive light beams shot over. Lin Fei did not even spare them a glance. He just swung his saber and slashed out. It shattered all the attacks, including the eyeballs. My strength is too weak. Every time I use it, I get an additional strength of 10 to 20 million. Lin Fei had killed the heavenly dragon thrice, but the amount of power he had obtained could be counted on one hand. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei made up his mind, no matter how many times Sky could revive. Today, they would have to guard the corpse. The altar was full of mysteries. Bang! The Sky Dragon was killed again. This was the 83rd time that Lin Fei had killed the Sky Dragon. Every time the Sky Dragon appeared, Lin Fei would kill it. Di Tian, you can't kill me. The Sky Dragon appeared once again. Compared to before, its power had also increased, reaching the level of 20 billion. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still just an ant. Damn, this altar's effect is too good. Lin Fei could not help but curse. He had killed the Sky Dragon 83 times. Wrong. It was now the 84th time. As the Sky Dragon was killed 90 times, the surrounding eyeballs attacked even more wildly. Lin Fei was prepared. He knew that the Sky Dragon's limit was about to be reached. Fortunately, it was him. If it was anyone else, they would have run out of energy after killing a few more times. 18 clones, come out and block it for me. The entire grey space was densely packed with eyeballs. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Moreover, they were attacking together. The 18 clones guarded 18 directions and blocked all the attacks. Lin Fei just had to focus on dealing with the Sky Dragon. As for the consumption, Lin Fei really did not care. He had Tianyuan Wanling and could replenish his Heaven's Fate points at any time. Sky Dragon. This is the 92nd time. Lin Fei killed the Sky Dragon again. The Sky Dragon's power increased to 30 billion, but it was still killed by Lin Fei with one slash. No, how can your strength increase so quickly? After being killed again, the black fog that the Sky Dragon transformed into roared. His voice was filled with a trace of unwillingness and despair. I am the Heavenly Dao's representative. You can't kill me. Boom. After another revival, the Sky Dragon's battle power broke through again and reached 40 billion. The more I kill, the stronger I become. This is really an advantage for me. Lin Fei saw the clues and was extremely happy. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's battle power reached 80 billion. All of this was brought about by the Sky Dragon. At this time, if the Sky Dragon knew that every time he was killed, his opponent's battle power would increase, he would definitely smash his head against the wall. This was supporting the enemy. It was the kind of unlimited increase. I am the strongest. He was killed for the 95th time. The surrounding eyeballs attacks were all blocked. It's going to be the 96th time soon. I hope you can defeat me. Killing you like this is too boring. Lin Fei stood on the altar with a smile on his face. He looked like he was harmless. But the Sky Dragon vomited blood. He had already been killed for the 95th time. Goddamn Di Tian, how can his strength increase so quickly? Why is this happening? The Sky Dragon kept roaring, his heart filled with fear. No one understood one thing better than him. The Heavenly Dao's representative was not unkillable, but there was a limit to the number of times. 100 times. This was the Sky Dragon's limit. And every time he died, his strength would increase. Now that he had reached a terrifying level, he was still killed by Di Tian. This was definitely a painful and despairing thing. The 96th revival. The Sky Dragon's battle power broke through to 65 billion, his whole body's aura soared to the sky, and the grey space seemed to be about to be torn apart. This time, he was much stronger than the last time. It was an unprecedented power. You still can't do it. Lin Fei's palm print came down, and his terrifying strength was forcefully smashed into pieces, including his entire body. One palm, another palm. Lin Fei was getting more and more happy. Where else could he find such a good thing? This was much faster than the last time, a standard transport leader. Lin Fei was just short of giving him a red packet, saying thank you for your hard work and take your time. If he really said that, the Sky Dragon would probably really die of anger. Unfortunately, the Sky Dragon did not know. The 97th time, died. The 98th time, died. The 99th time, the Sky Dragon's strength broke through 100 billion, and the entire grey space began to shake. However, Lin Fei still smashed down with his palm. No. The Sky Dragon's attack collapsed, and at this moment, the Sky Dragon smelled the aura of death. This was the real aura of death. Chapter 2158. Death Aura. That was what Sky Dragon did not want to see. When death was about to befall him, Sky Dragon had no choice but to beg for mercy. Even if it was an ant in front of him, as long as he did not die this time, he might have a chance to rise again in the future. Sky Dragon begged for mercy, and at the same time, he mobilized the black fog to block. He was going all out. I am just an ant. You are a heaven's pride, the representative of the heavenly axiom. I do not have the ability to make you submit to me. Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Beg for mercy? Submit? What a joke. You are my transport team leader. If I don't kill you, how can I increase my strength? The benefits of killing you over 90 times are unimaginable. Boom. Sky Dragon's pleas were drowned out by Lin Fei's attacks in the blink of an eye. Di Tian, you will die soon too. The heavenly axiom will not let you off. Lin Fei chose to ignore Sky Dragon's desperate voice. If I don't kill you, how can I force the heavenly axiom out? At the same time, I will resolve some doubts in my heart. Finally, he killed Sky Dragon. The black fog on the altar stopped moving. Lin Fei was sure that Sky Dragon had been killed by him, and there was no chance for him to resurrect. I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. With the contribution of the transport team leader, his strength increased like a rocket, reaching a shocking 140 billion in the blink of an eye. It was fortunate that he had a transport team leader like Sky Dragon. Without such a transport team leader, it would have taken a long time for him to reach his current level. Master, congratulations, you are about to get something good. Lin Fei had long coveted the altar under his feet. Although he was invincible. But his subordinates were different. As long as he had this altar, Lin Fei believed that his invincible palace's future would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the sealed world forever. It was an altar that could resurrect from the dead. At the same time, it could increase his strength. That was extraordinary. Tell me the exact situation immediately. Lin Fei could not wait to know. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the little devil could tell Lin Fei, the entire grey space was filled with a holy and supreme aura. It charged toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he would be drowned in this aura at any time, unable to turn around. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly Tao had made a move. With a cold harumph, a surge of energy surged forth, creating an opening. It's better for your main body to come out. A mere little toy is really useless against me, Lin Fei said coolly. Ever since he killed Sky Dragon, Lin Fei had never been afraid. Even if this was someone else's territory. You're not bad. A majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire grey space. In front of Lin Fei, the grey mist dissipated, revealing a massive black eyeball that gave off a destructive and divine aura. Thank you for the compliment. I am indeed a good person, but unfortunately, we are enemies now. Lin Fei still remembered the quest issued by the system. Killing the master of the heavenly law would bring great rewards. Compared to the heavenly Tao in his imagination. His current appearance made it hard for others to respect him. What a disappointment. No, we're not enemies. The giant eyeball opened, and a variety of emotions appeared. However, there was no trace of humanity in the other party. Master, this guy is stalling for time. He seems to be preparing something. Little Devil reminded. From the moment the other party appeared, Lin Fei had no intention of talking nicely. Wrong, we are enemies. Lin Fei shouted and slashed at the eyeball. The clouds were rolling. The power of this slash had reached a terrifying level. It could be said to be the most terrifying slash. You know that I am the heavenly Tao, the Supreme One. Why do you have to use your sword against me? The giant eyeball shook its head, and the terrifying blade aura shattered inch by inch. Before it could get close, it disappeared. Lin Fei was shocked. The heavenly Tao is indeed the heavenly Tao. It's much stronger than Sky Dragon. My attack was dissolved just like that. This was what Lin Fei had expected. If the heavenly Tao was so weak, would it still be the heavenly Tao? HMPH, the heavenly Tao. You say you are the heavenly Tao, but I think you're a fake. Lin Fei didn't stop. He slashed again, one slash after another. After a total of 50 slashes, the energy in his body was instantly sucked dry, including the system's destiny points. The giant eyeball was instantly enveloped by the blade aura. Lin Fei took out the Heaven Origin Myriad Spirit Potion and swallowed a few drops. In less than 2 breaths, his strength was restored to its original state. Di Tian, your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless. The dozens of slashes were dissolved once again. That area seemed to be able to restrain any attack. I'll give you a chance. Become the agent of the heavenly Tao. From now on, you will be in existence above everyone else. The sealed world is just the beginning. In the future, you will be the strongest in this universe. How's the analysis? The destiny energy around Lin Fei surged. There's some progress. This heavenly Tao seems to be a very special existence. It can steal some kind of power. It shouldn't be the heavenly Tao. It can be said to be a fake. A very special existence. Lin Fei thought. He had asked the little devil to observe and analyze. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't treat the heavenly Tao as the heavenly Tao. In this world, the heavenly Tao was the most terrifying. However, he felt that there was something wrong with this heavenly Tao. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei was even more certain that the little devil was telling the truth. Moreover, I also discovered that this heavenly Tao seems to be restricted by something. It seems like it can't use its full strength. Master, you can test it again. As long as you do it a few more times, I will be able to analyze more. In fact, Lin Fei had also discovered something. The heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any special aura from it. I don't like to be someone else's subordinate. I feel that I should be the number one. That's the feeling. Lin Fei summoned his 18 clones. Each one of them attacked in a different direction. With a large number of Heaven Origin Myriad Spirits, Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't see the heavenly Tao's weakness. As long as there was a weakness, there would be a way to deal with it. He believed in the little devil's analysis. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. However, the heavenly Tao easily blocked them. In fact, it was completely neutralized before it could even get close. Since you refuse to repent, then accept the punishment of heaven. The giant eyeball spewed out a purple flame. As soon as the flame appeared, it covered the sky and burned fiercely. The gray space was filled with flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei slowed down time, forming a vacuum around him. A trace of the power of time still affected the flame's approach. What a terrifying attack. As soon as the flame appeared, the power contained actually reached 200 billion. Chapter 2159. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The purple flames burned, and Lin Fei's Heaven's Fate Points were rapidly consumed. The power of 200 billion Heaven's Fate Points was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be burned into nothingness. Although the attack was terrifying, Lin Fei had an invincible defense and recalled his 18 clones. Losing even one was heartbreaking. Strike. Blade was a basic blade technique. Now that he executed it, streaks of invisible and traceless blade rays landed not far away from the huge eyeball. Boom boom boom. Before the blade rays could be destroyed, Lin Fei detonated them. Waves of torrents were set off. It's useful. With each detonation, Lin Fei realized that he could advance a lot. Although the consumption was severe, Lin Fei's expression didn't change. He continued to attack, and from time to time, he would consume Tianyuan myriad spirits to replenish his combat power. Master, continue. At this time, Lin Fei was infinitely close to the heavenly Dao's eyeball. 10 slashes. 100 slashes. 500 slashes. Lin Fei didn't know how many slashes he made, but he knew that the torrents came wave after wave, with almost no time to rest. Boom. After another explosion, the torrents hit the huge eyeball, and drops of blood dripped down. I thought the heavenly Dao wouldn't be injured, but it turns out that you're not as powerful as I thought. In the end, you'll still be injured. Lin Fei laughed and instantly slashed more than 10 times. The 10 slashes merged into one, and an invisible blade slashed at the huge eyeball. This was one of the basic blade techniques. Boom. The huge eyeball split into pieces. Lin Fei blinked. It's dead. Master, behind you on the left, attack. The little devil's voice was urgent. Lin Fei seemed to have a telepathic connection. He turned around and slashed. Master, east. Master, south. Master, above your head. Every time the little devil spoke, Lin Fei would accurately slash at a certain location. Although he didn't understand what the little devil wanted to do, Lin Fei still believed in the little devil. The system was much more powerful than him. No matter how powerful the heavenly Dao was, it still suffered in the hands of the system. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had slashed. He couldn't remember clearly. Lin Fei could see that the power of the surrounding purple flames was weakening. The heavenly Dao seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Straight ahead, 90,000 zhong away, the little devil raised his voice. Lin Fei's heart moved at will, and his saber struck the exact spot. Ah! With this strike, a miserable sound came from the grey space, and the grey aura in the surroundings instantly changed. The environment was changing. In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei discovered that he was in a palace that exuded an ancient aura. The surroundings were empty. Lin Fei was very surprised. He had followed the little devil's instructions and cut down many places. How did he end up here? Master, this is the true lair of the heavenly law. That was just an illusion. The little devil's words made Lin Fei suddenly understand. Illusion? How is this possible? Lin Fei really couldn't feel it. The surrounding environment didn't feel like an illusion at all. If it was really an illusion, according to his combat strength, he could easily break it. It would have been easy to break through, instead of waiting until now. Master, look in front. Lin Fei looked over in bewilderment and saw an unbelievable scene. Straight ahead, at the end of the palace, there was also an altar. There was a pillar erected on the altar. This wasn't strange at all. Several iron chains on the pillar rattled. At the edge of the altar, there was a dwarf lying on the ground. You ... you can actually break my illusion. Who are you? The dwarf moved, and the iron chains behind him rattled. Lin Fei also didn't expect that there would be such a scene in the grey space. Could that huge eyeball be formed by the dwarf in front of him? This is also ... you can live until now, why can't I? Lin Fei's heart moved. He was putting on an act. The dwarf's eyes stared at Lin Fei, as if he wanted to see a familiar shadow on the other party. But no matter how he looked, he still couldn't see it. The dwarf never thought that his illusion would be broken by someone. This illusion was the most terrifying existence of his race. Once it was used, no one could break it. But today, it was easily broken by someone. Moreover, it was someone who looked like an ant in his eyes. Who exactly are you? The dwarf's voice became much more solemn. Lin Fei listened to the little evil demon's words. Master, didn't I tell you to keep attacking just now? I kept analyzing and deducing. You also know that I am very good at this, especially when it comes to subtle changes. When this guy used the purple flames, the flaw was revealed. It was very obscure, even 100 people might not be able to see it. Unfortunately, he met me ... Lin Fei listened very carefully. So the appearance of the purple flames was because the little evil demon deduced that there was another secret in this space. The last place he attacked was where the huge eyeball was constantly moving. Lin Fei didn't see it at that time. At the same time, he was glad that he almost fell for it. Who would have thought that there would be such a different scene in this space? Perhaps no one knew about it. Lin Fei even thought that the heavenly dragon might not know about this secret. Master, this dwarf should be a special life form. At the same time, he has lived for a long time and has an ancient aura on him. If not for the chains restraining his power, Master would have been killed in one move. How strong is he at his peak? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The purple flames almost took his life. Lin Fei was very clear that he had used up more than 20 drops of Sky Yuan myriad spirits. If it was any other time, he would have run long ago. Run? Forget it. More than 900 billion, reaching the level of 1 trillion, or even more. Lin Fei let out a light sigh. Who exactly are you? The dwarf screamed again. No one was more miserable than the dwarf. What a lowly ant. Time and time again, he destroyed his plans. Now, he even walked in front of him. If he was still at his peak, he would be able to kill a mere ant easily. Why did he have to be so miserable now? At the same time, the other party's words made the dwarf feel uneasy. No one knew what happened in the past better than he did. If not for that damned fellow, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The dwarf didn't expect that person to live until now and even break through in the sealed world. Since you can't guess, I won't say. Lin Fei took a few steps and stopped. Lin Fei pondered and prepared to get some information out of the dwarf. However, you are quite bold to use the heavenly Dao to trick people. You are amazing. Lin Fei laughed. If not for his great improvement in strength, Lin Fei would have been tricked. At least, the Sky Dragon was tricked. Chapter 2160. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, Lin Fei wouldn't underestimate him. He was suppressed here and even dared to pretend to be the heavenly Dao and support the heavenly Dao's agent. He really had no taboo. Lin Fei wouldn't easily take risks against such a person. If it wasn't for the little devil's help, Lin Fei believed that he would have suffered a great loss. System scanning in progress. This place had an ancient aura. Standing here felt like 10,000 years had passed in an instant. It was a very special existence. Lin Fei felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He didn't like this place either. Master, there's something good on the left. Lin Fei didn't want to deal with the dwarf now. It was better to put some distance between them to avoid being tricked. Bones. Lin Fei's figure flashed and came to a corner of the palace. There was a stone pool in the corner. Blood-colored blood was constantly rolling in the pool, emitting endless evil energy. This is similar to the altar from before. Lin Fei said to himself. What are you doing? The gnome on the other side cried out. He obviously didn't expect that the other party didn't come to ask him, but went somewhere else. He had no place to put the words in his heart. Lin Fei once again chose to ignore it. I'll talk after you cool down. This is a treasure, a very powerful treasure. According to the information I gathered, this should be a part of an altar, said the little devil. Lin Fei's heart moved and he took out the treasure from before. It was that altar. So it's the upper and lower parts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and understood. This altar and the blood-colored stone pool were originally one complete item, but he didn't know why they became two parts. Master, if you combine them according to my method, it will be a powerful treasure. The benefits are definitely beyond your imagination. All right, tell me. The dwarf's eyes flickered. He wants to combine them? Lin Fei followed the little devil's instructions and activated the altar. The altar released endless black fog. The blood in the blood pool rolled and turned into a roaring blood beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the altar. Black mist rose from the altar, trying to resist the blood pond. However, it wasn't as strong as the blood pond. It was torn down little by little, falling into the blood pond. Lin Fei watched quietly. The combination of the altar and the blood pond. It didn't take long. Who the hell are you? You actually know about the blood sacrificial altar, the dwarf said to Lin Fei's back. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. Although it has a powerful background, it's not something rare in our eyes. Not only can I assemble it, but I can also refine it. Lin Fei said faintly and continued to pretend. Is there a way to refine the blood sacrificial altar? When the upper and lower parts were put together, Lin Fei realized that this treasure's origin was not small. Coupled with the little fiend's words, Lin Fei knew that this treasure was not simple. He also understood the importance of the blood sacrificial altar. Lin Fei was even more curious about this dwarf. Just who was it that had suppressed the dwarf here and even used a top-notch treasure? One could imagine how powerful the dwarf was before he was suppressed. Yes, as long as you spend some destiny points, I can help you control it. Then help me control it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to learn some secrets from the dwarf. As for using a secret technique to forcefully search his memory, he couldn't guarantee success. When a person was suppressed, and when he couldn't be killed, there was no need to say more about how powerful he was. The dwarf's eyes kept flickering. "Mph, you're quite arrogant." The blood sacrificial altar was the treasure of the unparalleled expert back then. Once the blood sacrificial altar is activated, it's terrifying. Even if that unparalleled expert fell, it's not something someone like you can control. No one knew better than him how terrifying the blood sacrificial altar was. Back then, he had also spent a lot of effort on it. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to get the blood sacrificial altar here. Unfortunately, he couldn't assemble it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Just wait and see. The entire process didn't take long. The destiny points continued to be consumed. Lin Fei also became very calm. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, getting a treasure first was a good harvest. Moreover, it might be a top-notch treasure. Master, it's done. There was a subtle connection between Lin Fei and the blood sacrificial altar. Watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The blood sacrificial altar flew out and expanded with the wind. Endless blood-colored hurricanes whizzed out along with the blood sacrificial altar, constantly cutting the void, causing the void to collapse. In a moment, the blood sacrificial altar turned into the size of a city. Lin Fei leaped up and stood at the center of the blood sacrificial altar. With this, he completely controlled the blood sacrificial altar. What a terrifying blood sacrificial altar! Lin Fei only needed a thought to control the blood sacrificial altar. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly. Although those restrictions are terrifying, too much time has passed. In front of me, the invincible little devil, all the restrictions are useless. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. As long as he controlled the blood sacrificial altar, he could block any attack. It was truly unrestrained. Any divine ability would become extremely weak in front of the blood sacrificial altar. Did you see it clearly? Controlling the blood sacrificial altar isn't that difficult. With a thought, the blood sacrificial altar traversed the void and arrived above the dwarf. Lin Fei was like an emperor as he spoke from above. I didn't expect that you could really control the blood sacrificial altar left behind by that unparalleled expert. A trace of disbelief flashed in the dwarf's eyes. No one knew better than him that the blood sacrificial altar contained terrifying divine restrictions. Each of the divine restrictions was extremely frightening. The most frightening divine restrictions contained in the blood sacrificial altar weren't just one or two, but a total of 1 million. The power of ordinary restrictions was ordinary. Even if there were 1 million ordinary restrictions, the power would only be SOSO. However, it was different with divine restrictions. 1 million of them was enough to make people tremble in fear. As soon as the blood sacrificial altar appeared above the dwarf, boundless blood-colored energy shrouded the dwarf. All the blood and qi in the dwarf's body flowed out continuously and finally converged into the blood sacrificial altar. What are you doing? This was one of the functions of the blood sacrificial altar. Activating the blood sacrificial altar required an endless amount of blood. Any living being that was enveloped by the blood sacrificial altar would have their blood sucked dry by the blood sacrificial altar. Nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm not trying to scare you. If I say that I can control the blood sacrificial altar, then I can control it. At the same time, I'll let you experience the power of the blood sacrificial altar. The dwarf was enraged. The iron chains behind him rattled again. Endless black fog surged out to resist the tearing power of the blood sacrificial altar. You're shameless. You're a top-notch expert. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. It's not like you can't resist it. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the dwarf's body and flowed into the blood sacrificial altar. As the fresh blood flowed into the blood sacrificial altar, the scarlet color of the blood sacrificial altar became thicker. At the same time, blood-colored demons appeared around the blood sacrificial altar and pounced on the dwarf below. Chapter 2161. Arth. Once the blood sacrificial altar unfolded, the blood demons kept tearing at the midget's flesh. More and more demons gathered around the blood sacrificial altar. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Fei was using the midget as a test subject. It must be said that this midget was very powerful. Even though he was shackled, his strength was still tyrannical. His flesh kept growing, and his aura never weakened. This blood sacrificial altar is more terrifying than I imagined. The tearing force is at such a level. No wonder it became a treasure in the hands of an unparalleled expert. Lin Fei had been observing with his divine sense. The blood demons were formed purely from the power of blood. Every one of them was very terrifying. According to the level of power, almost every one of them had a power of 50 billion. This was because the blood sacrificial altar had suffered too much damage and was unable to display its original power. What's the point of torturing me like this? The blood sacrificial altar is not bad, but it's not the blood sacrificial altar of the unparalleled expert. Even if you use it for 100 years, you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fei did not think that it would be easy to kill this midget. This kind of person who was suppressed, but not killed, would always have his own terrifying aspects. Since I can't kill you, don't you think it's interesting to refine the blood sacrificial altar? Lin Fei laughed. If you're bored, we can have a chat. The midget knew that this black-robed kid was very difficult to deal with. Using himself to refine the blood sacrificial altar. Only he could think of that. Where did this shameless bastard come from? Sure. The midget also wanted to know the background of this black-robed kid. Such a person had ruined his plans time and time again. Even the Heaven's Will agent that he had nurtured was killed, and he even seized the God Emperor mountain space. The midget even personally sent a clone, which ended up being left in the God Emperor mountain space. At that time, the midget did not put Di Tian in his eyes. That was just his first miscalculation. The second time, he would definitely not miscalculate. But regrettably, the second time, he miscalculated again. If I knew that you were from that era, I definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. The dwarf looked at Lin Fei and felt a tinge of regret. He had given Lin Fei a chance to recover. What a pity. You won't have the chance. Lin Fei smiled and said, there's only one chance. You also know that people like us only have one chance. It's gone if you miss it. You're right. There won't be another chance if we miss it. The dwarf did not continue. I'm quite curious. Who on earth has such a deep grudge against you in this godforsaken place that they have imprisoned you here? Lin Fei smiled. However, I'm much luckier than you. At least I don't need to be confined in a certain place. After being suppressed for such a long time, there was one thing that the dwarf couldn't let go of. He was instantly enraged. Actually, I don't know who that person is. The dwarf bitterly smiled. Back then, I was also an all-powerful figure of this era. Later on, when I woke up one day, I found myself in this place. Haha, that damned fellow, if I were to find out, sooner or later I would torture and kill him 100 times, making him wish he was dead. This was a great humiliation for the dwarfs. It must have been done by those old bastards. They have nothing to do all day and only think about scheming this and that, using the heavens as a chessboard. The dwarf could not help but roar. Old bastards. Scheming. Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Don't think that you're living comfortably now. Maybe you're also scheming. Back then, the sealed world was not the sealed world. How glorious was that? Later on, it became like this. If I were you, I would find a place to live in seclusion. Find a place as soon as possible and live in seclusion, watching the ups and downs of the world. This is the best way to protect yourself. Master, don't listen to him. This guy doesn't have any good intentions. The little devil reminded. Don't worry, I won't take it seriously. Even if that old bastard is scheming something, as long as he provokes me, I will turn this world upside down. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. I still prefer to be free and unfettered. As for living in seclusion, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. Those guys who want to scheme against me, I will send them to heaven one by one. The dwarf really didn't have any good intentions. Regardless of Di Tian's background, now that he was here, he saw hope. If it was possible, he might have a chance to leave this place. He was sick of staying here. You can't do it. The dwarf shook his head. I'll only know after I try. Lin Fei smiled. So, I plan to borrow something from you. Boom. The blood sacrificial altar pressed down and crashed into the dwarf's body. The entire altar shook violently. Below the dwarf, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal with a mighty heavenly might. It released a boundless pressure and shook the blood sacrificial altar. The blood demon roared, revealing a trace of fear. You should be controlling this heart of heavenly Tao to represent the heavenly Tao. Now, this thing belongs to me. Lin Fei was not idly chatting with the dwarf. Lin Fei was very concerned about such a treasure. How did you know that the heart of heavenly Tao is here? The dwarf was not satisfied. No matter where the treasures in this space are hidden, I can find them. Lin Fei dashed towards the blood sacrificial altar again and again, hitting the dwarf's body. The terrifying power of the blood sacrificial altar was even higher than Lin Fei's combat power. Every time it hit the dwarf's body, cracks would be left on the dwarf's body. It was like a work of art that could shatter at any time. The heart of heavenly Tao continuously released heavenly might. Unfortunately, the heavenly might at this moment wasn't that strong. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei had asked the little devil to search for treasures. The blood sacrificial altar was one of them. The other was the heart of heavenly Tao, which was hidden under the altar. At that time, Lin Fei didn't know how to force the heart of heavenly Tao out. That was why he chose to chat with the dwarf, giving the little devil time to analyze. Fortunately, the little devil didn't disappoint Lin Fei. He calculated the direction of the attack. At the same time, he confirmed the connection between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf. Di Tian, don't even think of snatching the heart of heavenly Tao from my hand. The dwarf's expression was sinister. Since you want to die, even if my strength isn't as good as before, killing you is still not a difficult task. Heart of heavenly Tao, fuse. The heart of heavenly Tao spun, releasing endless heaven's mandate energy to heal the injuries on his body. Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar and used the power of blood to attack again. At the same time, 18 doppelgangers flew out. With Lin Fei's current strength, releasing 18 doppelgangers could destroy whoever he wanted in the sealed world. The dwarf's pressure multiplied. The pressure from the 18 doppelgangers caused the heart of heavenly Tao to spin even faster. If you don't hand it over today, then I'll take it myself. Chapter 2162. The heart of heavenly Tao is mine. How could Lin Fei miss out on such a good item? He would take advantage of the situation to take his life. Lin Fei's thoughts were just that simple. The blood sacrificial altar was activated and struck the dwarf again and again. At the same time, the 18 clones struck out with all sorts of attacks. The palace was filled with a terrifying and threatening aura. Heavenly Tao, imprisonment. The dwarf wasn't simple either. Although he couldn't move, his hands could still move. He struck out seals and the power of the heart of heavenly Tao was activated. A majestic pressure came over. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. It was as if the surrounding space was frozen. Unlimited power, break. Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning. The destiny points on the system transformed into unlimited power and struck in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attack had no range and the imprisonment power loosened. Good chance. After it loosened a little, Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar. At the same time, he swung his saber at the dwarf's body. The dwarf's body released a mysterious light, blocking part of the attack. The heart of heavenly Tao that was controlled by the dwarf became unstable. Lin Fei didn't think that the dwarf had completely grasped the power of heavenly Tao. At most, he had grasped a part of it. This was his chance, a very good chance. Cut off the connection. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. At the moment of instability, a perfect slash landed in the middle. With the system constantly monitoring, Lin Fei cut off the connection between the dwarf and the dwarf. The pressure on Lin Fei lessened by a lot. Everything between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf was cut off. The dwarf's expression changed. He reached out to grab the heart of heavenly Tao. He didn't have time to think about how the other party could find the connection. With the dwarf's grab, the 18 clones were no longer under pressure. They attacked again and delayed the dwarf. At the same time, the blood sacrificial altar kept striking. Each strike was earth-shattering. Lin Fei's figure flashed. He came in front of the heart of heavenly Tao and slashed at the dwarf's palm. You have no chance. Without the restriction, he was not afraid of speed. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. Lin Fei grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao with one hand. All of a sudden, the heart of heavenly Tao erupted with infinite power, and a portion of it shot toward his palm. Invincible defense, grab him. When the ray of light collided with the palm, Lin Fei's body shook. Zhongxian managed to block the attack. With another wave of his hand, boundless destiny energy wrapped around the heaven's will heart, sealing off all paths of escape. Come here. The heart of the heavenly Tao flew towards Lin Fei's palm. How dare you? The midget roared angrily. Vicious light erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out an 8-rank lotus throne. This was something he obtained from a dangerous place, and it possessed tremendous power. As soon as the 8th grade lotus platform appeared, it spun rapidly. It produced a huge tearing force. Lin Fei had an inexplicable cold feeling, as if the blood in his body was about to leave his control. What a powerful lotus platform! Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. The blood sacrificial altar crashed into the 8th grade lotus throne. The huge impact caused the surrounding space to collapse and the astral winds to howl. Crash! 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 Lin Fei had to send the 8th grade lotus throne flying. At the same time, Lin Fei swallowed 7 or 8 heavenly essence pills to replenish his depleted energy. His battle prowess was at its peak. He was extremely ferocious. His energy isn't depleted at all, the midget thought to himself. Although he couldn't control the entire heaven's will, he could still control a part of it. Now that someone could also reach this step, it was undoubtedly a shocking thing. The midget also controlled the 8th grade lotus throne to crash forward. Every time they collided, a huge whirlpool would form around them. Anything that fell into the whirlpool would be torn into pieces. Lin Fei pushed the blood sacrificial altar to the limit. The 18 clones also kept attacking the 8th grade lotus throne. The balance began to tilt towards Lin Fei's side. The heart of the heavenly Tao continued to approach Lin Fei. Come here! Lin Fei roared. Billowing destiny energy surged, and he grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao in his hand. Bang! 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 Lin Fei instantly turned into a bloody man. The heart of the heavenly Tao's power shook. His bones began to shatter. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, he would have been completely killed just now. Destiny energy, suppress it for me. Lin Fei used all his strength to suppress the heart of the heavenly Tao and returned to the blood sacrificial altar. He controlled the blood sacrificial altar again and slammed forward. The palace was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei relied on the blood sacrificial altar to leave the palace. Although the 8th grade lotus throne released a terrifying attack, Lin Fei still managed to escape. Done. Lin Fei used space teleportation in the next second. The original space seemed to have solidified, and Lin Fei's speed was getting slower and slower. Di Tian, leave behind the heart of the heavenly Tao. The 8th grade lotus throne chased after him. The midget's voice came from the lotus throne, but the midget's figure was nowhere to be seen. A mere 8th grade lotus throne wants to stop me. Lin Fei used the blood sacrificial altar to slam into the void. Loud rumbling sounds were heard as the space continued to collapse. The astral wind blew unscrupulously, and Lin Fei forcibly smashed open a path. Explode. The 8th grade Lotus Throne was getting closer and closer. The God Emperors and ultimate gods that Lin Fei released in the space self-destructed one by one. The force of the self-destruction impacted the 8th grade Lotus Throne, slowing down the midget's speed. The sealed world was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. That midget had a powerful background. He even had a terrifying treasure like the 8th grade Lotus Throne. If he hadn't gotten the blood sacrificial altar by luck, he wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Open. With one last slam, Lin Fei rushed out and returned to the sealed world. The 8th grade Lotus Throne didn't catch up. For some reason, Lin Fei used space teleportation several times and returned to the Invincible Palace. Using the God Emperor throne, he entered the space of Mount God Emperor. A suppressed midget's strength is too terrifying, especially the last 8th grade Lotus Throne. Lin Fei sighed. Too powerful. If it wasn't for the heavenly primordial thousand spirits and heavenly primordial spirit fish he obtained from Mount God Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the midget's attack. Lin Fei released the blood sacrificial altar. The blood sacrificial altar wasn't as powerful as before. It had consumed too much power of blood. Lin Fei secretly tried to use his destiny's energy to activate it, but he didn't gain much. Lin Fei temporarily put it aside and looked at the heart of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the heart of the heavenly Tao was being suppressed by Lin Fei. It kept releasing energy in an attempt to shatter the palm. Lin Fei firmly suppressed the heart of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heart of the heavenly Tao wasn't as powerful as he imagined. This was the only thing worth celebrating. If it was too powerful, he might not be able to suppress it. Is there a way to refine it? If he didn't refine it as soon as possible, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Who knew how long he could suppress it? He didn't want to waste all his energy on the heart of the heavenly Tao. I'll study it right away, Little Devil said. Half a day later, Little Devil had a way to refine it. According to the analysis, the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't the real heavenly Tao. It's a treasure refined by an unparalleled expert. It has the ability to imitate the existence of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2163. Are you sure? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. The heart of heavenly Tao was the most eye-catching thing at first glance. It undoubtedly represented the existence of the heavenly Tao. Now that it was said that it was not true, how could he not be shocked? Very sure. The little devil said, Master, you seem to have a preconceived idea. The heavenly Tao is a supreme existence. How can it have a representative? If it really exists, wouldn't it be a mess? Is the heavenly Tao something humans can control? Lin Fei's heart felt like it was struck by a huge bell. He was stunned. Heavenly Tao ___ from the beginning, Lin Fei had a preconceived idea that the existence of the heavenly Tao would also have a representative. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? Lin Fei kept asking himself. This was obviously not a trivial matter. The little devil's words were like a blow to his head. The heavenly Tao is a just existence. How can it be so easy to have a consciousness? If it has a will, I'm afraid everyone will be enslaved by the heavenly Tao, the little devil said again. All the information about the heavenly Tao appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He gradually frowned. It seems that the heavenly Tao really has a preconceived idea. Think about it carefully and you will understand. Although the heavenly Tao has always existed and is very far away from us, it is impossible for the heart of heavenly Tao to exist. After a long time, Lin Fei sighed softly. I've really been deceived. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more it made no sense. If the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't a product of the heavenly Tao, then what is it? Lin Fei asked. However, I can clearly sense the aura of the heavenly Tao from the heart of the heavenly Tao. Wrong. Although you feel the aura of the heavenly Tao, there is a supreme information missing. Supreme and supreme. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Although he had gone against the heavenly Tao several times, he always felt that something was missing. At that time, he did not think about it. Once the little devil said it, it became clear. If I'm not wrong, the heart of the heavenly Tao in Master's hand should be a supreme treasure. That dwarf kid is suppressed in the sealed world. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the heavenly Tao. Now that it has fallen into Master's hands, Master can completely refine it. The little demon giggled. Lin Fei could indeed sense how extraordinary the heart of the heavenly Tao was. This was definitely one of the top treasures. Tell me the method. The little devil didn't say anything. Instead, he said something else. In fact, you can also choose another method. Just now, I analyzed the heart of the heavenly way and the blood sacrificial altar, and I came to a shocking conclusion. The two treasures can be combined or fused together, which will bring about a huge change. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. It can be fused again. Turn it into a new treasure? Lin Fei was a little tempted. Sticking to the rules? Lin Fei was not like those people. He had the invincible system. Even if he did not have any top-grade treasures, he would not be able to defeat them. In the future, it was just a matter of time before he became a top-grade expert. Then let's give it a try, Lin Fei said without hesitation. Lin Fei took out the heaven essence 10,000 spirits again and consumed 8 of them, turning them into a terrifying number. Heaven and earth smelt, fuse completely, be it the heart of the heavenly Tao or the blood sacrificial altar, they were both treasures of unparalleled experts. If he could fuse them, he would definitely be able to create a new treasure. This was something that Lin Fei wished for. He did not know what tricks that midget had up his sleeves. Lin Fei felt that if he smelted the heart of the heavenly Tao, the midget would definitely be dumbfounded. A huge cauldron appeared. The scorching aura seemed like it was going to melt everything in the world. The moment the heart of the heavenly Tao left, it was suppressed. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. How could the little demon let the heart of the heavenly Tao leave? She used up a huge amount of destiny points and pulled the heart of the heavenly Tao into the furnace. The blood sacrificial altar also left and was suppressed. The scorching heat burned the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. As time passed, the two top-grade treasures started to melt. Who wants to melt the heart of the heavenly Tao? After a portion of the heart of the heavenly Tao melted, a blurry shadow drilled out of it. The shadow was exactly the same as the midget in the palace. It's me. Lin Fei laughed. He soared into the sky and appeared above the midget. Pressing down with his palm, a majestic force came rolling down. It's you again, Di Tian. The blurry shadow revealed a look of anger. A blurry grade 8 lotus platform appeared and blocked Lin Fei's palm attack. Just a mere divine sense. Go to hell. Lin Fei had long known that the heart of the heavenly Tao would produce a divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to escape his control. Master, leave this divine sense to me, the little demon said in disdain. Artifact spirit? Just as the sound of his voice faded, boundless flames attacked, surrounding the midget's divine sense and burning it. What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn my divine sense. The midget in the flames roared. His voice was filled with fear. Lin Fei really didn't expect this flame to be so terrifying. It tortured the midget's divine sense to the point where it hovered between life and death. It was simply inconceivable. Di Tian, you are so daring to refine that person's item. The day you die isn't far away. When they awaken, you will fall into an endless abyss. The midget's divine sense was burned into nothingness by the flame. Awaken? Lin Fei seemed to have heard some secrets. It seems like that midget has many secrets. Lin Fei quickly tossed it to the back of his mind. The heaven and earth smelt continued to refine the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. To think that the treasure of the unparalleled powerful being from earlier on would undergo such an earth-shattering transformation within the heaven and earth smelt. Even Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his destiny points were constantly being consumed. Why didn't this thing appear in the past? Lin Fei asked the little demon. Master, you didn't ask. Lin Fei was convinced. Was this even a reason? As his destiny points continued to be consumed, Lin Fei had no choice but to swallow more heaven essence spirit to maintain the heaven and earth smelt. After a day and night, just as Lin Fei's heart was bleeding, the heaven and earth smelt finally stopped. It's done. In order to refine a top-grade treasure, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. If not for the heaven essence spirit, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. In addition to the ones he had consumed previously, he was left with about half of them, about 40 to 50. It's done. Master will definitely like it. The heaven and earth smelt disappeared, and a huge seal floated in mid-air. The seal was completely red, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying than before. Master, immediately refine this heavenly blood seal, and you will experience the power of this seal. The little demon passed the refining technique to Lin Fei. Chapter 2164. The Blood Heaven Seal was a fusion of two supreme treasures. Lin Fei had high expectations for it. It wasn't easy for him to snatch it from the hands of the dwarf. In reality, Lin Fei suspected that this treasure belonged to an unparalleled expert and was not in the hands of the dwarf. Done. It didn't take long for a blood-colored Blood Heaven Seal to land in Lin Fei's hand. Heavenly Dao Protection. After completely grasping it, Lin Fei grasped the usage of the Blood Heaven Seal. With a shout, the heavenly Dao surrounded him. At the same time, heavenly dragons hovered around him, displaying their divine might. There were a total of 9 heavenly dragons, which was the limit. Go. Lin Fei pointed with his finger. They rushed over and broke through the void. Terrifying marks were left behind. This is the first level of the Blood Heaven Seal. Using Heaven's mandate energy, one can summon the heavenly Dao protection of 9 dragons. Together with Master's previous invincible defense, the double defense is boundless. The little devil was very proud. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Endless Devour. After opening the first level, Lin Fei opened the second level. The Blood Heaven Seal expanded with the wind. The terrifying devouring power devoured all living things, making one's hair stand on end. This second level actually inherited the blood sacrificial altar's effect. The little devil said, if there are too many enemies, one can use the second level, Endless Devour. As long as there is enough blood power, one can continuously convert it into Heaven's mandate point. With such terrifying devouring power, Lin Fei didn't doubt that as long as an expert went up, he would definitely be sucked into a human skin. Regarding this, Lin Fei didn't dislike it. Instead, it was a great help to him. The third level, World Return to 1. This was the Blood Heaven Seal's strongest move. Lin Fei didn't plan to test it for now. The consumption was too great. Just refining it again consumed a large amount of Heaven's origin spirit. He didn't have the mood to continue using it. Lin Fei loved the Blood Heaven Seal so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the consumption was too great. My heavenly Dao heart. In another place. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood and lost control of the heart of the heavenly Dao. The midget knew in his heart that Di Tian had erased all traces of the heart of the heavenly Dao. This was not good news for the gnome. In order to leave this place, the dwarf had been making arrangements all this time, slowly grasping a portion of the heavenly Dao, imitating the might of the heavenly Dao and making people believe it to be real. In the end, Di Tian was the one who had ruined their plans. This Di Tian is too mysterious. Now that I've lost the heart of the heavenly Dao, wanting to escape is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All of this is because of that bastard Di Tian. Resentment flashed in the midget's eyes. No one would not resent such a thing. Even if he grasps the heart of the heavenly law, he can forget about killing me. The dwarf summoned an 8th grade lotus throne. I'm afraid that leaving this damned cage will take an indefinite amount of time. I can only take a risk. The dwarf's gaze fell on the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei rested for 5 days. After a series of battles, Lin Fei had no choice but to take a break. In the meantime, Lin Fei familiarized himself with the Blood Heaven Seal and used it very smoothly. Especially now, with just a thought, he could summon the 9 dragons to protect his body, and at the same time, bring about the might of the heavens. The true might of the heavens. These few days, Lin Fei did not idle around. He flipped through the secret manuals of the sealed world, looking for clues. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not find anything. Lin Fei did not forget what happened that day. However, there was too little information, and he could not find any clues at all. If I want to know the unknown secrets, I can only find that dwarf. Lin Fei put down a secret manual and came out. He sighed softly. Now, I should increase my strength first. After getting rid of the heavenly Dao, he got rid of his worries. As long as that guy was not killed, Lin Fei would still feel uneasy. If he wanted to kill the dwarf, he had to be many times stronger than he was now. That was what Lin Fei thought. Boom boom boom. Mountain God Emperor Space, another heavenly primordial dragon cave. Lin Fei barged in. 9 dragons' protection and invincible defense were activated. As soon as the Blood Heaven seal was activated, it suppressed the Heaven Essence Dragon and crushed it on the spot. Endless Devour. This was a Heaven Essence Dragon with an output of 80 billion energy. It was not very powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Now that the double defense was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's attacks were like tickles. At the same time, Lin Fei also noticed something strange. The 9 dragons' protection had a certain suppressive effect. As soon as the second layer was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's huge body was almost devoured. After seeing this, Furball sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a number of Heaven Essence Dragons in the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei started off as a weakling, and with almost no effort at all, he wiped out the Heavenly Origin Dragon. This time, his strength did not increase as quickly. Lin Fei did not care too much about it. The prerequisite was that he could improve quickly. It was normal for him to improve slowly in the later stages. Even so, Lin Fei's strength was not slow to increase, reaching around 270 billion. This was 2 extremes compared to when he had more than 10 billion. Suppress. In another cave, there was a Sky Origin giant dragon with a power of about 150 billion. If it was in the past, a single dragon breath would be enough to kill a person, leaving not even a corpse behind. Lin Fei's 9 dragons' protection blocked part of the power. Coupled with his invincible defense, he was almost unaffected. As soon as the Endless Devour was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon was in trouble. The more it struggled, the more powerful the Blood Heaven seal would be. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Endless Devour was even more useful than Lin Fei had imagined. Once it was activated, it was a kind of forceful seizure. Coupled with the Heavenly Dao's suppression, it suppressed part of the Heaven Essence Dragon's strength. Little Devil was proud of himself. This was his masterpiece. Lin Fei almost added, I didn't even use my destiny points. I almost lost half of my fortune. The benefits were obvious as well. Accumulate, and accumulate. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. He had to kill that midget. It would be best if he could search his memory. Wow, it actually reached 230 billion. On this day, Lin Fei barged into a cave. There was also a Heaven Essence Dragon here, and it was invincible. As a last resort, Lin Fei used the 3rd level of world unification to smash the Heaven Essence Dragon into pieces. However, it also consumed a lot of destiny points. Even though Lin Fei was used to such a huge consumption, he couldn't help but gasp. The difference was too big. Even Lin Fei couldn't afford this kind of consumption. The effect was great. It was a true one-hit kill. Lin Fei's strength also increased to 290 billion. It was only a matter of time before it reached 300 billion. At the same time, the number of Heavenly Origin Spirit Stones he had was not a small number. He had over 800 of them. As for the Heavenly Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei did not consume them. Midget, I'm coming. Chapter 2165. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Returning to Closer's world, Lin Fei's consciousness covered the entire Closer's world, all the way to the end. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Fei had a feeling that the world was his to rule. The entire Closer's world was under his control. This was the true meaning of controlling everything. If someone were to speak ill of Lin Fei would be able to sense it immediately, and he would be able to slap that person to death. Master, if you activate the Bloodmark Sky, you can transform into the Heavenly Dao and control this world. At that time, you will be the ruler. The little devil's voice sounded. That works too. Lin Fei did not forget the scene of the heavenly Tao materializing the vertical eye on that day. He clearly remembered it. At that time, Lin Fei felt as small as an ant in front of the vertical eye. That kind of aura was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei activated the bloodmark sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone. A subtle feeling lingered in Lin Fei's heart. Immediately, something moved him. Is this the heavenly Tao, the ruler of the world? Lin Fei's vision changed, and he felt as if he had transformed into the heavenly Tao. That feeling was very strange, and it was the most wonderful feeling in history. The entire Closer's world was under Lin Fei's control. This is the chaotic void. This is the forbidden land of the divine realm. This is ... Lin Fei did not need to move much. With a thought, the vision in front of him kept changing, and his body kept changing. Wind, come. Lin Fei laughed. The entire sealed world was suddenly engulfed in a violent gale. Following that, a thunderstorm struck. It was so ferocious that many people were frightened. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. I didn't expect that controlling the heavenly Tao would feel like this, but the consumption is relatively large. Lin Fei kept the bloodmark sky. He was even more curious about the heart of heavenly Tao. Lin Fei completely believed that it was refined by an unparalleled expert that could simulate the heavenly Tao. No one saw through the clues just now. I'm back. He entered again. Lin Fei still felt the ancient aura, but there was no change. This is really a strange place. Lin Fei had an inexplicable feeling that this was a special place. The illusion from last time did not exist this time. Lin Fei saw the palace from before. He arrived at the palace in a flash and saw the dwarf who was chained up again. The dwarf sat cross-legged, the 8-grade lotus throne above his head slowly rotating. Lin Fei could easily feel traces of energy being absorbed into the 8-grade lotus throne. Suppress. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal. With a loud rumble, he smashed onto the lotus platform of the 8 ranks. The lotus platform of the 8 ranks shook violently, and the dwarf who was sitting cross-legged spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually still dare to come? The dwarf's eyes were like lightning, shooting out 2 sharp lights as he slashed out with his blade and sword. Why can't I come? This place is mine now. Your words don't count. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The Blood Heaven seal landed on his head, and the 9 dragons of heaven protected him. Before he could get close, the 9 dragons roared and tore him into pieces. Look, you can't do it anymore. Lin Fei shook his head. The dwarf's eyes widened. Why, you actually refined the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar together. Who are you? No one knew the origin of these 2 treasures better than him. Back then, they were supreme treasures in the hands of unparalleled experts. Any one of them had invincible power. But now, the 2 supreme treasures were fused together. The dwarf did not believe that his eyes were not wrong. That was the fusion of the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar. Such an aura would not be forgotten even after 100 years. So, I'm stronger than you, Lin Fei said with a smile. Now, you can tell me your name, right? This time, Lin Fei was completely confident that he could suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would be wrong. You've now become a variable. You're extremely daring to combine 2 treasures together. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regret. The dwarf said coldly. Lin Fei shook his head. I've calculated for you. You will be in trouble soon. The Blood Heaven seal appeared above the dwarf. Endless devour. The Blood Heaven seal spun crazily. The dwarf's expression changed. Streams of power flowed from the dwarf's body into the Blood Heaven seal until they formed a pillar of power. Kill. When the dwarf activated the 8 lotus platform, Lin Fei slashed horizontally and landed heavily on the 8 lotus platform. This treasure was also impressive. It was not damaged at all and only shifted its position. Time slow. Space power. Lin Fei struck out 2 streams of power consecutively. At this time, he activated it again with close to 300 billion power. These 2 powers displayed unimaginable power. The dwarf's movements slowed down. The 8 Lotus platform also slowed down. The Blood Heaven seal unleashed endless devouring, crazily absorbing the dwarf's energy. The dwarf's aura also began to change greatly and gradually became weak. My fortune-telling is not bad, right? Lin Fei slashed left and right, slashing the dwarf's body. The color of the Blood Heaven seal became more and more obvious, and the devouring power it produced was also increasing. The dwarf's entire body became shriveled, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking very terrifying. Stop! The dwarf barely managed to protect the 8 Lotus platform. But it could not stop the power in his body from surging out and entering the Blood Heaven seal. Don't worry, don't worry. Lin Fei had already learned from the little demon that this kind of suppressed guy had endless power. Although his combat strength was suppressed, it was not possible to make the other party submit in such a short time. Therefore, Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal to suppress him, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In fact, the dwarf did have an idea. However, the other party's every move was being analyzed. It was basically impossible to play tricks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days tilde the Blood Heaven seal was absorbing the dwarf's energy at all times. It was fine if it was just 1 day, but it was continuously absorbing the dwarf's energy. At first, the dwarf could still hold on, but as time passed, he felt uneasy. Back then, he could not be killed and was suppressed because he had his own trump card. Because of his physique, as long as there was a trace of energy, he could not be killed. As long as he was in the void, he could absorb energy at all times. This time, he had met his match. Lin Fei could control the invincible system, and he would not reject any destiny energy. This time, the dwarf was in trouble. The Blood Heaven seal had been absorbing the dwarf's energy for 10 days. The dwarf's expression became uglier and uglier, and his heart was in turmoil. Who is he? My physique is invincible, how can his body store such terrifying destiny energy? The dwarf couldn't figure it out. The dwarf had never seen such a physique. Di Tian, you win. The dwarf seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 2166. Boom. Boom. In a huge palace, a terrifying aura swept out. At the same time, a monstrous vortex appeared on a lotus platform. If one observed carefully, traces of energy were constantly being plundered and poured into the treasure above. Stop sucking. I surrender. I surrender. Under the 8th-grade lotus platform, there was an existence that looked like a dried corpse, begging for mercy. This person was none other than the dwarf. Since the last time Lin Fei came to take care of the dwarf, a short period of time had passed. During this month, Lin Fei did not stop activating the Blood Heaven seal. Every day, he pushed it to the limit. The energy plundered from the dwarf was used to activate the Blood Heaven seal. This time, the dwarf was unlucky. During this period, he resisted several times, but in the end, he was defeated. After tossing and turning for a month, the dwarf was no longer high-spirited and domineering. What was left was a sense of vicissitudes and powerlessness, as if he had aged by tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, the dwarf planned to fake surrender and then give the opponent a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the dwarf was unlucky. Lin Fei did not take it seriously at all. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and frantically plundered the dwarf's energy. A month was not long, but to the dwarf, it was like a year. How can I trust you? Lin Fei stood on the Blood Heaven seal and said unhurriedly. In fact, at this time, the dwarf had little energy left in his body. At most, he could burst out an attack, or a secret technique attack. Lin Fei would not take the risk. He had to drain everything. Look at me, can I still resist? The dwarf smiled bitterly. Who knows? Lin Fei shook his head and continued to activate the Blood Heaven seal, sneering coldly in his heart. Another 3 days passed. Only a layer of skin was left on the dwarf's shriveled corpse. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. If not for the fact that he still had a breath left, most people would think that the dwarf was already dead, or even dead for a long time. Stop sucking, go on, I'm going to die. The dwarf's expression became even uglier. He did not want to die here today. For more than a month, the dwarf had tried to shake off the treasures on it several times to escape the terrifying power of the blood sacrifice altar. The idea was good. He failed every time. The midget couldn't imagine what kind of trump card Di Tian was relying on to activate this powerful treasure. From the beginning until now, its energy had never been depleted. This was simply unbelievable. If the dwarf knew that the energy of the treasure came from his body, he probably wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. It was too tragic. Master, it's about time. The imp had been monitoring the energy in the dwarf's body. If it was someone else, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one knew how long the gnome could last. Now, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was hard not to know the energy of the gnome. 3 days ago, the dwarf still had the chance to struggle and resist, but now, the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. Lin Fei was relieved. In the words of the imp, the gnome was no longer a threat to him. Seal. 2 rays of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he simultaneously moved his hands. He made a series of strange seals, and a huge seal character was inserted into the dwarf's body. The dwarf could no longer struggle. The energy in his body had been exhausted. He could only watch as the other party's seal landed on his hands. You win. The dwarf smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. This thing is not bad. Lin Fei waved his hand and grabbed. The 8th grade lotus platform landed in his palm, and the connection between them was severed. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood. Seal. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He once again sealed the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei was now very relieved. Even if the dwarf had some treasure, he would lose the 8th grade lotus platform. He had plenty of opportunities to torture the other party to death. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Lin Fei smiled. Is there a need to suffer like this? The dwarf tried to break the seal, but the seal was very mysterious. Being knowledgeable, the dwarf was also at a loss at this moment. He had truly never seen such a seal before. It was impossible for Lin Fei to have such a seal. This was specially made by the little devil over the past month. Because of this. For this, Lin Fei had spent quite a bit of destiny points. There was no helping it. Facing this kind of unparalleled expert, Lin Fei had to be careful. Once the seal entered the dwarf's body, the imp could monitor his every move in real time. At the same time, it meant that his every move was in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei kept the blood sky seal and smiled. Actually, I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a good treasure. The dwarf regretted Di Tian coming here the most. At the same time, there was that stupid sky dragon. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture a heavenly Dao agent in an attempt to control the sealed world. Unfortunately, he met Di Tian in the end and suffered a crushing defeat. Even now, he had no capital. Di Tian was simply his nemesis. You are more powerful than any prodigy I have ever seen. Blood sacrifice altar and heavenly Dao heart. You actually refined such a grade of treasure. Even I would find it hard to resist the power of plunder. These were the dwarf's heartfelt words. At the start, Lin Fei was not so smooth in activating the blood sky seal. But in a month's time, with an abnormal existence like the dwarf and the endless devouring of the 2nd level of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei had mastered it to perfection. Once the 2nd level was activated, the terrifying power of plunder would be able to plunder all life forms. Lin Fei had no doubt that if he took it out, it would definitely be a terrifying killing weapon. No matter how many came, he would be killed. If the dwarf wanted to escape, Lin Fei would be powerless. But the dwarf was imprisoned here, and the chains behind him were not just for show. It was an imprisonment. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. For example, the blood sky seal stored a large amount of energy. I wonder what level of treasure this treasure is in your eyes. Lin Fei used Heaven's Will energy to condense a throne and faced the dwarf. At the same time, Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial brew. Are you interested in a cup? Good wine. The dwarf took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He said in an intoxicated manner, just the fragrance alone makes one want to drink a cup. Lin Fei was actually resting. A month's time had a huge impact. Lin Fei was more or less tired. The celestial brew was brewed later, so he brought it with him. Drinking a mouthful could raise his spirit. Lin Fei poured a cup for the dwarf. The cup landed in front of the dwarf, and the dwarf took a deep breath. The celestial brew entered his mouth, and he enjoyed it very much. I haven't tasted celestial brew of this grade in a long time. The dwarf slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with memories. It's good, let's drink a few more cups. Chapter 2167. Actually, you are not a person from that era. After drinking a few cups of immortal brew, the dwarf became talkative. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "From the very beginning, I knew you were not a person from that era." Lin Fei was no longer in danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. "How can you tell?" The dwarf laughed. "I had a name in that era. People called me a war criminal." Although the dwarf said it very softly, Lin Fei subconsciously shivered. These two words were filled with intense killing intent. This feeling came in a very strange way. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. To be suppressed in a sealed world, he was not a simple person. If they could kill him, no one would be unwilling to suppress him. There was no need to do so. "I am also curious. It is rare for you to grow to such a level in a sealed world. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of that unparalleled expert." The dwarf was very serious. "In my impression, other than the reincarnation of an unparalleled expert, you are the first person to cultivate to this realm in just a few hundred years." Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He thought to himself, "I have an invincible system. Otherwise, I am nothing." This world was more dangerous than he imagined. "You can treat me as a proud son of heaven, and a very powerful one at that." Lin Fei laughed. "I have a few questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me." Lin Fei believed that the dwarf would say it. "No problem." The dwarf did not refuse. "I lost to you, so you are qualified to know my name." "You are one of the few who know my name." "My name is Wuxia Xianxia." What a domineering name. With a preconceived impression, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity for such a good name. "I know what you are thinking. If I say that this appearance is not my original appearance, would you believe me?" Lin Fei was a little surprised. Then, he said seriously, "I believe you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now." Wuxia Xianxia said, "If you had not defeated me, I would have forgotten my own name. I've almost forgotten my own name. It's been too long." Lin Fei did not think too much about it. "I'd like to know what's going on with the sealed world and the secrets of the mountain god emperor." Lin Fei was not a wishy-washy person. He wanted to know the answer to all of these questions. Seal the world. This is a good place. If we really want to talk about the sealed world, it can be traced back to before the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Wuxia Xianxia said with a tinge of sadness. "You should know about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The current world of the 33 sacred heavens was only formed later. Every world of the sacred heavens is actually just a fragment world. Lin Fei was shocked. With Wuxia Xianxia's explanation, Lin Fei had a brand new understanding of the world of the 33 holy heavens, which he thought was extremely awesome. Only 33 fragments were formed. A long time ago, a place called the Savage World was the ruler of this place. The 33 holy heavens might seem huge, but in reality, it was far from the size of the Wildlands world. In fact, it was not even a third the size of the Wildlands world. Back then, in order to achieve eternal life, sect master level experts fought each other. At that time, the experts could move mountains and fill the seas. They grasped terrifying sacred arts and were far stronger and more terrifying than they are now. Wuxia Xianxia recalled. Later on, the battle spread to the entire savage world. The entire savage world was plunged into misery and suffering. Sect master level experts fell continuously. Lin Fei had never imagined that there would be such a secret in this world of his. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the sealed world and the mysterious sky world were not ordinary. That feeling was indescribable. From the looks of it, it was indeed true. His intuition was still very reliable. Later on in the savage world, the war did not stop. Even ancient experts and unparalleled experts joined in. In the end, the savage world was blasted into fragments. Sect master level experts were unparalleled experts and even top powerhouses. All of them were affected by the power of the savage world and fell one by one. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Would the power of a world being blasted into fragments be so great? Although he did not know how strong sect master level experts were, Lin Fei could imagine that they were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the power produced by the destruction of a world? Wu Mingzhan sneered, the savage world is not an ordinary world. If it was an ordinary world, even if they destroyed 100 or even 10,000 of them, it would not be a problem for those experts. However, the savage world is different. It was the first existence of this world. With it, other worlds appeared. We call the savage world by another name, the world ancestor. With the word ancestor added, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. Those sect master level experts reaped what they sowed. If they did not fall, they were destroyed. Wu Mingzhan continued coldly. Later on, some weaker experts found fragments of the savage world in the violent and chaotic vortex. Finally, with their unparalleled divine powers, they condensed the world of the 33 sacred heavens, which is the world of the 33 sacred heavens that you see now. Lin Fei knew that this dwarf's background was not simple. Even if he was not an unparalleled expert of the past, he was at least a sect master level existence. He knew more about what happened in the past than them. You said that they destroyed reincarnation. Could it be that they are still in the 33 sacred heavens world? Perhaps they will return one day? Lin Fei thought of the words Wu Mingzhan had left behind before he was destroyed. It seems you have thought of it. Zhon Wuming revealed a rare smile. In the end, they are still unrivaled powerhouses, sect master level powerhouses. After a long period of reincarnation, it should be about time for them to return. Are you afraid? A trace of fear flashed in Lin Fei's heart, but it was crushed in an instant. Even if they returned, he still had the ability to contend with them. I reached this realm at such a young age. So what if they return? Besides, even if they return, they will not notice me. I have all the time in the world to slowly accumulate strength. Wu Mingzhan smiled again. What you said is correct. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake. You fused the heart of the heavenly Tao with the blood sacrificial altar and refined a new treasure. This is the root of your misfortune. Lin Fei guessed some things, and his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2168. Secret. An earth-shattering secret. The news from Wu Mingzhan was absolutely shocking. Who would have known that the 33 sacred heavens world was actually formed from a fragment of the savage world? The savage world was even destroyed by the combined forces of the unparalleled experts. Any one of these pieces of news was enough to make one swallow an egg. What made Lin Fei even more unhappy was that the Heart of Heaven Tao and blood sacrificial altar that he had refined were the treasures of the Heaven Tao Old Ancestor and the Yellow Springs cult leader. Demand. That was a little scary. These peerless experts who had died could be reborn through reincarnation. They could even snatch their treasures from your hands. Now that the treasure is in my hands, even if the original owner comes, he will have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei sneered. Even if they can return, it's not certain who will be the one to kill who. They were famous, but that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid of them. He had the invincible system. As long as there were enough experts to kill, he could continuously increase his strength. The speed of his improvement was like sitting on a rocket. Wu Mingzhan had an inexplicable thought. Perhaps, this Di Tian would turn the world upside down in the future. From a long time ago, Wu Mingzhan had been paying attention to Di Tian. To be able to go from a small world to an overlord and become a peak expert of a sealed world, it was truly beyond imagination. At that time, Wu Mingzhan did not really pay attention to him. At that time, he was planning for the future. Regretfully, Di Tian was like a dark horse that appeared, suppressing all geniuses along the way. By the time Zhon Wuming reacted, Di Tian had already matured to the extent where he could stand against him. This was simply an unbelievable matter. Up until now, he still couldn't believe this ending. You are indeed the most confident person I have ever seen. If I had chosen you back then. Perhaps Lin Fei snorted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You are destined to be disappointed. If it was really from the start, Lin Fei would not have had a chance to resist. God Emperor Mountain Space. What secrets are hidden? Lin Fei raised another question. This question had been on his mind for a while now. Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, no matter which one it was priceless. Although it was worth fighting for among the 33 holy heavens, it was not as important as it seemed. Lin Fei did not believe that they would come down at all costs just for these things. Perhaps they really did have their own motives. Actually, you shouldn't know this secret. Zhong Wuming glanced at Di Tian. That will be a vortex that will devour people. Even I, who has grasped a portion of the heavenly Tao's heart, would not dare to step into the space of Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei sensed something. The God Emperor Mountain was indeed strange. A whirlpool is not a whirlpool. I don't mind, I just want to know the secrets behind it. I believe that the older generation won't be stingy with the inside information. Lin Fei was all smiles as he poured another cup of immortal wine. Zhong Wuming finished the immortal brew in one gulp. Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I know. The final decision is in your hands. Zhong Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly, God Emperor Mountain. The greatest secret over the years, I've slowly discovered this, according to my conjecture. The space of Mount God Emperor was formed from a piece of the desolate world. At the same time, it is also a part of the essence of the desolate world. That's why it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits and the heavenly Yuan spirit fish. It's the only place in the world. This was a piece of explosive news. Lin Fei had guessed it before, but it was far from what Zhong Wuming had said. It was on a completely different level. A piece of the desolate world. This was truly shocking news. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits, the heavenly Yuan spirit fish, and the heavenly Yuan dragon. Previously, he was curious as to why the space of Mount God Emperor would have such dense heavens will energy. Now, it seemed like it was because of the desolate world. Zhong Wuming chuckled when he saw Di Tian's expression. Back then, when I came to this conclusion, I was also extremely shocked. I initially thought that this secret would never be revealed. As for the masters of the 33 sacred heavens, their goal was also to obtain a trace of the origin energy of the mountain God Emperor. At the mention of the origin energy, Zhong Wuming's expression changed. Back then, in order to break through to the final realm, the unparalleled experts crazily plundered the origin energy, resulting in the destruction of the desolate world. The origin energy could be said to be the main culprit. Lin Fei really didn't know the origin of the origin energy. But he had a thought in his mind. If he could refine the origin energy, he believed that his strength would increase very quickly. Starting from the strength of 300 billion, every increase became slower. Killing someone with a strength of over 1 billion would at most increase his strength by a few 100,000, or even less, maybe only a few tens of thousands. When his strength neared 300 billion, the speed of increase started to slow down. Lin Fei was very interested in the origin energy. Perhaps, this thing could help him increase his strength by a lot. So it's for the origin energy. But why didn't I discover it before? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei searched the space of Mount God Emperor a few times, but in the end, he didn't find anything. The origin energy, that is the strongest power in the world. And the profoundness of the origin energy, you can actually see it, unless your strength reaches an extremely high realm. Lin Fei frowned. Since I can't find it, then how can the master of the 33 holy heavens snatch the origin energy? If he didn't know, there was no need for Lin Fei to pretend to know. He had just asked the little devil, and the little devil said that the origin energy wasn't easy to find. At least for now, he couldn't do it. The invincible system didn't know everything. All right. Lin Fei was speechless. The origin energy isn't easy to find, but the origin energy will give birth to a mysterious existence known as the origin tree. After a certain period of time, the origin tree will bear origin fruits. Every time, it will bear 9 origin fruits. Each fruit contains a portion of the origin energy. After refining, one's strength will increase by a lot, saving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei was really tempted. Now, Lin Fei finally understood their intentions. Everything else was fake, the origin fruit was what they really wanted. If Zhong Xian hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei might never have found out about the origin fruit. It could save tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei even suspected that consuming the origin fruit could increase his strength by hundreds of billions. There was no doubt about this. However, it's not good news for you. When the origin fruit is about to ripen, the space of Mount God Emperor will connect to the 33 holy heavens and open a door. They can send their clones into the space of Mount God Emperor. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 2169. Bad news. It was really bad news. With the appearance of the origin source fruit, Lin Fei was in a good mood. His chance to increase his strength had come. Damn it, I was only happy for a short while, and now you're giving me bad news. Do you want to continue chatting happily? If not for the fact that Zhong Wuming was extremely hard to kill, even if his physical body was sealed, Lin Fei wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. People like him were born with extraordinary constitutions. This is really bad news. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If it was before, I could use the heart of the heavenly Tao to forcefully imitate the heavenly Tao and suppress their strength. Now that I don't have the heart of the heavenly Tao, they can send their clones down. Their battle prowess can reach 50% of their original strength. Other than them, there are also other forces coming in to snatch the resources of the God Emperor Mountain. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. A clone with 50% battle prowess is enough to make you suffer, Zhong Wuming said meaningfully. Zhong Wuming was very interested to know how Di Tian was going to deal with this danger. I wonder how long it will take for them to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain, Lin Fei asked as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fei had sealed Zhong Wuming, he had brought two pieces of bad news. The former was still fine. Who knew when those people would return? As for the latter, Lin Fei had to worry about. Lin Fei had offended every single one of the lords of the 33 holy heavens. He had even offended the lord of the 7th holy heavens. Once the space of the God Emperor Mountain connected to the fragment worlds of the ancient wilderness world, Lin Fei could imagine them hunting him down. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was just one of the worlds in the sealed world. There was a high possibility that they would kill their way out. 5 years. 5 years later, the power of the origin source will connect to the other fragments of the ancient wilderness world. You don't have much time left. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. 5 years. I have time to prepare. Some of the doubts in his heart were resolved. Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt a little pressured. There was a saying that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Lin Fei knew many secrets. In the entire Closes world, only a handful of people knew about this secret. Whether it was the Heavenly Tao ancestor, the Yellow Spring sect leader, or the lords of the 33 sacred heavens who were about to enter the space of the Mount God Emperor, none of them were small matters. In 5 years, I swept through the entire Divine Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei was determined. He had an idea in his mind. Not only did Lin Fei learn about the origins of the Closes world from Zhong Wuming, but he also learned about some long-lost secrets and the cause and effect of the Closes world. At the same time, he also knew some of the latter's realms. For example, the Battle Emperor, in reality, had a total of 10 stars. The lowest was a 1-star Battle Emperor, and the strongest was a 10-star Battle Emperor. At this realm, the division of strength also began to change. No one knew exactly when the realms began to change, but it was passed down like this. Reaching the War Emperor realm. It was the division of power. After Lin Fei understood, he suddenly realized why the system used such a method to evaluate. It turned out that there was a reason, and it did not come out of nowhere. 1-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 100 million and 1 billion. 2-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 1 billion and 3 billion. 3-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 3 billion and 9 billion. 4-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 9 billion and 20 billion. 5-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 20 billion and 40 billion. 6-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 40 billion and 70 billion. 7-star battle emperor, battle power between 70 billion and 120 billion. 8-star battle emperor, battle power between 120 billion and 230 billion. 9 stars battle emperor, battle power between 230 billion and 400 billion. 10-star battle emperor, battle power between 400 billion and 499 billion. Above the 10-star battle emperor was the giant realm. Every giant realm expert's minimum strength was 500 billion. This kind of giant realm expert, any one of them could easily kill a battle emperor expert. Although the difference in strength was not big, no matter how outstanding a 10-star battle emperor's talent was, he was still unable to cross that threshold. The giant realm experts were also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced giant realm experts. They were great perfection giant realm experts. Every realm, the strength was earth-shaking. The lords of the 33 holy heavens were all giant realm experts, and their strength was above 500 billion. Previously, although the projection strength was not strong, it was suppressed by Zhong Wuming's heart of heavenly Tao. Now, without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, a clone with 50% of its strength was at least a 10-star battle emperor expert. The only fortunate thing was that the God Emperor Mountain space had the origin energy, which suppressed the giant realm experts to the 10-star battle emperor realm. This meant that Lin Fei still had a chance to fight. Lin Fei left with the pressure. Zhong Wuming was still suppressed, and the seal in his body was still there. Di Tian, who are you? This kind of strength has reached the level of a 9-stars battle emperor. Perhaps, it won't be long before you step into the 10-star battle emperor realm. In the future, you will be another giant realm expert. Lin Fei could not hear Zhong Wuming's voice. At this moment, Lin Fei felt the pressure. God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei returned to the God Emperor Mountain space immediately. Do you think what Zhong Wuming said is true? Lin Fei asked Little Demonis. It's true. No one can lie in front of the system, Little Demonis said with disdain. In 5 years, Master can completely wipe out the remaining Sky Yuan giant dragons and possibly reach the limit of a 9-stars battle emperor. With Master's 18 clones, as long as you have enough destiny points, you can even kill a 10-star battle emperor without any problems. Lin Fei nodded. The 18 clones in his trump card were already amazing. Although they had the bad habit of consuming destiny points, Lin Fei could still hold on for now. There were about 400 to 500 Sky Yuan spirit fish in total, and each one could last for a long time. Lin Fei did not eat the Sky Yuan spirit fish for the time being as the effects were average. Lin Fei planned to give it to his wives, Wu Shuang Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others, so that they could break through in one go. Lin Fei's battle power was close to 300 billion. The level of a 9-stars battle emperor wasn't something that the Sky Yuan spirit fish could increase. It was possible in the early stages, but not in the later stages. Lin Fei decided to take advantage of the 5 years to sweep the God Emperor Mountain's space clean. Everyone in the city moved out of the God Emperor Mountain's space. Chapter 2170. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, numerous divine senses locked onto the source of the sound. Especially in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the lords of the sacred heavens directed their powerful divine senses to a specific location. On this day, regardless of whether it was the sealed world or the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they could all sense a huge fluctuation coming from the heaven and earth. All the forces, big and small, knew that something big had happened. Some of the forces that had never appeared in the outside world started to move. An undercurrent started to flow. In a certain independent space. Father, I'm here. Within a splendid palace, be it the decorations on the pillars or any other aspect, everything was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there were a series of statues erected within the palace, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Even though it was just a statue, it possessed an incomparably powerful battle intent. At this moment, there was a handsome young man with a domineering aura. The young man came to the end of the palace. At the end of the palace was a throne, on which sat a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. His body was surrounded by a black hole filled with destructive qi. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The experts of my clan have calculated that the origin fruit is about to ripen. As your father, I want you to go and snatch the origin fruit. Are you willing to go? The mysterious masked man said lightly. I am willing to go. The young man said domineeringly. This time, the lords of the 33 sacred heavens will all go, but their combat power will be greatly suppressed. This is the Ghost King's sword that your father has refined for you. There is a 10-star Battle Emperor single-horned Ghost King sealed in this sword. With this sword, even the lords of the sacred heavens will not dare to underestimate you. A black sword that emitted a chilling aura floated in the air. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened, the origin fruit is about to appear. The future glory of our clan lies in this opportunity. In a chilly space, the entire space was filled with a desolate aura. In a gloomy cave abode. At this moment, there were more than 10 elders gathered. Each of them had a shriveled body, but their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. The space of the mountain of God Emperor is formed by the essence of the wasteland world. It is born to suppress the strong. The limit of a 10-star Battle Emperor, we might as well let the Ping High Ghost King go. The Ping High Ghost King is part of our clan. Those who have the most opportunities are naturally sensitive to opportunities. Perhaps, we will have the opportunity to obtain the origin fruit. In the future, our clan will definitely have another powerful expert. After a round of discussion, the dozen or so old men decided on a candidate. Pacifying Sea Ghost King. This was a branch of the noble descendants. Their name was also Gui Clan, a hidden clan. In another space. Here, the rainbow pierced through space. A 7-colored rainbow bridge was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a unique existence in this space, and there was no other rainbow bridge in the world. Do you know about that sealed world? The corner of the young man's mouth rose. I've heard of it. That place has always been a desolate place. Why would Master mention the sealed world? Not far away from the young man was a rainbow bridge. A woman stood on the bridge, revealing only a white veil covering her back. Just her back view alone gave off a boundless charm. The space of the God Emperor Mountain in the sealed world has opened. The origin fruit will ripen soon. A matured origin fruit will have the chance to push you to the giant realm in one step. Disciple is willing to go to the God Emperor Mountain space. When you go to the God Emperor Mountain this time, you have to pay attention to a native expert in the sealed world. This person has a mysterious origin. I haven't been able to deduce his origin yet. He's just a native expert. I'm confident in dealing with him. No matter where it was. Every major faction would send their most capable disciples or those with great talent to participate. Every disciple was accompanied by an elder of a certain level of strength. In a mysterious place in the sealed world. The God Emperor Mountain has already communicated with the savage world. In a few days, various factions will gather in the God Emperor Mountain, and you still have the mood to drink. Wu Mingzhon put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Inside the palace. 2 people were sitting opposite each other. On the table, there was immortal wine and some side dishes. So what if he's here? It's useless for me to be nervous. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine. 5 years. Lin Fei was calmer than before, and his aura was getting heavier. The only one who knew the changes in Lin Fei's strength was Wu Mingzhon. Ever since he was suppressed and sealed, Wu Mingzhon had erupted a few times, but Lin Fei held him back. After 5 years, they had become enemies and friends at the same time. Lin Fei had also gained a lot from Wu Mingzhon. He had dug out many secrets from him, and every one of them was enough to shock everyone. You're the only one who dares to say such things. Wu Mingzhon was very clear about how fast Di Tian's strength had improved over the past 5 years. It was absolutely unbelievable. Normally, when an 8 or 9 stars combat emperor reached the 8 or 9 stars level, it would take at least a few hundred years to improve his combat strength. This was considered fast. Abnormal. Ivildor. This was the only word Wu Mingzhon could think of to describe Di Tian. For example, as the ruler of the sealed world, Wu Mingzhon didn't believe that anyone would dare to drink with him at this time. Di Tian had done it. Who asked me to be so daring? Lin Fei smiled happily. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei straightened his body slightly. The heavenly Tao was vast and mighty, and the heavenly might was displayed. In front of this heavenly might, everyone was an ant. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. This was the heavenly might. Amazing. Wu Mingzhon's eyes lit up. You're stronger than me. In 5 years, you've used the heavenly might to such an extent. For a moment, I thought that you were the heavens. If I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have dared to drink with you. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine and drank it in one gulp. It's been 5 years. I've finally understood your temper. I don't think that you have the leisure to come and drink with me. If I'm not wrong, you're here to find out about some inherited forces from me. Lin Fei smiled. Senior is indeed a senior. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, Lin Fei's visit this time was to understand some of the inherited forces in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. In 5 years, Lin Fei had swept away all the treasures in Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that even a mouse that entered would cry and leave. Unfortunately, in 5 years, Lin Fei still couldn't find any trace of the origin tree. Chapter 2171. In fact, Lin Fei was here to ask about the situation. In these 5 years, Lin Fei's improvement was huge. It could be said that he was riding on a rocket. It could also be said that he was unprecedented. Unparalleled cultivation speed. Even the Sky Origin dragons on Mount God Emperor were wiped out. No matter how big or small they were all wiped out. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei would not let them go. He would rather work harder than help others. Wasn't this helping others increase their strength? In these 5 years, with the heavenly blood seal, Lin Fei could suppress even the strongest Sky Origin dragons. It was just that it took a long time. Don't forget, Lin Fei could accelerate time and reverse time. She had taught them a lesson and made them obedient. Now, Lin Fei was only left with an understanding of his future opponents. Lin Fei believed that Wu Mingzhon would tell him the answer. Over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had come to understand some of Wu Mingzhon's character. If not for the fact that Wu Mingzhon was potentially dangerous, Lin Fei might have helped him break through the restrictions. But now, it was impossible. Once such a person broke free, he would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky. Unless, one day, Lin Fei's strength could completely suppress Wu Mingzhon. Although he could suppress Wu Mingzhon now, Lin Fei did not feel proud. Wu Mingzhon's strength was mostly restricted by the metal chain. When Wu Mingzhon was at his peak, he should be an unparalleled expert. At the very least, he would be a giant peak expert. Sigh, looks like I can't drink your wine in the future. Greed causes trouble. Wu Mingzhon shook his head. Lin Fei did not believe it was true. This was a complete excuse. Since he dared to come today, Lin Fei was confident. This can't be considered greed causes trouble. Moreover, this information is not a secret. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. A secret is something that no one knows. That's a secret. Kid, you have a glib tongue. I'm convinced. Lin Fei was relieved. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Mingzhon shook his head. I now have reason to believe that the contest for the Mountain of God Emperor Space will be a success. You will make my eyes light up. I really hope that day will come soon. Good stuff. Although a lot of time has passed, I believe that most of the forces should still be here. Lin Fei left the secret place. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip was really worth it. I know everything I need to know. Lin Fei is very satisfied. His body moved continuously, and arrived at the God Emperor Mountain space. At this moment, there was a unique aura in the God Emperor Mountain. At the center of the God Emperor Mountain, a vortex appeared. The vortex was black, and there was no movement. However, Lin Fei knew that there was a huge vortex in it. This whirlpool connected the worlds formed by the fragments of the wild world. Lin Fei stood on a mountain peak. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had wiped out all the monarch beasts and other living beings in the God Emperor Mountain space. Hairball's combat strength had improved rapidly. She was now a 7-star battle emperor. With the innate talent of her race, she could resist an 8-star battle emperor for a while. As for the other resources, Lin Fei kept them. Looking at the God Emperor mountain space now, there was a trace of desolation. At the same time, in the God Emperor mountain space, Lin Fei had set up a large number of energy towers, and they were very densely packed. The amount of energy crystals he obtained every day was a huge number. After knowing that the God Emperor mountain space was formed by the essence of the wild world, and that he had 5 years to prepare, Lin Fei did not hesitate to set up the densely packed energy towers. In less than a year's time, he had completely recovered his capital. In the next 4 years, the efficiency of plundering reached a terrifying number. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the invincible system, which could convert them into destiny points at any time. This was his biggest advantage. I'm sure you will be shocked when you arrive at the God Emperor mountain space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Finally, he came to the center of the God Emperor mountain space. There was a giant whirlpool not far from him. According to Senior Zhon Wuming, this time, not only the Lord of Sagely Heaven of the world of 33 sacred heavens has come, other forces that are not inferior to them have also joined in. The 10-star battle emperors will be the top experts in this battle, and they will lead the development of the situation. Although Lin Fei felt pressured, it wasn't too much. His trump card, the 18 doppelgangers, was a super powerful force. When they were used, there would be no problems. In order to face this major event, Lin Fei did not hesitate to spend a large number of destiny points to create a set of formation tailored for the 18 doppelgangers. Once the 18 doppelgangers appeared, they would be considered as the invincible existence among the 9-star battle emperors. As for the 10-star battle emperors, once the formation was activated, the power of their joint attack would be enough to kill their opponents. Danger and riches coexisted. This sentence would be useful no matter where it was. The God Emperor mountain space also agreed to use it. If Lin Fei wanted to have a breakthrough in his combat power, he had to kill more experts to increase his combat power to a higher level. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let go of this opportunity? My main battlefield will start from here. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the vortex. Soon, there would be a large number of experts that he needed to appear in this vortex. The sky-piercing vortex remained the same. By now, 6 days had passed. On the 10th day, there was finally some movement in the vortex. Ha ha ha, is this the God Emperor mountain space? There were 7 people who came out first. All 7 of them were wearing the same uniform, as if they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was an old man. There was a trace of death chi on his body, which meant that this person's lifespan was about to end. Normally, in some dangerous places, experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would usually act as the vanguard when they were unable to continue their breakthrough. They would make their last contribution to their sect or family. Without a doubt, this person was here to make his contribution. No, this aura is not right. The leader of the group furrowed his brows, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Blood Heaven's seal, endless devouring. All of a sudden, a chilling aura enveloped them. The moment the blood-colored vortex appeared, it was right above them. Although they were prepared, they still couldn't withstand the tearing force of the vortex. In less than a breath's time, they were turned into white skeletons without a trace of life. Mosquito meat is still meat. In the void, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was the one who attacked just now. Chapter 2173. Mount God Emperor, the sky-piercing whirlpool. My lord is mighty. Those fellows seemed to have extraordinary combat strength. They are at least combat emperors. I didn't expect them to be killed by my lord in one move. My lord is indeed my lord. A few people were looking at the sky-piercing whirlpool from a mountain far away. They were Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign who were arranged by Lin Fei. Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign had advanced very quickly through the Sky Elemental Spirits and the Sky Elemental Spirit Fishes. They were now 1-star combat emperors. This was also because they had a strong foundation. With the help of the treasures, their cultivation speed would increase. Lin Fei had arranged for them to collect the treasures and deal with those who had slipped through the net. Bang! 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 Once the Endless Devour was activated, the sky-piercing whirlpool's terrifying devouring force was unleashed. As long as someone from another dimension appeared, their energy would be devoured immediately. Apart from energy, life force would also be devoured. Shriveled corpses fell down one by one. Too weak. Lin Fei stood on top of the sky-piercing whirlpool with his hands behind his back. Once the Blood Heaven seal was activated, it would devour everything that came towards it. No one could resist the tearing force of the Endless Devour. Lin Fei had killed more than 1,000 people. Lin Fei didn't know which faction they were from. From the beginning until now, no one was worthy enough for him to kill them personally. Master, there's a powerful aura coming. The system has determined that it's a 9-star combat emperor. Little Devil suddenly reminded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Good, good. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. After connecting the sky-piercing whirlpool to the barbaric world fragment, the experts that came from the other dimension weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 4-star combat emperor. Now that a 9-star combat emperor had arrived, Lin Fei was interested. Ha ha ha, Mount God Emperor, here I come. Along with the vibration of the dimension, a powerful energy radiated. It came from the other side. The void around the sky-piercing whirlpool was constantly shattered. Soon after, a giant leaped out. Giant clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He already knew the origin of this giant. In the 33 Holy Heavens, there was a powerful race that was born with divine power. They were extremely strong and could be said to be a race with talent. It was rumored that once some giants were born, they would be at the War Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of the giant tribe was. Humph! A mere native, die for me. The bronze giant's cold eyes swept across, and when it opened its eyes, 2 beams of light shot out, slashing towards Lin Fei from the left and right. Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. They are truly worthy of being part of the Titan race. Their attacks have an innate impact ability. For those who don't know, just a single impact from their attack can cause them to suffer a crushing defeat. Endless Devour, suck, suck, suck. The Blood Heaven seal was fully activated, and a destructive devouring power enveloped the giants. Under the full power of the technique, the giant was shocked. The energy and life force in his body began to leak out crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked dry. It was as if the giant clan had suffered a great loss. Those were all the giant clan's talented disciples, yet they were actually seriously injured in a place like God Emperor Mountain. Their loss is severe. How was he going to explain this to the elders when he returned? Native, you are dead meat. The bronze giant's combat strength was fully unleashed. He took out 2 golden hammers and struck the Blood Heaven seal in the sky. Every strike was accompanied by a golden beam. The Blood Heaven seal was on the verge of collapse. After fusing with 2 top-grade treasures, the Blood Heaven seal was even more extraordinary. It was not something a 9-star War Emperor could withstand. No matter how the giant attacked the Blood Heaven seal, most of its power was neutralized, and only a small portion of its power was left untouched. He is courting death. The fiercer the giant's attack, the faster his energy and life force were consumed. As the giant's attack speed slowed down, his entire body began to age rapidly, and his flesh and blood were being plundered. Boom! The giant roared, and a magical seal was shot out from his eyes. Native, even if I die, the giant tribe will not let you go. Lin Fei did not care. Lin Fei was not worried about a giant tribe. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to kill powerful warriors with all his might, and obtain more power. Good, not bad. I also have 2 billion energy points. Perhaps it was just the beginning. In the first half of the day, Lin Fei did not kill many warriors. Apart from the giant tribe that was relatively strong, some of the forces that followed seemed to be unaffiliated, and the strongest was only a 6 or 7-star battle emperor. Lin Fei also obtained more than 2 billion energy points. Warning, a 10-star battle emperor has been detected. In 10 seconds, the space of God Emperor Mountain will appear. The little devil warned again. This time, Lin Fei finally became spirited. Finally, a 10-star battle emperor is here. A giant warship, with boundless power, appeared in the middle of the vortex. This was an extraordinary warship. At first glance, Lin Fei could sense that this warship was different from the others. Good lord, this is a top-grade battle emperor level warship. This was what Lin Fei found out from Zhon Wuming. Compared to the space of God Emperor Mountain, the Sealed World, and the level of the Chakra Wheel were far inferior to the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Such a warship was equivalent to a 10-star battle emperor. It had a terrifying impact, and a casual attack could destroy a world. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the Blood Sky Seal. Endless Devour, hua, hua, hua. There were many people standing on the warship, and each of them was of noble status. Once the Endless Devour was activated, many people on the warship bore the brunt of it. They screamed and vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the Blood Sky Seal in the sky in disbelief. Be careful, there's an ambush. My life force is fading away. What the hell is this? These people revealed a trace of fear, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Open the defense. In the middle of the warship, there was a middle-aged man. He shouted, and the warship opened a layer of transparent light shield. His cold eyes shot over. You must be Di Tian. How dare you attack our sacred region family here? This middle-aged man came from a powerful family in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens, the Sacred Region family. The Sacred Region family was also a first-rate family, and it was very impressive that they had a giant in their family. You'd better think about whether you can leave this place alive. Lin Fei laughed, and the Blood Sky Seal was pushed to the limit. The powerful tearing force was unstoppable. Even if the warship's defense was activated, the Sacred Region disciples on the warship still died one by one. Some of the stronger ones took out their treasures to resist the devouring force. Crash! The middle-aged man saw that the situation was bad, and he was shocked. The warship of the Sacred Region family was refined by a giant, but it couldn't resist the tearing force. Chapter 2174. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the full power of the Blood Heaven Seal, all the disciples on the warship were sucked dry and turned into pieces of human skin. Except for a few, the rest couldn't withstand the terrifying devouring power of the Blood Heaven Seal. Crash, crash. The warship changed its direction and rammed into the Blood Heaven Seal. Bang, bang, bang. Every time it crashed into the seal, most of its power was blocked. The remaining power couldn't cause any damage to the seal. What a powerful warship. It's as powerful as a 10-star battle emperor. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No force in the 33 Sacred Heavens can be underestimated. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have to use the third attack. Although the sacred warship was powerful, it could not threaten the Blood Sky Seal. It was made from 2 top-grade treasures. Suppress. Lin Fei came to the Blood Heaven Seal and activated the third attack. Boom. Boundless heavenly might descended. A blurry figure appeared and slammed down with a palm. Everyone on the warship sucked in a cold breath. Bang. The figure's palm slammed on the warship. The huge warship shook and a few people on board vomited blood. Bang. 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 The illusionary figure continued to strike the warship, causing the warship to sway. The Saint Realm disciples who were barely holding on lost their composure, turning into human skins that floated down from the sky. Di Tian, my saint family will not rest until you are dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. Most of the disciples on the warship had died. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! The figure slammed down again. Each time, it attacked the same spot. The warship's defense was instantly broken. The last few disciples were sucked dry and turned into human skin. You won't have the chance. The Blood Heaven Seal pressed down with boundless heavenly might. Even though the middle-aged man was a 10-star battle emperor, his combat power was greatly suppressed. Heavenly Tao, confine. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His body slowed down and the heavens mandate energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, unable to gather together. Kill. Lin Fei flashed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him, his terrifying battle prowess exploding forth. It landed on the middle-aged man. A mysterious light emerged from the middle-aged man's body. So you're just a 9-stars combat emperor. You're dead meat. No one can kill a disciple of the sanctuary. Attack. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. His 18 doppelgangers charged out, ready to attack. 18 attacks landed on the middle-aged man's body. Rumble. The middle-aged man was heavily injured. Even a 10-star battle emperor wouldn't be able to block 18 attacks, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too great. Die. The blood heaven seal plundered madly, and the middle-aged man's mind relaxed. His strength could no longer be maintained perfectly, and his life force and energy were constantly being plundered. In just a few breaths of time, the middle-aged man had aged considerably. Bang! The blood heaven seal smashed onto the middle-aged man's body, and his flesh and blood body were torn apart. The middle-aged man's flesh and blood were only half reconstructed when the endless devourer devoured all of it. Ding! Killed the first 10-star battle emperor. Ding! The first person to become a 10-star battle emperor is 1/10 of his combat power. Ding! Obtained 35 billion additional strength. Lin Fei had yet to smile. A sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a phantom image appeared on the sword. The dense and terrifying sword intent tore apart a large part of the vortex. Someone from the Myriad Swords Villa. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the blood heaven seal landed in the sky. The power of his blood was released, and the boundless sword intent was blocked. What a good Di Tian, you actually killed a 10-star battle emperor from a sacred region family. I never thought that a small sealed world could produce such a monstrous genius like you. Bai Wuyi carried a long sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky, and kept slicing the void, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent. At the same time, every word he said contained sword intent. As soon as he spoke, the sword intent would kill. This was a 10-star battle emperor swordsman. Streaks of sword intent shot out in front of Lin Fei, and each of them had a certain impact on his body. This was a natural reaction to danger. This was the most powerful sword intent that Lin Fei had ever seen. The Myriad Swords Villa was one of the first-rate forces that Zhong Wuming had mentioned before. They were born with the cultivation of sword intent, and their combat power was extremely strong. This naturally made the people from the Myriad Swords Villa arrogant. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Villa. A 10-star battle emperor is just the beginning. This God Emperor Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven Seal, and activated the Endless Devouring technique. At the same time, boundless heavenly might came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on an expert of this level. He went all out from the start, and an invisible aura crushed down. What a good treasure, I want it. Bai Wuyi was a 10-star battle emperor of the Myriad Swords Villa, and he was only a step away from becoming a giant. His sword art was sharp, and he could kill a battle emperor with a single strike. Sword intent, single strike kill. The long sword stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and the sword intent exploded. Damn, this is too fast. Lin Fei thought that he was fast enough. However, his opponent's sword art was unimaginably fast, and the sword landed on his forehead in one strike. Nothing happened. Bai Wuyi frowned slightly. His sword art specialized in speed, and it was rare to see someone block it. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't block my sword art. The sword intent in Bai Wuyi's eyes intensified, and numerous long swords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords attack. This was also a secret sword art of the Myriad Swords Villa, and it used the sword intent as the foundation to condense tens of thousands of swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei was glad that he had activated his invincible defense. Suppress. The energy in the Blood Heaven Seal burned crazily, and with a loud rumble, the void collapsed, and the tens of thousands of swords fell to the ground. The power of this attack was extraordinary. After blocking Bai Wuyi's attack, it was now Lin Fei's turn to attack. The Blood Heaven Seal crazily rushed forward, and at the same time, it engulfed Bai Wuyi's body. Even if his defense was perfect, and he didn't reveal his true body, he couldn't stop the loss of life force and energy. What treasure is this? It can actually steal my life force and energy. Bai Wuyi's sword intent landed on the blood heaven seal, but it didn't move at all. How can there be such a terrifying treasure in this sealed world? This is equivalent to a magnet-grade treasure. With every collision, Bai Wuyi's expression became more serious, and his sword intent attacks became less effective. Against Di Tian, a terrifying domain appeared around him, and his sword art's element of surprise also lost its effect. Bai Wuyi started to retreat again and again. The Blood Heaven Seal's attacks were extremely tyrannical, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Especially when he was touched, his life force would be stolen even faster. Ha ha ha, Bai Wuyi, I didn't think that there would be a time when you would be defeated. How rare. Another figure appeared in the vortex, and an even more tyrannical saber intent appeared. The saber intent tore through the air and slashed at the Blood Heaven Seal. Someone from the Holy Saber Gate. Chapter 2175. Both of these forces were a cut above the rest in terms of battle prowess, and they could fight those of a higher level than them. The moment Lin Fei saw the sword intent and saber intent, he knew which force they were from. Merciless saber, don't be too happy. If you have the ability, go and deal with him yourself. Bai Wuyi shouted harshly. His sword intent protected his body, but he still couldn't stop his life force from flowing away. I'm afraid that you will only amount to this much when the time comes. Compared to Bai Wuyi's white robes, Saber Heartless formed a stark contrast. He was dressed entirely in black. A mere native of a sealed world can force you to this extent. You've really thrown the face of the 33 holy heavens all the way to your grandmother's house. Merciless Saber laughed coldly. As a genius of the Holy Saber Gate, he naturally viewed the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa as his enemy. He wanted to suppress the other party. Seeing Bai Wuyi's defeated appearance, Merciless Saber naturally had to mock him. As for that Di Tian native, he had never thought much of him. He came from the Holy Blade sect, which made him look down on a small native. Such a small native, he could kill him with a single slash. Go ahead and try. It wasn't that Bai Wuyi was afraid of Di Tian. It was just that the treasures in Di Tian's hands were too mysterious and bizarre. Even the treasures he had on him could not withstand the devouring power. This was a gigantic treasure. Only a giant treasure could unleash such power. Watch me kill this native. Merciless Dao glanced at Di Tian as he pulled out a black saber. One with the saber, slash. The black torrent of saber light burst forth. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had fallen into a densely packed world of saber intents. Tens of thousands of saber intense attacks were transformed into mental and physical attacks. Open. In terms of saber technique, the other party's was not bad. It could trap people in a world of saber intent. However, compared to Lin Fei's basic energy saber technique, it was far inferior. In Lin Fei's eyes, the saber technique was full of flaws. The energy saber slashed at one of the positions, and the saber intent world collapsed. Your saber skills are no good. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed with his saber. Try taking a saber strike from me. Lin Fei unleashed a very ordinary slash. This slash looked very easy to counter. However, when Merciless Blade saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. A solemn expression appeared on his face. What the hell? His saber technique is very ordinary. Why does it give off such a chilling feeling? This was a peerless saber technique created by the system after much analysis and deduction. It was not something that the other party could break easily. 18 Dragon Saber. The sword severance lover became even more serious. His saber technique changed accordingly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bai Wuyi no longer dared to treat this native lightly, especially after seeing this scene. The 18 Dragon Saber technique was a saber technique left behind by a powerhouse, and it was extremely domineering. Ordinary people would not be able to block its attacks. Who would have thought that Merciless Saber would be forced to use his full power in less than a single exchange? This was simply unbelievable. Voila! Even a tyrannical saber technique could not block this ordinary saber attack. A mysterious light appeared on Dao Merciless' chest. The saber light landed on his chest, leaving behind a terrifying saber intent. I actually failed to block this saber. Dao Merciless considered himself to be a genius in the saber Dao. He had even changed his name to Dao Merciless, wanting to become a powerhouse in the saber Dao and create his own glory. But now, in the sealed world, a native saber technique had already caused him to suffer a great loss. If it was not for the battle armor left behind by a powerhouse, he would have been severely injured. Dao Merciless, you are about the same as me. Why don't we work together and snatch this fellow's treasures? Bai Wuyi sent a voice transmission to Dao Merciless. The two of them were prepared to work together. I will not work together. Dao Merciless rejected. His saber intent was locked onto Lin Fei. I do not believe that there is someone in this sealed world whose saber technique is better than mine. Dao Merciless attacked again. It was still the 18 Dragon saber technique. This was Dao Merciless' most powerful saber technique, and it was also the most domineering. The first saber technique. Break. The second saber technique. Break. The third saber technique. Break. As long as Dao Merciless attacked, Lin Fei would only need one saber technique to break his opponent's attack. At the same time, he would leave marks on Dao Merciless' body. After the 18 saber techniques, Dao Merciless' body was left with 18 saber scars. You are not my match. With the invincibility system, no matter how domineering his opponent was, he was not as domineering as Lin Fei's saber technique. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was the best at breaking all saber techniques. It was the bane of all saber techniques. You win. Dao Merciless' body was torn apart. He left behind a sentence. I will wait for you in the 33 Sage Heavens. It turned out that this was just a clone of Dao Merciless. It had a bit of the original's battle prowess, but it was killed by Lin Fei after 18 saber techniques. It's your turn now. Lin Fei pointed with his saber and sent a straight saber attack. Bai Wuyi was indeed prepared to take advantage of Dao Merciless. If he fought with Dao Merciless, his chances of winning were only 50-50. As long as Di Tian was injured, he might be able to kill Di Tian. The only thing he didn't expect was that Dao Merciless' tyrannical saber technique was no match for Di Tian. He was killed after 18 saber techniques. Bai Wuyi cursed Dao Merciless in his heart for being so useless. Now, he was killed by Di Tian and needed some time to recover his strength. You are not qualified. I don't believe that you still have the confidence to kill me after killing Dao Merciless. Bai Wuyi brandished his sword and charged forward. The sword intent and saber light clashed. The shockwaves spread out. With just one slash, Bai Wuyi realized that although his opponent was not as strong as him, his saber technique was more domineering. The worst part was that his life force would be plundered the moment they clashed. If Bai Wuyi knew that his opponent's attack came from his own life force and Heaven's mandate energy, he would probably cry. One saber technique broke the first sword technique. A second saber technique followed by a third. One saber technique followed after another. The saber light was as vast as the sea. Bai Wuyi's battle prowess was very strong. It was just that he had encountered an extraordinary opponent like Lin Fei. Di Tian, if you have the ability, then don't use treasures to suppress me. After more than 10 saber techniques, Bai Wuyi was panting like a withered corpse. He couldn't hold on any longer. Shameless? Who's shameless? With a loud bang, the Blood Heaven seal slammed into Bai Wuyi's body. Bai Wuyi's body was torn into pieces while the Blood Heaven seal took the opportunity to devour his flesh. The Blood Heaven seal came from a part of the blood sacrificial altar. It possessed a terrifying devouring ability. Once Bai Wuyi's body was destroyed, his flesh and blood became nourishment for the Blood Heaven seal. Another 10-star combat emperor, Bai Wuyi's combat prowess was very strong. However, after being suppressed by the Blood Heaven seal, his combat prowess was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Bai Wuyi died, the Blood Heaven seal also devoured his opponent's sword. Lin Fei sent a notification from the system. The evolution of the Blood Heaven seal had increased by a lot.
Chapter 585. Yi Jian instantly thought of the key point as if she was enlightened. She looked at Yang Heng with a meaningful gaze. She didn't have much contact with Yangheng, so she didn't know him well. However, in her previous life, she was forced by Ying to judge whether the person she was taking in was a good person or a bad person based on their facial expressions. Therefore, she had some understanding of Yangheng, a 16-year-old boy who had everything written on his face. He was a bad boy, but not at the root, but at the rebellious stage. He had a bottom line and knew what he could and couldn't touch. Smoking, fighting, and surfing the internet. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, his grades had always been in the top 5 of the grade, so that was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. In school, Yangheng was a boy that the teachers didn't have to worry about. He was polite, motivated, and serious. As for what happened outside of school, sorry, but as his parents, they didn't manage him well. The teachers could manage him, but at home, his parents would. After listening to Yi Qian's laughable African gigolo explanation, Yangheng touched his face and laughed. Am I really that tanned? Looks like I have to learn from you girls and put on some sunscreen. It's too late for that. It was almost 2:00, and the students started to wake up. Yi Qian pointed to an empty space in front of him. Do you have something to say to me? Let's talk over there. There are fewer people. There were too many people, and Yangheng was a famous person in school, so Yi Qian thought it was better to avoid him. Yangheng was indeed looking for Yi Qian, but it wasn't convenient for him to talk about it here. Yangheng nodded and took the lead with his long legs. Since he was tall and had long legs, he had an advantage in walking. His 1 step was equivalent to Yi Qian's 2 steps. Yi Qian, who had lagged behind, was impressed by Yangheng's attention to detail. He walked so fast because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. There were a few spray nozzles on the field that were used to spray plants. They were turned on so that the students who woke up could wash their faces and get rid of the heat. Yangheng came over after washing his hair. There was a faint shampoo fragrance. His handsome eyes looked at Yi Qian, and the first thing he said was an apology. He was apologizing for the incident where Yao Jing had caused trouble for Yi Qian in the classroom. He was also apologizing for implicating Yi Qian. Yao Jing and I grew up in the same courtyard. Humans are shrewd from a young age, and the older they get, the more shrewd they become. However, we're good at putting up appearances and aren't stingy with money, so we have a lot of friends. It turned out that they had known each other since they were young. No wonder the two of them looked so casual when they were talking during the basketball match. Yi Qian was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. With a slight smile, he waited for Yi Qian to continue. She has a lot of ideas and schemes. She seems to be righteous, but she knows how to protect herself. You see, her friends are always in groups of 3 to 5 wherever she goes, but there aren't many who are close to her. Yangheng, who knew Yi Qian, did not intend to hide anything. Yao Jing was someone who could help the Public Security Bureau find a suspect in 4 hours. She was also someone who could draw the facial features and height ratio of the suspect to more than 90%. If you really wanted to be on good terms with such a meticulous girl, you had to be honest with her. Yangheng thought about every word he said, and he did not say it out loud. He knew that Yao Jing and Yi Qian were at odds with each other, so he had been looking for an opportunity to say it to her. Chapter 586. His handsome features revealed a hint of seriousness, and even his voice deepened. Yi Ying and Yao Jing seem close, but based on my understanding of Yao Jing, it's not as simple as it seems. Saying that they're good friends doesn't seem right. Saying that they don't have a good relationship. Yi Ying is the closest classmate to Yao Jing other than Wang Dandan and Lu Mei. He was a boy who wasn't used to speaking ill of others. He was just analyzing what he knew to Yi Qian. He believed that with her intelligence, she would understand what he was trying to say. What you're trying to say is that I should be wary of Yao Jing, right? Yi Qian only raised her gaze slightly. Her expression was like the faint white clouds in the blue sky, light and indifferent, exuding a quiet and elegant calmness. Actually, regardless of whether I'm wary of her or not, Yao Jing has inexplicably started to hate me. I'm not someone who can take a loss. That day, Luo Ran's basketball was obviously aimed at me, and I was just giving him a warning. As for Yao Jing, she rushed into the classroom and even dared to insult my mother. Yangheng, do you think something like this can be guarded against? I've never provoked her in the classroom, but an unexpected disaster came knocking on my door. I believe that you also know what kind of relationship she has with Yi Ying. You and I are both well aware of what kind of secrets there are. Everything she said was the truth. Yang Heng pondered for a moment and sighed. Yao Jing can be very annoying sometimes. How about this? I'll tell her not to cause trouble every day. Please don't. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. Her dark eyes contained a hint of a meaningful smile. She said indifferently, if you tell her, it won't change anything. Instead, it'll make her angry. Yao Jing is a bad person. You said that she's not someone to be trifled with, but now that she's provoked me, this matter won't end easily. You don't have to get involved in this matter, lest others say that I'm using you to deal with Yao Jing. Also, they said that you like Yi Ying. Why do I feel that? You're purposely making people think that way. Yang Heng's eyes were filled with astonishment. He did mean that, but he didn't expect Yi Qian to be so direct. This was a little different from the girls he had met before. At least, he hadn't seen one so direct. It's a little intentional. Who can stand people asking you who you like, if you need her help, if you're too shy to do anything? Yao Jing has been asking me since the second day of middle school. That day, I saw that she pushed Yi Ying, so I might as well let her wish come true. A casual remark from Yang Heng had ruined Yao Jing and Yi Ying's friendship. However, Yao Jing was a patient person. She hid in the dark and did not reveal any of her thoughts. She observed both Yi Ying and Yang Heng. What a pity. Yi Jian sighed softly. What a pity. Now that she knew Yang Heng, and this guy was not bad, she could not treat him as someone who would sow discord between Yao Jing and Yi Ying. You really don't mean what you say. This matter is enough to make Yao Jing worry. Yi Qian sighed inwardly. Seeing the instructor of the first class walk towards their class, she knew that it was time for the assembly. It's time to assemble. You should go back to class. Don't get involved in the matter between me and Yao Jing. It's not as simple as you think. Chapter 587. Also, help me keep an eye on Luo Ran. He can't find trouble with me in school, but he still has a chance in the military. Help me keep an eye on him, so I'll be prepared. Yang Heng's thick eyebrows furrowed. He remembered that Luo Ran had been close to a boy from 16 High these past few days. He whispered, Yao Jing just looked for him, and he's also close to a boy from 16 High called Liao Jian. Be careful of Yao Jing, I'll keep an eye on Luo Ran for you. Based on his understanding of Yao Jing, just as Yi Qian said, she wouldn't give up so easily. Now that Yi Qian was also back from military training, it wouldn't hurt to be more careful. The whistle for assembly sounded, and the students who hadn't yet woken up yawned as they ran towards the assembly point. The white sunlight was still blinding even at 2:00 in the afternoon. Yi Ying washed her face with water that was a little warm from the sun. She subconsciously looked for Yi Qian, who she hated so much, but couldn't do anything about. She saw a scene that made her eyes light up. It was actually Yang Heng and Yi Qian talking. The whistle got louder and louder, urging all the students to assemble. Yi Ying looked at the time. What a pity, it was only 3 seconds away from 2 minutes. Otherwise, she would definitely pull Yao Jing over and let her see this scene. She would definitely be so angry that her liver would hurt. The Anti-Chemical Regiment, in layman's terms, was a military unit that prevented the spread of chemical weapons. They were responsible for earthquake resistance, flood resistance, and wearing gas masks to prevent epidemics. On a deeper level, they were responsible for guiding the military to protect against nuclear, chemical, biological, and incendiary weapons. They were also responsible for coordinating with the infantry in battle. This type of military unit didn't appear often in the past, but now that they were an important force in the country's anti-terrorism unit, they were increasingly appearing in the public eye. Listening to the shocking shouts of the real soldiers in the field, Yi Qian's entire body was straight as a pencil under the instructor's instructions. He followed the students in the class from the basic movements in the posture of a soldier. After the assembly, Yi Ying gave the instructor a bone-deep military salute and stood aside to watch the other students train. She's just pretending. The instructor knows that she has heart disease and asked her to take a rest in the shade. She said, I can hold on now. If I really can't hold on, I'll definitely take a rest. And Jessen almost rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand Yi Ying's behavior anymore. Yi Qian was afraid that her eyes would hurt, so he said softly, that's enough. She won't bother you. Just don't pay attention to her. Also, she's close to Luo Ran now. Don't let her hate you too. If she hates me, then so be it. I can't wait for her to hate me a little, so that she won't only stare at you every day. See, I'm looking at you again. If you keep talking, you'll be the first girl to be punished by the instructor in the afternoon training. Yi Qian noticed the instructor's sharp glare and reminded him, don't do the same thing more than 3 times. If you say another word, you'll definitely be dragged out. Knowing the consequences of being punished, and Jessen immediately shut up. Yi Ying originally wanted to stand for more than 10 minutes and pretend that she couldn't hold on any longer. But when she saw Yi Qian here, she began to think of a way to embarrass Yi Qian. From the moment she stood at attention and relaxed, her gaze never left him. Chapter 588. As the last student to participate in the military training, the instructor naturally paid more attention. Especially when the girl reported to him, she stood at attention and saluted. That standard was even more exemplary than that of a veteran soldier. She exuded a piercingly cold military might that made one's heart tremble. Now that he paid more attention, he could see how solid the girl's basic skills were. Yi Qian, step forward. 20 minutes into the drill, the instructor gave the order to take a break, then called out Yi Qian's name. Come, stand in front and demonstrate. She stepped forward. The first one who couldn't hold back was Yi Ying. She stood at the back, looking as if she would collapse from heatstroke at any moment. She said softly, Instructor, I saw that her posture when she took a break just now wasn't right. She didn't look as good as the other students. We still have a drill performance. It's a competition of ranking and points. If one person doesn't do it well, the whole class will be dragged down. She spoke slowly and softly. It sounded as if she was really thinking for the class. Some of the students in the class also supported Yi Ying's words. After all, this military training would be recorded in the files. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Everyone wanted to get a good ranking so that the instructor could write a few beautiful words on the file. Hearing this, some students nodded in agreement. Seeing that some students nodded, Yi Ying wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, since she said it, she was sure that someone would stand up for her. She said, we only have 2.5 days. It's not certain if we can train well. Tomorrow is the field training for the 5 classes. It's still a question whether she can keep up. After saying so much, she just wanted the instructor to train Yi Qian harshly and make her suffer under the sun. Why don't you, Yi Qian, don't participate? Anyway, you didn't come for the first 4 days. The teacher won't blame you. The instructor won't scold you either. Don't drag the class down. The one who spoke was a girl. Usually, she didn't talk much with Yi Qian, but she was a girl who was very strong in her studies. Yeah, why don't you, Yi Qian, don't participate? It's a thankless task. Don't do it. It's not that big of a problem. Yi Qian can choose not to come, but since she's here, it means that she's a member of our group. Why should we not allow her to participate? Yi Qian has only just arrived. He'll definitely drag us down. You guys are stupid. No matter when you come, you'll always be a hindrance. This morning, you've practiced the midair rotation technique for God knows how many times, and now you've learned it? Can you not act like a big shot here? Yi Qian is Yi Qian. What makes you think she can't do it? We are the first batch of military trainees in the whole province. The requirement is to have a standard. What if Yi Qian doesn't make it? What if I can't keep up? There's no what if. Since Yi Qian dared to come, it means that she will definitely succeed. She was not one to put on a brave front. If he came, he would succeed. I'm definitely not inferior to you guys. In an instant, the students were divided into 3 groups. One group opposed, one supported, and one watched from the sidelines. And Jiasun wanted to step forward and say a few more words, but she tactfully glanced at Yi Qian, who had been pushed into the limelight by Yi Ying. Seeing her gently shake her head, and Jiasun shut her mouth tightly. Seeing that the voices of Class 1 were getting louder and louder, they were particularly eye-catching on the field. Many classes turned their gazes over. Because the students' voices were too loud, each and every one of them was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The instructor immediately blew a sharp whistle to warn them when he realized that his loud voice was not enough to deter them. Chapter 589. The sharp whistle made the instructors of the other classes immediately stop their training and rush over to support their comrades in order to control the students who had suddenly become agitated. The political instructor also rushed over. These students were all important targets to be taken care of. During military training, it was fine if they fainted from heatstroke or suffered some minor injuries, but if they started fighting right under the eyes of the instructors, the situation would become serious. Yi Qian didn't expect that Yi Ying's few words would cause such a scene. Yi Ying was also quite surprised that a few words had such a big effect. Her original intention was to let the instructors teach Yi Qian a lesson and embarrass him in front of the class. Who knew that it would cause a group argument in the class? Look, some of the boys were even about to fight. Yi Ying's eyes flickered and she walked over obediently. Do you see Yi Qian? I said before that you want to fight with me. Do you think you're worthy? Amidst the quarrel that grew louder and louder, she laughed softly. What do you think? Do you like this kind of welcome ceremony? You definitely won't like it, but I like it. How pitiful. You'll definitely be the one who gets scolded the most when they start scolding you. Do you think you'll be accepted by the students just because you're back? Yi Ying's smile became even more smug. The arrogance between her brows was just like in her previous life. On the first day of military training, the principal and provincial leaders emphasized that the results of this military training are very important. If we don't face the consequences well, there will be serious consequences. Do you know how many students in our class want to get into university? Do you know how many students are worried that if something goes wrong during this military training, it will affect their college entrance exams? Do you know? Ignoring her made her even more arrogant. Yi Qian tilted his head and lowered his gaze slightly. He looked at Yi Ying, who was half a head shorter than him, and looked down at her with a condescending gaze. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her smile was calm and composed as she said indifferently, "You really know how to worry. Shouldn't a patient with heart disease be resting properly? You're always scheming about this and that and sowing discord. Aren't you afraid that your heart will get tired and go on strike?" Yi Qian knew that she didn't have a heart condition, so he deliberately said those words. He admired the way her face changed from anger to anger. He smiled coldly and said, "Think about it carefully. Every time you've schemed against me, have you ever succeeded? It seems to have never happened before." This really made Yi Ying's heart ache. It was precisely because he had not done it even once that she hated him. The more he hated him, the more he wanted to teach him a lesson. "Yi Ying, cover your face properly. Don't hit it too hard later." After Yi Qian finished speaking, she lifted her chin slightly. The coldness in her bright and exquisite eyes deepened, making her seem even more profound and unfathomable. Today, Yi Qian was able to deal with accusations calmly. She was confident that she could easily resolve such a small matter. She also had the ability to plot against Yi Ying time and time again, and finally turn it into a slap to Yi Ying's face. Yi Ying's expression suddenly darkened. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Don't be so smug here. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to explain this to your classmates and to the school. The whole class is fighting over you. Yi Qian, you really have a lot of face. With such a big face and such a big stance, I'd like to see how you're going to deal with this. Chapter 590. Of course, they would deal with her as they should. In the face of Yi Ying's uncontrollable arrogance, the corners of Yi Jian's mouth curled up slightly. The coldness between her brows was as if she was preparing for a battle. At the same time, it made her brows look even more beautiful, but at the same time, it also revealed a cold hostility. Do you know why I didn't step in to stop you? Looking at Yi Ying, who was still waiting for her to be unlucky, her smile was also dazzling. Because, I'm not the one who started this, it's you. In the army, a team, a group, could not be separated, let alone destroyed. Yi Ying had obviously made a big mistake, but she still thought she was infallible. Yi Ying was too inexperienced. So inexperienced that she did not want to make a move at this time. Because, there was no value in making a move. At this moment, Yi Ying's faintly proud face suddenly revealed a trace of panic. She wanted to ask for clarification, but she saw Yi Qian walk to the instructor's side and say something. The instructor actually nodded slightly. He, who never smiled during training, even twitched the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was smiling at Yi Qian. The slight panic she felt at first really expanded now. Not only did she panic, but she also had a faint bad premonition. Yi Qian, what was this wretched girl trying to do? She hadn't even been in the army for 2 hours. How could she make the usually strict instructor smile? Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but the boys and girls were all hot-tempered. Yi Ying threw out a fuse, and immediately ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. Even the instructor's sharp whistle didn't stop. Although the students from the other classes were ordered to rest on the spot by their instructors, some busybodies still came over to watch the commotion. Luo Ran was one of them. When he heard that the quarrel was because of Yi Qian, he also raised his voice. She's obviously here to drag the class down with evil intentions. You bunch of idiots, you've all been fooled by her. Applying for leave means that your military training score is 0. Yi Ying from your class has a heart condition. Originally, she applied for leave too, but in the end, she still came together because she was afraid that her military training score would drag her down. You bunch of idiots, Yi Qian will also get points if she sneaks in. She's here to drag your ranking down, do you understand? A bunch of idiots. When the political instructor saw this, he waved his hand and an extremely unfamiliar instructor walked over. Without saying anything, he directly threw Luo Ran to the ground. With one hand pressed against the back of Luo Ran's head, from the front. Luo Ran's facial features were squeezed out of shape by this instructor. Woo-woo. He still wanted to struggle, but in the end, not only could he not even make a sound, his entire body was suppressed to the point where he could not move at all. After this instructor made a move, the rest of the instructors separated the two groups of people who were quarreling. They stared fiercely at these students who were causing trouble without any team spirit. Idiots, he's right. You guys are just idiots. Yi Ying was overjoyed. Even the instructor said so. Yi Qian, you, before the joy could reach his face, he heard another instructor scolding, looks like I've been teaching you for nothing every day. I've been telling you guys to have team spirit every day. Everyone is tied to the same rope. The one who wants to cut this rope is your real enemy. Her joy instantly disappeared. Why did she feel like the real enemy the instructor was talking about was her? Yi Qian glanced at her, then followed the instructor to the political instructor. Yi Ying was the one who started this, but for the sake of the entire group, she had to step forward. Chapter 591. The instructor had a very deep impression of Yi Jian. A student standing in front of him was a soldier. He had never had such an impression before. Students were soldiers, unless they were military school students. The noisy scene was suppressed by a few instructors in a short while. The instructor stood in front of them with a cold military aura and a face as cold as water. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of all the students. All the noise gradually stopped, and finally, there was complete silence. You said that the last student would drag the class down, right? I wonder who said that first. The first person to speak, please step forward. After suppressing the scene, the instructor spoke. His gaze was calm, but not a single student dared to look him in the eye. He silently used his military aura to intimidate all the students. At the same time, Yi Ying, who was standing at the side, trembled. She didn't step forward because she didn't dare to. Why? Why didn't things go according to her plan every time? Why did all kinds of situations happen? This officer didn't even know Yi Qian. All the students were arguing because of Yi Qian. Why did he look for her first and not Yi Qian? The bad feeling grew stronger. Yi Ying closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and walked over step by step with determination. Instructor, I said it first. Because Yi Qian just enlisted today, I couldn't help but take a few more glances while I was resting next to him. One thing about Yi Ying that was quite admirable was that she would take the initiative to admit her mistakes. Once she realized that something was wrong, she would immediately step forward to admit her mistake instead of denying it and trying to play smart to avoid it. Yi Qian also admired her for this. After all, not everyone had the courage to take the initiative to admit their mistakes. The instructor didn't lose his temper immediately. Instead, he looked at her with bright eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What were your original words? Can you repeat them for me?" They were all students, not real soldiers under his command. He couldn't beat them or scold them. He could only educate them. No matter how he educated them, he had to look at the source of the chaos. I didn't say anything else. The instructor asked Yi Qian to step forward. I only said that I noticed that her at-ease posture wasn't right. It wasn't as good as the other students. He also mentioned that we have an exercise performance, and that we have to compete for rankings and scores. If one person can't do it well, the whole class will be dragged down. Yi Ying repeated what she had said, and her frantic heartbeat gradually calmed down. She did not say anything else. She was thinking for the sake of the class. She did not say anything wrong either. Even if the instructors were to pick and choose, they would not be able to find fault with her. Yi Ying's speech was indeed difficult to find fault with. Her IQ was indeed high, but she just couldn't meet Yi Qian. Once she met Yi Qian, she would try to find fault with him. In the end, she would be the one making a fool of herself. This was Yi Ying's biggest flaw, she couldn't tolerate it. Yao Jing's IQ was definitely not as high as Yi Ying's, but her advantage lay in the fact that she could endure and plan slowly, unlike Yi Ying who jumped out at the slightest thing. After the instructor finished his question, he saw the instructor nod lightly, confirming that Yi Ying had indeed said that. Student, your intentions are good, but the bad thing is that you shouldn't have made rash comments when you didn't know the truth. The instructor was also a man. Although he was meticulous, he could not see through Yi Ying's thoughts. Instead, he criticized her. Even if you really saw something wrong with her, you should first report it to the instructor. Don't use your rash judgment to elevate the class's reputation. Chapter 592. You are a team. One person can't represent the glory of the team. What you said seemed like you were worried about the class, but have you thought about the consequences? This kind of criticism was extremely light. In the army, it was no different from giving pointers while eating. But to Yi Ying, as long as it was because of Yi Qian, any kind of criticism was a great humiliation to her. She couldn't accept it. Her eyes reddened and she immediately said, "I'm sorry. I was too impatient and didn't think of the consequences. It's fine as long as you don't do it again in the future. Return to the team." The instructor saw that she had a good attitude and took the initiative to stand up for her, so he didn't have a bad impression of Yi Ying. He knew that there was a student with a heart disease in Class 1. After returning to the team, Yi Ying lowered her head and wiped her tears. She bit her lower lip and held her head high with a pale face. She would not admit defeat. She would never admit defeat to Yi Qian, that wretched girl. Endure, she had to endure. Yi Qian wasn't surprised by her behavior. A smart person would immediately find something to their advantage after realizing that they were wrong. Yi Ying had always been good at this kind of thing. The current Yi Ying wasn't worthy of her help, but what about the future Yi Ying? She was really looking forward to it. The instructor gestured for Yi Qian to stand beside him and blew a whistle at all the students in Class 1. He shouted with a cold voice, "Everyone, listen to my command, line up to the right." Under the covetous gazes of the 4 instructors, including Luo Ran, who was still being pressed to the ground by an instructor and couldn't move at all, the students who almost started a fight settled down one by one. They lined up to the right and lined up to the front. Although it wasn't really a straight line, they still stood in a good line. I can understand your feelings of wanting to be ranked. Everyone wants to be ranked, even your instructors. However, you're splitting yourself apart for the sake of a ranking. You're clearly giving up on yourself. You said that the students who came last would drag you down. Come, instructor, call those male and female students who had the most objections over here. I'll review their results. What do you think? The female student who first voiced her opinion, come up as well. Since you can see the mistake in that ease posture, you must have done a good job yourself. Come up together. In the army, what mattered was real ability. If you were capable, you could be arrogant. If you were not capable and still had the loudest voice, then you had better be obedient. Before you entered the army, it didn't matter what kind of army you were in. Once you entered the army, the first thing that mattered was obedience. If you don't have the ability and you still refuse to obey, I'll first train your skin, flesh, tendons, and bones until you become obedient. If the students couldn't train too hard, then let them open their eyes and see who would be the one dragging the class down. 6 boys and 4 girls, a total of 10 people stood up. Yi Ying stood against the scorching sun. Compared to the other 3 girls who were already terrified, her body was very straight. Although she didn't practice with the rest of the class every day, she still participated in the morning exercises. Compared to the wretched girl who only practiced for less than half an hour, she didn't believe that she couldn't win. With confidence, she naturally straightened her back. She even reminded the girl beside her whose shoulders were curled up, "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" She didn't even practice for a day, but you practiced for 4.5 days. Chapter 593. The girl didn't answer. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk well. She was afraid that she had only said a few words, but the instructor had heard everything and even called her out. What if the word disunity was added to her file? What should she do? It's over. If you were the one who did this, Yi Qian would have to bear the consequences. Wang Dandan, who had a good relationship with Yao Jing, said softly. Her eyes flashed with a look of disappointment. Yi Ying is still too inexperienced. She's obviously smart, but why can't she grasp the opportunity? This was the sophomore class 8. They were divided into classes 1, 2, 3, and 2. Class 6 happened to train at the same time as Class 1, so Class 6 was the clearest about what happened in Class 1. Initially, Yao Jing was quite interested. Yi Ying's little tricks were indeed hard to guard against. This time, her little trick was brilliant. In an instant, she had turned Yi Qian into a target of public criticism. But, when she saw her moving closer to Yi Qian, Yao Jing knew that her trick had gone wrong. If it were her, she would definitely be the one to mediate when the students started quarreling. She would talk as she mediated and make the whole thing worse. She would even incite the students who were watching from the sidelines to join the camp for Yi Qian to withdraw from the military training. Then, she would make the boys fight. Even if Yi Qian had a backer in the army, she would never be able to participate in the military training. Because of her, the whole class was at odds with each other. No matter how capable such a person was, the instructor wouldn't take a second look at her. Nothing had happened during the 4 days of training. If she caused trouble as soon as she arrived, she would become unreasonable no matter how reasonable she was. Yi Ying can't stand it. She shrinks her neck at the slightest sign of trouble. It's okay to let her come up with ideas, but don't count on the people beside her. Yao Jing watched Yi Ying walk out, then watched her and the boys stand at attention, and salute. She snorted lightly and said, "What a pity. She has a good life and a good brain, but she wasn't nurtured from a young age." She's scheming and capable, but she's still lacking a little bit of maturity. Yao Jing's parents were government officials. Her grandfather and maternal grandfather's family were both involved in politics. From a young age, her knowledge and methods were much better than Yi Ying's, who was held back by Sun Dongqing. If Yi Ying had such a family instead of being raised by Sun Dongqing, she would definitely be much more capable than Yao Jing. If she was really powerful, would you still be with her? Wang Dandan smiled. Even though her parents were not officials, her family was even more well-off than Yao Jing's. Her princess-like heirs were no less than Yao Jing's. Seeing how Yi Ying walked so elegantly despite not having much training, Wang Dandan couldn't help but sigh. It's not unreasonable for Yang Heng to like her. She does have some capabilities. I'm not saying that she can't do it. She's just a little worse than the three of us. However, Yang Heng has always liked smart girls with good grades. Yi Ying is just right for him. However, what she did not expect was that Yi Qian and Yang Heng were completely unrelated. They did not even know each other. Why would Yang Heng beat Luo Ran up for her? She only knows how to fan the flames, but she doesn't know how to add fuel to the fire. If Yi Ying wants to bite down on Yi Qian, she will only injure her teeth. Wang Dandan was also a smart girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hang out with Yao Jing. From the corner of her eye, she saw the instructor in the class walk over. She secretly pulled Yao Jing, who was deep in thought, and said, "The instructor is here." Chapter 594. The ruckus in Class 1 had stopped. The instructors of each class had returned to their own classes to continue the military training in the afternoon. As usual, the main content of the lesson was to execute the formation command. After the whistle sounded, they took a break and stood at attention rhythmically. Sweat had already soaked through their hats, collars, and backs. Even their waists where their belts were tied were drenched in sweat. The students of Class 1 had completed the process of standing at attention, taking a break, saluting, walking in unison, marching, and running. When the instructor called for them to take a break, the 10 of them, whose faces were flushed from the sun, let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they kept up and didn't make any mistakes. Although there are big and small steps, it's not bad to be able to maintain the same pace. Walking in unison and marching in unison is a bit off from the formation. You still need more training. The instructor nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the results of the 10 students. As students, you're not bad. You can keep up with the formation. However, as a soldier, you're still too far behind. Yi Ying's tense expression relaxed a little after hearing that. As long as they passed, then Yi Qian. If he made any mistakes, he would definitely not be able to participate in the military training. The entire class would know that her participation was purely a burden to the class. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, Yi Ying held back even though she wanted to speak. If she spoke again, the instructor would be suspicious. He would think that she purposely stood up and said those words for the sake of the class to make Yi Qian leave. Yi Ying did the right thing here. If she spoke again, the instructor wouldn't be suspicious. He would think that she was wrong. After one of the boys saw that he had passed, he let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Instructor, we're students, not soldiers. So, you can't say that we're too far behind. That's biased. There are a lot of shortcomings. Didn't the instructor teach you that you need to report if you have a problem?" It was obviously an extremely unwise move to try to talk to the instructor who was in charge of ideological work. Just based on this point, I can give you a fail. It's fine if you're not convinced. In the military, you have to be convinced when you wear this camouflage uniform. The last sentence was no less shocking than a sudden clap of thunder. In an instant, the boy, who thought he had passed and was somewhat proud of himself, was so scared that his shoulders trembled. The instructor's stern gaze swept across all the students who were causing trouble. His face was even darker than before. You haven't even done your job properly, yet you dare to stand out and criticize others. If you are the last in class and have the lowest grades, I can tell you that it's definitely not your fault. Yi Qian didn't say a word. He just watched the tutor scold the rowdy students until they couldn't even raise their heads. Yi Qian could understand why they got into a fight because of Yi Ying's words. But if she had to speak up for them. Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly, and there was a cold glint in her eyes. That was impossible. These people had been dissatisfied with Yi Ying ever since school started when she casually said that it was unfair. Especially one of the girls, Meng Wen, who immediately stood up to oppose Yi Ying after she finished speaking. Meng Wen usually didn't talk much to her. Usually, whenever the teacher called her name in class, Meng Wen would stand up and voice her opinion. She didn't have any opinions about learning to excel, but she shouldn't cause a ruckus at a time like this. Chapter 595. No matter how many glances Meng Wen gave him, Yi Qian maintained his gaze and stood motionless beside the instructor. After the instructor shocked the entire class, he looked at the girl standing proudly like a pine tree and asked in front of the entire class, "Yi Qian, do you dare to walk with a real soldier? Let your classmates see who's the one who's dragging who down. This is my suggestion, you can choose to reject it." That sentence caused an uproar in the class. How could that be? Yi Ying laughed. She was being forced into a corner. If she said she didn't dare, then it meant that she would be dragging the class down if she participated in the military training. Her classmates who were supposed to protect her would also lose face. If she said she would, she would lose even more face. She hadn't even participated in a single training session, yet she dared to walk with a real soldier after less than half an hour of training. She wouldn't be afraid of bursting if she agreed. And Jessen was about to suffocate from a heatstroke. When she heard the instructor's words, she was so anxious that she was sweating like beans. Yi Ying, that bastard. She was putting Yi Qian on the stove to roast alive. Just as Jessen was cursing Yi Qian in her heart, she heard Yi Qian's calm voice. His strength shook her heart as he agreed to the instructor's suggestion. "Instructor, I have no problems. I'm ready to be inspected at any time." Under the sunlight, Yi Qian's brows were like green mountains and clear waters, but the expression in his dark eyes was carefree. He stood upright with his temperament like a pine tree in snow. When the slanted sunlight shone on his shadow, it was like an unbending spear. The instructor's suggestion wasn't very good, but it contained some probing elements. He wanted to see what this cold-blooded high school girl with the temperament of a soldier looked like. As the first province to expand military training for high school students, the inspection on the 7th of October wasn't just limited to a few leaders. Even the capital's military district would send people over. For such an important event, it was necessary to select a top student soldier, flag bearer, leader, and speaker. These were the students who would represent the spirit of the entire student body on the day of the Grand Review. If Yi Qian was right, then she would be the top student and the flag bearer. How could the students who had not stepped out of school know what the instructor was thinking? When they heard Yi Qian agree in a voice that made their hearts tremble, they all looked at Yi Qian with different intentions. Exclamations, suspicions, worries, disapproval, all sorts of gazes fell upon him. Ultimately, all of them could be summed up into one meaning: is Yi Qian crazy? How could she agree to such a suggestion? It was clearly putting her in a difficult position and putting her at a dead end. The students who supported Yi Qian started to worry. The class monitor, Lu Xian, walked out and shouted, "Report." The tan instructor said in a deep voice, "Speak." "Instructors, I think it's unfair. Yi Qian just trained for less than half an hour. How could she line up with real soldiers? Also, just now, he was referring to." LV Sinwei paused. Yi Jian was referring to the instructor just now. Just now, the instructor said that the 10 students who have been training for 4.5 days are not qualified according to the standards of soldiers. I think the instructor's suggestion is unfair to Yi Jian. Chapter 596. Most of the students in the class agreed with Lu Xian's words. He wanted to speak up for Yi Qian, but he saw the instructor's stern expression disappear. He smiled and asked Yi Qian, "What do you think? Do you want to continue?" Instructors all had the heart of a fox and were good at playing cards. Yi Qian looked at him as if he was looking at political commissar Yen. When he heard this, he took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the class. He smiled brightly and said, "The sun is too bright. Everyone is angry because of me again. Let's all take a break. For the sake of unity in the class, for the sake of not dragging the class down during the big review, and for the sake of all the students being able to train without worrying about me affecting the class ranking, why don't we all sit down and watch the instructor's heroic bearing?" As soon as she opened her mouth, there was a round of applause. It was enough to show how popular Yi Qian was in the class. The students who had opinions about Yi Qian could not deny that she had always been the most tolerant girl in the class. No matter who had a problem with a topic, she would always look for her. Even if she had something on hand, she would put it down and help explain it to the other students. This kind of help was a silent help. At a critical moment, it could be seen that out of the 50 to 60 students, only 10 stood out to express their opinions. The instructor couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He said to Yi Qian, "Okay, we'll listen to your arrangements this time." After he finished speaking, he said to the instructor, who had a stern expression the entire time, "Go and gather the instructors of Class 2 and Class 3. The students of each class will rest for 15 minutes. Yes." The instructor saluted, clenched his fists, and jogged away with his hands close to his waist. 2 minutes later, the 8 instructors of Class 2 and the 7 instructors of Class 3 were all present. They lined up neatly and stood in front of the students of Class 1. Yi Qian was ordered to return to the group by the instructor. His movements were swift and nimble as he returned to the group of 15 instructors. When it was 16, Yi Qian's voice was like the rising sun. It was full of vigor as he called out his own number, 16. Before it even started, a simple voice announced the impressive military might. That was a direct hit to the hearts of the students. It had the power to shake a tree. All the students in the class suddenly widened their eyes and Ying clenched her fists. When the instructor heard this voice, he knew there was hope. He shouted, "Attention!" Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The uniform sound was like the wind coming from the camouflage uniforms. The indomitable soldiers used their military poise instantly shocked the students in the class. On the other hand, Yi Qian's legs were pressed together and his feet were accurately separated by about 60 degrees. His upper body was straight, his stomach was tucked in, his chest was puffed out, and his shoulders were spread out. The 5 fingers of his naturally hanging hands were gently clasped together. His thumb was pressed against the second joint of his index finger. His head was straight, his neck was straight, and his chin was slightly tucked in. His eyes were like sharp swords unsheathed from their scabbards as he stared straight ahead. Her eyes, like all the other instructors, were looking straight ahead in the direction of the students of Class 1. The ones closest to her were Yi Ying, Meng Wen, and the other 10 students. In that instant, they felt Yi Qian's gaze burst out with a cold light, which turned into a cold substance and directly brushed past their faces. Cold, dark, sharp. It was just a gaze, but it made their necks shrink in an instant. It was as if they shrunk back a little later, that solid gaze would fall down their necks and make their heads fall to the ground. This feeling made them tremble in fear. It made them extremely frightened, and it made them lose their aura even before it started. Chapter 597. Even the instructor was shocked by Yi Qian's murderous gaze, not to mention the students of Class 1. The moment he saw Yi Qian's unsheathed gaze, the instructor realized that this girl was a soldier who had killed on the front lines and whose hands were stained with blood. Only a soldier whose hands were stained with blood would have such a sharp gaze that was a mixture of justice and killing intent. Shocked, he gave the order to be at ease again. Yi Qian's movements were perfectly synchronized with the instructor's without the slightest bit of incongruity. The 2 simple instructions made the students of Class 1 suck in a breath of cold air. The students of the other classes were also addicted to watching. They didn't even realize that the slender figure mixed in with the instructors was just like them, a high school girl. Yi Ying's hands were clenched so tightly that her palms turned white. How is this possible? How is Yi Qian able to maintain the same movements as the instructors? How is she able to do it? Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. It was as if she wished that she could be Yi Qian and follow the instructors to receive the attention of all the students. Yao Jing, who was closest to Class 1, had dark clouds rolling in her eyes even though she could tolerate it. How is this making Yi Qian look bad? It's clearly making her receive the worship of all the students. She can't do anything right, but she's good at spoiling things. She even said that she understood Yi Qian the best. Is this understanding? Is this understanding personally sending her to the front of all the students and making her the most prestigious person in the school? Wang Dandan's eyes could not turn away. Especially when Yi Qian walked in step with the 15 instructors, the valiance exuded by the movement of his hands made her gasp in amazement. Amazing, amazing. Too amazing. It's actually the same, it's actually the same. Marching in step was a common step used by soldiers. It was usually used to march in a neat formation. In a group of 16 people, it was clear who was slow or who was taking smaller steps. Yi Qian, who had joined the group of male soldiers, did not embarrass himself in the slightest. His posture was upright, and his arms and legs were in sync. His arm swings were natural and graceful, and his pace and stride were as precise as the instructors. He did not fall behind by half a millimeter, nor did he walk half a millimeter more. Wang Dandan did not have any conflicts with Yi Qian. In addition, she liked to read military reports and had a dream of becoming a soldier. At this moment, when she saw that Yi Jian was as handsome as the image of a female soldier in her mind, she immediately started praising Yi Jian without hesitation even though Yao Jing was beside her. It's so cool and exciting. Have you watched the TV series, Two Ladies, Two Soldiers? It's the one that won the National Outstanding TV Series Award. Yi Jian is even better than Chen Xiaomei. Yao Jing's expression turned cold. Dandan, if you still treat me as a good friend, stop praising Yi Qian. Let me tell you, I hate her. She's the one who made me unable to raise my head in school for the past few days. Yao Jing said through gritted teeth. The coldness in her voice made Wang Dandan narrow her eyes. Yao Jing hated Yi Qian, but that didn't mean that she hated Yi Qian. What's more, Yi Jian had become her idol in her heart. Okay. I won't say it. Wang Dandan smiled and blinked. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were extremely bright as she stared at Yi Qian. She sighed inwardly. If only I could be like Yi Qian when I become a soldier in the future. Chapter 598. Wang Dandan was not the only one who thought so. Most of the girls and boys thought so as well. After setting up his position, Yi Qian gave the command to attention. His left leg moved forward by about 50 centimeters, the tip of his foot pointed out by about 30 degrees. His two legs were straight, and his right leg took a shortcut to his left leg. Just looking at his back made everyone applaud. Yi Qian. You're amazing. Holy shit. Yi Qian, you're my idol. My idol. How can you be so amazing? Yi Qian, be my girlfriend. I need a girlfriend like you who can make me feel proud. Handsome, handsome, handsome. You're so handsome that no one has ever been before. Yi Qian, how can you be so handsome? Applause rang out, but Yi Jian remained calm. Her heart was as still as water, without any ripples. Before the instructor gave the command, she maintained the posture of a pine tree and did not move at all. She did not even blink and looked straight ahead with determination and fearlessness. At this moment, what you saw was a soldier, a qualified soldier who had returned from a bloodbath. What you saw was a soldier who had earned everything she had through her own efforts. She used her unwavering steps to create her own wonderful soldier. She was a female special forces soldier who stood out like the sun rising from the east. The instructor was used to seeing the soldiers in formation, but when he saw Yi Qian's posture, although his expression was calm, his eyes burned with passion. This was definitely a girl with a story. She was definitely a female soldier who could be brought to the battlefield as soon as she was born. She had military might, a murderous aura, and a murderous aura. Marching. It was time to test one's basic skills. The applause also stopped at the instructor's command. All the students held their breaths as they stared at the instructors, and also at Yi Qian. Marching in a straight line was the best way to display the bravery of a mighty army. That was the military might of an army that had been forged into iron. It was a sharp blade that had the bravery of an army. Yi Qian's aura changed again. It was no longer reserved, but completely released. His brows were filled with killing intent, and his resolute gaze was as cold as autumn water. It shocked the students so much that they held their breaths, not daring to let out a breath. Under the sunlight, her upper body was straight and slightly leaning forward. Her fingers were gently clenched together, and when she swung her arm forward, her elbow was bent, and her forearm was slightly horizontal. This movement seemed simple, but it was actually practiced hard. The bottom of her wrist was about 10 centimeters above the bottom button of her shirt, and about 10 centimeters above her body. With a raise of her hand, Yi Qian immediately calculated these numbers accurately. Her left leg kicked out about 75 centimeters in front of her. Her long and slender legs were stretched perfectly straight, and the tip of her foot naturally pressed down. She was about 20 centimeters above the ground, and when her entire foot landed on the ground, a "pa" sound was heard. When she and the instructors raised their feet again, there was actually a cloud of dust. There was no applause in the audience, only absolute silence. All the students were stunned. They saw Yi Qian's marching in a straight line that surpassed the military might of the instructors. He walked at a height that they could only look up to, and he walked with an aura that made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was too standard, too perfect. It was even more perfect than a textbook, and even more impressive than the movements of the instructors. Suddenly, there was applause, followed by a wave of thunderous applause. All the students who were resting on the ground stood up and applauded and cheered for that valiant and heroic posture. Chapter 599. Did you notice? Her camouflage uniform is the same color as the instructors' camouflage uniforms. She looks like a soldier and doesn't look like a student at all. I'm completely in awe of her now. Oh my God. Didn't Class 1 cause a ruckus just now because Yi Qian only arrived today and would drag down their class ranking and scores? What a huge irony. Look at how well he's doing. So standard. She's actually a female soldier, not a student. She's amazing. So neat. If I didn't know that the last one was a student, I would have thought that she was an instructor too. TSK TSK TSK. She said that she only arrived at noon. How long has she been learning? She doesn't look like she just learned. While the sophomores and juniors were discussing, the sophomores from Class 1 would have run over and carried Yi Qian if they didn't remember the rules. Yi Ying's face was as white as snow. She hadn't been exposed to the sun. Now that the color had faded, her face was paler than any other student's. Even her lips were pale. She looked like she was suffering from a heatstroke. How could this be? How could this be? She really didn't expect that she wouldn't be included in her calculations. Instead, she was in the limelight. The thunderous applause was all for her. All the praises were also for her. The students who were doubting Yi Ying just now all lowered their heads. They were so embarrassed that even their necks turned red. No, impossible. How could this be? She really couldn't believe that what she saw was the truth. She couldn't accept the fact that she was humiliated even more. Her face turned from white to green, and her originally pretty facial features instantly became distorted like an evil witch. She wanted to rush up and drag Yi Jian, who had become the center of attention, down. She wanted to drive her out of the army and to the dirtiest place. She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. Why did Yi Qian, that wretched girl, win in the end? She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. He bit his lower lip so hard that he could taste the rusty taste of blood in his mouth, but he didn't let go. He locked his gaze on the figure of that standing still while running. He saw the handsome figure that was not inferior to the instructors. He saw her under the sun, exuding a temperament that made him more and more nervous. Faintly, he saw the distance between them. How could this be? One had been beaten and scolded by him since he was young, the other had been cowardly and incompetent since he was young, and the other had been deliberately spoiled by his parents since he was young. How could Yi Qian be better than him in every aspect? When Yi Qian won the first round of applause from the students, the instructor immediately informed the team to send a small team over to maintain discipline. With the guidance of the soldiers, the 8 classes of the second year sat on the left, while the 7 classes of the third year sat on the right. In the middle, there were 18 valiant figures with impressive military might. The instructor immediately decided that Yi Qian would be the top student soldier and flag protector. There was no one more suitable than her. The applause didn't stop for a long time. Because Yi Qian was there, even the soldiers who came to maintain order looked at Yi Qian in surprise. It was rare to see a girl who looked more like a soldier than a soldier. At first, Yang Heng from the third-year class didn't recognize Yi Qian as the last instructor. When he first saw Yi Qian and the other 17 instructors walking together, their backs facing him. When Yang Heng saw the familiar face, he choked on his water and started to cry. Chapter 600. Yi Qian, it's actually Yi Qian. In addition to having a superb memory and heaven-defying observation skills, she also had the ability to hide things. Were Luo Ran and Yao Jing blind? Why did they still provoke her? Yi Qian? Isn't she the girl who made Luo Ran bleed and kicked the basketball like a soccer ball? There were also people in grade 12 who recognized her. Yi Qian had done something incredible on the basketball court that day. She had made the school's famous hooligans bleed. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Heng frowned and said in a low voice, she didn't do it on purpose. She accidentally hit him when she was returning the ball. If this continued, Luo Ran would not let Yi Qian off. I didn't say she did it on purpose. Thinking about it, it's not likely. Yang Heng, why do I feel like you know her? What do you think? What do you think? Looking at this junior sister is really tempting. In grade 12, boys and girls were well aware of the situation. Those who wanted to fall in love would seize the time to find a partner. Those who wanted to study would bury their heads and ignore the outside world. They would only focus on revising. On the other hand, students whose grades were neither good nor bad were more relaxed. They would more or less pay attention to the big topics in school. They had heard of Yi Qian's name but didn't really know her. Now that they heard her name, it was clear. So she was Yi Qian. Yang Heng had always been impatient with these topics. He glanced at the boy in his class and saw the pockmarked acne on his face. He laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling amorous? Do you see Yi Qian's skin? It's reflecting the sun's rays. It's as white and tender as an egg. You should be more virtuous. Don't go near her. Mites are also contagious." There was a hint of a smile in his voice, and all the boys around him heard it clearly. Even the soldiers who were maintaining order couldn't help but laugh. These words were not false. Other people looked dirty when they sweated, but Yi Qian's skin was white. When she sweated, it was like pure white snow melting. It was as clear as water, giving people a sense of comfort. Her pitch-black eyes glistened under the sunlight. They were like the crescent moon hanging high on a laurel tree. It was so bright that people wanted to be the one chasing the moon. Her appearance alone was enough to amaze the boys. However, her temperament was as biting cold as a sword and as proud as a pine tree. She had a military aura that made them look up to her. They could only look at her from afar and not blaspheme her dignity. Handsome, elegant, virtuous, talented, and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. Such people really do exist. I didn't study in high school for nothing. Compared to the straightforwardness of the science class, the boys in the liberal arts class were much more reserved. There was no other to praise was a compliment. To compliment was Yi Qian's. The break, which was supposed to be 15 minutes, had been extended to 5 minutes. Yi Jian, who was standing in the military posture, had also been standing for 5 minutes. The veterans all had to admit that they were impressed by her. Stand in a military posture is the mother of all military actions. Pull in your stomach, stick out your chest, raise your head, look forward, and spread your shoulders back. Your body must be as strong as steel. You must have your head up to the sky and your feet firmly planted on the ground. At 3:11 in the afternoon, a gust of wind blew, blowing up the yellow dust on the field. Someone cried out and quickly raised his hand to wipe away the dust that blew into his eyes. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Almost half of the students were blinded by the wind and sand. Yanghang and the rest who reacted quickly had already closed their eyes. They waited for the wind to blow away the dust before opening their eyes. They saw the wind carrying the dust close to the motionless figure in the middle of the field. It had been 10 minutes. She should have some reaction by now. Chapter 601. Even Yao Jing had begun to stretch her neck. With the sand blowing into her eyes, Yi Qian would definitely not be able to hold on any longer. Those who were not soldiers would never know how much hard work it took to maintain a military posture. Under Principal Chen's training, Yi Qian had steel needles on both sides of her legs. As long as she moved slightly, the needles would pierce into her legs and cause them to bleed profusely. Her back was straight and her waist was straight. Her wrists were also tied with iron balls and sandbags. She had to look straight ahead. Even if the wind blew and sand into her eyes, she would not blink. As long as the instructions were not over, she would not be afraid of storms, thunder, lightning, or strong winds. As long as she stood still, she would be able to stand tall and straight like a pine tree. So what if the sand blew into her eyes? So what if sweat flowed into her eyes? The army had to look like an army. A soldier had to look like a soldier. A soldier's image, a soldier's majesty. She had to be a deterrent to the enemy and a sense of security to the people. She had to be powerful when she moved and her attacks were sharp and unstoppable. Wearing this military uniform meant suffering. The wind, sand, sweat, and tears were all trivial things that could be ignored. Yi Qian kept her eyes level. She stared at the sunlight that could make one's skin peel off. She stood there for 20 minutes without moving an inch. Even the students who were sitting down started to get impatient. They were already uncomfortable sitting under the sun. How much more uncomfortable would it be for Yi Qian, who was standing still? 25 minutes. She didn't move. Not only did she not move, I even saw the wind blow directly into her face. She didn't even blink. Could it be that her long eyelashes blocked the wind and sand? Are you stupid? No matter how long your eyelashes are, how can they block the wind and sand? Why don't you bring a pair of fake eyelashes and try it out? Even though I rubbed my eyes, it still hurts. Look at Yi Qian. She's standing so straight. Just based on this, we boys can't compare to her. What was there to be surprised about if boys were not as good as her? If he told them that Yi Qian had helped the Public Security Bureau uncover the truth within 4 hours, wouldn't they be shocked? After finishing the entire bottle of water, Yangheng gripped the empty bottle tightly. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. Wasn't this Yi Qian very attractive? Even if all the students in the 2 middle schools were added together, who could compare to her? 1 in 1,000? 1 in 1,000,000? It would be difficult to find a girl like her in 1,000,000 people. She was still standing. The sun's blazing white light began to glow with a faint golden hue, and her body was elongated by the setting sun. On the ground, her figure stood side by side with the instructors, and her aura did not diminish in the slightest. They had trained for about half an hour before, and now they had about 40 minutes. This meant that Yi Qian had been training for almost an hour without any breaks. An hour was the limit for boys, but to her, it seemed so easy, without a trace of fatigue. As he watched, Yangheng couldn't help but laugh. There was a sense of pride in his handsome eyes. Look, standing there like a ray of light, Yi Qian was Yangheng's friend. She was so outstanding that all the teachers and students in the school would have a whole new level of respect for her again and again. Vaguely, Yangheng felt that Yi Jian would definitely become one of the century-old famous people in No. 1 middle school of the province. Her photo would definitely be hung in the school's Hall of Fame, and her junior brothers and sisters would look up to her. Perhaps one day when he returned to his alma mater, he could point to the famous people's pictures and tell them that she was his friend. Chapter 602. Yang Heng was a smart guy. He knew that if you treated someone like Yi Qian as a friend, she would treat you with the same sincerity. She was like a brother to you. Compared to Yao Jing and Luo Ran, Yi Qian was more worthy of being his friend. Thinking of Luo Ran who jumped out, Yang Heng's youthful and handsome face flashed with a trace of coldness. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. I'll find a chance to give him a warning after the military training. As for Yao Jing, if a warning didn't work, he had to think of another way. While the other guys were thinking about how to get to know Yi Qian, he was already thinking about how to solve some problems for Yi Qian. Another 5 minutes passed. The instructor of Class 1 looked at the time and said to the instructor, "She's now qualified for a new recruit to join the company." Qualified for a new recruit to join the company? You've misjudged her. The instructor laughed. They were all standing under the sun. Even without moving, their shirts were drenched in sweat. He stared at the spear-like figure and said, "She's a veteran." Veteran? The instructor was surprised. You mean she's actually a soldier? She's definitely not a soldier, but there must be people from the military training her in secret. Our anti-chemical regiment. Sigh, it's too late, too late. The instructor let out a long sigh. Too late, too late. She was already qualified to be a soldier. It would be difficult for the anti-chemical regiment to recruit her. Although the instructor didn't feel as emotional as the instructor, he still felt that it was a pity that a soldier like a student couldn't be recruited into the regiment. Half an hour later, the instructor finally said, "Attention, at ease, rest where you are." Applause rang out as the 16 figures walked over. Each applause was louder and more enthusiastic than the last. It was as if they were welcoming a triumphant hero and praising her bravery with applause. It was only half an hour, but to Yi Qian, it was like 3 minutes. Years of training had already trained her qi, every muscle, and every bone in her body to the best possible state. She coordinated and balanced her qi and strength perfectly. After half an hour, she felt relaxed and did not feel any discomfort at all. As for the other students, the longest they could stand in a military posture was only 15 minutes. The instructor had intentionally increased the duration because he wanted to shock the students in Class 1 who were afraid of being implicated. He wanted to let them know that they were being arrogant and should be ashamed of themselves if they were to criticize them. And Jessen, whose palm had turned red from the slap, turned sideways and saw the figure sitting in the first row on the far right. Anger flashed in her eyes, but she smiled again. She gently passed through the 2 rows and came to stand behind Ying. Did you see that, Ying? Do you think Jane Eyre is afraid of your little tricks? Are you regretting it now? Ha ha ha, you want to embarrass Jane Eyre and incite the whole class to ostracize her. You're really blind. The righteous and Jessen came over to make her angry. She wanted Ying to know that her evil intentions had all become Yi Qian's highlight. Doesn't it feel good to shoot yourself in the foot? Ying, you're doomed to destruction for your sins. Yi Qian has always known her place. She's always laughed at the things you've done. This is her magnanimity and kindness. Don't think too highly of yourself. If she really wants to make a fuss about it, do you really think you'll be able to finish high school smoothly? And Jessen was warning her to stay put. Yi Qian might not make a fuss about it now, but that didn't mean she wouldn't make a fuss about it in the future. If she dared to use such despicable means again, it was hard to say who would be the unlucky one in the end. Chapter 603. Yi Ying was already furious. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but her heart felt like it had been doused with cold water. She was suffering from both ice and fire. When she heard Jessen's voice, she turned her head fiercely and glared at Jessen with her fiery eyes. She turned her head just in time to let Jessen see her snow-white face. Ioyo, she was so angry. It felt so good. She was so angry at herself. Heart attack? She looked like she was about to get a heat stroke. Looking at Njesen, who always felt sorry for her, Ying said fiercely, "Don't be so smug. We don't know who will have the last laugh. All of you, just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let Yi Qian off. Don't be so ungrateful. Yi Ying. If you dare do anything to Jane Eyre, I, Njesen, will be the first to come after you." Njesen couldn't even be reasoned with. She couldn't take it anymore and scolded in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? You're not as good as Jane Eyre in literature and Jane Eyre in martial arts. You're not even as good as Jane Eyre. Just you wait. We'll wait. I'll wait for you to suffer a crushing defeat." Njesen knew at a glance that Yi Ying, who had gone crazy, wouldn't stop. Seeing her good friend Yi Qian become the center of attention, the anger in her heart because of Yi Ying dissipated bit by bit. She smiled and said, "This time, I really have to thank you for letting Jane Eyre shine. From now on, who in the school doesn't know about your 2 class 1's Yi Qian? Thank you, Yi Ying." She could threaten Yi Ying and warn her, but she definitely couldn't thank her. She was the one who had personally brought Yi Qian to success time and time again. This was undoubtedly a great insult, and Yi Ying couldn't accept it. Njesen's words were like a soft knife stabbing into Yi Ying's heart, causing her to feel pain. "Shut up." Yi Ying's voice was distorted as she stared at the back of Njesen, who was about to return to her original position. She was so anxious that her hands clenched into fists, and her body suddenly tilted and fell limply onto Meng Wen's body when Njesen returned to her original position. He was angry and furious. Coupled with the unwillingness in his heart, he finally fainted for real. She was so angry that she fainted. Meng Wen had been sitting beside her the whole time. When Njesen opened her mouth, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. She even moved her body to the side, not wanting to hear such embarrassing words. However, when Ying fell, she was so scared that she screamed. Unfortunately, the applause was so loud that only the girl on her right could hear her scream. Even her classmates behind her could not hear her. Fortunately, the 10 students who had picked on Yi Qian were all standing at the front. Yi Ying had fainted, and the soldiers who were in charge of maintaining order were the first to notice. It was common for girls to faint during military training, so the soldiers did not panic. They contacted the medics, and 2 minutes later, a stretcher came to carry Yi Ying away. Fainting was a good thing. At the very least, she could avoid the upcoming storm. No one paid attention to the fact that Yi Ying had fainted. It wasn't a heart attack. Everyone's attention was on Yi Qian, who had returned to the team. Loud screams, long cheers, and the warmest applause welcomed the return of Yi Qian, whom everyone worshipped. Meng Wen also wanted to leave. She usually liked to fight with Yi Qian because without Yi Qian, she would have one less strong competitor in class, and she would have a better chance of getting into a top university. Chapter 604. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was here, and he was so good at it. She couldn't take it lying down. He was already so good, but he still had to take up the teacher's time in class. This made her even angrier. She wanted to make her suffer during the military training, but, in the end, she was the one being put in a spot. The remaining 9 people wished they could find a hole to hide in. Luo Ran, who was being restrained by an unfamiliar instructor, ate a mouthful of dust. His head was pressed against the ground, and his facial features were squeezed out of shape. He couldn't move his body at all. He couldn't see Yi Qian's performance in these 40 minutes, but he could hear the cheers. Luo Ran hated himself for being restrained by this soldier. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and cheered for him. All the instructors returned to their respective classes. They were greeted by the enthusiastic applause of their classmates. Even though their palms were burning, they didn't want to stop for a long time. Yao Jing's applause was just for show. She didn't make a single sound. How could she be happy when someone she didn't like won so beautifully? She couldn't be happy. She only wanted to destroy the person who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She wanted to hide her light and warmth in the darkness. She would never be able to see the light again. Wang Dandan, who was standing beside her, glanced at her with a smile. Her gaze moved slightly as she continued to applaud her instructors. She also gave her applause to Yi Qian, a girl whom she admired. Jing, I think Yi Qian isn't a simple person. As for the matter between you and him, I think you should just let it go. Wang Dandan smiled as she spoke amidst the applause. It was as though they were having a normal conversation. She wasn't worried that Yao Jing would fall out with her. You saw it for yourself. Do you think he only trained for 20 to 30 minutes? How is that possible? It's obvious that he only trained for a few years. He doesn't have such a solid foundation. Don't make a mistake. Not only will you offend Yi Qian, but you'll also make Yang Heng stay away from you. Yao Jing's eyes darkened. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Dandan, your words have a deeper meaning. Why? Do you think I'll be too harsh on Yi Qian? Are you sure you'll get the same results as you did in junior high if you deal with her so heavily? Wang Dandan turned her head with a sweet smile. She had a pair of small canine teeth, and when she smiled, her teeth were sharp. Although her rosy cheeks were not as pretty as Yao Jing's oval-shaped face, they were as sweet as candy. Didn't your parents come to school last time? What was the result? We're friends. That's why I'm advising you. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I don't think Yang Heng likes someone like Yi Ying. You don't have to extend your love to her. As she spoke, she even blinked her eyes, as if she was implying something. The smile on Yao Jing's face faded as she looked at her best friend with a cold gaze. After a long while, she chuckled and said, love the crow, love the crow. That seems to be the case. After all, Yang Heng told me that he was interested in Ying Ying. He's my brother. Wang Dandan didn't say anything else. She frowned slightly and stopped trying to persuade her. She had known Yao Jing since junior high. Because of their families, they had a good relationship. She knew Yao Jing quite well. She had tried to persuade her, but Yao Jing still hadn't come to her senses. It seemed like only Yang Heng could persuade her. Chapter 605. Yi Qian was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Having grown up in a business family, Wang Dandan quickly realized that Yi Qian was the most beneficial person to her. She had made up her mind not to trifle with him. If you don't know the ins and outs of a person, you should never make a move. Hopefully, Yao Jing would be able to figure it out herself. Following Yi Qian's return to his class, the applause from the entire field was like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the one before. There would always be applause, it was just a matter of time. Yi Qian had used the experience of 2 lifetimes to win the applause that came late. Finally, she had added the most beautiful touch to the most beautiful years of her life. With her ability, she had not let down the most beautiful years of her life. In the most beautiful moments of her life, she had not let down her most beautiful self. Under the command of the instructor's whistle, the 8 classes of the 2nd year and the 7 classes of the 3rd year stood at attention and walked in unison back to their original positions. Probably due to Yi Qian's influence, everyone couldn't help but straighten their backs. The chanting of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 was filled with the vitality of the sun. Behind them was the 2nd year's class 1. They rushed towards the returning Yi Qian. And Jessen picked her up and threw her high into the air with everyone's help. Amidst the clear laughter, they caught the girl who had brought glory to their class. Yi Qian, you have become the most beautiful scenery in our lifetime memories. With you in our memories, even if we are old, it will still be colorful. Open up the box of memories. Your smile, your elegance today will become the most beautiful memories of our lives. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. 1, 2, 3, throw her up. Ha ha ha, catch her, catch her. Laughter and military songs filled the air. You sang about your comrades, I sang about the little white poplar. In this spring of youth, with you, me, and him, it was the most beautiful day ever. Yi Qian was so happy that he couldn't control himself. His laughter was like spring water from a mountain stream, splashing out one after another to make people happy. Amidst the laughter, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the excited students to put down Yi Qian. The stern instructor gave the class time to gather together and form a tight, inseparable group. Just now, the first class had experienced a split, and they needed this kind of positive energy to mend the cracks. And the best person to unite the class was Yi Qian. She used her strength to let the whole class see that her return was not to drag the class down, but to win glory for the class. Students, do any of you still think that your classmates will be your burden? Will I become a burden to you? The instructor's words made the 9 people in the front row blush even more. All of them lowered their heads and no longer had the confidence they had when they had objected. Yi Qian stood in her original position. Behind her, a classmate whispered, "Yi Qian, you're so cool. From now on, I'll only respect you. We almost got into a fight just now. Let's see if the 9 of them still have any face left." They're so embarrassed that they can't even raise their heads. Ying fainted at the right time, or else she would have been embarrassed. Yi Qian had some people in the class who didn't like her, and so did Ying. Yi Qian always smiled at these words. She didn't like to gossip because she felt that no matter whether she said it or not, if this person's character was really bad, others would know, so it didn't matter whether she said it or not. Chapter 606. The instructor in front of them spoke earnestly, explaining why the students had to undergo military training and why they had to be united. The students who quarreled today seemed to have the spirit of collectivism, but in reality, they were all individualists. They were afraid of being implicated, afraid of delaying themselves, afraid of falling behind, afraid of not being able to get first place. They were afraid of this and that, but they never thought of lending a helping hand to their classmates. They never thought about whether they could use their break time to properly teach the students who didn't understand. All you think about is escaping, all you think about is individuals. Students, your behavior has already violated the meaning of our military training, which is to cultivate the strong perseverance and collective spirit of hard work, to cultivate a good style of study and life. You all still have to learn more. In group activities, the spirit of the group is your pillar. This pillar cannot fall, it has to be supported by someone. Those who have the ability to support it, then help those who are less capable. This way, you will be able to go further and faster. It is not to exclude individuals to achieve individual victory. That way, even if an individual wins, it will not be of any use in the group. These words were not only for the 9 students in front of them, but also for the entire class. With the instructor's whistle, the morale of all the students in Class 1 instantly reached a high point. Everyone's morale was high, and even their voices were louder than ever. Yi Qian had used her own actions to prove that not only would she not be a burden to the class, but she would also lead the class to a higher score. Whoever dared to doubt her would have to take a look at themselves first. The instructor seemed to have forgotten about Luo Ran for a moment. He did not expect such a person to exist at all. It was only when the instructors of the class resumed their training that he coldly and resolutely walked towards Luo Ran. The soldier holding Luo Ran down was not an instructor. If Yi Qian were here, she would definitely be able to see that this soldier had a pair of cold eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The area between his thumb and forefinger and fingers were thick with calluses. This was a sniper from the anti-chemical regiment, and he was also an outstanding sniper. Release him and bring him to the infirmary. The instructor looked coldly at the boy who was as weak as a dead fish. To put it bluntly, this kind of brat needed to be taught a lesson. He was still so arrogant even after being taught a lesson for 4 days. He would definitely become a scourge in society. After receiving the order, the soldier lifted Luo Ran up like a little chick. Behave yourself, kid. If you want to eat another mouthful of dirt, I promise you'll have your stomach pumped tonight. Fortunately, he was a student. If he was a soldier in the regiment, he would have been dragged out and taught a lesson. Luo Ran was a stinky and stubborn person. He was used to being arrogant, so how could he bear this kind of humiliation? He wanted to put on airs and be fierce, but when he opened his mouth, it was as if his throat had been burnt. He was so hoarse that he couldn't even say a word. Fuck, just you wait. Don't leave this place if you dare. The instructor laughed instead of getting angry. All right, we'll be waiting. We're not afraid that you won't come looking for us, we're just afraid that you won't dare to come looking for us. He was lawless. It was not easy to teach him a lesson in the army, but if he dared to provoke the soldiers outside of the army, he would be asking for trouble and would have a stain on his record for the rest of his life. In the infirmary, Ying woke up from her coma after being treated by the medics. Just as she regained consciousness, she heard an extremely arrogant voice coming from outside. "Let me go. I'm going to sue you. You're abusing a student. I'm going to sue you." Chapter 607. This was Luo Ran's voice. Ying struggled to open her eyes. Yes, she could still look for Luo Ran and get him to teach Yi Qian a lesson. No, not in the army. He had to do it outside. Also, she couldn't implicate herself. Then, looking for Yao Jing. Tomorrow was a field training and they were going into the mountains. Could she find an opportunity? That's right, that's right. This was a good opportunity. She had to seize it. She had to look for Yao Jing and get her to step up. After all, her parents were officials. If something happened, the school couldn't do anything for the sake of Yao Jing's parents. Therefore, after she dragged Yao Jing out, she had to think of a way to get herself out of this mess. She was still on the bed and her brain was still in a semi-conscious state, but her mind was already spinning fast. The door of the hospital opened. The soldier who dragged Luo ran and said to the military doctor, "I'm afraid he needs to be injected with a tranquilizer." He didn't know the rules in the army. They had to let him know what the rules were and what it meant to follow the rules wherever he went. The military doctor looked at the boy whose right side of his face was bruised and the right side of his body was covered in dust. He knew that he had been taught a lesson. This kid is quite wild. I'm afraid one shot of tranquilizer won't work. I'll need a few more. You decide how many shots to give him. I'll hold him down while you give him the injection. When the soldier spoke, his voice was cold, and it definitely did not sound like he was joking. His hand moved for real, and he flipped Luo Ran over to another bed. The strength of his hand was so strong that Luo Ran roared hoarsely, but there was nothing he could do. He had no way of winning against the soldier. He wanted to show off, but he was in the wrong place. Luo Ran, who wasn't afraid of anything and only knew how to do whatever he wanted, tore his camouflage uniform. As he struggled fiercely, he saw the military doctor walking over with a long needle. The needle was injected, but it wasn't a tranquilizer. It was an anti-inflammatory needle. However, Luo Ran really calmed down. When the needle pierced his skin, he didn't dare to move. The teacher in charge of the school's logistics also rushed to the hospital. Seeing Luo Ran sitting peacefully on the bed, the teacher heaved a sigh of relief. This Luo Ran really knew how to cause trouble. He had never seen such an arrogant student. He even dared to go against the instructor in the army. Why wasn't he afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp? I'm sorry to have troubled you. There are still 2 students in our school who have fainted from heatstroke. I'll have to trouble the military doctor to take a look at them. I'll do the ideological work here. Her own school students had caused trouble, and it was the teacher who had to step forward to apologize and clean up the mess. After they left, the teacher reprimanded Luo Ran. I don't care what your opinion is, there are still 2 more days of military training. You must behave yourself for the next 2 days. Do you hear me? Who's causing trouble? Who caused trouble? I just ran over to tell the truth. Is that considered causing trouble? Luo Ran had never respected his teachers. The school had recently built 2 computer rooms and more than 100 computers, all donated by his father, so that he could finish high school in China. After taking his family's money, he still wanted him to act like a grandson. The school's attitude towards him was the same. As long as he didn't cause any big trouble and didn't cause any trouble in school, he would be allowed to finish 3 years. The teacher didn't have any requirements for him at all. Anyway, this kind of person wouldn't take the college entrance exam. He only wanted to get a high school diploma. He had no interest in preaching at all. He glared at him coldly and left. Chapter 608. Yi Ying, who was behind the blue folding curtain, waited until the teacher left before she spoke softly. Luo Ran, if you continue to cause trouble, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. At the moment, letting Luo Ran take action was the best way. After all, he hated Yi Jian. Luo Ran, who was about to leave, rushed in and saw Yi Ying with a pale face, lying on the bed with an 4 drip. This was a sickly beauty. Luo Ran's eyes lit up as he sat on the bed. When did you come to the infirmary? Fainted from the sun? Didn't you say you didn't have to participate? Why, is the instructor in your class making things difficult for you? Yi Ying knew that Luo Ran had feelings for her, but she didn't want to interact with this kind of person. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but he still pretended to be cool in front of her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with disgust as she said softly, Yi Qian has been working so hard since he came back. How can I be a burden to the class? It's just that I didn't expect my body to be so weak that I fainted. She fainted from anger, but pretended that her body was weak. It's her again. Don't worry, isn't there a field training tomorrow? Just you wait. I'll deal with her sooner or later. Luo Ran's eyes were fierce as he said maliciously, I'll go back tonight and think about it carefully. I'll definitely have a chance to make a move tomorrow. She didn't even say anything, but he was already planning to make a move. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with joy as she said in a low voice, You've already been targeted by the instructor. If you do anything else, you'll definitely be noticed. Also, Yi Qian performed so well today. Luo Ran, don't be rash. She was reminding Luo Ran to be more careful and cautious. Alright, this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Yi Qian. The sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Luo Ran immediately shut up and walked out with his hands in his pockets. He saw 2 boys carrying a girl over on a stretcher. He rolled his eyes and left the infirmary as if nothing had happened. Yi Ying was anxious. She hadn't hinted to Luo Ran to pull Yao Jing in. There was still more than half of the 4 drip left. There was no hurry. The field training was tomorrow. She could go after the 4 drip. This time, he must get Yao Jing involved. There were only 2 beds in the infirmary. When the military doctor saw that Yi Ying had woken up, he instructed a boy to pick up the 4 drip and said to Yi Ying, Student, your condition has improved. You have to give up your bed to another girl. It was only 2 hours of training from 2:00 in the afternoon to 4:00 in the afternoon. Some students with weaker physiques would feel a little uncomfortable. It was normal for them to suffer from heatstroke. Yi Ying wanted to lie down, but she could only get up. She glanced at the clock hanging in the infirmary. Her drip would be finished before 5:00, just in time for dinner. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the military training ended with the announcement of the students. The students of Grade 2 Class 1 were still a little confused. Why did it end so quickly today? He didn't feel tired at all. He was still full of energy. Instructor, it's rare that we still have the strength. Why don't we do it for another half an hour? A boy laughed and said from behind. Hurry up, it's expired. It was already rest time, so the instructor was no longer intimidating them. Naturally, the students didn't have to be so tense. After 5 days of interaction, the instructor was pretty good except for when he was training. I also feel that I'm full of energy today. Yi Qian, you are the source of my life. Someone suddenly roared such a sentence. Instantly, the entire class burst into laughter. The source of your life is your mother. Not Yi Qian. Ha ha ha, if you want to find the source, you have to find your mother. Chapter 609. Yi Qian is the strength of our unity. You have to say it like that. Come, 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 let's sing, unity is strength, together. Raise your voices. The instructor was of course very happy. Seeing that his students were all in high spirits, he felt quite proud. Of course, the biggest contributor here was Yi Qian. He was like a catalyst, bringing out all the potential that the students had not yet unleashed. With a shout of, "Get ready," the students of Class 1 started singing, "Unity is Strength," in high spirits. It was amazing that they took the lead. The other classes did not want to be outdone. On the way to lunch, they all started to sing. It was really a competition of whose voice was louder and whose voice was in unison. Brothers and sisters of Class 4, do you have any? Yes, yes, yes. Do you want to fight? Fight, fight, fight. Where are the eagles of Class 8? Over here. Over here. Dongfang Chui, battle drum thunder, you want to sing? Who's afraid of who? Class 6 is really unhappy. Singing is not loud, not forcing yourself if you don't sing. Why don't you go stand guard? The entire field was filled with deafening singing. If you can sing well, so can we. Let's see who can win. Singing was originally a tradition in the army. Now, it had also become a tradition in military training. First, it was to unite the morale of the troops and unite the hearts of the people. Second, it was to inspire the hearts of the people and relieve the pressure. In the army, it was to encourage the recruits to persevere. In military training, it was to encourage the students to persevere. They would bleed, sweat, but not cry. They would not fall behind if they lost skin or flesh. Third, and most importantly, it was to liven up the atmosphere. The instructors were very strict to begin with. When they shouted during training, it was scary. It was also not very humane. It was also a bit of a blow to the students. Singing together could close the distance and liven up the atmosphere. They could also get to know the instructors better and get along more harmoniously. Class 1 took the lead and brought the 5 days of training to the climax of livening up the atmosphere. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. Some of them even pulled so hard that the tendons on their necks were exposed. And Jessen, who had howled until her throat was dry, laughed and said to Yi Qian, "Our morale is high. Look at what you've done. The other classes are so envious of us." She did not pay any attention to why Yi Qian was able to work with the instructors and carry out their orders like a real soldier. She also did not think of asking about it. To her, there was nothing worth asking about. Yi Qian was so capable. What could possibly stump her? Instead, it was Yi Qian himself who was thinking about how best to break the news to Jessen. Principal Chen's identity could not be leaked. There must be a reason why a world-class sniper would hide in a small town for nearly 15 years. Here, he could not mention Principal Chen at all. There's nothing to be envious of. Since Ying brought it up, I have to satisfy her. Yi Qian raised her delicate eyebrows. Her expression was as calm as the clouds in the sky. There are too many petty tricks. It's like an endless loop, back to junior high. An endless loop. She had to deal with it again and again. It was getting a little annoying. The aroma of the food drifted over. And Jessen could not help but swallow her saliva before replying, "This person just likes to play petty tricks. She's still the same as before." She suddenly recalled the vicious words she had said earlier. Her expression turned serious and she immediately said, "When you were training, didn't I warn her not to cause trouble for you?" She said, "Let's wait," 3 times in a row. Her expression was so ferocious that it looked like she wanted to eat a living person alive. Chapter 610. Yi Qian didn't need to think to know how Yi Ying would react. He could even replicate it. Even her voice and tone were exactly the same. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Why did you have to provoke her? She wanted to embarrass me, but in the end, she saw the thing she didn't want to see the most. If you provoke her again, she will faint from anger." I stood there for less than a minute, and she really fainted. Fuck. Jane Eyre, do you think she will wake up and say that I was the one who made her faint? And Jessen was a fearless person. She laughed and said proudly, "It's quite an achievement to make her faint from anger. She's always been the one making us angry, but now we're the one making her angry. Haha, why do I feel so good?" As he spoke, his smile gradually faded. He continued, "But I think this matter has been a big blow to her. Originally, she wanted to embarrass you and use your classmates to oppose your military training. In the end, you became the big star of the school. Based on my understanding of her, she must be even more unwilling to accept this. She said such harsh words just now. Do you think there will be any movements during tomorrow's field training? Yi Qian stopped in his tracks. Tomorrow's training is field training? How many kilometers? There was even field training for a long-distance rapid march in the wilderness. It seemed that the military training this time was very important to the province. They even arranged such a strong training program for the students, 20 kilometers. Gather at 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Everyone, go into the mountains for field training. Just thinking about it, my legs are already turning to jelly. And Jessen immediately focused her attention on the field training. Her previously high-spirited expression instantly withered like a withered flower, and in just a moment, it was gone. Yi Qian frowned slightly. Luo Ran, Yi Ying, and maybe Yao Jing, the three of them could become tigers. They really needed to be careful. The two of them chatted as they walked over. The students in the class had already formed a long line and started to get their food. It was still the same place as before. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Now, the setting sun was like a brocade, covering the entire horizon with golden light. There was also a large patch of fiery clouds in the horizon, which was exceptionally dazzling red. Yi Qian, our idol must be in front. When the students at the back of the line saw Yi Qian coming over, they waved their hands and shouted, "Students in front, make way! Make way! Our idol is first." And Jessen seemed to be welcoming herself. She even waved and said, "Hello, students. Thank you for your hard work." Coincidentally, the instructor who came to look for Yi Qian overheard them. He pulled a long face behind them and smiled helplessly. "This female classmate of yours, I've been observing you for a few days. If it weren't for your long hair, I would have thought you were a boy." From the beginning to the end, he had the aura of a man. He didn't have the temperament of a delicate girl at all. And Jessen, who had taken advantage of Yi Qian's momentum to put on a show, turned around and looked at the instructor standing beside her. She said seriously, "Eavesdropping is not the behavior of a gentleman. Instructor, you're wrong. With your voice, even the class next door can hear you. Why would I need to eavesdrop?" The instructor was amused by her. She was also a very likable girl. As expected of one of the most important classes in the school. The students were all active and obedient. Compared to the classes of his other two comrades, she was much easier to teach. The boy in charge of the food had already heard the commotion behind him. Without saying anything, he helped Yi Qian to the side. The pile of food made the boy in front of him twitch his mouth. His face was full of doubt. "Bro, are you sure Yi Qian can finish it? Don't treat her as a boy's appetite." Chapter 6:11. If you can't finish it, you can save it for supper. You'll definitely wake up hungry at night. Another boy behind the boy felt that it was not a problem to save more food for Yi Qian. Class 1 was a science class, so it was natural for the boys to take care of the girls. Before they set off, Teacher Tong had said that the boys had to take care of the girls. And Jessen blushed at the instructor's teasing and immediately changed the topic. "Instructor, are you looking for Yi Qian? You guys chat, I'll go eat." "Oh my god, I'm so hungry." Forget about chatting with the instructor. She panicked when she saw the look in their eyes. As soon as she left, the instructor smiled at Yi Qian and said, "The instructor is looking for you. Let's talk while we eat." He was talking about them because the instructor saw the might of a soldier in Yi Qian and could no longer treat her as a student. Yi Qian got along with the instructor very naturally and did not feel any pressure. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll come over to look for the instructor later." "Or will you bring me over? Just go to the front and get your food. I'll let the students know." The instructor did not dare to delay the instructor's instructions and said to the students who were already in line, "The instructor is looking for Yi Qian. Time is tight and we need to talk while we eat. Do you guys mind letting Yi Qian get his food first?" "Who would mind?" All of them said in unison, we don't mind at all." They all answered willingly. Even Meng Wen did not dare to say that she had an opinion. Her opinion was not important. If she stood out alone, she would become the public enemy of the entire class. After Yi Qian thanked her, he walked to the front to get his food. The boy in charge of getting his food immediately brought out the food he had prepared earlier and gave it to Yi Qian. How about 2 big drumsticks? If it's not enough, I'll add more. We have plenty of drumsticks in our class. The military arranged the students' meals quite well and the portions were sufficient. It was just that there would be nothing left if they were late. The boys and girls were exhausted after a day's work. Even if they were picky eaters, they did not have that bad habit anymore. You're so picky. If you're late, you'll be eating vegetables. The 2 chicken legs made Jessen's eyes pop out. She screamed and saw the fragrant braised chicken legs in the stainless steel tub filled with vegetables. She kept muttering, I haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years. I have to eat my fill today. You haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years, so you have to take it easy. Be careful not to stuff your stomach. Hearing her muttering, the boy joked, there's a lot of food for dinner, and there's a 20 kilometers field training tomorrow. Tonight's dinner won't be full, but you'll be stuffed. Today's class was more harmonious than ever, and the relationships between the students were even closer than before. The instructor was not waiting for Yi Qian in the office. Instead, he was waiting for Yi Qian in the army cafeteria. At this time, it was dinner time for more than 1,000 soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. During the day, they were training on the obstacle course in front of them. They were not allowed to enter the field behind them, and the students were also not allowed to enter the field in front of them. As soon as Yi Qian entered the cafeteria with the instructor, her sharp ears and eyes heard a soldier say, she's coming, Yi Qian, who was wearing the same army training uniform as she walked into the cafeteria full of soldiers, didn't look out of place. She was a soldier, just a soldier who had not yet been officially registered. Chapter 6:12. Eating in the army was not as noisy as eating in the school cafeteria. Although there was no fixed meal time, and sometimes the leaders of the army would say, eat slowly, eat slowly. But for the soldiers who were used to eating fast, a meal could still create an atmosphere of competence. It was not noisy, but there were still voices. They were not loud and were all soft. When Yi Qian walked past the rows of long tables, she could occasionally hear them talking, but it was all related to her. She doesn't look like a student. Look at her eyes. They are cold and hard, just like the brothers in the reconnaissance team. She also has the aura of a soldier when she walks. She definitely can't be a student. Lower your voice. Don't let the instructor hear you. The instructors had heard everything that they needed to hear. Several instructors had encountered a student who was even stronger than them. Kai Jiansheng, who was the closest to her and had served for 3 years, had almost made a mistake. This was not something that an ordinary student could do. Her hands were definitely stained with blood. Otherwise, she would not have such a strong murderous aura. She would not have been able to pressure a veteran who had served for 3 years. Looking at Yi Qian, who looked straight ahead and treated the army as her home, and even the expression between her eyebrows was relaxed. This made the instructor even more certain that she must be a female soldier who had been trained in school. This kind of soldier was a true pillar of the army. Come, Yi Qian. Let's eat together and talk about 2 things while we're at it. When there was still more than a meter between them, the instructor stood up with a smile and warmly invited Yi Qian to sit across from her. She had seen the instructor, the regiment commander, Yi Qian, and even the major general. Facing the instructor of the anti-chemical regiment, Yi Qian's mental fortitude was definitely strong. She put the plate on the table, saluted, and said, reporting in. Only then did she sit down. When she sat down, she sat in the standard sitting posture of a soldier. Her back was straight, and her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was upright and showed the military etiquette that a soldier should have. When she walked out, she could not embarrass the Fujian town army. Yi Qian remembered this in her heart. Ha, relax. It's time to rest. Let's relax and talk. Her attitude of always being prepared made the instructor even more satisfied. He sighed in his heart, which troop chose this soldier? They made their moves so early. Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents as he replied crisply, understood. Then, he immediately relaxed like an ordinary student. Even his gaze softened. You didn't eat much. Do you want to add another dish? While the instructors were chatting casually, Yi Qian was occasionally being scrutinized. He ate at a leisurely pace and answered calmly. About 2 minutes later, they got to the main topic. Elite soldiers? Flag protector? She was a little embarrassed to be a top student, but she had no problem being a flag protector. Instructor, it's a little unfair for me to win the elite cadet. I believe you've seen my situation. I really can't become the elite cadet. You have to choose someone else. I can be the flag guard. That's not a problem at all. Hearing this, the instructor was already used to it. He didn't treat Yi Qian as a student. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Are you afraid that others will have opinions about you becoming the elite cadet? Yi Qian, trust me, no one in grade 2 will have any opinions. We will choose a boy from grade 3 and a girl from grade 2. How about this? There's also a student who will give a speech. Why don't you come up and give a speech? Chapter 613. Yi Qian wanted to tell the instructor that she didn't want to appear in front of the public, regardless of whether she was going to be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. After muttering to herself for a while, Yi Qian calmed down a little under the instructor's smiling gaze. Instructor, I want to ask if there will be a group photo or something like that. This question had a deeper meaning. If Yi Qian was a normal student, it would be understandable, but Yi Qian wasn't. Therefore, after the instructor heard this, even the look in her eyes changed. She carefully studied Yi Qian again. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Yi Qian's hands again. However, she realized that, at some point, her hands had been placed under the dining table. Because this is the first military training for middle school students in the entire province, it is of great significance. A group photo is essential. The instructor definitely wouldn't hide something like this. Based on her intuition as a soldier, Yi Qian must have her reasons for being so apprehensive. Her skills, her age, and her unusual behavior, these weren't innate. They were trained. In addition to what she said just now, the instructor could completely confirm that Yi Qian was a soldier who had been trained by the military to become an elite soldier. Yi Qian's dark brows furrowed slightly. She smiled and said, I'm really sorry, instructor. I can't be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. I'm sorry for letting you down. I can understand. It's our fault for not thinking things through. However, the instructor's smile deepened. She revealed a smile that Yi Qian was very familiar with. It was like the mysterious smile on Political Commissar Yan's face. It was filled with the aura of a sly old fox. We will definitely fulfill your request. You just don't want a group photo, right? Don't worry about that. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't agree at all, but the instructor made it sound like she agreed. She smiled and said, I realize that every political instructor is like a fox. They catch people off guard. I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already using the reason for my refusal as my request. Hearing this, the instructor laughed brightly. Ha ha ha, no. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will do our best to fulfill your request. Your request is a small matter. There's no need for discussion. I can agree to it. When she said that every political instructor was like a fox, she was secretly telling him that she was indeed a soldier trained by another military unit. He was really envious. Which military unit had such good foresight? They even knew how to select soldiers in advance. However, Yi Qian might not be assigned to the unit after she joined the military. This matter was settled. To reassure Yi Qian, the instructor said, the students will not take photos in secret. After the military training, we brought metal detectors of each to check every student's luggage to make sure they didn't bring any prohibited items. The management of the military in 1997 was very strict. As long as it was a military area, even the soldiers were not allowed to bring cameras into the camp. A few thousand students entered the anti-chemical regiment. Other than the routine inspection, the military secretly arranged for a second inspection without the students' knowledge. Chapter 6:14. Needless to say, they found 23 cameras, but they couldn't be used right now. Although the 23 cameras were still in the hands of the students, the soldiers in the army had tampered with them a little, so they couldn't be used even if they wanted to. Dinner didn't last long. The instructor didn't deliberately ask Yi Qian which army she was from, and the smart Yi Qian also hinted that she was indeed from a certain army. This was to tell the instructor that it was indeed inconvenient for her to say. After she left with the instructor of Class 1, the instructor returned to the regiment's office building and walked into an independent office. This was the office of the regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment. This little girl is incredibly smart. She probably knew that I wanted to ask about her situation. She was great, saying that it was inconvenient to take photos to block me from asking about her situation. She also said that every political instructor has the attribute of an old fox. Ha, this is really interesting. She even took the initiative to admit that she was indeed trained by the army. The instructor who came and sat in the chair in front of the desk in the regiment commander's office. He laughed as he spoke to his old partner who was still immersed in work. There was a hint of jealousy in his words. The regiment commander, who was drafting a biochemical training plan for the regiment, raised his head from a pile of documents. The regiment commander had a square face. His skin was so dark that it contrasted sharply with the papers under his arm. He was in his early 40s, and there was already frost on his cold face. Hearing this, he raised his head from the plan. There was a smile in his eyes that hid his sharpness. He joked, "An hour ago, I advised you not to ask about it. The higher your expectations, the higher your disappointment. You're just looking for trouble for yourself. Also, don't spend all your time thinking about how to poach the elite soldiers from other armies to our regiment. Come, take a look at this plan. The higher-ups want to form an anti-chemical regiment that can go abroad to fight terrorism. As the largest anti-chemical regiment in the Nongguang military region, the backbone will be transferred from here. Take a look and then select a few to go." The instructor took the plan. After seeing the names on it, his face showed pain as if his flesh was being cut. "You're really willing to part with them? These are all elite soldiers in the regiment. If you transfer them all away, aren't you gouging out my heart? My heartache is no less than yours. Let's go first." The regiment commander looked at the time, stretched his shoulders, and stood up. "Take your time. I'm going to eat. At the same time, I'll take a look at how powerful that Yi Qian is to make you smell so sour like a pickled vegetable jar." It had only been a short while, yet he was already thinking about her to this extent. "Tomorrow is the 20-kilometer field training. You can go and take a look yourself. It's rest time now. There's no training at night." The instructor looked at the 5-page plan and his expression gradually became serious. The setting sun shone through the glass, telling everyone that the 5th day of military training had ended. When Ying came out of the infirmary, it was already past dinner time. Although it was past dinner time, the boy in charge of cooking still left a portion for her. When the burning clouds on the horizon gradually turned black, and the last faint golden light on the edge of the clouds disappeared, the sky was so dark that only a faint cyan color remained. After admiring the beautiful scenery of the fiery red clouds, the students of each class did not immediately return to the dormitory. Instead, they sat together in groups of 3 to 5 or sat together with the instructors and chatted happily. After a day of training, it was rare that they did not need to train at night. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces. Today's topic was mostly about Yi Qian. The instructors had received instructions from the instructor, so all of their answers were the same. Chapter 6:15. Some students have good comprehension skills and can grasp the essentials immediately. A few minutes of training is equivalent to a few days of training for others. Didn't you guys say that the girl from Year 2 Class 1 skipped a grade and went straight to Year 2? This kind of student must have good comprehension skills. The instructor's words were very credible. Most of the students chose to believe them and sighed. Sigh, this is a talent that can't be obtained through jealousy. How can she be so good at everything? I heard from her classmates that her speed in answering questions is enough to kill the whole class. But she's a good person. If there's a problem, they can just ask her. She's never refused. Also, they said that she never takes notes in class. Oh my God, what kind of IQ is this? She can understand it just by listening in class. I really want her to give me some brain cells. She's beautiful, good at studying, good-tempered, talented, and selfless to help her classmates. This kind of person is worthy of admiration. Hearing these comments, the instructors were surprised. Why does it sound like she's not an ordinary person? After hearing these comments, Yang Heng secretly curled his lips. He wanted to say that not only that, Yi Qian's memory and observation skills were outstanding. Thousands of people's brains might not be able to compare to her. Tomorrow was the field training, and they were going to walk on some mountain roads. Yang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a little darkness flashed across his eyes. He stood up. Where are you going? The classmates sitting beside him asked. Let's go. Together? Yang Heng had already started walking and said lazily, not together. I'm going to walk alone and then go straight back to the dormitory. Don't tell me you're going to find that student from year 2 class 1. Fuck, bring me along too. The boy laughed. He was just saying it. Yang Heng was a good person, but he was a little arrogant. Arrogant people usually meant what they said. If he said he was going to walk alone, then no one would be able to follow him. Gazing at the stars in the mountains was a very enjoyable thing, but Yao Jing felt so restless that she wanted to throw a tantrum. Hearing her classmates talking about year 2 class 1's Yi Qian, Yao Jing's expression turned extremely ugly. When Yao Jing heard her good friend Wang Dandan praise Yi Qian, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She stood up calmly and said to Wang Dandan, I'm going for a walk. Oh, go ahead then. Wang Dandan looked up and reminded her with a smile, there are snakes in the mountains. The students in class 4 were almost bitten by a snake last night. Be careful and don't go too far. A snake. Hearing those words, Yao Jing's eyes dimmed before she smiled. I'm just walking along the track. Let's go, I'll go back to the dorm myself later. There were running tracks in the front and back of the anti-chemical regiment's field. There were street lamps at a certain distance. It was cool in the mountains. Most of the students who had just finished bathing were strolling and chatting on the running tracks. Yang Heng and Yi Qian were also strolling on the running tracks. They were talking about tomorrow's training. He was there to remind Yi Qian to be careful of Luo Ran's tricks. There were plenty of opportunities for him to do so during the 20-kilometer training. But to Yao Jing, what she saw was Yang Heng's smile towards Yi Jian. Although it was not a bright smile, it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that she had never seen before. Hiding behind the lamppost, her eyes followed the two strolling figures closely. The hatred in her eyes was like rolling dark clouds, so dark that it seemed like a storm would come in the next second. Chapter 6:16. Yi Qian didn't expect Yang Heng to come looking for her at night. If it wasn't for him, she would have already returned to her dorm to rest. Most of the troops stationed in the mountainous areas were surrounded by mountains and rivers. The anti-chemical regiment was no exception. Although it wasn't as quiet as the troops in Fujian town, it was still much quieter than the nights in the city. It was a tranquility that could remove all the impatience in one's heart. You really didn't have to specially come over to remind me. You can't use soft methods to deal with people like Luo Ran. You have to use hard methods. Under the dim light, Yi Qian's expression was cold as she spoke. Her back was always straight, and every step she took was calm and confident. You couldn't see the slightest bit of fear or lack of confidence in her words and actions. This Yi Qian had long been reborn. She was no longer the gentle Yi Qian from her previous life who knew she was powerless and wanted to reduce her presence. She could be as bright as the sun in 1 second and as pure as the moon in the next. She seemed to have changed a lot, but in reality, she was still the strong Yi Qian who worked hard to live for herself. Yang Heng looked at the girl who was as elegant as the mountains and rivers at night. However, the image of Yi Qian standing under the bright sun during the day flashed through his mind. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He wanted to ask her what she had experienced to be able to perform so well today. But then he thought about it. With his current status, the two of them weren't close enough to talk about such personal matters. He smiled and said, "I was shocked by you during the day, so I came over to take a look at you at night. You're now the talk of the town. Before I came to find you, the class was in full swing discussing you." It was the same in Luo Ran's class. At the mention of Luo Ran, the two of them frowned slightly. Yang Heng's tone gradually turned cold. "You don't have to worry about it when we're back at school. No matter how brave Luo Ran is, he has to shrink back in school." Yang Heng's mind was much more mature than his age. A 16 or 17-year-old youth had a rigorous mind and could hit the nail on the head. He'll go abroad in the first half of the 3rd year of high school and directly go abroad in the second half of the year. I've been in school for less than a year. Sometimes, it's better to bear with it. Luo Ran was an extreme person. He was vengeful and narrow-minded. As long as Yi Qian did something even more humiliating to him, the target of his hatred would immediately shift away from Yi Qian. Now, Yang Heng had such a plan. He was still considering whether or not to tell Yi Qian. He didn't know if she would accuse him of being a busybody. Seeing that they had already walked half a lap around the field, Yang Heng pondered for a while and said in a low voice, "This kind of thing has to be solved first. I plan to do something when I get back to school to divert his attention. Didn't you say that as long as I can solve the problem, I won't refuse? Leave Luo Ran's matter to me. It's better if I deal with it personally." After he finished speaking, Yi Qian turned to look at him. There was a trace of undisguised surprise in his bright eyes. Yang Heng burst into laughter. "Why do you have such an expression on your face? Why are you so surprised? Did you think I was just saying that casually?" Just as he said, Yi Qian did think he was just joking. That day when they met at the school canteen, he said that if she had any difficulties in the future, she would look for him. To be honest, Yi Jian did not take it seriously at that time. Chapter 617. Yang Heng wasn't bad, but he was still a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Sometimes, he would act on impulse and say extreme things. Now that she heard what he said, she knew he was serious. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Jian suddenly raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the 2 lampposts in front of her. As a sniper, she could immediately detect if someone was secretly watching her. Now, her sniper's keen senses were telling her that someone was watching her. Yao Jing didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly raise his head and look in her direction. Her heart tightened, and she leaned toward the lamppost and retracted her gaze. What she saw was that Yi Jian was surprised by Yang Heng's words. She turned her head to look at Yang Heng, and the surprise in her eyes was met with Yang Heng's laughter. In Yao Jing's eyes, it was Yang Heng's smile. It was a smile she had never seen before, and it was a smile directed at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, I can't stand you anymore." Yao Jing chuckled. She clenched her hand into a fist and pressed it against the cool lamppost. Her voice was soft but cold as she said, "I have to let you know that there are some people you can't befriend just because you want to." Seeing the two of them stop facing each other, Yao Jing retreated step by step. She quickly hid in the darkness and left. "So it's her." Yi Jian retracted her gaze and smiled at Yang Heng, who was oblivious to her presence. "After your fight with Luo Ran, Yao Jing came to my class the next day to look for me. Yang Heng, you can probably guess the reason. Also, I heard that Yao Jing forced a girl with good grades to drop out of middle school. Half a month before that, you and that girl just finished hosting the school's anniversary celebration." She didn't have to say it clearly. With Yang Heng's intelligence, he knew what she was trying to say. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his youthful and handsome face. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but that he didn't want to think too deeply about it. Humans had an instinctive resistance to things they didn't like. Yi Qian felt a little sad for Yao Jing. Even her childhood sweetheart had fallen out with her. It could be seen that she was the best at putting on an act, but if she had too many bad intentions, no one would have a good impression of her. She was standing under the lamppost earlier. She left 1 minute ago. Yi Qian didn't want Yao Jing to hold a grudge against him for no reason. This girl was much more scheming than Yi Ying, but it was too late to say that now. She was already holding a grudge against him. Yang Heng was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "She's very possessive since she was young. Even if his toy was broken or lost, he would never give it to others. The older they get, the more extreme they become. Even my parents are a little scared when they see them." Yi Ying is quite capable. She managed to keep Yao Jing in check so that Yao Jing has nowhere to vent her anger. That's probably it. Seeing you here gave her an excuse to get angry. Yang Heng's eyebrows were cold and sharp, and there was even a trace of disgust. "Forget it, let's not talk about her. I'll look for you less in the future. I don't want to cause trouble for you." To force a boy to the point where he couldn't even have a normal conversation with a girl, Yao Jing's possessiveness was indeed terrifying. 7:00 in the evening was when the stars were dotted with stars. Under the urging of the instructor, the students who were taking a walk to enjoy the cool air began to head back to the dormitory. Near the edge of the forest, a few figures flashed by under the light and entered the forest. Chapter 6:18. What are these students doing in the middle of the night? The soldier sitting in front of the monitor immediately took a screenshot and zoomed in when he saw several figures flash by. He saw several boys entering the forest together. He switched the camera again and saw that these students did not enter the restricted area. He picked up the walkie-talkie and put it back on the table. Instead, he contacted the sentry post. Sentry post 8, 6 students entered the northwest corner. Pay close attention. Sentry post 8 received. Paying close attention. A second later, there was a reply. The sentry did not make any other movements after entering the forest, but the boys sitting together seemed to be discussing something. At 8:30 in the evening, the horn was blown to remind all the students to go back to the dormitory to rest and prepare for tomorrow's field training. Field training was a part of the training in the army. It was very common in the field forces. After an emergency assembly, all the members of the army would be pulled out into the wild for mobility training. Sometimes, in the army, the field training process would also be combined with many different types of training. The field training arranged for all the high school students this time did not have many different types of training. In the middle of the training, there was an air defense evacuation and a quick pass event, as well as a final event. It was also the long-awaited target practice. The students who had not yet returned to the dormitory hurried back. The boys who had just been sitting together in the forest and whispering under the watchful eyes of the sentry stood up one by one. "It's all set. Do a good job tomorrow. If anything happens, don't worry, Luo Ran, will take care of it." Luo Ran's eyes were dark and fierce as he warned the boys, "If this succeeds, there will be a lot of benefits. If it doesn't, I won't blame you, but all of you better keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, Luo Ran, will turn against you." Liao Jian did not nod and only stared at Luo Ran. Even the moonlight could not penetrate the forest, so naturally, no one could see the expression on his face. While the other boys patted their chests and promised, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Who said the students from number 16 high school were bad? Damn it. The students from number 1 high school were the real bad ones. One by one, they walked out of the forest and returned to their dormitory, quietly waiting for tomorrow's field training. When they walked out of the forest, Yi Ying and Yao Jing, who had been sitting on the lawn, did not get up until they were out of sight. "Let's see if they can get it done tomorrow." Yao Jing's smile was a little cold. She shook the belt in her hand and smiled at Yi Ying. "How confident do you think Luo Ran is?" How confident were they? The corners of Yi Ying's mouth twitched, but she also smiled slightly. "I don't know." You saw Yi Qian's behavior during the day. I also advised Luo Ran to be less impulsive, but he didn't listen. Ying, why didn't I hear you trying to persuade him? It seems like you can't wait to teach your sister a lesson tonight. Facing Yao Jing's provocation, Yi Ying was much calmer than facing Yi Qian. She said slowly, Jing, you made me see you in a different light just now. Even I was a little scared when you attacked. I don't want you to be afraid. I want Yi Qian to be afraid. Alright, we're good friends. If anything happens tomorrow, it has nothing to do with us, right? As Yao Jing spoke, she suddenly held Yi Ying's hand. Her grip was strong, just like Yao Jing herself. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us, right, Ying? Chapter 619. Her grip was strong, but Yi Ying didn't seem to be affected at all. She smiled and said, of course. How would we know what the boys are up to? She didn't know what happened to Yao Jing tonight. She was still looking for her everywhere, but now Yao Jing was looking for her. No matter what happened, she wanted to drag Yao Jing down with her to deal with Yi Jian, that wretched girl. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to drag Wang Dandan and Lu Mei into this. A student ran past them in a hurry. Then, the instructor's voice came from behind them. They realized that it was a school couple who ran past them. They probably did something naughty and got caught red-handed by the instructor. The instructor's footsteps came from behind them. The two let go of each other at the same time. They didn't even say goodbye and went back to their own dorms. In the dormitory, Yi Jian was chatting happily with the girls in her class. She had gone through several field training in the army. The field training in the army was much more tiring than the field training of the students. Naturally, she had a wealth of field training experience. Fill the water bottle with water. If you don't mind, just sleep in your clothes. Tomorrow, when the signal rings, just get up and make the bed. It saves you the time to put on your clothes. Put the towel and toothbrush in the cup in advance. Get up and take the cup to wash your face and brush your teeth. Loosen the laces on your shoes in advance. Those with long hair can braid it so that your hair won't be messy tomorrow morning. Take a comb and comb it a little. It saves you another minute. Put your belt and water bottle together. After washing your face and brushing your teeth, fasten your belt and carry the water bottle. I guarantee that we can all rush to the field in 3 minutes. She explained carefully. All the girls listened attentively. Some of them even simulated it to avoid making mistakes. They were all girls in the same class. Even Meng Wen, who liked to criticize Yi Qian in her studies, listened attentively. She even took out her notebook to write down everything Yi Qian said. This was a girl who was always afraid of losing. Other than always putting herself in a position of opposition to Yi Qian, she had never been like Yi Ying, who would do anything to win. Yi Qian did not take her actions during the day to heart. It was human nature to be competitive. Moreover, she had joined halfway through, so it was normal for those students who had some opinions about her to suspect her. At the very least, they had voiced their opposition directly, unlike Yi Ying, who was constantly trying to frame him. I just checked the time. It's really fast. You must sleep with your clothes on. Braid her hair. We can save at least 1 to 2 minutes. According to what he had just said, all the girls in the class unanimously agreed that Yi Qian's method was very, very good. And Jessen threw herself onto her bed without even drying her hair. Like a puppy that had just come out of its nest, she hummed comfortably and said, thinking about how I can sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow, this kind of life is really wonderful. Sighs of regret rose and fell one after another, all of them thinking that they could sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow. By the time Ying returned to the dormitory, some of the girls had already fallen asleep. The ones who hadn't fallen asleep were still combing their hair, braiding their hair, or loosening their shoelaces. Where did you go for a walk? You're the only one who didn't return to the dormitory. You don't have to participate in the field training tomorrow, right? Yi Ying's popularity in the class was not so bad that no one paid attention to her. She was used to being a good person, so she would not let herself be isolated and helpless. Facing her classmates' concern, she smiled and said, I haven't recovered from the heat stroke in the afternoon, so I went outside to get some fresh air. Of course I'll participate tomorrow. This is the biggest group activity in our class. I don't want to miss it. Chapter 620. She then saw a few girls roll their still wet towels into their mouthwash cups. Seeing that almost all of them were doing the same, she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? The towels will get germs if they're rolled up like that. Isn't there training tomorrow? Yi Qian's teaching saved us a lot of time. It's really useful. It's good that it's useful. It's just for one night, so it doesn't matter if there's germs. Just rinse it in the water. Yi Ying, you have to prepare for tomorrow's training. Yi Qian's teaching is really useful. Another girl smiled as she replied. She put down the cup with her towel and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Not bad. At least I won't have to look for a towel tomorrow morning. Now, no matter where she went, she would hear Yi Qian everywhere. Ying felt her ears prickle when she heard that and clenched her fists. She smiled and said, That's a good idea. Is there anything else? Her gaze was like a maggot attached to a bone. She had already looked around the large bunk room, but she still didn't see Yi Qian. She didn't look for him anymore. Her lips curled into a strange smile as she began to try out all the methods Yi Qian had taught her. Tonight, it was going to be peaceful. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Before the horizon turned white, the tranquility of the anti-chemical regiment was broken by a sharp and urgent whistle. Yi Qian immediately got up from his bed when the whistle sounded. The first thing he did was to turn on the lights and wake up the students beside him. Hurry up and get up. We have 5 minutes to gather. As he spoke, he had already started to spread out the blankets. When the girls on the left and right woke up, they saw Yi Qian folded into a square, flat, and angular tofu. When they looked at Yi Qian again, their eyes were full of admiration. Oh my, Yi Qian, where did you learn this from? This works too. I'm learning on the spot. Keep up with your actions. Try to gather downstairs in 3 minutes. Yi Qian didn't take the initiative to help his classmates. It was just like some things where you didn't think you were helping others by extending a hand. Sometimes, it was just another way to attack others. He had good intentions but ended up doing bad things. Only after thinking about it carefully would he know whether he should take action or not. There were no strict requirements for folding the blankets. All they had to do was follow the steps. Thus, everyone casually folded the blankets and followed Yi Qian to wash up. When the boys and girls from the other classes ran over while buttoning their clothes, belts, and shoes, the girls of Year 2 Class 1 stood in a neat row, looking refreshed. As for the boys, they were probably stimulated by Yi Qian yesterday. When they chatted at night, Yi Qian also said a few words. Early in the morning, the class monitor, Lu Xian, took the lead. Every group leader was in charge, and they were also the first to arrive at the field. Commissar Yan had said that Yi Qian's unit was definitely a very cohesive unit. It was no exception in class. She used her own charisma to gather the strength of the entire class and twist it into a rope without saying too much or showing too much. Seeing that all the students of Year 2 Class 1 were neat and tidy, with no one late or procrastinating, the students from the other classes wanted to secretly compete with them but also felt a little apprehensive. With Yi Qian around, it was as if they had a stabilizing force. They couldn't be shaken. After gathering and reporting, the students of Year 2 Class 1 took the bright red flag from the instructor and headed deep into the mountains to begin the training of their willpower and physique. Chapter 621. Why am I so excited now? It's like I'm about to do something bad. And Jessen followed closely behind Yi Qian, her eyes glowing. I've been locked up here for 5 days. I can finally go out and get some fresh air. Yi Qian glanced at the excited girl and chuckled. Hurry up and be happy now. I don't know if you'll be able to smile later. Don't scare me. I haven't had breakfast yet. And Jessen's eyes immediately narrowed. She was a little nervous. I thought it sounded fun. Why am I so nervous now that you mention it? Breakfast was only available after a 5-kilometer walk. Yi Qian followed the group and said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous. Don't you still have me? Follow me closely today. Don't run off alone. Yi Ying was the last to come back last night. The two of us have to be careful today. She's a jerk." And Jessen gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Ying's back. Her gaze shifted slightly and she said softly, "Why don't we teach her a lesson?" The class behind had already set off. Yi Qian pulled her along and quickened their pace. He smiled coldly. "What's the hurry? She just suffered a loss yesterday. Even if there's a commotion, she won't do it herself. It's not like we don't know her. Don't be anxious. I'm just reminding you. She was the one who did it yesterday. It didn't seem like Yi Ying's intelligence to do it again today. Follow closely. Don't talk too much. Don't use the energy from walking on talking." As the instructor kept reminding the students in front of him, Yi Qian and Jessen also shut up. Breakfast was only available after a 5-kilometer walk. The enthusiasm from before gradually faded. After walking for less than half the distance, some students started to slow down. Some started to complain that they were hungry. The separated students from each dormitory walked together again, encouraging each other as they walked. Those who couldn't walk would be helped. They couldn't let their classmates fall behind. Li Qian looked fat, but she was actually fat. If Yi Qian didn't help her walk, no one would be able to help her. The boys would also lend a hand, but Li Qian was shy. The moment the boys approached, his face would turn as red as a tomato. He refused to let the boys help him walk no matter what. He kept stopping along the way and didn't know if he could complete the 20 kilometers of training. 20 kilometers of field training was a challenge for the students, but it was also a challenge for the school and the army. Therefore, the army had always been prepared in advance. Every 5 kilometers of the 20 kilometers of mountain road, there would be a logistic station, with the focus on preparing food and field supplies. The medical security work was also done very well. Medical personnel were arranged to follow him throughout the whole process. After 5 days of military training, the instructors had a better understanding of the students' physiques. They had already instructed the students with stronger physiques to take care of the students with weaker physiques. Walking 5 kilometers in the morning was within the acceptable range of the students. Seeing that their morale was gradually decreasing, Grade 2 Class 1 led the way. After rushing through the forest, they began to sing a military song. In an instant, Yi Qian felt that all the wild animals within a radius of 10 li, such as rabbits, would be scared away. It wasn't a flat mountain road. Instead, it was a mountain road that curved into the mountains. It wasn't a cement road, but a yellow dirt road. The people in front walked past, leaving behind a layer of yellow dust. As there were thousands of students in the mountains, they seemed to wake up especially quickly. After 5 kilometers, the back of the mountain was already bright. Chapter 622. Breakfast was steamed buns and soy milk. There was no picky choice at all. Get up, get up. Don't squat down, do you hear me? Walk around first and then sit down. Don't stand up too hard, or you'll faint. The instructor reminded the students in line before eating. Stand for a while, then slowly sit down and eat. Don't walk around. There are wild boars here. If you get 2 bloody holes from the wild boars, you'll be dead by the time you get sent down the mountain. With the instructor's reminder, Luo Ran said to the 2 boys, "Have you returned the bags? It's up to you guys later." Luo Ran, that thing can't be found immediately. What did you hear? There are a lot of poisonous snakes nearby. If there were really poisonous snakes, we would have been scared away by so many of us. The other boy finished his soy milk in one breath and said, "Luo Ran, I don't think this is very reliable. Even if there are snakes, we might not be able to catch them." Hearing him say this, Luo Ran glared and said fiercely, "Damn it, why didn't you say it was not reliable last night? Don't mention it to me today. This thing must be done. Brother Luo, First of all, there must be snakes. I really paid attention just now, there were none. I even found an excuse to go into the forest to pee, but I didn't see any. The other boy also said. He agreed last night and thought it would be a simple thing. Who knew it would be so difficult? Luo Feng was so angry that his face turned blue. He glared at the three of them and threw the plastic cup of soy milk on the ground. Fine, let's not talk about this for the time being. You guys better pay more attention to the next thing. A bunch of trash. Not even one or two of them were needed. How could it be so easy to catch snakes? The army had already considered this problem. It was not the students' turn to discover it. After the first 5 kilometers of rest and breakfast, it was the next 5 kilometers of field training. The first thing they encountered was air defense evacuation. Similarly, there was a fixed area. No students could go around the fixed area. Anyone who tried to go too far would immediately trigger the infrared alert. Before they could cross the boundary, soldiers would appear out of nowhere and pull them back. Damn, I was scared to death. They suddenly appeared with oil paint on their faces and leaves on their heads. I almost thought I met a mandrill. One of them didn't listen to the instructor's instructions and ran directly into the forest when the alarm sounded. In the end, he scared himself quite a bit. This mountain was an important military area. For this military training, the province and the army had put in a lot of effort. How could they allow the students to mess around? The emergency and evacuation plans were all set in advance, and the evacuation route was also scientifically designed. Although the evacuation was carried out in the mountains, the army's emergency handling ability had always been strong, and these thousands of students were all under their control. When Yao Jing saw a girl from her class being escorted back by a soldier in camouflage, she lost all confidence in the idea she came up with last night. Looking for a snake? Was it possible to find a snake in this situation? Not to mention her lack of confidence, Ying did not know how many times she had complained in her heart. There was a unified assembly point for the air defense unit, and the team leader would bring the students back. As for Yi Qian, because he had not participated in the military training before, he was added at the last minute, so he was not part of the team. Instead, he assisted the instructor in handling some matters. After a round of practice, she returned to the instructors. She was not with the instructors of each class, but with the instructors who were in charge of receiving the students. Chapter 623. After yesterday's incident, the instructors who were tasked with protecting the students all recognized Yi Qian. They chatted with this military-like student as if he was their comrade. There was no sense of distance between them. Come. Let's have some extra food before they arrive. A soldier's voice came from behind. He did not notice that a student had mixed in with the instructors. He even walked to Yi Qian's side. Found something good. Want to try it? Found something good? Yi Qian turned around and saw a soldier in his 20s who had been secretly protecting them along the way. He was holding a non-venomous live snake in his hand as he walked over. The snake's entire body was coiled around his arm. Yi Qian estimated that it was about 1 meter long. The soldier was holding the snake's weak spot. The snake's mouth was wide open. It looked scary, but that was all there was to it. The instructors gave their comrades countless looks, reminding them that there was still a student around. But now, she was wearing the same training uniform as the soldiers. In the end, she did not even receive a single look. She was still sitting beside the student in high spirits. When they saw Yi Qian, the soldiers were stunned. When did we have a female soldier in our regiment? Even the clerks are all male. There can't be a female. Where did she come from? Yi Qian was too military-like. Even without epaulets or collar, no one would suspect that she was not a soldier. You talk too much. The instructor closest to him reminded him awkwardly. She's a student. Be careful. The soldier holding the snake also felt awkward. This snake looks like it can't be eaten. Just as he was about to release it, Yi Qian quickly grabbed the snake's weak spot. Rat-eating snake. Its meat is tender and non-venomous. It's really good stuff. She and Principal Chen had passed through the western province's jungle. They ate a lot of this type of snake. When Ying was escorted by 2 soldiers, she saw a cold light flash in Yi Qian's hand. The light happened to be nailed to a piece of wood. Then, she saw a long snake. Her heart tightened. Before she could react to what Yi Qian was doing, she took a military dagger from another instructor. The sharp dagger flashed in her palm. She straightened the snake's tail with one hand, and the hand holding the dagger slashed the snake's back. Seeing this scene, Yi Ying suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Yi Qian. Yi Qian caught a snake and was now skinning it alive with her stomach. His stomach began to churn. Then, with a wah sound, he didn't even look for a place to vomit. Yi. With. Why did it not work every time? But this time, Yi Qian seemed to have won before the plan even started. Yi Jian glanced at her and did not look at her again. She cleaned up the snake and wrapped it up with a few leaves. Then, she handed the snake meat to the instructors. That female student is probably frightened. Instructors, you'd better deal with her quickly. Her gaze was strange. After the shock, she did not look away quickly. Instead, she looked vexed. What was she vexed about? Was it because she had not finished something bad? Seeing her here safe and sound, she was vexed. Chapter 624. If that was really the case, Yi Qian wanted to tell Ying to do whatever she wanted. If something went wrong, no one would be able to bear the consequences. No matter how smart Yi Qian was, he would never have guessed that someone would come up with the worst idea and try to get a poisonous snake to bite him. When the boys came over, Yi Qian stood up and did not sit with the instructors. The first group to arrive was led by Yangheng. When he saw Yi Qian standing in front of him, he was not surprised at all. I knew you would be the first. He did not even notice Yi Ying, who was resting beside him. He walked over to Yi Qian without looking sideways. Our group performed once and came back after confirming that we passed. This military training has a military feel to it. Yi Qian looked at Yangheng, who had leaves in his hair, and smiled. Of course it has a military feel to it. Next up, there's a quick pass. How confident are you? The quick pass was also to train the students' agility and reaction speed. The year-end conscription was just around the corner. This military training had a record of the boys' physical fitness. If anyone wanted to enlist in the military in the future, this record would be sent to the recruitment office for reference. Many things could not be seen only once. The military training was not just for the students. It was also the beginning of the military's assessment of each student's basic condition. People like Luo Ran would never be able to enlist in the military. Like Yangheng, there were definitely soldiers who were secretly watching him. I grew up in the Transportation Bureau. I've never been in the military. It's not a problem for me to direct traffic. If you ask me if I'm confident in the military's projects, I really don't know, he said with a smile. He did not look tired at all. It was clear that his physical fitness was quite good. Yi Ying, who had vomited until her eyes were filled with tears, finally managed to catch her breath under the care of the medics. She saw Yangheng and Yi Qian talking and laughing. She could tell at a glance that their relationship was quite good. This discovery caused her to be stunned for a moment. Very quickly, an extremely bright cold light flashed past her eyes. This time, she could completely stop. He left the task of dealing with Yi Qian to Yao Jing. Before she could finish her calculations, Yangheng stood beside her, acting as if he didn't know Yi Qian at all. It was as if the laughter just now was just an illusion. Yangheng only found out that Yi Qian was there after being reminded. Now, even if he knew Yi Qian, he had to pretend not to know him. He didn't want Yao Jing to make things difficult for Yi Qian because of him. With both of them like this, Yi Ying couldn't make up her mind. In between, Luo Ran found Yao Jing, but he did not find Yi Qian. By the time he arrived at the assembly point, he was already exhausted. He vaguely heard from his classmates that Yi Qian did not participate in the air defense evacuation this time. Luo Ran's face was so green that it was as if he was about to pass out. He had been looking for an opportunity to make his move, but she had not participated. An hour later, they entered the rapid pass through the danger zone training. The speed of passing through was much slower. In fact, it was very simple. It was just some fallen leaves and some steel nets that needed to be drilled through. To Yi Qian, this was like child's play. After taking a look, Yi Qian did not immediately pass through. Instead, she let her classmates pass through one by one. Sophomore class 1 was a group. She couldn't just leave the class alone and walk first. Chapter 625. The few girls in the class walked in front, while the boys sat at the back, whispering to each other as they quickly climbed or drilled through the fallen tree trunks one by one. Why are you all squeezing together? Are you trying to snowball? The instructor of Class 1 saw that the boys were not coming towards him and Yi Qian, but were instead drilling towards the harder areas. He couldn't help but shout. Yi Qian looked over and saw that 2 boys had already drilled through the trees. There were still 3 boys who weren't from his class. How could there be students from other classes rushing into Class 1? The other 2 probably weren't from their class either. She counted the number of people on her side and found that it was just right. They're from other classes. Instructor, should we contact the other instructors? After the students in the class passed through one by one, Yi Qian pursed his lips and reminded the instructor, "Don't think that you've embarrassed your class." The instructor was a veteran and was also the class monitor of a class. He had already taught these disobedient students a lesson in the army. Hearing what Yi Jian said, he said to Yi Jian, "Okay, you follow behind. I'll contact my comrades." Not long after, another instructor's voice came from the soldiers' walkie-talkie. 3 students from grade 12 class 6 and 2 students from grade 12 class 5. A total of 5 people are missing. I happen to have 5 people here. I'll go and confirm their identities now. When the instructor heard this, he could basically confirm that the disobedient students were from the 2 classes of grade 12. When he saw that Yi Qian had already caught up with the students in his class, he contacted his comrades who were secretly protecting the students and had them go forward to confirm the identities of the 5 students. There was a total distance of more than 3,000 meters. According to the planned route, it would take about 45 minutes to pass through. It was all because this was the last event of the field training. The students' physical strength was severely depleted, so their speed was very slow. The soldiers who were secretly protecting the students quickly confirmed that the 5 boys had sneaked into grade 12 class 1. Only then did the instructor let out a sigh of relief. He could only let them continue walking in class 1 in case they got lost. Gradually, the distance between the students increased. When Yi Qian saw the boys who weren't from his class, he walked past several students and walked together with Jianghu. Walk faster. Don't fall behind. Luo Ran might be coming. And Jianghu, who was so tired that she was gasping for breath, suddenly wanted to curse. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength. In the end, she cursed weakly, "They're not human. They're not students. They're clearly hooligans. What are you cursing for? Save your energy." Yi Jian was not worried about herself. She was worried about Jianghu. She almost carried Jianghu to catch up with her classmates who were lagging behind. Unfortunately, Jianghu. She waved her hand and told Yi Qian to leave her alone. Yi Jian's eyes darkened as he listened to the soft sounds coming from the top of the hill. Sit here and rest. They should be walking in front. I'll get the instructor to stop them first. Since they wanted to deal with her, she would give them a chance. The instructor will be here soon. You rest for a while. I'll leave first. Yi Qian intentionally raised his voice so that Luo Ran and the others could hear him. Then, he walked forward alone. He didn't take the path that his classmates were taking. Instead, he took a more difficult path that only Lu Xian and the other boys were willing to take. It was also the difficult, fast path that Luo Ran and the others were currently taking. Chapter 626. It wasn't hard to deal with Luo Ran, but Yi Qian didn't want to cause any trouble in the military. She also didn't want her personal matters to affect the entire class's evaluation during the military training. She had already avoided them, but Luo Ran and the others just had to bump into her. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Naturally, she didn't choose a random place to deal with them. She didn't need to avoid the infrared and surveillance cameras. First, she had to choose a location that was advantageous to her to deal with Luo Ran. She also needed to use the surveillance cameras to prove that she wasn't dealing with Luo Ran, but saving them. It had to be said that the military and the provincial government had put in a lot of effort to arrange this military training. The 20 kilometers field training wasn't a single path to the end, but a detour. The final meeting point was still the anti-chemical regiment's shooting range. The entire itinerary was arranged in a scientific and strict manner. None of the students were allowed to walk an extra kilometer. The 3000 m highway was a combination of a straight Y and a reverse Y. Most of the students took the simplest highway. There were only a few students in each class that actually took the route Yi Qian was taking. Yi Qian didn't walk straight from the starting point. When she walked up, she began to look for a suitable place to strike. When Luo Ran saw Yi Qian walking up alone, he was overjoyed. He waved at the boys beside him, picked up the sticks they had prepared beforehand, and chased after Yi Qian, who seemed to have lost her way and was walking slower and slower. Yi Qian counted silently in her heart. She couldn't hear the footsteps of Lu Xian and the others in front of her, nor could she hear the footsteps of the other students behind her. She stopped completely, as if she was thinking about where she should go. This place wasn't bad. There were surveillance cameras, camouflage soldiers, and at the same time, obstacles. The single log bridge and the protective net made it easy to clean up. If they fell into the net, they wouldn't be able to climb out. She could accidentally step on them, and then climb back onto the single log bridge. Year 2 Class 1 was the first to pass the highway course, and Yi Qian was the first to pass the single log bridge course. The disguised soldiers on both sides stared at Yi Qian. As she walked down the single plank bridge step by step, they were ready to rescue her at any time. Then, they saw 5 boys with wooden sticks in their hands rush up to her. The 20-kilometer field training had already covered 12 kilometers. After passing through the 3,000-meter express tunnel, it would be 3 kilometers. If they took the shortcut back to the shooting range, it would be exactly 20 kilometers. After walking for 12 kilometers, Luo Ran and the other 4 boys were actually quite tired. Originally, when they saw Yi Qian stop, they wanted to take a breather and recover some energy so that they could deal with her. Who knew, she would actually stop for a minute and continue walking. Yi Qian, let's see where you can run off to today. How could Luo Ran hold back? He picked up the wooden stick and was the first to rush out. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he stared at her back. At the same time, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and swung it at Yi Qian's head. He was only 17 or 18 years old, but the things he did were so vicious that it could take someone's life. He wasn't any younger than a gangster who had been in society for a few years. On the contrary, he was even worse than them. The wooden stick swung like a gust of wind, bringing with it a huge force. When the other boys saw Luo Ran swinging the wooden stick at the back of the girl's head, they were so frightened that they immediately threw the wooden stick in their hands to the side. 1 or 2 of them were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Fuck. This. Luo Ran wasn't dealing with someone, he was trying to kill someone. Chapter 627. They could fight, catch a snake to scare a girl or anything else, but they wouldn't do anything that would take someone's life. The soldiers, who had camouflaged themselves so well that they seemed to be one with the trees in the forest, saw this, and their expressions changed drastically. A soldier with a leaf on his head stood up and shouted at Yi Qian, "Get down, get out of the way. Get down, get out of the way." Of course, Yi Qian could do it, but she didn't want to. Otherwise, how could she teach Luo Ran a lesson in broad daylight? Yi Qian, who was already standing on the single plank bridge, seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She made her move when the soldier shouted, "Get down, get out of the way. She quickly moved to the side and grabbed the wooden stick in Luo Ran's hand. She took 2 steps towards the single-plank bridge and used her strength to pull Luo Ran closer to her. Luo Ran, who was also holding on to the other end of the wooden stick, was suddenly pulled by Yi Qian. He was unsteady on his feet and was pulled several steps forward by Yi Qian. One of his feet was on the single-plank bridge, while the other was still on the ground. Where else can I run to? Isn't this a training exercise? Of course I'm running to the assembly point. Yi Qian, who had grabbed onto the wooden stick, skillfully avoided looking at Luo Ran. She said in a voice as soft as the morning breeze, "Student Luo Ran, be careful. Don't let go of the stick." Her smile was even fainter than the wind, but the coldness between her brows was like the edge of an autumn water sword. It was sharp and piercing. When she approached Luo Ran, her eyes were filled with hostility. "I'm not running anywhere today. I'm just here to play with you." When Luo Ran heard this, his naturally ferocious facial features became ferocious. He roared even louder, "I'm going to kill you today." "Sure, I'll be waiting." Yi Jianwan smiled. There was a flash of light in her starry eyes. Although she was smiling slightly, she twisted her hand that was holding the wooden stick. Luo Ran's entire arm was twisted by her, and even the texture of his arm was deformed. Luo Ran was caught off guard and let out a scream. Luo Ran's scream also surprised the soldiers who rushed out to rescue him. They didn't believe that this girl didn't have any skills. An expert's skills could be seen when they made a move. Her move was fast and steady. It was obvious that she had some skills. Luo Ran, who originally wanted to beat Yi Jian until she begged for mercy, did not expect that he would be the one to suffer the pain in the end. His whole arm felt like it was going to be broken. He screamed as the stick fell out of his hand. His ferocious face was twisted in pain. He's only just started and he's already screaming. I thought he was strong, but it looks like he's just an embroidered pillow." Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. Her dark eyes flashed with a cold light. Before the soldiers could reach the protective net, Yi Qian completed a series of actions. She threw Luo Ran, who was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted, into the protective net. Luo Ran didn't know that his attack didn't hit Yi Qian. Instead, it caused him to suddenly fall down. Before he could finish his scream, he fell down in the next second, causing him to scream in fear. By the time he landed on the protective net, his back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Just now, he was so focused on teaching Yi Qian a lesson that he didn't see clearly what was under his feet. When he was thrown out, he was completely stunned. At this moment, he didn't even have time to react. He watched as a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed towards him. The ferocity on his face disappeared, and Luo Ran was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had always been ruthless when it came to teaching others a lesson, but he couldn't let himself be hurt. When he saw the black shadow fall, he naturally wanted to avoid it. Chapter 628. Luo Ran was so flustered that he only managed to roll half a circle on the net before Yi Qian hit him in the back with the stick. The soldiers who had already rushed to the bottom of the net heard the boy scream again. Since she wanted to teach him a lesson, how could Yi Qian let him run away? Yi Qian, who had fallen with the stick in her hand, didn't show any mercy. She raised the stick in her hand and hit Luo Ran's waist as she fell. She still avoided his back and head. After all, they were in military training. If she really made Luo Ran half paralyzed, the school and the army would be in deep trouble. 2 soldiers were already standing on top of the net and looking at the 2 students who had fallen. They weren't concerned about the boy who fell first, but the girl who was being threatened by the boy. "How are you?" "Relax. Get up first." They had heard every word that the boy had just said. Naturally, their priority now was to save the girl. Yi Qian, who was still holding the stick in her hand, answered quickly, I'm fine. I think the stick in my hand hit his waist when I fell. I'll go check if he's hurt." The soldiers wouldn't let Yi Qian check. That boy had tried to kill her. Seeing that she was about to stand up and walk over, they quickly stopped her. Don't go over. Get down first. Yi Qian, who had stood up, swayed, and accidentally fell on the net again. Her body fell towards Luo Ran. Stay away from him. She fell towards Luo Ran. She was worried about the soldiers, so she said, don't move. Roll twice on the spot. Stay away from him. He had come over to annoy Luo Ran, so how could he immediately roll away? When she fell, Yi Qian said softly to Luo Ran, who was still in a daze, I'm so sorry. I failed again. It's the second time. Brother Luo, I'm so sorry. Luo Ran was in so much pain that he felt like his bones were broken. He didn't have time to care about Yi Qian. When he heard Yi Qian's words, he immediately understood that she did it on purpose. As a man, he was bullied by a woman to such an extent. How could he still survive? You did it on purpose. Fuck, if I don't kill you this time, my surname isn't Luo. After suffering 2 losses in a row, Luo Ran only felt that he had lost all his face. When he thought that the other 4 men might be watching, the fire in his heart burned until his eyes turned red. His mouth spat out ruthless words endlessly. He was so arrogant that he really didn't put the entire army in his eyes. Luo Ran, who was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, was now like a crazy wild dog. When he saw Yi Qian at his feet, he didn't stand up, so he directly rubbed his legs against Yi Qian. I'm going to kill you, damn it. If worse comes to worst, I'll just spend more money. Fuck you. You dare to oppose me? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. The smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. Then give it a try and see if it's simple or not. She forced Luo Ran to be even angrier. She wanted all the soldiers to testify that everything had nothing to do with her, Yi Qian. Under her provocation, Luo Ran's ruthless words angered the soldiers. How could he be so arrogant? He wasn't a student, he was a lawless hooligan. He relied on his family's wealth and always believed that there was nothing in the world that money couldn't solve. Seeing that the boy was kicking the girl with both legs, the soldiers below shouted, "Cut the net, cut the net." Chapter 629. His voice traveled to the top of the bridge, scaring the other 4 boys who hadn't taken the bridge yet. What was going on? Luo Ran was scared just now, but why did he sound so angry now? In front of a group of soldiers, he said he was going to kill Yi Qian. The 4 of them looked at each other and said anxiously, "Quick, let's go take a look." In the midst of the chaos, someone said they would go take a look, and they all ran towards the single-log bridge. A soldier in disguise walked out from behind a tree and blocked their way. He pointed at a single-log bridge and said, "The 4 of you cross from here." The 4 boys, who were already panicking, broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the soldier suddenly appear. They stammered, "Instructor, how are they?" "Mind your own business." The soldier didn't tell them what was going on below. He stood in front of them and used his body to block the boys' view. He said sternly, "Cross the bridge quickly, one by one. Keep a distance of half a meter." After being urged by the soldier, the 4 of them, who were already feeling guilty, didn't dare to look anymore. They pushed each other and hurried to cross the bridge. When they walked to another single-plank bridge and looked down, they saw a large net about a meter away from the single-plank bridge. The net was covered with dead leaves. It turned out that there was a protective net below. Even if they fell, they would be fine. Wiping away his cold sweat, one of the boys took the lead to cross the single-log bridge. He subconsciously looked to his left and saw Luo Ran kicking Yi Qian like a madman. That ferocity was really. Even the boys were scared out of their wits. But it was fine as long as Luo Ran was fine. The boy turned his head and whispered to the students behind him who were preparing to cross the bridge, "Brother Luo is fine. Let's go over and help him first." Luo Ran screamed when she fell into the net. Brother Luo was really scared this time. The girl didn't even make a sound when she fell. Fortunately, the 4 of them didn't rush up like Luo Ran. Otherwise, Yi Qian would have taken care of them together. How could Yi Qian let him kick her? She still had the baton in her hands. With the first kick, Yi Jianjian secretly smashed Luo Ran's calf with a stick. She was confident that the soldiers below wouldn't be able to see through the close-range combat while secretly taking care of Luo Ran. In the eyes of the soldiers, it was clearly the boy who kicked the girl to the ground, but the one who screamed was the boy. How could Luo Ran not shout? He was in pain. Her small feet were in pain from being hit by the stick. How could she still kick Yi Qian in an orderly manner? She was purely in so much pain that she was kicking randomly. You call this making life difficult for me? You want to teach me a lesson? Luo Ran, even if I crippled you now, nothing would happen to you. He called out again and again, but Yi Qian spoke calmly. His voice was not loud enough for the soldiers below to hear, but it was loud enough for Luo Ran to hear clearly. The more she said this, the angrier Luo Ran became. But he didn't dare to kick anymore. His legs were in so much pain that he couldn't exert any strength. The protective net on the tree was cut. Luo Ran, who didn't grab the net, was the first to fall. Yi Qian grabbed the net with one hand and didn't let herself fall. Fuck you. Yi Qian, get over here. You stinking soldiers, I have plenty of money at home. Kill her for me. I'll give you money, give you money. Fuck, it hurts so much. Ambulance, I want an ambulance. The words coming out of his mouth were getting more and more nonsensical. When the two soldiers who caught him heard him, they wished they could throw him out immediately. Chapter 630. A squad leader who was squatting with his soldiers walked out. When he heard Luo Ran's arrogant words, he glanced at him coldly and said to his soldiers, "Put him aside." Ambulance. He should be thankful that his mouth wasn't stuffed with mud. When the soldiers heard this, they threw aside the boy who was clamoring and wanted to throw money at them. Stinky soldier. This was already insulting a soldier. Luo Ran, who wanted to use money to solve the problem, roared with a ferocious face, "Damn it, you think the money is too little? Name me a price. I don't lack money, kill her." When Yi Qian, who was still hanging from the protective net, heard this, his eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Their matter was a private matter, yet he dared to insult the soldiers. After that, Yi Qian said, "Thank you," to the two soldiers and walked towards Luo Ran with a gloomy face. "Luo Ran, don't drag the soldiers into this. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, come and fight me." In Yi Qian's eyes, no matter which unit the soldiers were in, they were all comrades. Luo Ran insulting them was even more unacceptable than insulting himself. When the soldiers saw the quiet female soldier rush out to protect them, they felt a rush of warmth in their hearts. They quickly pulled her back. "Don't take him seriously. There are plenty of people in society who can teach him a lesson." "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson now." Luo Ran was still sitting, but when he heard this, he stood up abruptly. However, he forgot that his feet were bruised by Yi Qian. He sucked in a breath of cold air and endured the pain. His eyes were as fierce as the eyes of a crocodile. "Don't run if you have the guts." When the two soldiers saw this, they grabbed Luo Ran's hands and said loudly, "Behave yourself. How dare you hit people in the military? You must be tired of living. A soldier is hitting a student. A soldier is hitting a student." During military training, Luo Ran had provoked the soldiers' authority countless times. He relied on the fact that instructors couldn't hit or scold students, so he was particularly presumptuous. Now that he was being held by two soldiers, he simply shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help, help. A stinky soldier is hitting a student. Someone come quickly." The stinky soldier hit a student. When Yi Qian heard this, he laughed instead of getting angry. "Luo Ran, do you think the army is a black market?" In front of these soldiers who were prepared for the country and the people, he kept asking them to pay, and even said that they were stinky soldiers. What kind of family could produce such an insufferably arrogant fellow? Of course we stink as soldiers. How can we not stink when we're covered in sweat every day? You, on the other hand, not only do you have a foul mouth, even your heart is foul. The class leader quietly shielded Yi Qian behind her. She stared coldly at the boy and said in a deep voice, "You should think about how you're going to explain this to the school. Using money to hire killers, boy, we're all listening." Yi Qian said in a low voice, "Class rep, he's coming for me. If you let him go and the students hear about it, they might really think that you hit him." One had to know that his legs were definitely covered in bruises right now. He couldn't let the soldiers take the blame for him. "It's fine, you go first. Leave this to us." The class leader turned her head and looked at the girl who stood up for the soldiers. She had a smile on her tanned face. "He said that we hit him, but he needs to have evidence." It was because he had evidence that Yi Qian couldn't let the soldiers hit him. She looked coldly at Luo Ran and heard the class leader ask her, "How are you? Are you in extreme pain anywhere? If you're not feeling well, I'll order the soldiers to carry you to the evacuation vehicle on a stretcher. The medical staff in the vehicle can give you a checkup." Chapter 631. After all, Yi Qian was trained to be a special forces soldier, so even the class leader didn't notice her sneak attack. She shook her head and said, "I didn't really kick him. He looks fierce, but he's not that bad." She pointed at Luo Ran, "Class leader, let him go. I also want to see how strong he really is." She didn't even need to try. She could tell that he didn't have any skills. Money makes the world go round. Luo Ran's so-called arrogance was built on the foundation of money. He used money to bribe others to stand up for him and make himself look awe-inspiring. "We won't take care of him. Someone will take care of him when he's outside." The class leader glanced at the boy who thought he was great. She sneered and said, "This kind of person deserves a beating no matter where he goes. He's not worth our time." However, this girl was right. If an unsuspecting student heard him shouting like this, they would really think that their comrades hit him. She raised her hand and signaled her comrades to let him go. There was no need to argue with this kind of person. When the two soldiers saw their squad leader's signal, they released their grip and lightly pushed Luo Ran forward. Luo Ran's head was pushed down, and he staggered a few steps before he fell to the ground. He fell right in front of the class leader's feet. His forehead even hit the tip of the class leader's canvas shoes. Every time he opened his mouth, he either cursed or humiliated people. If they weren't in the military, he would have covered his head with his clothes and punched him until he cried for his parents. In the outside world, as long as Luo Ran said he was willing to pay, people would line up to fight for him. It had been like this since he was young. He had never suffered in front of anyone and no one would refuse him in front of money. Luo Ran, who fell and got hit in the chest by a rock, was furious. His facial features were as fierce as a murderer's. He grabbed a fist-sized rock and threw it at the class leader's feet without thinking. There was no way he could succeed with his skills. The class leader took a step back and easily dodged it. A cold light flashed in her bright eyes. She looked at the boy who attacked an active-duty soldier and said indifferently, "Send him to the teacher, then cut down all the nearby surveillance videos and hand them to the school. This is the first time I've seen a student who publicly insults and attacks an active-duty soldier." Luo Ran lost his rationality after failing again and again. He was used to being arrogant and was used to being flattered by others. Now that he hit a wall again, he was furious and cursed, "You poor soldier, stop putting on airs in front of me. You think you're so great, but in my eyes, you're just a blade of grass. So what? You think I'm afraid of them? I'm not even afraid of the principal." Yi Jian's hands gradually clenched into fists when she heard him. She took 2 steps forward and said in a cold voice, "Luo Ran, stand up now. Let's have a good fight." Luo Ran was speechless. His eyes were bloodshot. The class leader was stunned when he heard this, because he realized this girl was really going to start a fight with the boy. "What are you doing?" The more you pay attention to him, the more he gets motivated. The class leader didn't want the 2 students to start a fight in front of her, so she said to her comrades, "What are you waiting for? Take him away." The 2 soldiers heard this and saluted their class leader. They responded with a "yes" and walked in front of Luo Ran with cold eyes. Chapter 632. The class leader blocked Yi Qian again. "Hurry up and gather, it's almost time to eat. Hurry up and gather. She then whispered, I can't control you guys outside, but this is the military. If you guys really fight, then his fault will become the fault of both of you. I don't see any injuries on you. Hurry up and leave, we know what to do. Luo Ran really wanted to fight with Yi Qian. Both times, it was Yi Qian who brought it up, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Now that he saw the two soldiers walking towards him with unfriendly gazes, he didn't stand up and stepped back. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to hit me? I'm warning you, if you dare to hit me, I'll sue you. If you dare to touch me, I won't fucking let you guys off. Touch you? Don't dirty our hands. One of the soldiers looked at him coldly. He grabbed Luo Ran's shoulder with one hand and clamped down on his arm with the other. The two of them lifted Luo Ran up. The boy with the sharp and arrogant eyes sneered, dealing with you is your parents' business, it has nothing to do with us. They really couldn't hit or scold students. Even if Luo Ran cursed fiercely, the soldiers could only endure it. Yi Qian glanced at him and said to the class leader, okay, we'll deal with it outside. But class leader, can I go over and say a few words to him? I promise I won't hit him. It was fine to say a few words. Besides, the boy was being held down, so there was no need to worry about him hurting the girl. She nodded and said seriously, okay, I'll give you 1 minute. After you say it, we'll immediately take him away. In less than a minute, Yi Qian walked in front of Luo Ran. She looked at Luo Ran quietly with bloodshot eyes. I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Next Sunday night, I'll get off the bus at the intersection in front of the school. If you have the guts, bring your men over. He wasn't even afraid of the principal. How could he survive in the school if he brought a crowd to beat up a student? No matter how rich their family was, since this matter had already been stirred up, the bigger the better. After she finished speaking, the soldiers didn't give Luo Ran a chance to reply and forcefully took him away. This caused Luo Ran to scold the soldiers one moment and Yi Qian the next. They could be heard from several meters away. Just then, the students of grade 12 class 6 passed through. Yao Jing heard Luo Ran's voice coming from the top of the mountain. She listened carefully and heard him say, Yi Qian, just you fucking wait. Wait for me next Friday. Hearing this, Yao Jing's face darkened. Useless thing. Not only did he fail to teach Yi Qian a lesson, he even got himself implicated. The field training was about to end, but they hadn't found a single opportunity. Yao Jing, hurry up. Our classmates are rushing us. She stood still, and the girl behind her urged her, hurry up and rest. I'm exhausted. The shouting gradually faded away. Yao Jing took a deep breath and continued forward. At such a good time, 1 or 2 people were so stupid that they forgot to bring their brains with them. When Yi Qian returned to school, she might as well hire someone to climb over the wall at night and beat her up secretly. Grade 12 Class 3 passed through the long line of students. It was already past 11 in the morning when all the students passed through the 3-kilometer express lane. After they passed through, a delicious lunch was waiting for them. Every class meals were delivered to the mountain on time. As grade 12 Class 1 students were the first to arrive, they happened to see the soldiers carrying large stainless steel buckets filled with rice and vegetables. The logistics were impeccable. Chapter 633. When Yi Qian rushed back, her classmates were all sitting in the resting area, waiting for dinner. And Jessen, who had been anxiously waiting for Yi Qian's return, was now asking around if anyone had seen Yi Qian. At that time, she was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. In a daze, she heard Yi Qian say that she would be back soon. In the end, she waited until now and didn't see her return, so she couldn't help but feel anxious. When the instructor of Class 1 heard that Yi Qian didn't return, he couldn't believe it. How is that possible? She left before me. She should be resting somewhere. Let's go, I'll go look for her with you. I've already looked for her and asked many classmates. It's really her. Yi Qian really didn't come back. If it weren't for that bastard Luo Ran, she wouldn't be so worried. And Jessen was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Even her voice changed. Instructor, quickly send someone to look for her. She really didn't come back. She couldn't say that Yi Qian went to look for Luo Ran. What if she said too much and caused unnecessary trouble? Wouldn't that be bad? The instructor didn't panic. He comforted her. Go rest. I'll go look for her. I'll go look for her. It was impossible for her to go missing. There were scouts all the way, and the regiment even sent out 12 classes to protect her. If anything really happened, he would definitely know. And Jessen, whose eyes were red from anxiety, couldn't sit still and rest. She didn't see Yi Ying immediately lower her eyes when she heard that Yi Qian didn't come back. Her eyes were filled with deep amusement. Did that mean that Luo Ran had succeeded? Why did the good news come so suddenly? She couldn't believe it. The scene of Yi Qian stripping the snake flashed through her mind. Yi Ying's smile froze. She suddenly felt that she really couldn't believe that Luo Ran and a few boys would succeed. It would be more believable if he found a few hooligans to do it. Yi Ying, who had lost her appetite after smelling the food, had all sorts of thoughts. Of course, she wanted to see Yi Qian get beaten up by Luo Ran, but she also felt that it was unlikely. So when Yi Qian walked over, and Jessen, who had said that she had no strength at all, suddenly stood up. Seeing Yi Qian in perfect condition, her eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Luo Ran, this trash, actually didn't succeed again. Do you want to throw up again? The girl sitting beside her saw that Yi Ying's face was even worse than before and thought that she was feeling unwell again. She quickly picked up her water bottle and stood up. I'll help you to the side. You can't vomit here. Realizing that she had overreacted, Yi Ying quickly withdrew her gaze and smiled at the girl. Nothing. My legs are a little numb from sitting, so I want to stand up and walk around. He didn't succeed again, damn it. Just how was he going to deal with that damned girl? You scared me to death. You scared me to death. And Jessen was crying and laughing at the same time. When she saw Yi Qian standing beside her safe and sound, she felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. She immediately felt her legs giving way. Quick, give me a hand. I'm too weak. Seeing that his friend was concerned about him, Yi Qian hid the hostility between his brows and his expression softened. I'm fine. If something really happened, it wouldn't be me. Let's go and rest for a while. I can smell the aroma of food. Dinner should be served soon. I'm sweating all over, and now I'm sweating all over. My appetite will probably be comparable to a guy's. Once Yi Qian returned, and Jessen felt as if nothing had happened. She didn't ask anything. In her eyes, she only knew that her friend had returned safely. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 634. To Yi Qian, it was her fortune to have a friend like Jessen who never asked her why and only cared about her safety. Soon, Yao Jing also saw Yi Qian. As she walked over with her classmates, she only glanced at Yi Qian from the corner of her eyes. Luo Ran wasn't here, but Yi Qian was. Something must have happened to Luo Ran. Thinking of this possibility, Yao Jing forced herself to take a deep breath to calm her anger. Asking Luo Ran to deal with Yi Qian. It was indeed unreliable. If Yang Heng were to do it, she wouldn't have to worry about failure. Yao Jing couldn't help but recall what she saw last night. She felt the anger that she tried so hard to suppress surging uncontrollably. She glanced coldly at Yi Qian again. He was so difficult to deal with. It seemed that Luo Ran alone wouldn't be enough. She had to think of another way. Two malicious gazes fell on him. Even if it was just from the corner of her eyes, Yi Qian was sensitive enough to sense it. When he caught sight of it a second time, he immediately looked up. Yi Qian, who was about to drink from his water bottle, looked at Yao Jing. His lips slowly curved upwards as he waved the water bottle at her, as if he was provoking her. It made Yao Jing feel even more contemptuous. Gritting her teeth, Yao Jing returned a bright smile. Her heartstrings were stretched taut. Last night, she was almost discovered by her. Now, she just happened to catch sight of her from the corner of her eyes. This meant that she must have seen her last night. Thinking of this, Yao Jing's heart skipped a beat. Yi Qian wasn't easy to deal with. It was impossible to get Luo Ran to deal with him alone. Let's eat, let's eat. Everyone in Grade 2 Class 1 is here. It was lunchtime. Grade 2 Class 1, which had everyone present, was the first to start eating. The students who were too tired to stand up gritted their teeth and stood up even if they didn't have the energy. Lal Yan's lunch was even more sumptuous. There were pork ribs, braised fish, and beef. They were all high-calorie and high-protein dishes. The soup was kelp and pork bone soup. It was cooked to a creamy white. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. As the first batch of high school students in the province to participate in military training, although it was very tiring, they did not lose out in terms of food. The sun was already shining above their heads. After the second and third year students of Provincial First High School and 16th High School had finished their meal, they rested in the forest that was a restricted military zone. They had an hour to rest. At this moment, even the naughtiest boys would sit down, tilt their heads, and fall asleep in the shade of the trees. The terrain of the resting forest was relatively flat. The weeds and shrubs on the ground had been completely removed. All the sensors could see all the students 360 degrees without any blind spots. The infrared sensors on the periphery were densely packed. Anyone who crossed the line would be alerted immediately. The instructors took turns to rest, keeping watch with their comrades who were secretly protecting them and paying attention to the movements of the students. There was a student who showed a pained expression when he fell asleep. Immediately, a medic trotted over to check on the student's body. Time ticked by. When the accompanying platoon leader saw the 5 students on the receiving vehicle, he picked up the walkie-talkie and connected it to the individual walkie-talkies of all the instructors. In the afternoon, the leaders of the provincial military region will come to inspect the shooting range. Please get ready. Class 1, got it. Class 2, got it. In the stiff and crisp replies, all the instructors finished answering at once. Sitting in the hall of the provincial military region, the regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment was having a serious meeting. The person who presided over the meeting was quite a high-ranking officer. The gold stars on his epaulette flashed so brightly that he, as the regiment commander, did not dare to be distracted. This was the leader of the general military region. Chapter 635. The regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment had rushed to the provincial military region at the last minute. If the chief from the capital had not mentioned military training, he would not be sitting next to these chiefs who had higher military ranks and occupations than him. The students are the hope of the country. They are our successors. They are the future of the country. Military training must be passed down from generation to generation. It must become the spirit of our country. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting on the main podium, said word by word calmly, full of the military prestige that made people admire him. Regiment Commander Lu wrote down the key points of the meeting and asked the regiment commander sitting next to him, Old Gua, are the students of the Provincial No. 1 Middle School in your regiment? The Provincial No. 1 Middle School and No. 16 Middle School are in my regiment. Why? Are you also assigned to your regiment? They were all from the same province and would meet each other during the provincial military region meetings. Therefore, they all knew each other. Regiment Commander Guo glanced at Regiment Commander Lu's notes and could not help but laugh. Your handwriting has improved a lot. Hearing this, Regiment Commander Lu closed his notebook and stared at him. Your handwriting is not much different from mine. Don't change the topic. Let me ask you something. Old Gua had regained some confidence after seeing his handwriting. Regiment Commander Lu simply took the notebook in his hand. There is a girl named Yi Qian in the Provincial No. 1 Middle School. How is it? Are you pleasantly surprised? It was as if he was the baby of his family, unable to resist the urge to show off. Even the expression on his face was filled with a sense of pride as if he was honored. Regiment Commander Gua, who had wanted to make fun of him for a while, heard this. Hey, good guy. The person that his political commissar was jealous of was right in front of him. He immediately became interested. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about it later. It's a long story. Okay, let's talk about it over dinner. I have something to do in the afternoon. I have to rush back to the base at 8 p.m. You can get back to the regiment in a few hours, but I have to wait until tomorrow. Regiment Commander Lu rushed over from Fujian town. After the meeting, he had to accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia to the automobile training base to take a look. Then, he had to catch the train back to the city at 6 p.m. It would take him another 6 hours to get back to Fujian town. The two of them couldn't always talk to each other, so they ended the conversation after a few words. Southern Province is the first province to implement military training in secondary schools. This provides valuable experience for the provinces that need to include military training next year. All the troops that hold the military training will write a summary report after the end of the training for the provinces to refer to. It was already noon. With the end of Commander-in-Chief Xia's meeting, the whole meeting finally came to an end with applause. Green figures with golden epaulets representing military ranks walked out of the venue in an orderly manner. Their military might was so heavy that it was suffocating. Walking at the front was naturally Commander-in-Chief Xia. Although the meeting had ended, the task of understanding the affairs of the various troops and regiments was not over yet. The provincial military leaders who accompanied him were dressed in casual clothes and did not feel hot walking under the scorching sun. All of their attention was focused on the conversation with the commander-in-chief. Their expressions were serious as they answered his questions carefully. Commander-in-Chief Xia, as a general of the army, was the highest military rank in the army and also the highest military rank in the entire army. In the face of this chief with the highest military rank in the entire army, no one dared to take him lightly. No one dared to have the slightest intention of fooling him. They walked so fast that their shirts were soaked in sweat. Regiment Commander Lu, who wanted to say a few words to Regiment Commander Guo of the Anti-Chemical Regiment, was stopped by his colleagues. As for Regiment Commander Guo, he was even more busy. He was dragged to Commander-in-Chief Xia for questioning. Chapter 636. Only now did Commander Guo know who the provincial military had informed him a few days ago that there would be a chief from the capital visiting the military training on the day of their regiment's military training. It turned out that it was Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. There's no need to be extravagant tomorrow. The Southern Province is the first military training place in the country. The higher-ups attach great importance to it, so they sent me here to take a look. What about you guys? If you have any requests or difficulties, feel free to tell us. Only by telling us can we know how to perfect your requests and solve your difficulties. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a dignified manner in front of the soldiers. Every word he said was powerful and had a deterrence that directly struck the hearts of the soldiers. Even if you didn't bring a pen and ink, you could still remember every word he said in your heart. Regiment Commander Guo was a lieutenant colonel. There were countless regiment commanders and lieutenant colonels in the country, and he was not a military officer stationed in the capital. It would be a lie if he said that he was not nervous when meeting Commander-in-Chief Xia for the first time. Hearing this, he immediately said, "At present, there are no difficulties that the military region needs to solve. Although there are some small problems during the military training, they can be solved in time. The cooperation between the school and the army is also good. During these few days of military training, the potential of the students can be seen even more clearly. This completely proves that implementing the military training system in each school is a very correct policy. There are many small bad habits of the students that can be solved in a few days of military training, but there are also some very stubborn students. This is a problem of family education. Even if they are sent to the army, they can't change their bad habits." He was talking about Luo Ran. This kid even dared to scold his soldiers. How could he not teach him a lesson? Commander-in-Chief Xia understood the implication of his words. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "What you said is indeed a problem. There are many people who rely on their family's connections in the army to send their children to the army. They hope that the army can correct their children's mistakes. As for some cadres, as long as it doesn't affect their promotion, they turn a blind eye. They invite some trouble back. Not only is it a waste of military funds, but it also seriously infringes on the rights of taxpayers. Every student's military training results must be recorded. Their words, actions, and character must all be recorded in detail to serve as a reference for future local conscription. You have to give those naughty students a chance as well. You have to remember those stubborn students. Don't let them rely on their connections to make a living in the army. If someone with a keen understanding of military affairs heard this, they would know that this was the first step in rectifying the unhealthy atmosphere in the army. The reorganization of the entire army was not a small matter. The water involved was too deep. If one was not careful, the ship could capsize. As the helmsman, he had to stabilize the rudder and steadily sail the ship to the port. Regiment Commander Guo was not that sharp. He only knew that the other meaning of the military training was as he and the political commissar had guessed. He felt relieved as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Commander-in-Chief, I would like to follow Regiment Commander Guo to the anti-chemical regiment to take a look. Is that okay? Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know when a major came to his right hand. He didn't know about his existence until he spoke. Regiment Commander Guo couldn't help but take a second look. Then, he saw some clues. This major's expression was similar to Commander-in-Chief Xia's. When he pursed his lips, there was a murderous aura that even he didn't have. Chapter 637. If he hadn't opened his mouth, he wouldn't have noticed. It was so silent that even with so many people present, no one noticed this major. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at him and said to Commander Guo, "The Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment is a role model for all the troops. He's here to learn from you for a few days." The Snowfield Brigade was weak in chemical defense. Now that there were more and more missions abroad, they had sent several of their corps members to learn from the Chemical Defense Regiment. The Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment was one of the strongest in the military. Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to go to the Lindong military region, changed places with his comrades and went to the Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment. The reason was simple. Yi Qian was in the Southern Province. Moreover, she was going to be training in the Chemical Defense Regiment. His decision to change places at the last minute was a wise one. There was no reason for Commander Guo not to agree. Moreover, their regiment was supposed to send elites to the military region. If they stayed, they would become members of the nation's first chemical defense anti-terrorism special forces. Now that even Commander-in-Chief Xia thought highly of his regiment, it was an honor for the soldiers. A reorganization of the entire army was unknowingly unfolding in the dark. As students, how would they know that every word they said during military training had such great significance? At this moment, all of them woke up from their afternoon naps. Their legs were so sore that they didn't want to move at all. But how could they do that? The whistle blew and all the students of Grade 2 Class 1 stood at attention. Seeing their high morale, they had to stand up even if they didn't want to. Fortunately, there were only 5 kilometers left. They just had to endure it for a while. 5 kilometers could be covered by walking normally for about an hour, but for the students who had been marching for hours, it took even longer. Even when the boys were starting to complain about being tired, Yi Qian walked at a brisk pace. She even helped the girls in her class from time to time. Even so, no one saw her fall behind. When they looked up, they could always see her as straight as the instructor walking at the front. Yi Ying looked at the figure that made the instructor smile. The jealousy in her heart was like thousands of ants gnawing at her internal organs. She was now a shining point of light wherever she went. Wherever he went, he would be envied and worshipped. It shouldn't be like this. An orphan, a thing with nothing, should live a lowly life. He should live in Yi Ying's halo forever and do things according to her whims. She thought of the past. Yi Qian ate, wore, and used things that she, Yi Ying, did not want. Even if it was a small toothbrush, it was something that she had used before. But now, everything had changed. As long as Yi Qian was around, the halo would always be on her, and she had become a supporting character. She could only look at her, and even be deeply hurt by the halo on her. Everyone only saw the current Yi Qian, but they did not know what she was like in the past. Lowly, cowardly, incompetent. The Yi Qian of the past was this unbearable. Why didn't anyone believe in him? But why should I believe in Yi Qian, who used to be so despicable? She was still smiling. She didn't know what she said, but the instructor actually gave her a thumbs up. Yi Ying only felt that her body was falling rapidly, as if she was falling into a bottomless abyss. No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat? Absolutely not. And I can't lose to a wretched girl. Chapter 638. Wang Rui, did you notice that the instructor treats Yi Qian differently? He even gave her a thumbs up. Also, I noticed that the instructor is quite handsome too. He looks like the type that Yi Qian likes. The jealousy in Yi Ying's heart turned into soft words. Yi Ying said to the girl supporting her, "It looks like they're a good match." There was a shrill voice in his heart that was telling him that he must do something, How could she let her be in the limelight? How could she continue to be in the limelight? Wang Rui was the class life committee member. The class committee took turns taking care of Yi Ying, who had a heart condition, and the girls with weaker physiques. She was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to talk. How could she have noticed if the instructor gave Yi Qian a thumbs up? Hearing this, she said weakly, "Yi Qian is already very outstanding. It's normal for her to be praised by the instructor. Okay, if you have the energy to talk, can you walk by yourself? I really don't have the energy to support you. I want to change people. This Yi Ying is really... I don't know what to say about her." She said that the instructor is Yi Qian's type. How did you know? Wang Rui didn't say anything. Instead, she called for a change and called the class leader, Lu Xian, over. Class leader, take over. I want to rest. I strongly request to rest." Wang Rui wasn't a talkative girl. She didn't like to gossip. In addition, Yi Qian often tutored her. The scales in her heart were obviously biased towards Yi Qian. After handing Yi Ying over to the class leader, she immediately rushed to the front. She didn't want to stay for even a second. Yi Ying was so angry that she almost fell over. What's wrong with Wang Rui? Didn't you say she didn't have the energy? Why does it look like she still has some energy? She runs pretty fast. Lu Xian supported Yi Ying's arm with both hands. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Rui rushing to the front. She must be trying to grab the target. She hasn't even seen a gun before. Don't even have the energy to shoot. He didn't even see Yi Ying's darkened face. He started talking to himself, then shut up after he finished. Yi Ying had no choice but to endure it. She couldn't say that the vice class leader liked the instructor in front of the class leader, right? Although LV Xian was a boy, he had been crawling and running for more than 10 kilometers. After all, he was still a student, so he was tired. After helping Yi Ying walk a few hundred meters, he smiled and said, "I say, Yi Ying, it's better if you don't participate in these kinds of group activities that your body can't take. You said you don't want to be a burden to the class, but think about it. Every few hundred meters or 1 kilometer, the class has to send a student to help you walk. This is already a burden to the class. Didn't you say yesterday that Yi Qian's last-minute addition would affect the class's military training score? Actually, you're the same today. You had nothing to do with it, but you insisted on joining. Not only did you tire yourself out, but you also made us, the class committee, very tired. If you want to challenge yourself, you have to take your body into consideration. Heart disease was a disease of the rich. It could only be recuperated. How could it be tormented for more than 10 kilometers? Why is your face so ugly? Do you want to take a break? LV Xian said with a smile. He saw that her face was a bit pale, so he stopped walking and planned to help her to the side of the road to sit down. Yi Ying, who wasn't sick, gritted her teeth and revealed a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, class leader. I didn't think I would be so useless. I can't even walk more than 10 kilometers. You're right. People should do their best in everything they do. I've really put you all through a lot this time. Chapter 639. It's good that you understand. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Can you still continue walking? Lu Xian asked worriedly. You have to tell us if you're not feeling well. The instructor told us to take care of you. Patient? She wasn't sick at all. She wasn't sick. Yi Ying, who was roaring in her heart, suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. She had grown up in the village since she was a child. If it weren't for this heart disease, would she have to pretend to be sick every day? Now, she wanted to show off during the military training, to let the instructor and her classmates know that she, Yi Ying, was actually very capable. But in the end, she couldn't show off because of her heart disease. Yi Ying was unwilling to give up. The last 5 kilometers were getting shorter and shorter. Following the instructor's shout, the students at the front began to sprint towards the assembly point. There were arrow signs along the way, indicating where to go. Yi Qian said to the instructor, "Then I'll go first. I'll wait for my classmates at the assembly point." "Okay, remember to plant the victory flag in our camp." The instructor was obviously happy that his students were the first to reach the assembly point. He laughed at Yi Qian and said, "Wait for me to bring them back." He was telling his comrades that he would definitely return victorious. Yi Qian naturally reached out and high-fived the instructor. "Good luck. Keep it up." Such a handsome and soldierly action didn't seem out of place when Yi Qian did it. The instructor watched as Yi Qian took large strides and gradually broke into a jog. In a short while, he had shaken off a few boys. After turning a corner, the instructor could no longer see Yi Qian's figure. "Students of Grade 2, Class 1, do your best. Your comrade Yi Qian is already sprinting. Are there any men who dare to compete with Yi Qian?" Yi Qian being the first to sprint undoubtedly raised the morale of the entire class. Countless voices shouted in response, "Go, Grade 2, Class 1, do your best. Strive to be the best, don't fall behind. Go." With the first to sprint, there was a second to sprint. Not only the students of Grade 2 Class 1, but the other Grade 2 classes and the boys of Grade 3 Class 3 also started to jog and sprint from behind. The instructor said that Yi Qian rushed to the front again. "Damn. If she gets first place again, all of us boys will have no face. There's nothing you can do about it even if you're shameless. You're good at everything. Yangheng, you can do it. Now it's up to you to make our class proud. Those who specialize in sports, are you guys hungry? Can you run a little faster? Zhang Bin, do your best. Come on, Zhang Bin. We think highly of you." When Lu Xian saw that the students who weren't from his class had started to run while he, as the class monitor, was still dawdling, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn, they're all running. I have to run too. Yi Ying watched helplessly as her classmates were led away by Yi Qian. All of them were willing to follow her example. As the blood in her chest churned, she heard Lu Xian say, "Yi Ying, I have to sprint too." "You don't have to sprint. Rest as you walk and wait for the container truck to pick you up." After saying that, he immediately found a place to sit down and rest. Sit here, sit here. Take the water bottle and essential balm. Don't wander around. Even though the instructor is secretly protecting us, we can't keep causing trouble for them, right? Chapter 640. Yi Ying, who was actually planning to walk away after Lv Xian left, swallowed her anger. She almost fainted from anger, forgetting that there were many soldiers protecting the students in the dark along the way. They would know if she walked away on purpose. Yi Ying could only sit down and wait for the container truck. The platoon leader of the anti-chemical regiment asked the soldier at the front, 0606, "Who's in the front now?" 0606, received. Yi Qian from Grade 2 Class 1. Yi Qian from Grade 2 Class 1 is in the first. What's the distance between them? The platoon leader in the middle of the team moved quickly while asking the soldiers to keep an eye on the students. Sprinting while tired would cause the heart to beat faster. The weak could faint at any time, so they couldn't let their guard down. The distance between them is about 1 kilometer. There are 5 boys following closely behind. The first boy is grade 3 class 1 Yangheng. Over. The platoon leader wasn't surprised to hear these 2 names. Yi Qian was a dark horse. The political commissar had reminded her last night that she was a soldier trained by a certain army. Naturally, she was stronger than the students. However, it was rare to see someone so strong that even a veteran like her was shocked. A student who was more like a soldier than a soldier. No matter what he did next, it shouldn't be shocking anymore. The platoon leader cut off the communication with the sentry post and waved to the soldiers hiding in the dark to help a pale-faced boy away. Then, she stopped and watched as wave after wave of students passed in front of her, gritting her teeth. The 6 days of military training had been very rewarding. They had sharpened their minds and built the courage to challenge their limits and defeat themselves. For the students, they had already reached the standard of this military training. So far, no one had taken the initiative to withdraw from the 20-kilometer field training. Even if they got on the container truck, they would immediately get off and walk again as soon as their bodies recovered. If others could do it, they could do it too. It was this unyielding spirit that made them complete the first self-challenge in their lives. After sitting for a while, Ying saw the students pass in front of her one after another. She gritted her teeth and stood up again. She wasn't tired, but for her heart disease, she had to pretend to be tired. After a few steps, someone caught up with her and said in a deep voice, "Luo Ran was taken away by force." It was Yao Jing. She finally found a chance to talk to Ying. That trash. Don't look for him in the future. Don't drag yourself into it. Now that she and Ying were in the same boat, it was only right for her to inform Ying if anything happened. If anything happened, there would be someone to take the blame for her. Yao Jing's thoughts were deep, but Ying wasn't bad either. Hearing this, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. She immediately took a big step forward and said in a low voice, "What does it have to do with us? Why are you so anxious?" "But I'm afraid that you're anxious." When Yao Jing saw that Lin Yiqian was deliberately distancing herself from her, she swept a cold glance at her and quickened her pace to catch up. "Didn't you say that you had something to do at the shooting range? Since Luo Ran was taken away, nothing will happen to Yi Qian. Ying, you're going to have a hard time." There was a kind of friend who could be smiling at one moment like Siamese twins, and the next second, they could be laughing at each other and stabbing each other. However, after a while, they could be together for something that was mutually beneficial to them. Chapter 641. This kind of friend could not be called a friend. They could turn against each other for benefits, but they could also work together for benefits. In their eyes, there was no friendship, only benefits. Yao Jing and Yi Ying were this kind of friends. They both wanted to drag each other down with them. Every sentence was either a test or a competition. They did not find it tiring. "I don't feel bad about it. I'm used to it since middle school." Yi Ying would not fall for her trick. Her eyes flickered and she said softly, "Yangheng and Yi Qian are very close. Jing, do you think Yangheng likes Yi Qian? Wasn't it an air defense evacuation before?" Yi Qian joined at the last minute and did not participate. He only helped the instructor with some things. "I also did not participate because of my health. I only saw Yangheng walk directly to Yi Qian after he came out." She slowed down and even her voice was a little low. "I was standing beside him, but Yangheng did not see me. He walked directly to Yi Qian. The first sentence was 'I knew you were first.' I felt something was wrong when I heard it. When I took a closer look, the smile on Yangheng's face had never appeared in front of me. It was a smile that made him look different. In the future. Jing, don't say things like Yangheng likes me. It's not like that at all. He clearly likes Yi Qian. Always wanting her to make a move. Yao Jing, let's see how long you can hold it in." This move really made Yao Jing's heart sink. After all, her kung fu was more profound. After hearing this, other than her voice becoming a little tense, the smile on her face did not lessen at all. My mother always says that men are fickle when they are young. When they see something good, they will say something good. When they see something good, they will say something good. But what does it matter? The key is that he is a good person. As long as he is a good person, everything will be fine in the future. You, don't be discouraged. I will say good things about you in front of Yanghang. I will definitely make him like you again. It seemed that the Yi sisters were born to be at odds with her. Yi Ying was better, at least she was a little useful to her. But Yi Qian was like her nemesis. Nothing good would come out of it when she met her. Looking at Yao Jing, who was pretending to be indifferent, Yi Ying pursed her lips and laughed silently. If she was having a hard time, then don't think that you'll have a good time either. Since they were on the same boat, they would either win together or lose together. The two of them, who had their own agendas, had become friends who could support each other. Yi Jian, who had never relied on others and disdained to resort to underhanded means, relied on her own strength and steadily climbed to the peak step by step. The bright red flag was planted in the camp of Year 2 Class 1. The red flag fluttering in the wind became the motivation for the students of Year 2 Class 1 and the other classes. The finish line was right in front of them. If they persevered until the end, they would welcome their own victory. It took Yi Qian 20 minutes to reach the last 5 kilometers. This was the easiest thing for Yi Qian. She had trained with Fujian Town's army twice before, once in the summer and once in the winter. She had completed 3 types of field training with the soldiers, such as marching in extreme weather, rushing over long distances, and long-distance running at night. When facing the ordinary field training of the students, she did not think about winning, but about becoming the benchmark of the whole class. Here we are, here we are. We finally made it. I'm convinced by myself. 20 kilometers of field training, I've toughened up for once. As more and more students reached the finish line, tears came along with laughter. They were tears of joy. They were happy that they had won the battle. Chapter 642. When the students of Grade 2 Class 1 saw Yi Jian standing under the red flag, she looked like a warrior guarding the border. Her posture was straight, and she stood tall under the red flag. That kind of demeanor was fascinating, and that kind of charm made them deeply impressed. Yi Qian was the one and only Yi Qian. Who else could compare to him? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the distance, had a faint smile on his handsome face. He was quietly watching the girl who was growing up day by day. In his eyes, no one was as elegant as her. She was carrying her own sky on her thin shoulders. Little fox, good job. 2 instructors walked up to her. They naturally saluted Yi Qian, who was standing under the 5-starred red flag. They lifted their chins slightly and saluted the red flag that was fluttering in the wind. Xia Jinyuan stood up straight and saluted the red flag as well. At this moment, not only did Xia Jinyuan salute the red flag, but all the soldiers who saw the 5-starred red flag also saluted. Gradually, all the students also saluted. At that moment, none of the thousands of students spoke or made a scene. Their expressions were all the same. They were solemn, and inviolable. The wind in the mountains blew gently, bringing with it the sound of the victory bugle call. Someone began to recite the oath they took on the day of the military training. I am a student of the military training program. We take an oath under the 5-starred red flag. I am determined to study hard, train hard, abide by discipline, not afraid of hardship, not afraid of fatigue, be united with the students, respect the instructors, improve myself, strive to be an outstanding student. Lu Qi, Wang Jia, Zhang Yuanshang. The meaning of military training was unity and the courage to challenge. The students who took the oath under the red flag used their perseverance to complete the military training. The oath in Yi Jian's heart was different from theirs. His oath was the oath of a new recruit. It was an oath of bravery and fearlessness to sacrifice. Fight bravely, do not fear sacrifice, defend the motherland, defend the socialist construction. I will definitely fulfill the oath above and will not go back on it. Yi Qian had already memorized the Oath of the People's Liberation Army by heart, and could recite it backwards fluently. Her expression was so solemn that even Xia Jinyuan could not approach her and disturb her. After the instructor told them to gather, he looked away slightly and turned to ask the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment beside him, "I don't think all of us are shooting targets. There are a lot of people. The entire class has been arranged. Everyone is given 3 bullets to shoot at fixed targets. There are 10 people at a time, and there are soldiers guarding them." At first, there were no such arrangements. There were too many students, and it was dangerous to shoot blanks. In the end, the provincial military made the decision to include target practice in military training to increase the excitement of some of the boys. First, we'll observe the soldiers' target practice. Then, we'll observe the students' target practice after the soldiers' explanation. With thousands of people, even if each person fired 1 bullet, it would still cost thousands of bullets. Now that each person had fired 3 bullets, it would cost more than 10,000. This was the first military training for students in the province. Some of the training subjects could be reduced. For example, target practice was a subject that could increase the interest of the students and increase the boys' interest in joining the military. Even if it cost more than 10,000 blanks, the provincial military was more than willing to pay. After Xia Jinyuan thought about it, his thin lips curved slightly. He thought of a way to give little Fox a surprise. But he was not sure if it was a surprise or not. After all, this little Fox was actually trying to avoid him. She had left her home phone number, but because of a call from the commander-in-chief Xia, she disappeared. He did not believe that she was scared. Chapter 643. Yi Qian had no idea that there was a huge surprise waiting for him in front of him. At this moment, they were already standing in the anti-chemical regiment's wide shooting range, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire could be heard. The bullets were low and muffled. Some were single shot, while others were continuous shots. The initial velocity of the bullet was 720 meters per second. This was a Type 81 automatic rifle with a rotary locking mechanism. It could fire single shot and continuous shots. The 7.62 mm barrel was fed with a 30-round magazine. Yi Qian already knew what kind of rifle was being used at the shooting range from the sound of the bullets and the speed of the bullets when they were fired. The other students had yet to react. Someone even said, "Firecrackers? That can't be. Why are they welcoming us back so warmly? It doesn't sound like firecrackers. Why does it sound like fireworks to me? Whoosh. Bang. It sounds like fireworks. Are you stupid? How can you see fireworks in broad daylight? Even if they were, we would still be able to see the fireworks rising into the sky. I can smell the smell of gunpowder. It's quite heavy. It should be firecrackers." The last sentence was said by Njessen. Yi Qian tilted his head and explained with a smile, "It's the smell of gunpowder. But it's not gunpowder from firecrackers. It's another type of gunpowder that can kill people." This was the difference between Yi Qian and them. When the students heard gunshots, they thought they were fireworks, but Yi Qian could tell what kind of gun it was just by hearing the sound of the bullets. This kind of difference made it impossible for them to catch up. They could only look up at the distance. And this kind of distance was not so obvious now. When more time passed and Yi Qian grew a little older, it would truly become apparent how wide the distance between them was and Yi Qian. It would forever be like a chasm that could not be crossed. And Njessen, who was instantly covered in cold sweat, looked at Yi Qian in astonishment. She said blankly, "I know, firecrackers can hurt people too. Such a large thunderclap can blow a person's hand away. The person who gets blown away by a palm is still there, but what I'm talking about is the kind of thing where the person isn't there. Do you think you heard firecrackers in the shooting range?" Yi Qian's smile seemed to change with the sunlight. When the sun was low in the morning, her smile was like the morning breeze that couldn't even blow away the dewdrops. At noon, her smile was even brighter than the sun. It was like a small sun on the ground, giving strength to the exhausted students. Until now, her smile was like a dazzling sunset that faintly appeared on the horizon. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and even the sweat that had stopped at the corners of her forehead was shockingly beautiful. He wished that he could transform into those little beads of sweat just to stay on her beautiful face that was as fine and smooth as jade. Yi Qian, you're so beautiful. If I were a man, I'd definitely fall in love with you. And Jessen, who was dumbfounded, said blankly. Her gaze was glued to Yi Qian's face. She was actually dumbfounded. Her mind had wandered off, really too far. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You can instantly change the topic from firecrackers to what I look like. Your thinking is really fast." Oh, that's right. If that's not a thunderclap, then what is it? The sound is too similar. And Jessen also felt that she had changed the topic fast enough. Following that, there were intermittent bang-bang sounds. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and an extremely bright light flashed past her eyes. She caught hold of Yi Qian's smile, and as if she couldn't believe it, she confirmed, "Target practice." "I know, it's target practice, right?" They were already here and heard it. Did they still not believe it? Chapter 644. Setting off firecrackers in the army? I don't know what you're thinking. Is this a place to set off firecrackers? After number 16 high school, it'll be our provincial first high school's turn. Yi Qian looked to the west. The rolling mountains were high and endless. At this moment, even the sun's light was blocked. The mountains were so high that they separated the sky from the earth, making it so that the sun could no longer shine on the shooting range. Yi Qian had always admired the army's choice of camp, especially the ones near the mountains. The sun could shine early, and by the time the sun set in the afternoon, they could set up a shady place early. The same was true for the anti-chemical regiment, but the shooting range, which could accommodate more than 10,000 people, had already been set up in the shade. The heat hadn't completely dissipated yet. Walking on the withered grass, the provincial first high school students saw that only the last 3 classes of number 16 high school students hadn't finished their target practice. They only ran 10 kilometers, and even returned earlier than the provincial first high school. Thinking of this, the provincial first high school students couldn't help but feel depressed. They were all training together, so why did number 16 high school students run 10 kilometers less? They ran 20 kilometers back, but number 16 high school had already finished their target practice. But no matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't say it out loud. The schools were all different. By the time all 17 classes of provincial first high school had gathered, number 16 high school had already finished their target practice, which also meant that 6 days of military training had finally come to an end. Enter, leave. The nearly 800 students of provincial first high school watched as number 16 high school's classes left the shooting range one after another under the instructor's command. They also saw a row of countless long guns set up on the grass. This was the anti-chemical regiment's light weapons shooting area, which was also the shooting range. Next to each gun was a soldier in camouflage. After all, this was a matter of handling guns. A group of students who didn't know anything but liked to pretend they knew what they were doing, so there was nothing wrong with being a little cautious. The guns were already set up, but the people were still at least 2 meters away from the guns. They couldn't get close, so they could only stretch their necks to look. Most of the boys wanted to take a look, while the girls whispered after looking. "What gun is this? It's so long. Why does it seem different from the ones we saw before? I didn't see a real gun before, so it's definitely different. I'm a little nervous. I forgot what I taught you before. How are you going to shoot like this?" Since there was target practice in the military training program, there would naturally be lectures and explanations to let the students know and understand a little. As for why guns were different, naturally, it would be explained using a simulated gun. What was real couldn't be fake, and what was fake couldn't be real. There was still a difference. I haven't forgotten, but I heard that the shooting is very tight. When the bullet is fired, it can numb the shoulder. I wonder if it's true. That's bad. Don't tell me I can't even fire a gun. I'm not strong enough. There were a lot of guns, but they were also quite scary. Moreover, these guns were all Type 81 rifles. Some of the rifles even had human lives on them. Rifles with human lives on them would have an aura. That was the aura left behind by the person who held it. The students standing at the front were already scared before they even touched the guns. In fact, they were influenced by these guns. Which commoner wasn't afraid of guns? Guns could protect the country, but they could also be used to kill people. It was normal for students to be afraid of guns, especially girls who were born with sharp sixth senses. Therefore, they were often the first to feel fear. Boys were different. Boys didn't have military dreams, but they were born with the dream of being a hero. Men and guns had a natural connection. When they saw it, they naturally wanted to touch it. Chapter 645. The boys in the second row noticed that the girl beside them seemed a little scared, so they chuckled and said, "If you're scared, you can go in the second round. Leave the first round to me." How about that? The most enjoyable thing was target practice. He didn't know what girls were afraid of. You girls are just timid. What's there to be afraid of? It's rare for you to get a gun, and it's a real gun. The boys couldn't understand how timid girls were. How cool it was to hold a gun. How manly and fierce it was to hold a gun in the movies and charge forward with a bang. From holding a gun to firing, to the safety precautions in the middle, the instructor took another 20 minutes to explain. When he was done, his gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. He didn't ask directly, but used his eyes to ask if she had any problems. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Target practice wasn't a problem. Who else doesn't think they can do it? Raise your hand and step forward. When the instructor saw this, he felt reassured. If she said she could do it, then she definitely could. His hard gaze swept across the faces of the other students, and he saw a few girls raise their hands hesitantly. If they didn't know how to raise their hands, it would be fine. The instructor, who was afraid that they wouldn't force it, saw this, and his furrowed brows relaxed. He shouted, "Everyone, look! Look to your right. Look forward. At ease. Attention." Following his command, the students of Year 2 Class 1 immediately organized their teams. The other classes also did the same. They were about to begin the last event of the military training period, target practice. Each group has 10 people. Start from each group. Regardless of gender. Girls who don't know how to do it, step forward and explain again. If you don't, you give up on target practice. Do you hear me? The young instructor had taught them for 6 days, and his voice had also been shouting for 6 days, but it was still loud and powerful. It was like a drum beating in their hearts. 5 girls walked forward and lowered their heads uneasily. One of the girls said softly, reporting to the instructor, "I don't want to shoot anymore. I'm scared. Looking at the gun makes my legs weak. I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you don't, tell me." The instructor didn't force her, nor did he agree immediately. He turned to ask the other 4 girls, "What about the 4 of you? Do you still need to think about it?" The 4 girls looked at each other. Although their voices were soft, they still said firmly, "I want to try, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hit the target." He had only held the imitation gun for 2 days and explained it for 2 days, and he still wanted to hit it accurately. The instructor smiled and said, "There are no strict requirements for target shooting. It doesn't matter if you miss the target, as long as you don't point the gun at your classmates. Don't move the stand casually. It must be aimed at the front." If there were no requirements for the results, then he could rest assured. "If you guys are afraid, you can team up with Yi Qian." When the instructor heard that it was not that they did not know how to do it, but that they were afraid of missing the target, he immediately thought of letting Yi Qian lead the team. With her around, these girls would be bolder. In the army, Yi Qian was like a fish in water. It had been less than 48 hours from noon yesterday to 4 p.m. today, but the instructor had already unconditionally believed in her and her ability. When the girls heard that it was Yi Qian who would be leading them, they seemed to have forgotten that Yi Qian had only arrived yesterday afternoon and had not even practiced with his classmates yet. At this moment, all of them laughed and heaved a sigh of relief as they said happily, "That's great, that's great." The girl who was afraid of shooting decided to give up in the end. She was indeed afraid. Even now, her legs were still shaking. The instructor did not force her. He gestured for her to return to the team and asked Yi Qian to come out first. "Yi Qian, you will lead the 4 of them in a team. They are timid, so they want you to accompany them." Chapter 646. Yi Qian, I'm sorry to trouble you again. I don't know why, but I believe in you. Me too. I feel at ease with Yi Qian by my side. Yi Jian looked at them and saw the trust in their eyes. A faint and comfortable smile appeared on Ma Yingli's face. Okay, we'll be the last group. Let the whole class cheer for you. Ma Yingli nodded. Okay, we'll be the last group. Let's cheer for you. It was just a small matter, so there was no need to refuse. This was also high school life. This was something she had never experienced in her previous life. She was willing to help these students whose smiles were so sincere. Yi Qian, who was supposed to be the second group to finish shooting, became the last group. With the command to start, the first batch of 10 students stood in front of the loaded 81 semi-automatic rifles. They lay on the ground with their right hand holding the gun and their index finger near the trigger. The butt of the gun must be firmly pressed against the armpit of the shoulder to prevent the recoil from injuring yourself. Look forward, 3 points in a line, and then fire. Before shooting, the instructor who stood beside the gun half-squatted next to the students to remind them again and correct some of the students' incorrect movements. A boy wanted to shoot as soon as he held the gun in his hand. His movements were quite familiar, but he was a bit impatient. The command to shoot hadn't started yet. If he really couldn't wait to shoot, he would be criticized. It hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry to show off? The instructor standing beside the gun calmly reminded him. His voice was as cold as gold and jade. Moreover, with your current aim, you'll miss the target 100%. The boy was a bit embarrassed and laughed. I couldn't help it. Sorry, instructor. Start shooting. With the command, the entire shooting range was filled with bursts of bang 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 gunshots. Then, Yi Qian saw a thick layer of yellow dust floating up from the ground. The 7.62mm bullets made a low sound and were quite powerful. They could shoot at a distance of 100 meters, but none of them actually hit the target. It was even more impossible for the soldiers at the shooting range to check the results. Who would dare to stand in front of them? Even if they were hit by a blank bullet, they would still be injured. The sound of gunshots rang in their ears, and some of the girls screamed in fright before the shooting started. When the soldiers in the trenches saw the results of the shooting and waved the command flag, the second batch of students walked towards the shooting range. Yi Ying was in the second batch. She took a deep, long breath and clenched her fists to encourage herself. You can do it, Yi Ying. It was just target practice. That damned girl had only listened to the instructor's explanation for 20 minutes, yet she dared to go on stage. He had been learning for 2 days, so how could he be inferior to a damned girl? One had to know that he had always been stronger than that wretched girl since he was young. The results wouldn't come out immediately. Instead, they would wait until all the students were done with their practice before the soldiers hiding in the trenches in front would bring out the scores for each target. Walking to the shooting range, Yi Ying lowered her head and looked at the rifle in front of her. Luo Ran's words from last night were still faintly echoing in her ears. That idiot even said that he would let that wretched girl have a taste of bullets. But now, he wasn't even here, so how could he let that wretched girl taste it? No matter how he felt, he could only think about it in his heart. How to hold a gun, how to shoot with bullets, and how to pretend that it was an accident, it was too difficult. Even if Luo Ran was here, it would still be impossible. As expected, one couldn't trust an idiot's idea. She must have been crazy to believe his bullshit last night. Chapter 647. But she was really unwilling to give up. This was indeed a chance. No, she wanted to try, she wanted to try. Sir, I'm a little scared too. Can you let Yi Qian accompany me? All the students looked at Yi Ying in surprise. How could Yi Ying be scared? Why would she want Yi Qian to accompany her? Did they hear wrongly? Impossible, the two of them didn't interact much in class. The instructor's face darkened and he said coldly, "Come down if you don't dare." Change to another student. "No, sir, I want to try, but I just want Yi Qian to watch over me. With him by my side, I'll feel much more at ease." Yi Ying refused and stood still in the shooting range. She looked at the instructor stubbornly. "I must try. I'm like them. With a classmate by my side, I'll feel much more at ease." This was interesting. Yi Qian smirked and walked out from the back of the team. "Sir, I can accompany her." What was he trying to do? Push her into the shooting range? Yi Ying, it's easy to guess what you're thinking. If that's really the case, then, you're really digging your own grave. Yi Ying pursed her lips. She didn't know if she could succeed. She also didn't know if she could fake an accident. She wasn't sure if the instructor would suspect that she did it on purpose if she succeeded. Too many uncertainties made Yi Ying indecisive. She was impulsive. She was really impulsive just now. As Yao Jing said, her biggest problem was that she was easily impulsive in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could see her regret. He walked out and looked at her calmly. "Which position will make you feel more at ease? Please tell me, I'll cooperate. There's not much time left. You have to make a decision quickly. It's about to start." "Thank you, just stand by my side." Yi Ying didn't know how many plans she had in her mind, but when she saw Yi Jian taking the initiative to walk out, those immature plans were immediately rejected. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. So she changed her mind again? Impulsiveness was the devil, but he was able to restrain himself at the last moment. That was some improvement. The second batch began. When Yi Ying laid down, Yi Qian also squatted down at the instructor's signal. Naturally, he squatted beside Yi Ying. "Don't be too happy. I've never seen anyone who was targeted by Yao Jing and Luo Ran successfully finish their studies." Even though he was already lying on the ground, he didn't stop his vicious words. "I won't let you continue being so smug." Yi Qian didn't know how many times he had heard such words from her. He smiled faintly and replied, "That's because you haven't seen it before. Naturally, you haven't seen it. Besides, I really don't think you're that close to them. Heh. You can order them around for you. Yi Ying, one of them is smart while the other is ruthless. Who do you think will be the one toying with who?" Her words were like knives that pierced Yi Ying's heart. When she fired the first shot, she was in an extremely unstable state. After firing the first shot, she felt a dull pain in her shoulder. Then, the instructor scolded in a low voice, "When are you going to stop harming people?" This voice. Yi Qian, who hadn't even noticed the instructor, looked up abruptly. He saw the person who spoke was winking at him. His deep and clear eyes contained a deep smile. The slightly curved corners of his mouth seemed to be asking if he was surprised. Yi Qian silently looked away. This time, there was only surprise, no joy. Chapter 648. When Xia Jinyuan saw her quickly avert her gaze, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He wanted to give her a surprise, but now, she was clearly the one giving him a surprise. Who would have thought that he would actually wait for her to arrive at the spot he was randomly standing at? He was still staring at Yi Qian, but he didn't avoid her at all. This made Yi Qian, who had averted his gaze, feel a headache coming on. He really would come to whichever unit he wanted to join. "Major Xia, this is really wrong of you." However, the sentence, "Until when are you going to stop harming others," was quite satisfying. After being scolded by the instructor, Yi Ying must have been so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. She was so prideful and always wanted to win in front of him, but in the end, she made a fool of herself. Of course, she made a fool of herself. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't teach a student a lesson, but that didn't mean he could ignore it. As soon as Ying asked his little fox to come up, Xia Jinyuan already knew who the girl who walked up to the shooting range with a gloomy expression was. She didn't want her little fox to finish high school smoothly. How arrogant. Yi Zhifan really raised a good daughter. Yi Ying was Yi Zhifan's daughter. She was smart, but her mind wasn't in the right place. She thought that she had hidden the darkness in her heart well, but she didn't know that the moment she opened her mouth, the expression in her eyes had already betrayed her. At this moment, Yi Ying was completely stunned by the instructor's words. Lying on the shooting range, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, so she didn't see the instructor squatting in front of her and Yi Jian behind her making eye contact. Yi Jian wanted to ignore the exchange of glances in front of so many classmates, but Major Xia wouldn't let her. She didn't look back, and her gaze fell on Yi Jian with a faint smile. She had no intention of looking away at all. This behavior made Yi Jian feel inexplicably funny. In the end, he looked up and mouthed, "You win, Major Xia." They all ran over to the anti-chemical regiment. Wasn't he the winner? Xia Jinyuan, who had just made eye contact with Yi Ying, smiled in satisfaction. He retracted his gaze and said to the stunned Yi Ying, "Miss, you're not suitable for target practice. You'll hurt the innocent." He had to make her remember that she couldn't do as she pleased everywhere. Don't think that no one would notice her thoughts. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, this kind of girl was simply asking for a beating. Yi Ying snapped out of her daze when she heard the cold voice. The first sentence stunned her, but the second sentence was like a slap to her face. She looked at the instructor who was half squatting beside her and took the gun away. She didn't even know what to say. Not long after, his entire face flushed red. His chi and blood rushed to his face. It was a fiery red, and it was even more painful. If you don't have good intentions, you won't hold a gun properly. For your safety, I need to stop you from shooting. Xia Jinyuan didn't pick up the gun. He just moved his hand and unloaded the magazine into his hand. He didn't even look at Yi Ying's expression. He quietly half-squatted like a statue. Yi Ying, who felt humiliated just a second ago, narrowed her eyes in the next second. She turned her head abruptly, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Could it be that the instructor saw through her thoughts just now? Xia Jinyuan was squatting with his back to the light and his training cap pulled down. She didn't realize that the instructor standing beside her had seen her before. She saw the instructor holding the magazine with one hand as if nothing had happened. He raised his chin slightly and looked straight ahead coldly. Chapter 649. Yi Ying, who was in a panic, was not afraid of what the instructor said, but she was stopped by the instructor in the middle of target practice. If she told the students what the instructor said, then the image she had worked so hard to rebuild in the hearts of the students these days would be ruined again. The first time could be forgiven, but if it happened again, she would have no place in the class. No, I can't let Yi Qian ruin me over this. I have to say something first. At least, I have to let the students think that I gave up on shooting because I was too scared to shoot a second time, and not because I was stopped by the instructor. In a split second, Yi Ying, who was lying on the shooting range, bit her lower lip and tried to explain herself in a voice that was close to tears. "I'm sorry, instructor. I was still very scared just now. I've troubled you." She turned her head and said to Yi Qian, "I'm sorry. I was still very scared. I couldn't shoot a second time." It didn't matter whether the instructor believed her or not. It didn't matter what he saw just now. After leaving this place, she couldn't have any contact with a poor soldier like him. The most important thing was that she couldn't let Yi Qian have a chance to speak and let the students know the truth. What she didn't know was that Yi Jian didn't care to play tricks on this kind of thing. Hearing what she said, Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "You don't have to apologize to me. If the instructor can see it, I can see it as well. You want to use shooting to get rid of me? Yi Ying, you're really stupid. Do you know how many spies there are here? Do you know why there are instructors around? Do you think you have the ability to toy with the entire army? He knew what she wanted to do the moment she opened her mouth. She thought she was so smart that no one could see through her dark thoughts. Faced with this kind of Yiying, Yi Qian sometimes wondered if the smart and ruthless Yiying from his previous life was the same Yiying now. They were on completely different levels. Xia Jinyuan didn't move or speak casually. He had no choice, he was now the instructor. He had already warned Yiying, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak again. I was wrong just now. Yiying's face was tense as she glared at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze. Bang! 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 The sound of bullets rang in her ears. Everyone had started their second round of target practice. Yiying, who had a gun in her hand, could only glare fiercely at Yi Qian. It was as if this was the only way to calm down the shame and anger in her heart. A clean and slender hand suddenly reached over. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold expression on his face. He used his palm to block Yi Ying's line of sight. His movement made Yi Qian look up abruptly. It was just a small movement, but it made Yi Qian's heart tremble violently. Xia Jinyuan knew about his relationship with Yi Jifan's family. He knew, and that was why he said those things and why he kept an eye on Yiying. That was why he reached out his hand at a time like this to make Yiying look even more pathetic and embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan didn't turn around to look. She never told him about Yi Jifan. If she didn't tell him, he could pretend that everything was fine. But now that he saw Yi Ying's ugly behavior, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The sound of gunshots continued. The second batch of students had finished their target practice. Their faces were filled with excitement. Some of the girls even blushed. It was too exciting. They didn't expect target practice to be so exciting. They didn't know how many points they hit. They probably didn't even hit a single point. They all missed the target.